The universe is afflicted. When the powerful decree your guilt, you are deemed guilty. The brilliant engineer Lin Que, for his defiance, has been exiled to a desolate junk planet on the fringes of the Empire. Here, the inhabitants consist of dull-witted miners, forsaken AIs, and even a band of space pigs perpetually yearning for escape. Yet, Lin Que chuckles. He picks up a rusted steel plate, dismantles a defunct engine, and with the greatest intellect in the galaxy, transforms a heap of cosmic scrap into a formidable warship that instills fear even in the regular army. When he leads this motley crew of miner pilots, AI gunners, and space pig logistics to confront the Galactic Council with their haphazardly assembled scrap fleet. The elite of the universe are left astounded. Lin Que plants a foot on the conference table, his bandit attire glimmering under the spotlight. You may extinguish the lives of those on the fringes, but you can never break my spirit. No sooner had the words left his lips than the communicator crackled with urgent reports. Boss, Ship 3 just kissed Ship 7. Chief, the pig mistook the engine pipes for fries. Young Master, the newly built flagship. It seems to have a mind of its own and has grown fatter. Unfazed, Lin Que smiles at the stunned dignitaries. Details are inconsequential. Now, shall we discuss my earlier proposition? Chapter 1. The Genius Trial In the Ring of Banishment. The capital of the Titan Empire, Orbital Titan, Royal Tribunal of the Empire, 6th Division. Starwind, do you know your crimes? The presiding judge forcefully strikes the gavel. Addressing the youth seated in the defendant's chair, the young man known as Starwind slightly raises his head, casting a disdainful glance at the judge, and snorts derisively. Know your own head. You. The reader beside the judge erupts with fury. Mind your manners. Starwind pays him no heed. As the reader prepares to continue his outburst, the judge raises a hand to restrain him. It matters not if you remain silent. He turns to the reader. Proceed. The reader suppresses his anger and picks up the datapad. Researcher Starwind of the Titan Empire Engineering Institute is now accused. Stop. His reading is interrupted by Starwind. Please refer to me as the youngest genius designer in the history of the Empire, a human supercomputer, a carbon-based drafting machine, and the hand of the divine. Let me think. Please refrain from making irrelevant statements. The judge, too, begins to lose patience, striking his gavel with force. Continue reading. Researcher Starwind is accused of negligence, dereliction of duty, and causing significant delays in the engineering design of the Imperial cruiser, Everlasting Peace, resulting in wasted funds, and is also charged with leaking information. The reader swallows hard and flips to the next page. Taking candy from children, failing to assist the elderly across the street. And a total of 157 charges. Ha. Starwind clutches his stomach, erupting into boisterous laughter, setting aside the rest. I've worked in the Imperial dock for 5 years. Show me one elderly woman among all these young folks working 3 shifts. After a lengthy pause, he finally ceases his raucous laughter. But if you're intent on framing me, couldn't you at least provide some plausible reasons? He surveys the room. Of course, I understand that everyone here is in the employ of the Iron Dome Prince. What crime truly matters, right? Spare us the theatrics. Starwind fixes his icy gaze on the judge. Awaken. The judge, unperturbed, chuckles lightly in approval, then turns to the reader. Let us not waste time. Relay the verdict. The reader lifts the datapad. In light of the aforementioned crimes, Starwind has been stripped of his title as Imperial Engineer, effective immediately, with salary cessation, and is barred from entering Imperial docks. Furthermore, due to the suspect's refusal to cooperate, all other materials will be handed over to the Investigation Bureau for evidence collection and procedural completion before further trial. What? Starwind is taken aback. We still have to follow procedures? Indeed, the judge glares at him. That is the protocol. That didn't they say that refusal to confess would result in harsher penalties? The more defiant, the quicker the demise. Starwind begins to lose his composure. Even after all this bravado, you still want to adhere to procedures? What do you mean? Do you wish for an expedited demise? The reader can no longer contain himself, retorting at Starwind. Our company, unlike previous ones, adheres to standardized practices. Cease your futile wrangling. Another outsourcing company? Starwind feels exasperated, but soon regains his composure. If I confess now, can I be executed immediately? The room's occupants regard Starwind with incredulous expressions. Are you certain? Though the judge is also baffled, he is keen to conclude the proceedings swiftly. Absolutely, I confess, Starwind responds with alacrity, then turns to the reader. I would appreciate it if you could read that again. The reader shoots Starwind a venomous glare, once more retrieving the datapad. Got a total of 157 charges. Given the suspect's full confession, according to Article 54,321 of the Imperial Royal Code, the decision is made to sentence the suspect to death, to be executed immediately. Criminal Starwind, do you have any objections? The judge fixes his gaze on Starwind. Aside from not addressing me as the genius designer, I have no objections, Starwind replies coldly. Very well. The judge strikes the gavel with force. The verdict is concluded. Take him away. Quick, next case. We can fit in 2 more today. As Starwind is escorted out of the tribunal by security personnel, the reader at the door calls out to him. I heard you can transform a washing machine into a space escape pod. Impossible, Starwind shakes his head. Even I have my limits. I knew it. The reader mutters. That was an overreach. At least 3 are needed. Otherwise, there won't be enough parts. With that, Starwind bursts into laughter as he exits the tribunal. Night falls. Starwind lies on his prison cot, gazing out at Titan through the viewport. Even with the sentence of immediate execution, given the bureaucratic sluggishness of the Empire, it would likely take at least half a month, ample time for him to arrange his affairs. That, of course, half a month is swift. Had the Investigation Bureau truly been involved as mentioned earlier, it would not merely be a matter of months. Starwind vaguely recalls hearing of a suspect in the Imperial prison who waited 248 years for evidence processing, and the prison still seeks maintenance funds for his hibernation pod. Starwind reflects on his life. Unlike others, his memories can be traced back to the very day he opened his eyes. That he knows this is biologically impossible, yet pondering the reasons for such a mind seems unnecessary. It is precisely due to the extraordinary nature of his intellect that, despite a humble origin and the hardships endured, Starwind emerged as a prodigious talent, securing certification as an Imperial ship designer at the age of 18 and entering the Imperial dock to work. Starwind has made a resolution. One day, he will stand on the deck of a colossal ship he designed and constructed, proclaiming the brilliance of genius to the inhabitants of the Ring of Banishment, regardless of his origins. Regrettably, the Imperial dock seeks not genius, but obedience. For instance, vacating the berth of experimental battleships to construct the interstellar cruisers favored by the princes is not something a grassroots individual from a mass-produced test tube can publicly oppose. The key is that the shares and likes had exceeded hundreds of millions, and the prince's hired trolls could not delete them all. Thus, Starwind's fate today is a foregone conclusion. He checks his bank account one last time, mentally reviewing the details of his plans, and before he realizes it, he drifts into slumber. The following day, in the prison cafeteria, Xingfeng queued to receive his meal, and, upon settling into his seat, was approached by a fellow inmate. I heard you've been sentenced to death. Indeed, Xingfeng replied, unperturbed by the topic. What a pity, so young, the inmate remarked as he joined him at the table, also beginning his meal. You were wronged, weren't you? Isn't everyone here? Xingfeng chuckled. Normal cases are handled by AI. They're still using human judges for. Well, those in the know understand. True enough. All the cases here are outsourced by the 6th Bureau, which means they were arranged by that scoundrel, the Iron Dome Prince. The inmate spat venomously. Don't you harbor any hatred towards him? Not at all, Xingfeng replied with a light-hearted smile. Besides, he'll be dead soon. What? The inmate's eyes widened, only to return to normal moments later. Well, it's better to think of him as already dead. I'm not joking, Xingfeng said, shoving food into his mouth. Though unpalatable, he adhered to his principle of nourishing his body. That if you don't believe me, check the news. I'd wager it's about 10 minutes away. The inmate looked up at the television in the cafeteria. The screen was broadcasting the maiden voyage of the Imperial cruiser Eternal Peace, with the Iron Dome Prince smiling and waving from the bridge's window. Turning back to Xingfeng, the inmate suspected the young man might be retreating into denial after such a blow. What was your charge? He decided to shift the conversation. A multitude, Xingfeng replied, focusing on his meal. But certainly not for wasting food. Do you know my charge? The inmate, unlike Xingfeng, was more discerning about his food. Conspiracy to overthrow the Empire. Ha! Xingfeng scoffed after finishing his drink. 99% of the people in this Imperial prison bear that charge. Not unjustly. 99% of them have contemplated the same, the inmate echoed with a wry smile. Meaningless, Xingfeng shook his head. It's not like some space opera where a few heroes rise up to topple the Empire, and everyone lives happily ever after. How naive. The inmate clearly had not pondered such profound matters, and was momentarily at a loss for words. Xingfeng had no intention of prolonging the discussion and gestured towards the cafeteria television. Looked out on the screen, the engines at the rear of the Eternal Peace began to flicker ominously as the host's excited commentary intensified. The lights grew brighter until the host, too, sensed something amiss. With a blinding flash, the live broadcast was interrupted amid the host's screams, the next frame revealing the studio's stunned anchors. Even the once boisterous cafeteria fell into an eerie silence. The universe is ailing. When the powerful declare you guilty, you are deemed guilty. The brilliant engineer Lin Que, for his disobedience, was exiled by the Empire to a desolate garbage planet on the edge of the universe. Here, the inhabitants consist of dull-witted miners, abandoned AIs, and even a group of space pigs perpetually seeking escape. Yet Lin Que smiled. He picked up a rusted steel plate and dismantled a scrapped engine, using the greatest mind in the galaxy to forge a lethal starship from scraps of cosmic debris that even the regular army would fear. When he, accompanied by a motley crew of miner pilots, AI gunners, and space pig logistics, approached the Galactic Council in his haphazardly assembled Ragtag fleet, the entire universe's elite were left dumbfounded. Lin Que placed a foot upon the conference table, his bandit attire glimmering under the spotlight. You may extinguish the lives of those on the fringes, but you will never break my spirit. As his words resonated, a frantic report crackled through the communicator. Boss, ship number 3 just kissed ship number 7. Chief, the pig mistook the engine pipes for fries. Lin, the newly built flagship, it seems to have developed its own ideas and has gained weight. Unfazed, Lin Que smiled slightly at the stunned dignitaries. Details are inconsequential. Now, shall we discuss my earlier proposal? Chapter 1. The Genius on Trial. In the Ring of Ashes star system, capital of the Titan Empire, Titan star orbit, Imperial Royal Tribunal, 6th Division. Starwind, do you know your crimes? The presiding judge slammed down the gavel, loudly interrogating the young man seated before him. The youth known as Starwind raised his head slightly, casting a disdainful glance at the judge, and scoffed. Know your head, you. The clerk beside the judge instantly erupted with rage. Mind your manners. Starwind ignored him. The clerk was about to continue his tirade when the judge raised a hand to halt him. It matters not if he speaks. He turned to the clerk. Proceed. The clerk suppressed his anger and picked up the datapad. Researcher Starwind of the Titan Empire Engineering Institute is currently accused of. Stop. His reading was interrupted by Starwind. Please address me as the youngest genius designer in the history of the Empire, a human supercomputer, a carbon-based drawing machine, and the divine hand of modification, and let me think that not make irrelevant statements. The judge, unable to contain his irritation, banged his gavel. Continue. Researcher Starwind is accused of dereliction of duty, negligence, and delaying the completion of the Imperial cruise ship, Eternal Peace, resulting in significant financial losses, and is also charged with leaking information. The clerk swallowed hard and continued to flip through the pages, taking candy from children, failing to assist the elderly across the street. And a total of 157 counts. Ha. Starwind clutched his stomach, releasing a boisterous laugh. Let's not even mention the rest. I've worked in the Imperial dock for 5 years, and all I've seen are young people working in shifts. You might as well find me an elderly lady to show. After a moment, he ceased his raucous laughter. If you intend to frame me, could you at least come up with some plausible reasons? He surveyed the room. Of course, I know that all of you are in the pocket of the Iron Dome Prince. What crime truly matters, right? Be straightforward and stop putting on airs. Starwind fixed a cold gaze on the judge. Stay alert. The judge, unperturbed, chuckled approvingly before turning to the clerk. Then let us not waste time. Inform him of the verdict. The clerk picked up the datapad. In light of the aforementioned charges, Starwind has been dismissed from his position as an Imperial engineer, with salary ceased immediately. He is no longer permitted access to the Imperial docks. Furthermore, due to the suspect's refusal to cooperate, all other materials will be handed over to the Investigation Bureau for evidence collection and subsequent review. What? Starwind was taken aback. We still have to go through the process? Of course, the judge shot him a glare. It is protocol, isn't it said that refusal to confess results in harsher punishment? The more defiant, the quicker the demise. Starwind's composure began to fray. Am I still subjected to the process after being so brazen? What do you mean? Do you wish for a quicker death? The clerk could no longer restrain himself, retorting sharply at Starwind. Our company operates on standards, unlike previous firms. Stop being so obstinate. Another outsourcing company. Starwind felt a wave of helplessness but quickly regained his composure. If I confess now, can I receive the death penalty immediately? The room filled with strange looks directed at Starwind. Are you certain? The judge, though perplexed, preferred to expedite the proceedings. That I'm certain. I confess, Starwind declared decisively, then turned to the clerk. Would you kindly read it once more? The clerk shot Starwind a venomous glance and picked up the datapad again. In total, 157 counts. Given the suspect's full confession, according to Article 54,321 of the Royal Code of the Titan Empire, it has been decided to sentence the suspect to death, to be executed immediately. Criminal Starwind, do you have any objections? The judge fixed his gaze upon Starwind. Aside from not properly calling me a genius designer, I have no objections, Starwind replied coldly. Very well. The judge forcefully slammed down the gavel. The verdict is concluded, and the result stands. Take him away. Hurry, the next case. We can take 2 more today. As Starwind was escorted out of the tribunal by security personnel, the clerk called out to him at the door. I heard you can turn a washing machine into a space escape pod. Impossible. Starwind shook his head. Even I have my limitations. I knew it. The clerk muttered. That was too far-fetched. IT would at least require 3. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough parts. With that, Starwind laughed maniacally as he exited the tribunal. Night fell. Starwind lay on the prison bed, gazing out the porthole at Titan Star. Even with immediate execution, given the sluggishness of Imperial officials, it would likely take at least half a month, ample time for him to arrange his affairs. Of course, half a month was swift. If it truly went through the Investigation Bureau's processes as mentioned earlier, it wouldn't be measured in months. Starwind vaguely recalled hearing that a suspect in the Imperial prison had waited 248 years for evidence processing, and the prison was still applying for maintenance funds for his hibernation pod. Starwind reflected on his life. Unlike others, his memories traced back to the very day he opened his eyes. He knew biologically this was impossible, but given such a remarkable mind, pondering the reasons for its existence seemed unnecessary. Because of this extraordinary intellect, despite his humble beginnings and the hardships he endured, Starwind became a celebrated young genius, obtaining certification as an Imperial ship designer at the age of 18 and entering the Imperial docks. Starwind had made a resolution. One day, he would stand on the deck of the colossal ship he designed and built, proclaiming the brilliance of genius to the inhabitants of the Ring of Ashes star system, unbothered by his origins. Regrettably, the Imperial docks sought not geniuses but obedient subjects, such as vacating berths for experimental battleships to construct the interstellar cruise liners favored by princes, matters that a grassroots individual like him, born from a mass-produced test tube background, should never openly oppose. The irony was that his posts had garnered over 1 billion likes, and the trolls hired by the princes could hardly keep up with the deletions. Thus, Starwind's downfall was rather predictable. He checked his bank account one last time, silently reviewing the details of his plan, and before he knew it, he drifted into slumber. The following day in the prison cafeteria, Xingfeng stood in line to receive his meal. As he settled into his seat, a fellow inmate initiated a conversation. I heard you've been sentenced to death? Indeed, Xingfeng replied, unperturbed by the topic. What a pity, so young, the inmate remarked, taking a seat beside him and beginning his own meal. You must be wronged as well. Isn't everyone here? Xingfeng chuckled. Normal cases are handled by AI. They still rely on human judgment. Those who understand, understand. True enough, everything here is outsourced by the Sixth Institute, meaning it's all orchestrated by that scoundrel, Prince Iron Dome, the inmate said with a venomous tone. Don't you despise him? Not at all, Xingfeng replied with a light-hearted smile. Besides, he's going to die soon. What? The inmate's eyes widened. Then he regained his composure. Well, it's easier to bear if we consider him dead. I'm not joking, Xingfeng said, shoving food into his mouth. Though the meal was unpalatable, he believed it sufficient for sustaining his body. If you don't believe me, just check the news. I'd wager it's about 10 minutes away. The inmate lifted his gaze to the television in the cafeteria. The screen was broadcasting the maiden voyage of the Imperial cruiser Eternal Peace, with Prince Iron Dome smiling and waving from the bridge. The inmate glanced back at Xingfeng, suspecting the young man might be escaping reality due to the weight of his situation. What were you charged with? He decided to change the subject. A few charges, Xingfeng continued to eat. But I can assure you, none involve wasting food. Do you know my charge? The inmate, unlike Xingfeng, was rather particular about his food. Conspiracy to overthrow the empire. Huh. Xingfeng scoffed after finishing his drink. 99% of the people in this imperial prison share that charged. But that's not unjust. 99% have thought about it at some point. The inmate replied with a sardonic grin. Pointless, Xingfeng shook his head. This isn't a space opera where a handful of heroes overthrow the empire with a snap, and everyone lives happily ever after. How naive. The inmate clearly hadn't contemplated such profound matters, and was momentarily at a loss for words. Xingfeng had no intention of prolonging the discussion. He gestured toward the cafeteria television. Looked out on the screen. The lights at the tail end of the Eternal Peace ship began to flicker as it receded into the distance. The commentator's voice grew increasingly animated until he sensed something amiss. With a flash of white light, the live broadcast abruptly cut off amidst the commentator's screams, transitioning to a scene of shock in the studio. Even the once boisterous cafeteria fell into a profound silence. Chapter 2. The death package. The silence was short-lived, quickly engulfed by an even more extravagant clamor. The Angelic Federation has arrived. The traitors of the Titan Alliance are back. Aliens, insectoids, Cosmic monstrosities. The five-headed space shark. Those watching the film get out. Xingfeng chuckled as he patted his cellmate's shoulder. The last Imperial engineer capable of designing a 5,000-meter starship had perished over a millennium ago. These sycophants could not even consider the heat dissipation post-engine enhancement, yet dared to disregard my counsel in assembling such a vessel. Surprisingly, the material redundancy exceeded that indicated in the manual, holding out an additional 30 seconds longer than my calculations suggested. He made his way towards his cell. You need not harbor further hatred for him. His cellmate stared blankly at his retreating figure, then turned back to the cafeteria television, his food falling from his mouth. He gave a thumbs up to Xingfeng's departing silhouette. You truly know how to play the game. In a fortnight, neither too fast nor too slow, Xingfeng awaited the day of his execution. Step out. The prison guard stood grimly at the door, signaling for Xingfeng to follow. The prison had reverted to a state of eerie quiet, unlike the tumult of 2 weeks prior. Following the demise of Prince Iron Dome, those with considerable influence had seized the opportunity to demonstrate their prowess and departed the prison. As Xingfeng passed by his cellmate's solitary room, he noticed his friend still engaged in a terminal transaction, seemingly hopeful for release. Upon sensing a presence, the cellmate lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Xingfeng. Is it time? The cellmate glanced at the guard behind Xingfeng, instantly grasping the situation. It is time. Xingfeng halted, returning the smile. You have no allies, the cellmate remarked, casting a sideways glance at the guard. Any plans? You just transferred over 5 million, didn't you? Xingfeng jested. I hardly possess such wealth. Is there no other option? A hint of reluctance flickered in his friend's eyes. None. I am too impoverished to do anything but await my execution. With a smile, Xingfeng departed, accompanied by the guard. The cellmate watched with deep concern as Xingfeng's figure receded, shaking his head before returning to his task, only to be met by a pop-up about the memorial service for Prince Iron Dome, where his sons were embroiled in conflict. He chuckled. Will you obediently march to your death? I trust you about as far as I can throw you. After a jarring 10-minute journey in a rusted execution transport, Xingfeng entered a small, enclosed chamber where his shackles were removed. Welcome to Sweet Death Agency, esteemed Mr. Xingfeng. A melodious female voice resonated, and a projection screen materialized before him, commencing the presentation. As a barrage of information with bold, vividly saturated yellow, red, blue, and white fonts unfolded against a black backdrop, the charming AI began her introduction. Our company has specialized in outsourced execution services for over 4 centuries, with several execution records featured in the Titan Empire's compendium of exemplary business practices, establishing us as a benchmark enterprise. We currently offer the following packages. Package 1, the execution by firearm package, fully funded by Red Giant Insurance, is swift and decisive. You need only sign Package 2. The Pulse Insurance Company presents an extraordinary last-hour experience in the metaverse, allowing you to traverse a lifetime within an hour in a virtual realm, departing this world entirely devoid of pain. This package is currently available at a 10% discount, with the Pulse Insurance Company graciously covering the remaining 10% of the fee. Package 3, the Prince Shipbuilding Company offers a magnificent Arclight death experience. You shall embark on a one-time exile vessel, meticulously developed at a staggering cost of 500 billion ring coins. In the final chapter of your life, you will traverse the vastness of the cosmos, colliding with a star, thus culminating in a splendid existence. Order now to receive a 50% discount, with the Prince Shipbuilding Company graciously assuming the remaining 50% of the costs. Capitalism. Although Xingfeng had previously investigated related matters for his own plans, he could not help but shake his head and chuckle disdainfully. His gaze fell upon the target he had long since planned. I choose Package 3. Very well, Mr. Xingfeng. We will deduct a total of 63,400 ring coins from your account. You have 10 minutes to manage the financial details. Please proceed. With a sigh, Xingfeng reached out to the panel, ensuring that he left enough funds to cover the necessary amount, subsequently donating the remainder to the Empire's IVF Growth and Friendship Assistance Program. I hope they don't even covet this meager sum, he mused, self-deprecatingly deactivating the panel and awaiting the AI's response. 5 minutes later, as a notification chimed, the door before Xingfeng slowly opened, revealing a long corridor. He strolled towards it. At the corridor's end stood a hatch connecting to a small shuttle. Indeed, I have missed 500 billion, Xingfeng reflected, observing the shuttle's exterior through the transparent walls of the corridor, its form strikingly familiar. It was unmistakably the same vessel that his senior had once brought to him during his university days, a design commissioned to alleviate his financial strain. He had toiled tirelessly for 3 months, delivering a spacecraft design with a production cost reduced to 20,000 ring coins, for which he received a mere 2,000 ring coins, paid in installments. Now, He was required to spend over 60,000 ring coins to board this very ship. Could he refrain from sighing? Xingfeng strode into the cabin, the hatch closing gently behind him. The sweet voice of the AI hostess resonated once more. Please take your seat. Mr. Xingfeng, your magnificent journey is about to commence. Amidst unbearable noise and terrifying turbulence, the shuttle departed from its berth, gliding into the starry expanse. Once the vessel stabilized, Xingfeng unfastened his seatbelt, surveying the interior, which consisted solely of 6 metal walls and 2 portholes. He approached the front metal wall, crouched down, and began to probe the corner of the cabin wall for a ventilation port. He quickly located the target, and with a click, a small panel flipped open. Default username. Universe's greatest genius. Initial password. 88. Xingfeng muttered to himself. I knew no one would bother to address any emergency operation protocol vulnerabilities. The username hasn't even changed. The metal wall behind the seat gradually descended, revealing a compact control panel. He summoned a virtual keyboard with a deft gesture, skillfully entering developer mode to reinitialize the ship's operating system. Just as he was engrossed in his task, a voice emanated from the communicator on the wall. This is Patrol Vessel 3039 calling Exile Ship 9122. I shall accompany your vessel to the point of faster-than-light travel. Once the journey concludes, other units will escort you into the star. The Starwind paid no heed to this transmission, continuing to immerse itself in its tasks. Exile Ship 9122, please respond upon receipt. The call persisted. Exile Ship 9122, please respond. Exile Ship 9122, please respond. Surely, it isn't another suicide, is it, Captain? Another voice crackled through the communicator. Go up and scan. If that's the case, we'll drag this ship off to sell it, came the first voice's reply. Starwind let out a sigh. What a racket. I'm busy here. Don't interrupt my thoughts, he retorted impatiently. Ah, still got a temper, the crew member teased. Well, who would be happy when facing death? Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted through the communicator. Starwind had completed the system settings and regained control. The source of his discontent primarily stemmed from being sent off by the vermin of the defense forces. The caliber was far too low. He watched the progress bar of the system restart. If it were the cosmic army, I wouldn't mind as much. Silence lingered over the communicator for several seconds before a torrent of voices erupted, most of which were forcibly transformed into beeping sounds by the civilization's filtering AI. Starwind smirked, adding fuel to the fire. Oh, my apologies. I almost forgot that comparing you incompetent fools to the cosmic army is your greatest taboo. After all, they are deemed the steel white lotus in a soil of corruption, while you are merely the manure of the earth. The curses from the communicator intensified, interspersed with threats of imminent violence. Starwind took a deep breath and unleashed a boisterous, villainous laugh he had secretly practiced for quite some time. You think you can capture me? Not a chance. I'm about to initiate faster-than-light travel. Amidst his laughter, he reached for the now-completed reboot interface, opening the FTL travel preparation page. Suddenly, Starwind's pupils dilated and his hand froze. He struggled to maintain composure as he gradually subdued his laughter. Inside, however, a storm of turmoil brewed. I've already equipped this wretched ship with the lowest cost curvature engine. How could they downgrade it to a Rift engine? Even the most brilliant mind couldn't foresee such a limit imposed by the prince. The interface for the Rift engine activation displayed the route selection options below. 1. Preset destination, the exact center of Red Giant 3B24. 2. Command headquarters of the Cosmic Army. 3. Headquarters of the Galactic Patrol Station. 4. Headquarters of the Prince Shipbuilding Industry. 5. Headquarters of the Star Administration. 26-29. Restricted Zone Route. The Rift engine could only advance along gravitational pathways between massive celestial bodies, akin to a highway with fixed entrances and exits, while the restricted zone typically referred to extremely perilous star regions, which were generally avoided. Cold sweat trickled down Starwind's brow. The cacophony of insults in the communicator grew increasingly discernible, signaling that the patrol vessel laden with furious defense forces was drawing ever closer. Ah, to hell with it. I refuse to believe this. With a determined resolve, Xingfeng pressed the button for the restricted route on the touch panel, selecting the path that marked the greatest distance. The exile ship flickered with white light, vanishing into the vastness of the starry sky, akin to liquid being drawn through a straw. He truly fled. This was not the scheduled gravitational window. I am calculating his entry position, cross-referencing it with military data. Where is it? There are 3 gravitational exits in this direction. The first leads to the Death Star region, littered with the remnants of war. I have seen reports on Dodo of ancient ghost ships haunting the area. The second is the Desolate Star region, rumored to harbor Zerg activity. Dodo claims these are not the network trolls of the naturalization faction, but rather savage wild Zerg. The third is the Beast Star region, where the presence of star pirates is confirmed. Dodo reports they are ruthless brigands, notorious for abducting children to wrap them in tin and consume them like dumplings. What a chaotic mess. You really ought to limit your consumption of social media. What shall we do now, Captain? Wait another 10 seconds. Very well. Wait another 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up, brothers. Clocking out. All right then. The patrol ship turned its bow toward the vibrant, bustling space city. Chapter 3. The mysterious star station. The sensation of superluminal gravitational travel was swift, almost instantaneous. As the exile ship departed from the gravitational corridor amidst flickering white light, Xingfeng understood that the patrol vessel would no longer pursue him. After all, it was rare to find fools rushing into unknown routes. Moreover, the defense forces were notoriously timid, despite their bluster. Although the Zerg had long since established a foothold in the ringed star system, and the autonomous mechanical vessels were antiquated relics from millennia past, no one could guarantee that the Empire's adversarial nations were not lying in wait to strike. Furthermore, there existed the legendary star pirates, known for their 4 arms and 8 legs, who were said to consume both people and ships alike as if they were made of tin dumplings. However, he also knew that his chances of returning to the Empire were entirely thwarted. The worthless defense forces would at least report the information, placing him on the Empire's infamous blacklist of wanted individuals. If luck were to turn ill, someone might indeed seek him out for the bounty. Ultimately, while it was not impossible to hide beneath the Empire's shadow for a lifetime, it certainly did not guarantee a life of dignity. Xingfeng pondered. The youngest genius engineer in the history of the Empire. Is he truly destined to spend the latter half of his life in flight? A self-deprecating smile crept across his face. How could that be? I shall return with vengeance. Next time, I simply need to be wary of the unprincipled prince. As long as my mind remains sharp, even if I have to cobble together a flying box from scrap metal, I shall one day carve out my own destiny. Glancing at the status panel on the cabin wall, he noted that the Fisher engine's energy had been entirely depleted. Shaking his head in self-mockery, he acknowledged that his design was indeed flawless, but alas, it could only be utilized once. Yet, he was now far beyond the Empire's territory. Indeed, beyond the boundaries of all nations, nearly reaching the star-sparse region of the ringed star system, where vast stretches of space contain no stars for over 10,000 light-years. The current location appears to be an exceedingly dim star, seemingly incapable of supporting life. Gazing out the viewport, Starwind could only discern scattered fragments. Uncertain whether they were meteoric debris or remnants of human creation, he activated the sensors, directing them towards the signals emanating from the fragments. There was something there. Starwind's pupils dilated with sudden realization. It seemed that the progenitors had no intention of claiming him just yet. At the trajectory's end, he spotted a metallic object, approximately 300 meters in width. With the scant fuel remaining, Starwind swiftly maneuvered the vessel towards the target. Before long, he beheld the true visage of the object. It appeared exceedingly antiquated, marred by numerous repairs, to the extent that it was difficult to ascertain whether it had ever been operational. Starwind found it challenging to classify the entity as either a space station or a spacecraft. Its size surpassed that of an Imperial fighter, but was smaller than a corvette, resembling more a civilian mobile space station. Yet, its design was so unfamiliar that even Starwind, who prided himself on his extensive experience with vessels, felt a sense of bewilderment. He scrutinized the target meticulously and designated a landing area, a compartment that was structurally fragile in appearance. It was evident that no one inhabited this room. If there had been, they would have had ample time to escape. Starwind reassured himself as he piloted the ship into a collision. The space station sustained a significant breach, and the exile vessel suffered considerable damage, yet it maintained structural integrity. Starwind listened intently, his mind racing as he summoned all his knowledge to assess the surrounding circumstances. The presence of sound indicated that air existed outside. He approached the viewport and gazed outward. The condensed vapor escaping from the vessel slowly diffused into the surroundings. It appeared that air was intact, with a sufficient pressure suggesting that emergency repair gel had been deployed. He closely examined the outer walls, noting substantial patches of dark red rust upon the metallic surface. There was oxygen. The remaining uncertainty lay in whether toxic gases were present. Starwind cautiously opened the hatch a crack, inhaling the outside air, then closed his eyes to feel the changes within his body. 10 seconds. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Nothing felt amiss. It seemed manageable, at least for the time being. Gritting his teeth, he fully opened the hatch and leaped into the space station. Gravity was evident, indicating the vessel possessed propulsion sufficient to sustain a fluctuating gravitational field. As long as there was power, he could pilot it away. Starwind gingerly navigated into the external corridor. Advancing deeper within, The interior was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of the exile ship's lights. Starwind had little faith in the pervasive folklore, having little regard for the tales that circulated among the populace. However, his greatest passion lay in watching the B-grade films produced by Imperial Studios. Creatures bursting forth from ruptured abdomens, insects crawling from ventilation ducts, decaying corpses shambling about, and grotesque tentacled monstrosities. He had fought to banish one from his mind only for another to emerge, almost swearing he would never again indulge in such cinematic fare. At last, he discerned a faint glow emanating from a control panel affixed to one side of the corridor's wall. Approaching, Starwind discovered it was an operable interface. With a casual swipe across the panel, the screen illuminated. The script is composed of square characters, which, although slightly different, are recognizable to Xingfeng as a variant of the standard language used in the Ring star system. His curiosity piqued. He began to manipulate the control panel in search of more pertinent information. However, the panel's functionality was exceedingly limited, offering only options for door operations, lighting controls, and status displays. The system interface appeared remarkably retro and rudimentary, starkly contrasting with the opulent smart screens of the Empire's contemporary technology. As he continued to explore, a particular date on the panel captured Xingfeng's deeper interest, September 6, 8849. He adjusted the date settings, adhering to the standard calendar of the Ring star system, which comprises 360 days, 12 months, and 30 days per month, based on the astronomical parameters of Ceres. Yet, Xingfeng was aware that the rival Angel Federation also claimed this calendar originated from their home planet. The orbital parameters of the two celestial bodies could not possibly align perfectly. Clearly, at least one party had manipulated the data, rendering the standard calendar merely a tool of power. It was intriguing that this dilapidated space station, adorned with peculiar script and situated far from civilized realms, was also employing the standard calendar. As Xingfeng continued to probe the panel for further clues, he found its sensitivity disappointingly poor, frequently misreading his touch. Frustrated, he attempted to correct it, but inadvertently activated a virtual switch. With a soft hiss, the door adjacent to the panel slid open, startling Xingfeng, who instinctively recoiled. A warm light seeped from the opening. He swallowed hard, calming his nerves, and leaned in to peer inside. Prior to this moment, his imagination had conjured numerous frightening possibilities, such as monstrous creatures with gaping maws devoid of eyes, insects leaping onto faces, rogue autonomous robots, or even octopus-like subhumans. Yet what lay before him far exceeded any of his imaginings. It was a group of children. Xingfeng had stumbled upon a space kindergarten. While the B-movies produced by the Empire occasionally featured horrific mutated infants strangling people with umbilical cords, he was acutely aware that such scenarios were unrealistic. At least the children within, varying in age and with the oldest appearing no more than 3 or 4 years, seemed to be perfectly normal human beings. He stepped through the door, and some of the children acknowledged his presence with a brief glance before returning to their activities, while others were engrossed in playing with toys or engaging in mock battles. The toys were an assortment of discarded components from the space station. The children paid him no mind. Xingfeng's initial fear had dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of curiosity. He observed that most of the children were unclothed due to the warm temperature within the cabin. His engineering instincts alerted him to the absence of any temperature regulation facilities, and as he sensed the source of the warmth, he moved toward the opposite wall of the chamber. The heat emanated from within, accompanied by a steady humming sound. It was a power unit. In an instant, Xingfeng arrived at a conclusion. The space nursery is situated closely to the reactor of the space station, utilizing the residual heat from the reactor to maintain a consistent temperature in the childcare area. It is a rather crude and unsafe arrangement, yet it proves effective. He then observes that some children, upon tiring from play, wander over to an antiquated-looking machine nestled in the corner, press a button, and consume a toothpaste-like substance that oozes from it. Approaching the machine for a closer examination, he discovers it to be a nano 3D printer capable of synthesizing food directly from molecules. Starwind attempts to sample some, only to find it utterly devoid of flavor. However, it is evident that the nutritional content is sufficient for the children before him exhibit no signs of ill health. Although it seems rather discordant for an adult to be greedily indulging at a nutrition-paced printer meant for a group of small children, he adheres to his principle of caring for his own body. Wiping his mouth, Starwind seeks out another hatch, eager to continue his exploration, hoping to find someone with whom he can communicate. To his surprise, as soon as he steps through the hatch, he collides with a person, a fully grown adult. Fortunately, the corridor is illuminated, allowing Starwind to see that the newcomer appears to be a woman, dressed plainly and possessing a sturdy physique, indicative of someone accustomed to hard labor. The collision causes a large basket of unfamiliar green plants she was carrying to scatter across the floor, yet she does not bend to retrieve them. Instead, she scrutinizes Starwind with a look of astonishment before speaking. Her words are not in the standard galactic language, but rather a dialect that bears some resemblance to it. Regrettably, Starwind still fails to comprehend. Hello? He attempts to greet in the standard tongue. Can you understand me? The woman's eyes widen, and after a moment's hesitation, she responds in heavily accented standard language. Yes, I can understand. Who are you? Where do you come from? I have not seen you before. Where do I come from? Starwind ponders, uncertain where to begin his lament about having inadvertently created a hole in their space station. A rather sizable hole, no less. He hesitates, weighing whether to confess the truth about his blunder. I come from the Empire of the Titans. I am. His words are abruptly interrupted by the woman's piercing scream. Empire person, she exclaims, recoiling in fear before turning to flee, shouting as she goes. The Empire has come. The Empire has come to eat our children. Wait. Starwind is left in a state of confusion. What? Who is going to eat what? But before he can gather his thoughts, the door to the propulsion chamber swings open, and a towering figure, nearly 2 meters in height, charges towards him. A fist as large as a cauldron descends upon his abdomen with thunderous force. The agony from his previously injured chest combining with the equipment within the room indicates that it is a hospital ward, albeit one that falls considerably short of the standards set by the Empire, resembling more of a prison cell. Where am I? Who are you? Ordinary people, came the reply as the speaker approached the bed where Xingfeng lay, pulling up a chair to sit beside him. He wore a lab coat that had long since lost its pristine whiteness. You should have been disposed of in the recycling furnace, he remarked, producing a data pad and a stylus. However, the captain ordered an inspection of the spacecraft you arrived in. He suspected you might be literate. As the only person in the power room who could read accidentally opened the wrong hatch 10 days ago and was sucked out into the void. Suddenly, images of the shimmering fragments seen outside the window upon his arrival flooded Xingfeng's mind. He shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel the thoughts. So, I have been granted a second chance at life, he mused with a self-deprecating smile. Not entirely, the other replied, a mocking smile gracing his lips. According to our regulations, you can never leave this place. That remains to be seen, Xingfeng retorted coolly. The individual did not respond to his remark, but instead focused on a record page on the datapad. Name, Xingfeng. Age, 22. Height and weight, 178 centimeters. 79 kilograms. Xingfeng was uncertain what units were being used, and then he noticed the doctor inscribing the word frail onto the datapad. Wasn't I considered somewhat overweight? He thought to himself. Can you count from 1 to 10? Huh. Xingfeng replied, taken aback. You can't? The other's gaze sharpened. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Xingfeng felt insulted by the implication regarding his intelligence. I can count to infinity. I do not know what infinity is, the other noted, writing down that he was fairly intelligent, but added, we only need to count to 10. He then presented the data pad to Xingfeng. Read these words aloud. Although displeased, Xingfeng complied. He might be bold, but he understood the importance of circumstances. Having grown up in a slum, he had experienced humility for a long time. Under someone's roof, one must find leverage to rise again. The other nodded in satisfaction, stood, and walked to the wall to press the communicator's button. Big brain, I'm Blackheart Cotton. Come take this person away, he.s. useful. As Xingfeng mentally criticized the man, who presented himself as a doctor, the hatch opened. And a towering figure over 2 meters tall entered, a man he recognized as the one who had knocked him unconscious without discernment. I'm the foreman of the power room, the giant said slowly, his eyes seemingly unfocused as he pondered what to say next. You need to come with me. Xingfeng assessed the man's intelligence, concluding that it appeared somewhat lacking. He is big brain, Blackheart Cotton interjected. He is responsible for maintaining the power furnace, and you will be under his supervision from now on. Given the stark contrast between the man's name and apparent intellect, Xingfeng rolled his eyes. But considering the towering figure's muscular physique, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Ming spoke little, striding towards Xingfeng with decisive steps. He seized him and tucked him under his arm, departing the medical room. Behind them, the voice of Haizimian echoed loudly with caution, keep an eye on him. Don't let him devour our children. Initially, Xingfeng attempted to resist, but soon realized that if he need not walk, there was no point in opposing. After all, heading to the power zone was not a misfortune. He could still engage in some mischief. However, when Ming led him into the power room, his astonishment was palpable. A cyclic magnetic confinement plasma boiler? Hadn't this contraption been obsolete for a millennium? Well, if you comprehend, then all is well, Ming mused, surprised by Xingfeng's understanding. He gently set Xingfeng down, his demeanor far more considerate than before. I fashioned this device when I was 8 years old using a refrigerator. Xingfeng pretended to dust off his attire, sauntering towards the 8 imposing boilers that stood in the power room. He observed dozens of individuals scurrying about like ants, incessantly tapping various valves and buttons, while the indicators on the boilers flickered from red to green and back again. The sole merit of this apparatus was that even the most ordinary of individuals could operate it. As for the necessity of so many personnel for maintenance, it could explode. Ming articulated with the clearest words he could muster. This device requires no electronic intervention. The mechanical pressure relief balance system suffices to prevent malfunctions. How on earth do you maintain it? Xingfeng approached the control panel, where the displayed information indicated a purely manual control mode written in the Galactic standard language. Who configured this? He inquired, turning to Ming. I cannot read, Ming replied, shaking his head. Not me. Was it that unfortunate fellow who flew out? Neither was it him. He merely informed us that it said to take action. Goodness, knowing only 2 characters and misinterpreting them at that. His sympathy for his predecessor diminished instantly. Step aside. Allow me to demonstrate what true skill entails. Xingfeng deftly manipulated the control panel, adjusting various parameters. He soon discerned that the logic of this system was akin to that of the Empire, evidently adhering to the Galactic standard design framework. Ming was at a loss as to whether to intervene or to allow him to proceed. Rendered speechless, he could only watch as Xingfeng executed the operation. All done. Xingfeng effortlessly closed the protective cover of the panel and raised his gaze towards the plasma boilers. Moments later, all the indicator lights ceased their flickering and unified into a solid green, denoting safety. All right, you all may take a break, he declared, clapping his hands toward the busy ants with nothing left to occupy them. Ming gazed at Xingfeng in astonishment, and after a long pause, he managed to utter a single phrase. Boss. Chapter 5. The Tyrant of Power according to your specifications. It's all set up, boss. Ming, bare-chested and wiping the sweat from his brow, approached Xingfeng to report. Xingfeng was reclining on a makeshift sofa constructed from a pile of boxes, enjoying a moment of respite. Ever since Ming had acknowledged him as the boss, life had become considerably easier for Xingfeng. Many tasks could now be accomplished merely through verbal direction. Your speed is commendable, but what of Asan? Xingfeng gestured with his chin towards another power furnace. Is he still unwilling to submit to me? Proceed. With resolute strides. The astute individual approached the maintenance worker, colloquially referred to as Asan, and drew him away from the boiler by a considerable distance, setting the stage for an impending scene of violence. Is everything assembled? Xingfeng surveyed the surroundings, and every individual present, including a few with bruised faces, nodded in affirmation. Pressing the button on his homemade remote control, Xingfeng initiated a tremor in all the power furnaces, causing their pressure indicators to shift to a vivid yellow. Boss. Despite his calm demeanor, the astute one turned to Xingfeng. No issues, Xingfeng assured, pressing another button that returned the indicators to a reassuring green. All set. Satisfied. He tucked away the remote. Recently, he had been contemplating an escape plan and concluded that the only feasible course of action was to manipulate the power furnaces to overload. While he certainly did not intend to go through with such an act, the threat of detonating the furnaces should compel these space fools to comply within the power chamber. To this day, he had yet to encounter a coherent individual capable of articulating which faction governed this space station. Thus resorting to more extreme measures seemed inevitable. Of course, the others were oblivious to his modifications. They merely recognized that the output power of the furnaces had significantly increased under his manipulation. The consequence of this was a rise in the temperature of the power room, prompting many burly men to shed their clothing in discomfort. This was also one of the primary reasons Xingfeng was eager to vacate the premises. However, even with the threat of a bomb, another dilemma loomed, the issue of faster-than-light travel. Xingfeng did not believe that this space station possessed infinite self-sufficiency. It would undoubtedly require resupply. In this vast emptiness of space, lacking the capability for faster-than-light travel meant one could never reach a permanent settlement. Yet, conversing about faster-than-light engines with this brutish crowd, he glanced at the languidly idle astute individual and sighed. In the midst of his musings, the lights in the power chamber suddenly flickered and transformed into a flashing red hue, accompanied by a deafening alarm. The previously relaxed maintenance workers sprang into action, each hastening towards their respective boilers with a proficiency that contrasted starkly with their earlier lethargy. What is happening? Xingfeng straightened up and inquired of the astute one. What has broken? Nothing, the astute one replied, shaking his head. It's likely a robbery. What? A robbery? Anxiety gripped Xingfeng as he recalled the terrifying tales of space bandits. Here, in this desolate region, there are shipping lanes, the astute one scratched his head. striving to articulate his thoughts. It's the Free Trade Alliance. Subhumans? Xingfeng delved into his reservoir of knowledge. To his astonishment, those alien beings were indeed the man-eating space marauders. He leapt from the wooden crate sofa. Contact the captain and inform him I have a means to expedite our departure. He should let me know when the time is right. Though the astute one was unaware of Xingfeng's intentions, he executed the task proficiently. Turning to activate the internal communicator on the wall, the captain doesn't believe me, but he said to give it a try in 3 minutes. Unexpectedly, the modified bomb would serve its purpose before resorting to threats, by merely altering the direction of the pressure relief valve to allow the magnetic fluid plasma to be expelled. A brief emergency acceleration could be achieved. Xingfeng approached the control panel, scrutinizing the pressure parameters of the boilers while keeping an eye on the time. With merely a minute remaining, Xingfeng pressed the button on the remote control, causing the boiler's indicator lights to shift colors. He swiftly lowered his center of gravity, grasping the handle on the control panel, and then bellowed a command to Dekongming. Go next door and keep an eye on the children. Have them all lie flat on the floor. Dekongming, ever prepared to execute orders, was halted by a maintenance worker. He was finally ready to take advantage of the chaos to act against the children. As the timer's seconds dwindled rapidly, Xingfeng's frustration mounted. What are you waiting for, Dekongming? Hurry up. Dekongming shook off the maintenance worker's grip and dashed out of the hatch, hoping he would make it in time. 3, 2, 1. All 8 plasma power furnace indicator lights turned orange, accompanied by an increase in noise and vibration. A force began to tug at everyone, and Xingfeng firmly grasped the handle on the control panel to steady himself. The maintenance workers struggled to maintain their balance, some even falling to the ground, rolling and crashing into the cabin walls. Debris, boxes, rags, and various unidentified refuse slid in the opposite direction of the acceleration. As the acceleration gradually ceased, Xingfeng regained his footing. He glanced at the inertial navigation display, which indicated a speed tenfold that of before, now reading 500,000 standard kilometers per second. Of course, this speed was utterly ludicrous. He had already discerned that the original metal weight core in the inertial navigator was merely a rag, rendering it completely useless. Nevertheless, he surmised that the current speed at least matched that of the Empire's interceptors. He doubted any spacecraft could catch up to the space station in this desolate star sector. However, the challenge of deceleration would require considerable thought. Before he could begin contemplating this, a violent tremor interrupted his train of thought. Had they been pursued? That seemed implausible. He turned to rush out of the power room to investigate, only to be swiftly embraced by Asen. I need to go out. I must reach the nursery. This predicament seemed endless. Xingfeng struggled in frustration, but the maintenance workers were all robust, and he could not break free. Ultimately, by the time Dekongming returned, Xingfeng had been dragged back into the power room by several maintenance workers, all of whom were burly men. He sighed in resignation and turned to Dekongming. What happened to the children? There are a few bruises, but nothing serious. That's good. What was that tremor earlier? I don't know. Dekongming scratched his head. Probably just the aftermath. The aftermath? I'm curious. What do you mean by that? A robbery, Dekongming replied matter-of-factly. A chill of cold sweat trickled down Xingfeng's forehead as he began to piece together the various snippets of information he had gathered since arriving here. Suddenly, the hatch of the power room swung open, and Haizhenmian rushed in. That was intense, Dekongming. He exclaimed excitedly. I've never experienced such a thrilling pushback sensation. It wasn't me. It was the boss. Dekongming pointed at Xingfeng. Haizhenmian could hardly contain his joy as he turned to Xingfeng. It's truly worth it to have saved your life. This success will earn you significant credit. This success? Xingfeng grew increasingly certain of his conjecture. Tentatively, he inquired, could it be that we have caught up? Indeed. Ha! Blackheart Cotton's grip on Xingfeng's shoulder intensified. We have stripped them bare. Xingfeng pressed his hand to his forehead. So you are the Star Bandits? Star Bandits? Blackheart Cotton's smile faded momentarily as he pondered, then returned with renewed mirth. Indeed, that is how we are known outside. Chapter 6. The captain's orders you dismantled that cargo ship entirely? Xingfeng gazed at the Clever One. Completely dismantled, Clever One affirmed with a nod. Everything is quite useful. What about the crew? Though reluctant to face the truth, he was still curious if the Star Bandits truly feasted on tin dumplings. No one aboard. It's an unmanned cargo transport line, Blackheart Cotton interjected, his spirits buoyant since their last heist. Naturally, the Star Bandits aboard were also in good spirits. Oh. Xingfeng found himself at a crossroads of relief and disappointment. Do cargo ships frequently pass through here? Not at all, Blackheart Cotton scoffed. This route is even quieter than the smuggling lines. Otherwise, we wouldn't be scavenging everywhere. Is there even anything left to salvage in this desolate place? Xingfeng glanced out at the pitch-black cosmos beyond the porthole. More than cargo ships, Blackheart Cotton replied. The Tooth King's men often clash with others here, and remnants occasionally drift by. The Tooth King? Xingfeng sensed a tale behind the name. No more talk about that. Blackheart Cotton waved his hand dismissively, preparing to depart. Xingfeng recognized Blackheart Cotton's apprehension and chose not to pry further, just as he was about to seek out Clever One to inspect the parts. He was called back by Blackheart Cotton. The captain wishes to see you when you have a moment. He would like to meet you. Following the acceleration incident, the Star Bandits seemed to have accepted this accomplice, as Xingfeng had not only contributed to a successful heist, but had also, during his leisure, meticulously restored most of the ship's facilities, save for the nursery, to optimal condition. This was not an intentional attempt to curry favor with the Star Bandits. Rather, his profound boredom, stemming from a lack of B-grade films, compelled him to engage. Although he had no desire to genuinely join this band of space marauders, upon reflection, he found himself with nowhere else to go. It would be prudent to secure this vessel first. The captain's desire to meet him presented a fortuitous opportunity. What? We can no longer accelerate. Captain Wasp's blunt demand was immediately rebuffed by Xingfeng. If we continue to expel thrust, once the magnetorheological fluid is depleted, the plasma reactor will become inoperative. At that point, this ship will transform into a frigid iron coffin, unless we can replenish the propellant. As Xingfeng surveyed the so-called captain's quarters, he acutely perceived the ship's dire impoverishment. Where do we find the necessary resources? What about wages? The captain's level of education was on par with the average Star Bandit. Individuals like Clever One could even be considered intellectuals. We can seek supplies at a permanent station. But the question is there one nearby? To be frank, Xingfeng harbored little hope. That's manageable. We acquired some goods a few days ago. Captain Wasp replied with a beaming smile. We can exchange them at the Invincible Meteor for something useful. What vessel? What is that? Xingfeng found himself intrigued by yet another seemingly invaluable, yet quaint name. The flagship of the Tiger Tooth King frequently stirs up trouble in this star region. Captain Hornet, aware that Starwind is an outsider, patiently explains, is it far? How long will it take to arrive? Starwind's curiosity intensifies. Not far, let me check. Captain Hornet replies as he picks up the datapad from the table. Over 1,000 light years, perhaps. And how do we get there? Starwind doubts whether the captain possesses any sense of distance. By hyperspace jump, of course. Are you Imperial folk unaware of this? Captain Hornet furrows his brow, revealing a look of incredulity. Wait, do you have a jump module? Starwind feels a sudden chaos in his mind. Why else would I be here? Captain Hornet's expression becomes increasingly irritable. How could one navigate the cosmos without a jump module? No one has a lifespan of tens of thousands of years. As Starwind leaves the captain's quarters, he feels as though his once all-knowing brain has been refreshed multiple times. Great, here I am, tasked with designing a curvature engine for the Empire's largest shipbuilding company, yet I am being downgraded to a rift engine. While this group of barely 10 barbarians knows they need military-grade jump modules, he self-deprecatingly chuckles, shaking his head. Maybe I should just throw in the towel. Returning to the engine room, he reclines on the wooden crate sofa, where Blackheart Cotton approaches. What did the captain say? Is he sharing something with you? Sharing? Nonsense. Starwind realizes he has missed another opportunity. He mentioned going to that Tiger Tooth King's flagship to visit a supermarket. What is a supermarket? The astute genius, who is diligently tinkering with the inertial navigation device Starwind created, turns to inquire. It's a supermarket, my dear. You're still young, don't ask about this. Blackheart Cotton dismisses. Did he really say that? He wants to take you? Not exactly. Starwind senses something amiss. Is it forbidden to go? Not exactly forbidden. Blackheart Cotton shakes his head, but if they discover you are from the Empire, the people of Tiger Tooth will devour you. Starwind gazes into Blackheart Cotton's earnest eyes, sensing that this devour might indeed hold a literal meaning. The boss looks just like an outsider, Genius interjects. Starwind has noted this, in contrast to the burly, square-headed space marauders. His distinctly angular features are emblematic of his imperial heritage. It's mainly because I'm too handsome. What should we do, Genius? Do you know how to replenish the propulsion working fluid in magnetohydrodynamic plasma? I don't know. Genius scratches his head. My father didn't teach me. Why didn't he teach you? Starwind casually inquires. He is deceased, Genius responds. Starwind chooses not to pursue the topic further. We can disguise ourselves, for instance, wearing a hat and a mask, Blackheart Cotton suggests, producing a well-worn mask from his dark lab coat. Take it away. Starwind instinctively jumps onto the crate. I can figure this out myself. Just as the two engage in light banter, the red alert sounds once more. Another alert? Starwind looks up at the blinking red lights. Didn't you say business was poor? Not that. Blackheart Cotton's expression grows serious. This is an attack alert. Starwind notes that this alarm is short and sharp. Unlike the previous one, the communicator on the wall begins to ring, and Genius rushes over to initiate the dialogue. The captain requests your immediate presence on the bridge. The situation appeared dire as Xingfeng rushed into the corridor. The bridge was illuminated solely by a dim red light. Upon seeing Xingfeng enter, Captain Wasp immediately tossed him the synchronization data panel. Red level target? Xingfeng pondered whether the tactical classification of the star pirates aligned with the universal standards of the various nations in the galaxy. Is it a combat vessel class? Indeed. Captain Wasp replied grimly. 137 meters long. Xingfeng inhaled deeply. This size corresponded to the Empire's standard heavy armored combat vessel. Show me the visuals. He disregarded the disparity in their ranks, his tone icy. Captain Wasp did not take offense and directly transmitted a blurry image to the data panel in Xingfeng's hand. Although the combat vessel in the image was somewhat indistinct, the unmistakable black base color adorned with red stripes was evident. Xingfeng's heart sank further. If it had been another color, perhaps there would have been hope. However, this distinctive paint scheme signified that the adversary hailed from the Titan Empire's space navy, an ironclad force renowned throughout the galaxy, even earning grudging respect from its foes. Chapter 7. Confrontation with the Iron Legion. Xingfeng's expression turned grave. The data panel indicated that the two vessels were approximately 2 light seconds apart. Can we jump? He inquired, calculating their relative speeds. No, Captain Wasp shook his head. We have yet to leave the safety range of the gravitational source. In less than an hour, they could shred us to pieces. Xingfeng had already calculated the contact time. What weaponry do we possess? Captain Wasp glanced at Xingfeng, choosing to trust his judgment. 2 mechanical arms, someone at the bridge's operations console replied. We could hurl some wet refuse at them. If fortune favors us, we might mar their paint. That will suffice. Captain Wasp chuckled. I'm 23. I've lived enough. So am I. I'm 25. What? You old codger. A lively discussion erupted in the bridge. Xingfeng could discern that the star pirates genuinely felt they had lived enough. This was hardly surprising. In this environment, living to 150 years like the Empire's citizens would indeed be remarkable. Yet, Xingfeng felt he had not yet lived enough. Moreover, there were children aboard the ship. While he prided himself on his cold-heartedness in many matters, he could never reconcile this with his ideal villain persona. Perhaps it stemmed from the trauma of being a mass-produced test tube baby raised collectively. He was uncertain. Big Genius, bring some people with me, he commanded, turning to exit the bridge and tossing the data panel to Captain Wasp. Evacuate the marked areas immediately. Captain Wasp glanced at the data panel, which indicated that half the compartments required evacuation. He shook his head and pressed the communicator button. You are the captain. I am the captain, he muttered as he issued the order. Xingfeng had already begun gathering supplies with Big Genius, having memorized the structural points of the space station. Big Genius, you supervise their work. You know what to do with those who falter. Asan, take a team to the 3rd compartment. Donkey, you go to the 7th compartment. Wu Tu, lead a group to the 12th compartment. Cut off those areas, then install fuel packs here. Xingfeng meticulously directed each task. The technicians, under the guidance of the astute Ming, hastily rushed to their respective stations, while Xingfeng made his way toward the location of the exile ship from which he had arrived. The Star Raiders had yet to dismantle everything here. After all, this disposable vessel offered little of value to salvage. Xingfeng once again called up the data panel, modifying the parameters displayed. He reactivated the exile ship's signal generator, adjusting it to maximum power. Being a death ship, it required surveillance, and now it would continue to serve its purpose. Subsequently, he hurried to several other construction sites to oversee the operations. 20 minutes later, Xingfeng encountered Ming on the bridge. Is everything ready? He inquired. Yes, Ming nodded. Excellent, he responded, turning to Captain Wasp. Inform everyone that after the countdown ends, they should crouch down, hold on to something stable, and avoid remaining near unsecured objects. He then turned to Blackheart Cotton. Gather all your remaining polymer tape, and take those nimble individuals to the nursery. Wrap the children in soft padding and secure them tightly with tape. Make sure they are bound firmly. Clear all debris into the corridor and ensure no one is left in the hallway. He shot a sharp glance at Asan, who seemed poised to interject, silencing him to prevent any further foolishness. Before long, everyone was in position. Xingfeng oriented himself, pressing his back against one wall of the cabin, and pressed the remote control button. A muffled explosion reverberated through the structure of the space station, accompanied by intense vibrations, followed by a rapid acceleration that far exceeded the previous emergency thrust from the engines. Xingfeng felt as if someone were forcefully pressing him against the wall, the force so great that it seemed capable of denting the metallic surface. Those who had failed to secure themselves screamed as they were hurled against the wall, sustaining injuries. Once the initial chaos subsided, Xingfeng pressed the button again. The second acceleration was even more violent than the first, but, given that most had already experienced the impact once. The cries diminished significantly. Following this was the third acceleration. Xingfeng exhaled deeply, twisting his neck as he stepped away from the wall. Were it not for the children, he would have opted for a single explosive solution. Those burly men could certainly withstand it. Of course, he turned to inquire of Captain Wasp, who appeared dazed. Captain Wasp rubbed his neck and activated the control panel on his chair, adjusting their trajectory by 30 degrees. He read the parameters aloud. Half of my ship is gone. Not quite that dramatic. 1/3, Xingfeng remarked as he settled onto the floor. We've altered our survival probability significantly. Captain Wasp gradually grasped the rationale behind his actions. By detonating the space station, Xingfeng had split it in two, the recoil rapidly altering its trajectory, while the severed portion emitted a strong signal, increasing the likelihood that the Imperial fighter would target the wrong objective. With only one fighter and two targets, one of which was genuine, the odds were in their favor. The crew on the bridge began to regain their composure, some sporting bumps on their heads or bleeding from their noses as they returned to their posts. Only Dat Songming remained composed, leaning against the wall and observing the scene as if the violent acceleration had merely been a vehicle rolling over a small stone. Blackheart Cotton stumbled into the bridge, still somewhat disoriented. The children are fine, but tell me, is your concern for them rooted in the desire to indulge in triviality? Enough of that. Xingfeng was interrupted in his monotonous thoughts as he anxiously glanced at the data pad in his hands. A warning of multiple high-speed objects approaching flashed before him. Was the combat vessel engaging in bombardment? It struck Xingfeng as rather incredulous as he checked the relative distance display. This shouldn't be the case. They surely were aware that the probability of hitting at this distance was 0. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he became alert. He called up the time display on the data pad. 11 minutes and 27 seconds had elapsed since the course change was completed. The velocity of the Empire's combat vessel's metallic hydrogen core shells typically did not reach such speeds. It was a reconnaissance shell. Xingfeng instantly recognized that he had underestimated the Imperial Space Force. As he had anticipated, the data relayed by the sensors indicated that the combat vessel was leisurely altering its trajectory, adjusting its course towards the position of the space station. There was no escape. The Space Force was always formidable. Xingfeng studied the data, calculating the velocities and distances of both parties. In a mere 13 minutes, the space station would enter the interception window of the Empire's combat vessel, where the 4 heavy electromagnetic cannons would unleash metallic hydrogen core shells, obliterating the station as if it were mere paper, leaving no survivors. Is there no hope? Haikexian discerned the weight of despair on Xingfeng's face. Unless the ancestor of origin manifests. Xingfeng was uncertain whether Shinkong believed in the ancestor. How much longer? Haikexian pressed on. Long enough to enjoy a decent meal without choking. Xingfeng shrugged and plopped down onto the control console. A harsh crackling sound startled him into sudden alertness. Stay away from the communicator. Few devices on the bridge are in working order. Captain Wasp also vacated his seat, preparing to heed the suggestion to indulge in something more palatable. Is it still usable? Xingfeng picked up an antiquated handheld megaphone. Captain Wasp squinted at him. Let me clarify. We, the inner circle, adhere to a creed of never revealing our true selves before outsiders. Am I not an outsider? Xingfeng shot him a derisive glance. You will never leave this ship. Captain Wasp huffed arrogantly through his nose. This is the only chance worth striving for. Xingfeng was rather reluctant to engage in conflict at this moment. We have traditions. Captain Wasp insisted once more. To hell with your traditions. Xingfeng suddenly bellowed, startling Captain Wasp. I scoff at the laws of the Empire within this very star system. What do I care for your feeble creed? Captain Wasp quickly regained his composure, altering his expression to regard Xingfeng with a fierce glare. Though we are all destined for demise, I wouldn't mind dispatching you first. If you send me away, you are doomed. Xingfeng retorted coldly. However, if you keep me, you might not necessarily perish, and as long as I am here, you will have the chance to experience a far greater thrill. Captain Wasp's fierce demeanor faltered for a moment, his eyes widening before swiftly returning to form. Yet, Xingfeng had already sensed the stirrings of desire. So, what do you think? Do you still feel you have lived enough? Xingfeng continued to provoke. By now, you should be aware of my capabilities. As long as I am present, you will have the opportunity to command vessels you never dared to dream of before. The interior of the bridge fell into a profound silence, as if the chaotic minds of the bird-walking brutes had been infused with some sort of magic by the cosmic winds, rendering them utterly incapacitated. I expressed my desire to learn from the master. The clever one broke the silence, undeniably possessing some merit. The black-hearted Cotton also concurred. Captain Hornet remained deep in contemplation. After a while, he finally spoke, stroking his chin. I shall listen to you once more. At the very least, You must compensate for my ship. The cosmic winds once again unleashed the villainous laughter of secret practices. Fear not, with a bit of time. I shall assemble the most audacious fleet in the universe from your scrap. Very well, Captain Hornet resolved at last. What do you propose we do? The cosmic winds stowed away their mirth and slowly approached the communicator, adjusting the frequency to the open channel of the galactic army that resided in his memory. First, kneel and beg for mercy. Chapter 8. Underhanded tactics. Silence enveloped the bridge once more. So, the most audacious fleet in the universe relies on pleas for mercy? Black-hearted Cotton crossed his arms, dripping with sarcasm. No wonder we, the inner circle, cannot compete with your empire. We are simply not adept at such tactics. The wild boars on Titan prefer to charge at spears, retorted the cosmic winds. Their greatest value lies in proving that wild boar meat is delicious. But the downside is that their brains hardly fill a child's spoon. Of course, he did not cease his operations, persistently attempting to connect with the Galactic Army's channel. Black-hearted Cotton recognized that he could not outwit the cosmic winds with mere words, thus refraining from further retorts. It was Captain Hornet who spoke up next. Is begging for mercy effective? From what I recall, the Empire is not known for its mercy. It depends on how one begs, replied the cosmic winds with a smirk. After all, I was once an Imperial citizen. Surely we can find some common ground. As they conversed, the green light indicating a successful connection illuminated. The cosmic winds swiftly grasped the transmitter and gestured for silence from the others. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to recall the humble tone he had employed while distributing flyers during his school days. Scavenger ship, Dumpling, calling the Galactic Empire's combat vessel. Officer, can you hear me? Captain Hornet instinctively opened his mouth to correct him, only to be silenced by the quick-witted black-hearted Cotton, who covered his mouth. Ultimately, he could only gesture to the cosmic winds, indicating the need for life, poison, and sting. The cosmic winds feigned ignorance of him and called out again. Soon, the indicator light signifying incoming signals illuminated, and an unexpected tone emanated from the loudspeaker. Are you an Imperial citizen? Indeed, officer, I am a native of Titan, replied the cosmic winds, glancing at Captain Hornet. I am called Hornet. With over 4 billion residents comprising Titan's indigenous population, several space cities, and the ring colonies, it was implausible for the Galactic Army to ascertain everyone's identity. State your current situation. The voice on the other end resonated with authority. Your vessel is highly suspicious. Oh, officer, you are overthinking this, the cosmic winds replied, his tone devoid of the arrogance of a genius, transformed into the humble worker he once was on Titan. It's simply that there are too many scavengers nowadays, and I was hoping to try my luck in a less crowded area. But it seems there is truly nothing here. Your vessel is remarkably swift, and just days ago, a Trade Alliance-S unmanned cargo ship was attacked in this vicinity, with the assailants seemingly reviewing pertinent information. Moments ago, you executed a highly suspicious course alteration, with the detached segment still bearing the signal of an Imperial exile ship. Esteemed official, this is all a misunderstanding. The sense of humility from Xingfeng has become increasingly adept. The second-hand plasma reactor I purchased proved unreliable. It exploded just days ago, hastening my vessel's speed uncontrollably. I inadvertently detonated another just now, sending my hard-won, battered ship soaring. Esteemed official, please take heed. The other party remained silent for a few seconds, seemingly verifying something. Even so, why not call for help? Do you wish to perish here? It's not that I Haven T had the chance. Since you are here, would you lend me your assistance? I assure you, I shall reward you handsomely upon my return. Humph. A note of disdain permeated the other party's authoritative tone. I cannot acquiesce to your request, as our speeds differ too greatly for a successful rescue. However, I can notify the Disaster Relief Department to dispatch a vessel to your aid. Xingfeng was well aware that the chances of rescue were virtually non-existent, with the speed disparity nearing a factor of 2. Akin to attempting to grasp a magnetic railgun projectile with bare hands. Yet he must continue the charade. Esteemed official, please do not abandon me. By the time the Disaster Relief Department arrives, I fear I shall be beyond saving. The other party did not respond. Esteemed official, after a prolonged silence, the voice returned. Enough of the pretense, Death Row inmate Xingfeng. We have just completed a voice print verification, and you recently had quite the mockery of the defense forces. Xingfeng paused momentarily, then shook his head in resignation. Must your cosmic military be so meticulous? The authoritative voice relaxed slightly at this juncture. If it were merely a foreign cargo vessel under attack, we would not have made the effort to investigate. However, the other party seemed to be reviewing information again. A spacecraft measuring 300 meters in length attacked the cargo vessel at speeds surpassing those of Imperial interceptors. We must take this matter seriously. especially since a researcher with access to classified information may have fled to this star sector. A genius designer, Xingfeng corrected. It seems I am simply too remarkable, unable to maintain a low profile wherever I go. We can document and relay anything you wish to express in 5 minutes. My vessel will execute your original sentence on behalf of the Imperial Tribunal. Xingfeng feigned deep contemplation. I apologize. I am a mass-produced orphan, devoid of family or friends. He quipped. What do you intend to do? He suddenly recalled something. There are children aboard this ship. What? The other party's voice held a note of surprise. There are children aboard, many children. Xingfeng was uncertain whether he mentioned this to leverage the children as bargaining chips or to advocate for their opportunity. We need to verify the evidence. In 2 minutes, the sensors will be able to transmit communication images. Xingfeng extended his hand to tap the thick, heavy display of the communicator. Upon hearing that images would be transmitted, the crew retreated to the corridor outside the bridge. Asan, return. I will need you to choose the transmission image shortly. My true appearance 1T be revealed, will it? If it is seen, it 1T capture you. Hurry back. Reluctantly, Asan maneuvered around the communication station and settled into the operations seat, while the others hastily fled the bridge. Before long, another signal light illuminated, and the image transmission was established. A strikingly handsome soldier's visage appeared on the screen before Xingfeng, his eyes radiating determination. Indeed, it is you. The soldier glanced at the data pad in his hand, then back at the image of Xingfeng. I have heard that you possess genuine talent. What a pity. Huh. Xingfeng dismissed him with a scoff. The Empire requires obedience, not talent. Not entirely accurate, he realized. It is only the soldiers who must obey. The soldier suddenly recognized his slip of tongue and quickly corrected himself. Regardless, you are still a lawbreaker. Say what you will. He turned his gaze toward Asan. Asan, bring up the footage from surveillance camera 11. Asan, seated at the operations console, scratched his head, hesitated for a moment, and pressed a button in front of him. The soldier looked at the transmitted image, and Xingfeng noticed a distinct twitch in his otherwise composed features, his expression growing exceedingly grim. A sudden unease washed over Xingfeng as he turned to gaze at the screen in front of Asan, cursing his own foolishness. Even a genius can only count to 10. Asking Asan to find 11 was utterly absurd. The footage from camera 1 displayed the interior of the power room, where those who had fled the bridge seemed to have congregated, naturally drawn by the oppressive heat. The dimly lit power room, suffused with a dark red glow, was packed with a group of soaking wet, burly men. The soldier gradually rose from the captain's chair, trembling as he shielded his eyes with his gloved hand, then pinched the bridge of his nose. The electromagnetic cannon was charging, preparing to fire. Yes, leave none behind. No, it is imperative that none survive. His voice remained calm, yet Xingfeng could distinctly sense the chilling despair woven into his words. This is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Xingfeng stumbled across the communication station, kicking Asan aside and plunging through the image from surveillance camera 11. He anxiously confirmed once more that it was indeed the children who were restrained, along with some women. The soldier hadn't completely lost his composure. He glanced at the communication screen and scrutinized the authenticity of the image. You could fire a low-speed scanning projectile. Our ship lacks a scanning disruptor, Xingfeng hastily clarified. The soldier strove to regain his composure and issued commands to his subordinates. Do you not find your actions somewhat despicable? Before long, the soldier returned to his captain's chair, appearing to have validated the truth of Xingfeng's words. Utterly despicable. Xingfeng did not deny. Yet it is only effective against you. Were it the defense forces, they would surely be solely focused on meeting their mission quotas. Humph. The soldier remained non-committal. My name is Titanium. I will eventually catch you. Then you may become the most illustrious soldier in the Imperial Space Force. Xingfeng replied with a smile. The next time we meet, a single combat vessel may not suffice. When we next encounter each other, I may not even be commanding a combat vessel anymore. 30 minutes later, the space station had completely evaded the combat vessel's attack range. What shall we do, Captain? Are we returning just like this? Let us return, Titanium sighed softly. I shall write up a review. He caressed the insignia on his collar, contemplating that he was likely to face his 5th demotion. In Chapter 9, titled The Renowned, Captain Hornet found himself in a state of despair. Although he was indeed the captain, he could only sit sorrowfully in the dim corridor, watching as Starwind's crew affixed explosives to the walls of the captain's cabin. Due to the hasty course alteration during the last maneuver, the spaceship, or rather, the remnants of it, continued to spin, causing discomfort for all aboard. However, the vessel had lost most of its thrust and maneuvering nozzles, rendering it incapable of adjusting its trajectory, thus forcing everyone to endure the situation. Yet, after his wooden throne had been soiled, Starwind decided to take action. He calculated and proposed 2 compartments that could be explosively balanced for deceleration: the captain's cabin at the bow and the jump chamber at the stern. Starwind allowed the crew to choose one option. Let Captain Hornet endure the corridor, undertake a conventional flight for 40,000 years to find a repair station, or continue to endure nausea for 5 days until the jump point. Ultimately, only Captain Hornet cast his solitary vote to persist in his suffering, leading to the present scene. Cheer up, old Ma, Blackheart Cotton approached, patting his shoulder. If you're truly unhappy, once we reach the dock, we can deal with him together. Captain Hornet glanced at the pristine ultrasonic organ scanner hanging from Blackheart Cotton's waist. Get lost. He felt that Blackheart Cotton resembled an undercover agent more and more. Starwind had completed the construction and was beginning to withdraw, casually instructing the clever one to carry the dazed captain back to the bridge. With a series of less intense vibrations, the starlit sky outside the bridge's viewport began to decelerate, followed by a slight tremor that brought the cosmos to a halt. Starwind quickly crouched down, closed his eyes, and touched the floor to alleviate the dizziness brought on by the abrupt stop. Most others were not as adept. Once the space station stabilized, they felt even more discomfort. Starwind soon regained his composure, feeling significantly refreshed, and approached Captain Hornet, who was still retching in the captain's chair. The ship is on the verge of disintegration, he observed, knowing that it could endure only one more jump. If they did not jump, they could only persist for about 10 more days. It's all your rotten idea. Captain Hornet wiped away tears, whether from sorrow or retching he could not tell, and glared at him. You promised to compensate for my ship. If you fail to deliver, I will hand you over to the toothless people. Toothless people, toothless people, he scoffed. What on earth are they? Starwind remained unfazed. Subhumans? Cannibals? Do they resemble tigers? The ignorant Imperial subjects, Captain Hornet thought disdainfully, casting a glance at Starwind. Even a 3-year-old wouldn't entertain such childish notions. If you choose not to speak, so be it. Starwind's anger flared. From today onward, you shall maintain this wretched vessel yourself. If it falls apart mid-journey, I shall not be responsible. Captain Hornet felt the veins on his forehead throb violently, taking a long moment to calm himself. We are governed by 4 great kings. Thus our realm is divided into 4 kingdoms, he began, gritting his teeth to explain. Now that's more like it. Starwind casually perched on the armrest of Captain Hornet's chair, producing a batch of his improved, delectable nutrient-paced popcorn and offering it to Captain Hornet. Continue. Captain Wasp, filled with disdain, contemplated pushing him away but restrained himself in the face of the alluring popcorn. We are the scavengers, he introduced, primarily engaged in rummaging for discarded items and conducting some trade. The Earth dwellers mostly delve into mining for resources, and as for the Toothfang tribe, wait a moment. So you mean to say you are mere scavengers, while the Earth dwellers are nothing but dirt-eating lowlifes? Captain Wasp felt the veins in his temple throb, yet, glancing at the popcorn in his hand, he continued his introduction. The Blood Cave inhabitants rarely engage in conversation. They primarily operate on a pay-for-service basis, willing to undertake any task. Oh, cold-blooded assassins with a touch of space-induced autism. Xingfeng continued munching on popcorn. The Toothfang tribe is the most powerful and ruthless, plundering far and wide with a formidable fleet. A typical band of barbaric marauders, Xingfeng nodded. So that so-called invincible is indeed the flagship of the Toothfang tribe? Is that our only destination? Indeed, Captain Wasp replied coldly, casting a steely gaze at Xingfeng. I cannot guarantee your safe return if you board the Toothfang's docked warship. A warship, you say? Xingfeng disregarded Captain Wasp's warning, ruminating on the term. Such a vessel could be likened to the strategic might of a large industrial nation in the age of planets. He surveyed the surroundings and chuckled at the irony. If tin boxes can serve as spaceships, that so-called warship is likely just a larger tin box. What are you mumbling about? Quickly consider whether they would prefer hands or legs for dinner. Captain Wasp's mocking tone interrupted. Huh, no need for your concern, Xingfeng dismissed. At worst, I won't board. You can send someone to procure materials while I oversee repairs and reconstruction from here. Suit yourself, Captain Wasp scoffed. By the way, your ship has been lost to an alarming degree. Recalibrating for hyperspace jumps is essential, you know. Xingfeng intended to further provoke Captain Wasp. That's obvious. Captain Wasp, visibly impatient, retorted, even a 5-year-old knows that. Must you remind me? Xingfeng was taken aback for a moment, but with his intelligence, he quickly deduced the implication. These cosmic barbarians might be ignorant of many matters, yet they surely grasped the fundamentals of space navigation as well as the necessity of sustenance. Very well, don't come seeking my assistance later, Xingfeng declared, turning to leave the bridge. I wouldn't seek you out even if I were to jump out of here. Captain Wasp replied resolutely. For days later. Is it because the key to the hatch has gone missing that you cannot jump? Xingfeng reclined on a wooden crate, wearing a self-satisfied grin. Do you believe I would simply give up? I've lived my share. Captain Wasp's expression was one of extreme displeasure. Rest assured, I hold no grudges. Xingfeng feigned generosity, rising to pat Captain Wasp on the shoulder with exaggerated vigor. Bring me the data pad. I will calculate it for you. While Captain Wasp imagined the grim fate that awaited Xingfeng at the hands of the Tooth Fong tribe, he handed over the data pad. Xingfeng adeptly navigated the device. This is hardly challenging. After all, even a 5-year-old knows this. I mastered it at 3. Surely, no one else would struggle with this, right? Just as he prepared to further ridicule, he noticed that Captain Wasp had already dashed out of the engine room. TSK, how dull. Xingfeng shook his head, returning to his tasks, but then a thought crossed his mind. Tsongming, how did you all resolve this issue in the past? After all, counting to 10 seemed to be the limit for everyone aboard, perhaps even for all space pirates. Using a sandbox, Tsongming scratched his head, revealing the answer he knew. Xingfeng had no intention of probing further. He pondered the relationship between the sandbox and the ship's mass. You brought a sandbox that scales proportionately with the ship's mass on board, adjusting its scale according to the integrity of the vessel displayed on the data panel before each jump, and then back-calculated the ship's mass. Tsongming contemplated for a moment before nodding. Primitive, inaccurate, with significant margins of error. But it works. Xingfeng found the extreme pragmatism of these space ruffians increasingly fascinating. The sandbox is in the captain's quarters, Tsongming suddenly recalled and added. I see. Xingfeng smirked with satisfaction, handing over the completed calculations on the data panel to Tsongming. All right, go inform Captain Wasp. I can determine exactly how much mass is lacking down to the milligram. Tsongming took the data panel and departed the engine room. Did he say anything? Captain Wasp gazed at the extraordinarily precise figures on the data panel. A vision of Xingfeng's infuriatingly smug face surfacing in his mind. Tsongming scratched his head, straining to remember Xingfeng's words. Lacking. He said he could solve anything. Lacking? Captain Wasp was somewhat taken aback. Was that his nickname on the street? Indeed, a rather unprincipled fellow. Yes, an unprincipled fellow. Those on the bridge echoed in agreement. Chapter 10. Precise jumps lacking. The heat dissipation panels in Area 3 are installed. What's next? Lacking. The pump in the water circulator is broken. Can you make us a new one? Lacking. The children's diapers need washing. Xingfeng could no longer contain himself. Get lost. Are diapers my responsibility? And you all keep calling me lacking. Is it just a habit now? Come on. Lacking. The brothers think this title sounds great. It's catchy. Facing him was Asan, struggling to suppress laughter, which made Xingfeng want to smack him. Unfortunately, with Tsongming busy maintaining the jump module, his chances of winning a confrontation were slim. Get back to work. Xingfeng pressed the hatch door switch. This rust bucket is leaking from all sides. If you don't hurry up to check it, I want to be responsible for anyone getting sucked out after the jump. He then swiftly exited the engine room, tossing the spare pump he had prepared 3 days prior into Asan's hands. Asan toyed with the spare pump, muttering to himself, with this esteemed fellow around, we truly lack for nothing. Tsongming was busy in the jump module compartment. Initially, Xingfeng thought it was foolish for the space pirates to place such a dimwit in this position, but through their interactions, he discovered that despite Tsongming's intellect being inversely proportional to his name, he had a certain skill with mechanical devices. Although he couldn't articulate the principles, it was more akin to a craft honed by practice. Upon inquiry, Xingfeng learned that Tsongming's family had been involved in equipment maintenance for generations, and he had been tinkering with machinery alongside his father since childhood, which accounted for his current abilities. Born into a family of technological prowess and possessing an untainted mind, he effortlessly transformed into an ardent admirer of Xingfeng. In his worldview, those skilled in technology were paramount. Once it was his father, but now it was a figure whose expertise far surpassed that of his progenitor. Moreover, the leader's exuberant laughter was undeniably captivating, a joy he could not replicate. What was the situation? Xingfeng stepped into the jump module chamber. Excellent. Tsongming had just compared data on the console, inputting the corrected mass of the vessel into the module's operational interface. The sacrificial preparations were complete. Sacrifice? Xingfeng was taken aback. Do you require a sacrifice for hyperspace jumping? Are all those children aboard intended for sacrifice? Unfortunately, Tsongming was not one to engage in banter or witty retorts. He merely pondered deeply, scratching his head, to offer energy as a sacrifice to the river god, guiding us through the dark river, forgiving our actions that outpace the flow of water, and sparing us from being torn apart. Formulating such an elaborate explanation seemed to strain Tsongming's intellect, prompting Xingfeng to refrain from further probing the riddle's meanings. However, he quickly deduced the essence of Tsongming's words. To be faster than the flow of water likely referred to faster than light travel, and the sacrifice of energy meant using energy as a compensatory mass input for the negative dimensional channel, what they referred to as the dark river, to counteract the causal paradoxes induced by superluminal speeds. Thus, the so-called river god presumably represented the inviolable principles of causality. He mused, a smile of intrigue gracing his features. These brutes are truly fascinating. As the pale blue dimensional sphere faded, the dilapidated iron box of the space station returned to the normal universe. The hyperspace jump concluded. Everyone, remain still and check for post-jump errors, Captain Wasp commanded. Calculate our jump position error. The error is, 0.003. The operator seemed somewhat perplexed by the significance of this number. It means nearly no error. Xingfeng interjected, leaning against the wall of the chamber. Captain Wasp's eyes widened in surprise. Subsequently, reports from other stations arrived. No ghost ship was sighted. No one felt an itch, and even all electronic clocks remained synchronized. It's due to your sandbox calculation method's excessive error. Noticing Captain Wasp's glare directed at him, Xingfeng understood the question looming in the captain's mind. Hyperspace jumping was inherently one of the safest and swiftest forms of faster-than-light travel. I see. Although the captain held reservations about Xingfeng in other respects, he recognized the latter's expertise as worthy of trust. Yet, something suddenly struck him. Wait. Quickly, contact the invincible meteor. And inform them that His words were swiftly interrupted by the flashing red alarm lights, followed by violent tremors. The alarm lights on your ship are flashing at an excessively high frequency. Xingfeng struggled to stabilize himself by gripping the seams of the wall. What now? What is happening? Isn't it because of you? After the tremors ceased, chaotic footsteps echoed through the corridor. Just as Xingfeng regained his balance, a throng of individuals burst into the bridge. No one moved. Xingfeng observed the imposing figures before him, although they did not match the stature of the formidable decoming. They were nonetheless taller than most aboard the vessel. Clad in an assortment of armor crafted from metal, leather, and other materials, they wielded a variety of weapons. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he raised his hands in surrender, recognizing that this band was not to be trifled with. Subsequently, he, along with the others, was taken away. The group was marched down a corridor, passing through a hastily constructed assault landing passage, and ultimately confined within a rather cramped cell. The captors spared the children, with Dekongming being the last to be brought in, bound tightly. It was evident that his captors had endured considerable resistance. What on earth is happening? Xingfeng inquired of the nearby Haizimian. They are from the Tiger Tooth Nation, Haizimian elucidated. But I cannot fathom why they would recognize us. Silence, commanded a towering figure clad in red power armor, whose mechanical whirring filled the cell as he entered. Xingfeng discerned that this was a particularly antiquated model. Adorned with numerous signs of repair, its bulk reminiscent of the Empire's designs from years past. Who is your captain? The cumbersome helmet rotated mechanically, scanning the occupants of the cell. Oh no, this is bad. It's Qian. Haizimian gasped in shock. Qian? Though the name held little significance for him, Xingfeng made an effort to keep his head lowered, stealing furtive glances at the power armor. Even among the madmen of Tiger Tooth, he is notorious for his insanity. Haizimian whispered urgently. Do not attract his attention. At that moment, Captain Wasp stood upright. I am the captain. I remember you hail from the Wasteland Nation. What is your purpose in ambushing the invincible meteor? Qian demanded fiercely, his armor amplifying his voice to a deep, resonant timbre that bore an air of intimidation. That is impossible, Captain Wasp replied, feigning innocence. Look at my ship. It's in tatters. I have already reached out for repairs. Nonsense, Qian interrupted, his voice cutting through the air. Your precise jump, devoid of any deviation, is unparalleled throughout the entire ring. How can you expect me to believe this was unintentional? With a deep sigh, Captain Wasp leaned his hand against his forehead. I knew it would come to this, though he kept his head bowed. Xingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. So it's my fault again? In your Star Pirate Society, is it not normal for problems to arise? Chapter 11. The Ruthless Bandits. Actually, you need not overthink your excuses. Qian suddenly shifted his tone. We are well aware that you recently pulled off quite a heist. The red power armor advanced slowly, looming over Captain Wasp. Did you perhaps acquire some high-precision equipment? A rough mechanical hand, with only 3 fingers, rested on Captain Wasp's shoulder. Surrender it, and I shall pretend you had no intentions of attacking us. I never intended to assault you, Captain Wasp retorted, casting a sidelong glance at the bulky mechanical hand upon his shoulder. Do my men look like they could sustain such an endeavor? The helmet whirred once more, scanning the surroundings. Oh, a somber voice reverberated once more. I am not particularly patient. The mechanized arm of the power suit suddenly exerted force, lifting Captain Hornet into the air. Spare me your trivialities. What I say is absolute. Hand it over. Captain Hornet winced in pain, veins bulging. Yet he gritted his teeth and refrained from uttering a sound. Have you said it? Truly, there is nothing? The power suit hoisted Captain Hornet even higher. There is nothing. After a moment of silence, the power suit lowered Captain Hornet. Then, surely there must be an explanation? Captain Hornet rubbed his shoulder, nearly crushed. Perhaps luck was in play. Blaze retreated a few steps, beginning to pace in the cell. A sharp-toothed star pirate rushed into the chamber. Captain, the higher-ups said, before he could finish. Blaze swept him aside with a gesture. I will not listen. Blaze's deep voice resonated with unwavering conviction. I have a feeling they are problematic. The crimson power suit turned, surveying the group huddled on the ground. Who is your foreman? The inevitable had arrived. Starwind sighed, preparing to rise. After all, Captain Hornet had demonstrated ample loyalty. However, the voice of the clever one interrupted. It is I. The power suit turned to regard the towering figure, bound tightly with ropes. As he slowly stood, the clever one was nearly the same height as the power armor. A fine physique, Blaze remarked approvingly. Now, do enlighten us as to why your jumps exhibited no discrepancies. The clever one pondered earnestly for a long while. Luck, perhaps. Blaze fell silent for a moment, then raised his mechanical hand, striding toward the clever one. So, you all perceive me as a fool, easily deceived, do you? At that moment, another sharp-toothed star pirate dashed in from outside. Chief, the Tooth King said. Before he could finish, the power suit hurled him out the door. I will not heed anything. Blaze slowly approached the clever one. A tough nut to crack, is it? The mechanical hand inched towards the clever one's head. Then I shall see. Starwind's voice interrupted Blaze's motion. Your wretched puppet. Its right leg appears rather unresponsive, does it not? The mechanical hand halted midair, as the power helmet turned toward Starwind. An outsider? Blaze's voice betrayed his astonishment. Aside from the right leg, the left arm's damping must also be faulty. The sensors seem rather unresponsive. The balance angle appears in need of recalibration as well. How do you know? Blaze's surprise deepened. I discerned it. Starwind scoffed. My eyes are sharper than your sensors. How could that be? The power suit felt a sense of confusion, for the issues Starwind mentioned indeed existed. You must trust him. Indeed, I can vouch for it. My eyes are quite astute. The seated star pirates echoed in agreement. If you refrain from pushing your luck too far, I might consider assisting you in rectifying these minor faults. Starwind found himself devoid of other bargaining chips. The power suit's camera fixated on Starwind. It seems the treasure you stumbled upon is this little scrawny monkey. I will take him. Blaze strode forward, reaching out to seize Starwind. Halt! A commanding voice rang out from the hatch. A burly figure clad in a striking red coat entered the cell. Captain Tooth? Captain Hornet recognized the newcomer. Fiery, do not overstep your bounds. The captain of the toothless pirate nodded respectfully to the Hornet captain before turning to the power armor. The Tiger Tooth King had already purchased the cargo aboard this vessel, and the children being transported were precisely what he desired. Do not let your debts drive you to reckless behavior. The power armor, filled with fury, struck the bulkhead with a formidable punch, creating a substantial dent in the alloy wall, and then strode decisively towards the adjacent hatch. Get off my ship, it declared, pausing at the door. And you, outsider. I will capture you eventually. With that, the power armor vanished behind the hatch. The freed individuals exited the cell in succession, making their way back through the corridor to the Hornet captain's dilapidated metal box. Worm, I had already reached out to you. Why have you only just arrived? That madman nearly crushed me. Upon returning to the bridge, the Hornet captain delivered a forceful punch to the toothless pirate. I was waiting for you aboard the Great Meteor. And who knew that lunatic would come crashing in with the jump ship? The toothless pirate shook his head. The Tiger Tooth King is no joke. He then turned to Starwind. Is this the deranged technological maniac from the Empire that you spoke of? My name is Starwind. Starwind realized that his nickname was spreading with alarming rapidity. Understood, sir. The toothless pirate chuckled. Are you truly as remarkable as they say? More so than they claim. Starwind replied, lifting his chin with pride. Enough chatter, the Hornet captain interjected impatiently. Quickly seal the jump passage. We are still adrift. Who knows how long this ship can endure after that madman's interference? That can be arranged. The toothless pirate picked up the intercom. Toothbrush, this is the captain. Bring the bathtub closer. We have cargo to transport. Yes, clear the skiffs on top. This load is rather sizable. Tell them to scram, and we'll settle payment next time. Wait, let me check. The toothless pirate set down the intercom and looked at the Hornet captain. All right, I'll allocate some for you first. But you will have to explain to the Tiger Tooth King yourself. The Hornet captain shook his head in resignation. Fine. The toothless pirate picked up the intercom again. No problem. Let them wait. We will distribute the spoils after loading the cargo. However, it's not far from here to the Great Meteor, so do not be greedy. The Hornet captain cautioned carefully. I'm merely paying them. I have no intention of keeping a portion for myself. The toothless pirate grinned widely, his yellowed teeth revealing his greed. Humph. The Hornet captain was disinclined to further discuss the matter. Shortly after the Fiery's combat vessel departed, the toothless pirate's ship gradually approached. Starwind leaned nonchalantly against the porthole, attempting to discern the ship's characteristics. As the vessel drew closer, his eyes widened with astonishment. The approaching ship was massive, far exceeding the Hornet captain's space station. Its exterior boasted an array of haphazardly constructed illegal structures, indicative of extensive modifications. The entire vessel appeared chaotic and disordered. Yet, this was not the source of Starwind's astonishment. Even though the ship had been altered beyond recognition, he could still perceive a form he found strikingly familiar. After all, he had once been a ship designer for the Empire. This is a 500-meter support frigate that remains in service within the Imperial fleet's ranks. Chapter 12. The Battle Dock Titan. Where did my ship come from? I bought it. After the transfer was completed, Captain Toothless directed his crew to move the agreed-upon cargo onto his vessel. Where did you purchase it? This is an Imperial Standard frigate. Starwind was supervising the operation, though he did not need to lift a finger. What? This is Imperial goods? No wonder it's so durable, Captain Toothless exclaimed in surprise. But I have no idea. You must ask Old Ma. He was the one who introduced me to it. I don't know either, Captain Hornet replied, equally perplexed. It was Black Cotton who recommended it to me. I am not familiar with him. A patient of mine informed me they had quality goods. Black Cotton was just as uninformed. Indeed, Starwind sighed, realizing one should not expect these individuals to demand receipts when making purchases. I want to take a look, he said, glancing at Captain Toothless. Go ahead, Captain Toothless chuckled. Are you really afraid of being accused of eating children? Before Black Cotton could finish his sentence, Starwind kicked him through the adjacent door. Starwind entered the frigate via the transfer passage. Although the interior had been utterly transformed, he navigated his way to the bridge with ease. He quickly located the ship's main control console and activated the control system, searching for the production year, factory data, and the ship's inscription number. Starwind mused as he scrutinized the information on the screen. The ship's model was exceedingly archaic, a specialized variant of the first-generation Flood-class support vessel from 160 years ago, while the Empire currently operated the 5th generation. Yet, the ship's manufacturing date was merely 30 years prior, with its inscription and number completely erased. Clearly, this was a smuggled product. Although Starwind, as a technology enthusiast, was not particularly invested in interstellar affairs and history, he possessed a modicum of situational awareness. Over a century ago, during the chaos instigated by a gamma-ray burst, a faction within the Titan Empire rebelled, ultimately establishing an independent state known as the Titan United Promoting Nation, which carved out a third of the Empire's territory and a significant portion of its resources. The original slogan of this nation, during its independence, was to end imperial dictatorship and to terminate galactic hegemony. However, it had since become the largest laughingstock in the galaxy, its level of corruption far surpassing that of the Empire itself. Undoubtedly, if the Empire's standard equipment were to leak, the Union would be the prime suspect. Yet, how did these so-called star pirates, who prided themselves on never revealing their true identities before outsiders, acquire this ship? Starwind felt that, for now, the answer eluded him. Soon, all transfer operations were completed. The expansive helipad atop the support frigate was now occupied by Captain Hornet's vessel, slowly making its way toward the position of the invincible meteor. In actuality, it was not far from the battle dock, otherwise the blazing jump boat would not have collided so swiftly. However, the two vessels were not secured perfectly, leading to hesitation and accelerating. Starwind calculated the time and returned to the engine room for a brief rest. Upon awakening, the docking indicator was illuminated. Yet Xiangfeng observed that no one adhered to the docking protocols by securing the objects within the cabin or themselves. The power room was still populated by the usual large man idling about, akin to a pet bird. Xiangfeng shook his head and quietly retrieved a magnetic belt, proceeding to a corridor devoid of clutter, where he secured himself beside a porthole. Turning his gaze to the outside, he was met with a sight that filled him with astonishment. The Empire, indeed, possessed docked warships, and they stood as the benchmark for all warships across the star system. Previously, when he had heard the space marauders speak of docked warships, he had dismissed them with disdain. Considering these individuals capable of piloting tin-can space stations as vessels for plunder, perhaps the so-called docked warships were merely larger, amalgamated metal boxes gathering debris. However, what unfolded before his eyes was a genuine docked warship of immense proportions, measuring over 4,000 meters in length, more than 1,700 meters in width, and exceeding 2,000 meters in height, its structure complete and clear, with engines, bridges, and docking areas all present. It bore some unauthorized constructions, evidently modified by extreme pragmatism. Xiangfeng scoured his mind for any information on warship designs across various star systems, yet he could not identify a corresponding model for this docked warship. The spirit of his inner ship designer ignited with fervor. As the frigate slowly approached the docked warship, it maneuvered to the rear, aligning itself with the docking path. Gradually, the view of the warship from Xiangfeng's porthole faded. He could only patiently await the completion of the docking process. Safety protocols were not to be violated under any circumstances. The black expanse of space outside was gradually replaced by brilliant lights, and Xiangfeng felt the frigate decelerate, followed by a slight tremor as the scenery outside ceased to move. Once stabilized, he released the magnetic belt and made his way to the bridge. Captain Tooth and Captain Hornet were engaged in discussions regarding supplies. Upon noticing Xiangfeng's entrance, Blackheart Cotton approached him. Good news. Captain Tooth mentioned that his chief technician can assist with the supplies, so you need not risk boarding the ship. That will not do. Xiangfeng's engineering curiosity had long since eclipsed his instinct for self-preservation. I must board. They will devour you, Blackheart Cotton remarked with a sinister expression. Roasted. Then I must see for myself. Captain Tooth's crew may not know what materials are best suited for repairing this dilapidated vessel. The two captains exchanged glances, then looked at each other. Captain Tooth sighed in resignation. Then you must disguise yourself. Use this, Blackheart Cotton said with enthusiasm, swiftly producing a mask smeared with yellow and black stains from his pocket. Step away. Xiangfeng retreated hastily. Do you believe I want to shoot you on the spot? Not necessary. Captain Tooth interrupted their standoff, approaching to appraise Xiangfeng. The lad is not lacking in stature. A little embellishment will suffice. He then retrieved a communication device. Toothbrush. Bring me the outfit I used to wear. I have a use for it. Before long, a plump woman entered the bridge, drenched in sweat while carrying a large fabric bag. Has it been washed? Xiangfeng inquired skeptically at the sight of the bag. Rest assured, it hasn't been worn in 5 years, Captain Tooth chuckled, evading a direct response to his question. Xiangfeng picked up the cloth bag and took a whiff. It was not unpleasant, at least not more so than his own current odor. He decided to don the attire. Swiftly, he began to dress. Not bad at all. He appeared to belong. Captain Zhutong stroked his beard, nodding in approval. Indeed, he looked more agreeable than before. Captain Wahorn also concurred with a nod. Lackey. Black-hearted Cotton interjected suddenly. Xiangfeng felt something was amiss and hurried to the porthole to inspect his reflection. Wearing a fur hat, a scarf adorned with feathers, a black cloak, and a tiger-striped fur-lined vest, complemented by genuine leather trousers and fur leg bindings, along with a thick gold chain and metallic patches, he realized he was no longer short. This ensemble significantly enhanced his presence. Gazing at his reflection, he felt he need not contemplate whether to vote or not. He was surely now disconnected from the civilized world. He sighed. Let us go. Let the Tsong Ming and Black-hearted Cotton accompany me. With a flourish of his cloak, he strode out of the bridge. Chapter 13. Piecing together the gravity in the shipyard was far more stable than that of Captain Wahorn's dilapidated vessel. The moment Xiangfeng stepped onto the dock, he felt a wave of comfort wash over him. He looked up, eager to discern the structure of the dock. However, his discomfort only deepened. It resembled a veritable space junkyard. The interior of this colossal war dock ship was haphazardly arranged to an extreme. The spacious dock could easily accommodate 2 side-by-side frigates. Yet a considerable portion was overcrowded with various illegal constructions. Consequently, the bathtub and its accompanying tin boxes occupied nearly the entire dock space, leaving little room for the boats that accompanied them to secure their hulls, often merely tethered with a chain. Xiangfeng surmised that if the safety officer of the Imperial War Dock were to arrive here, a mere glance would likely render him unconscious. Determined to complete his tasks and depart swiftly, he acknowledged that curiosity could not override caution. A single misstep could result in a calamity for many. Where might one procure supplies? He scanned his surroundings. In an Imperial War dock, upon docking, robots would typically descend to perform maintenance, and missing parts would be printed for repairs. Yet, this makeshift market offered no hope. He mused whether dismantling some of the illegal structures might be more prudent for repairing the space station. I know where, lackey. This way, Black-hearted Cotton cheerfully guided Xiangfeng, appearing quite familiar with the locale. Are you doing this on purpose? Xiangfeng remarked, irritated by Black-hearted Cotton's feigned obsequiousness. Of course not, lackey. I'm merely boosting the morale of the newcomer, ensuring he doesn't embarrass himself. Black-hearted Cotton chuckled, continuing to lead the way, only to add unexpectedly, after all, our lackey is a genuine star pirate barbarian, not one of those infinitely superior noble Imperials. You should rename yourself Cautious Cotton. Their juvenile banter was short-lived, as the trio soon arrived before the ship's trading station. To Xiangfeng's eyes, it resembled nothing short of a refuse dump. Pressure hulls? We have those. How many do you require? What will you offer in exchange? The station master appeared rather unenthusiastic. 100 cases of carbonated beverages produced by the Free Trade Alliance. Xingfeng had already negotiated the issue of startup funds with Captain Wasp. Human consumption? The station master seemed somewhat experienced. Nonsense. Would you dare to drink what the Zerg consume? Just wanted to give it a try. The station master stood from his scrap metal chair and led the trio towards a large warehouse enclosed by iron sheets. Inside, the warehouse was filled with pressure hull fragments of varying sizes, indicating that these were certainly not prefabricated components produced in a factory. I also require primary structural components made from high-strength lattice two-dimensional cross-materials, Xingfeng sighed, realizing he would need to start welding from the keel. All right, what? The station master halted, turning to look at Xingfeng. Are you sure you're speaking the standard language? Xingfeng was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the station master's cultural proficiency was also akin to that of the Star Pirates. Thick and sturdy support pipes, Ditsongming suddenly interjected. Oh, the station master's expression shifted to one of enlightenment. That is simple enough, follow me. With Ditsongming's translation, Xingfeng successfully gathered the necessary materials and supplies for the repairs, also renting a large power suit and a multitude of handheld molecular remodeling devices. In his mind, he had already sketched the simplest and most rudimentary ship repair plan. Simple enough that even a group of fools in zero gravity could weld together a hull stronger than before, at least not disappointing Captain Wasp's expectations. The work progressed smoothly, or relatively smoothly, except for Xingfeng discovering that the Star Pirates also used hammers to tighten screws, forcing him to revise his assembly approach. Thus, 3 uneventful days passed. Captain Wasp grinned daily while observing the transformation of his tin can. Clearly, Xingfeng's promises were gradually becoming a reality. However, Captain Tooth was increasingly discontented. Finally, on the 5th day, as Captain Wasp's brand new assault boat, self-proclaimed, of course, reached completion, Captain Tooth approached Xingfeng with several bottles of liquor. The cunning and greedy old fellow seemed somewhat hesitant in his speech. Since he could transform that scrap box, mine, with a better foundation, should work too, right? Not a chance, Xingfeng replied flatly. I'll trade you for something. Anything you want. Captain Tooth said, somewhat anxious. That's not the point. Xingfeng found the old fox's demeanor amusing. The armor materials of Imperial Standard vessels cannot be handcrafted or cut. Captain Tooth pondered for a moment, his eyes widening. That seems to be the case. My bathtub never got breached. It's not invincible. It's just that ordinary weapons can't penetrate it. In any case, forget it. The designs of Imperial warships are nearly perfectly balanced. Any modifications would only involve replacing old parts with optimized new ones. But that requires a standardized printing production line. Captain Tooth, unable to hide his disappointment, began to leave with the bottles. There is a production line here. Ditsongming suddenly spoke from behind Xingfeng. Xingfeng was taken aback. Here? Where? On the ship? Yes. Ditsongming nodded. The invincible meteor boasts 2 production lines. What? Xingfeng leapt from his chair. Is it right here? He gazed up, surveying the omnipresent junkyard above him. Logically speaking, any ship of dockyard caliber should possess a production line. The only variable is the number of lines. For instance, the Empire's new Star-class dockyard ships feature up to 4 production lines, while their arch-nemesis, the Angel Federation, possesses only 3 in the same class. Initially, Xingfeng had entertained the notion that the Star Pirates' dilapidated dockyard might at least house a single line, but the disarray of this junk-strewn dock area dispelled that thought. To create something, one must exchange ores or recycle materials. The clever one led Xingfeng to the production line's vicinity, but they were intercepted by a burly, gap-toothed bandit. How much do you need? 10% of the production requirements, or even 1/10. If all else fails, 1/10 will suffice. The bandit's intellectual capacity remained firmly within the baseline of the Star Pirates. Xingfeng turned to the toothless captain. Where am I to find ore? Only the dazed mud-legged fools would dig for it. My nickname spread swiftly, Xingfeng mused. Yet he genuinely wished to utilize this production line. There was no other reason. It was likely the Star Pirates were entirely unaware. With a single standardized production line, sufficient or could yield an entire fleet, provided the correct design blueprint was input. And Xingfeng had no shortage of designs. Chapter 14, The Tyrant and the Bandit on the Journey Back. Xingfeng pondered the matter of the production line, appearing distracted. The toothless captain misinterpreted his demeanor entirely. Don't be disheartened. I will still acquire what I promised you, as long as you remember to honor your word in the future. I can be quite the thief. Xingfeng paid no heed to his words, lost in his own thoughts. After a while, he finally spoke. How can I locate the people from the Earth nest? What? The toothless captain was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly grasped Xingfeng's intent. You truly wish to mine. That is indeed the best course of action, he thought, unwilling to provide further explanation, especially for someone with such high expectations. Mining can satisfy high demands? The toothless captain widened his eyes. What can be unearthed from mining? Why not simply seize ready-made resources? You aren't averse to them being muddled fools, are you? The opportunistic black cotton chimed in. What materials do you need? Surely, our scavenger merchants can find them for you more swiftly? Not at all, Xingfeng sighed, gazing at the group of dimwits before him. Perhaps I shouldn't expect you to comprehend the significance of industrialization. Just then, the group arrived back at the dock, where they spotted a hovering cart parked by the gangway, and Captain Wasp's crew was loading children onto it. What on earth is happening? Xingfeng strode over. Where are you taking them? The individual responsible for receiving the children was a flamboyantly dressed man, seemingly indicative of the fashion among the tiger-tooth mountain folk. Upon hearing Xingfeng's question, he turned and widened his eyes. Is that the Blood Pit King? Xingfeng was taken aback. What? You dare to question my identity? The man in the floral attire took a closer look and felt a slight sense of calm wash over him. Oh, a mistake in recognition. He scrutinized Xingfeng, surprised to find another foreign race mingling in this place. The Blood Pit King is of foreign descent? Xingfeng keenly picked up on the details. Never mind that. Don't dwell on it. The man waved his hand dismissively, attempting to brush it aside. Hey, isn't that the Rust Spear's deputy? Personally here to receive the goods? Captain Cavities recognized the man in floral attire. Old worm, are you with this unfamiliar face? The deputy of Rust Spear shifted his gaze back and forth between the two. We know each other. Nothing more. Captain Cavities seemed reluctant to elaborate further. Where are you sending them? Xingfeng inquired, observing the children crammed into the cart. To the central nurturing center of the Tiger Tooth Kingdom, Blackheart Cotton interjected, sensing a flicker of anger within Xingfeng. There. They will be cared for and trained by dedicated personnel before joining the Tiger Tooth Kingdom. Bought by the Tiger Tooth Kingdom? Xingfeng directed his gaze towards Blackheart Cotton. No, Blackheart Cotton was taken aback by the piercing gaze of the frail tech enthusiast. No one can afford to raise them. Xingfeng then turned his attention to the young woman loading the children onto the cart, some of whom were visibly pregnant. After a moment's contemplation, recalling certain shameful acts he had witnessed in the tin box, he seemed to grasp the situation, letting out a sigh. You lot. Unable to control your lower impulses and doomed to a short life, he remarked, striding across the connecting bridge towards the deck of the bathtub. However, he paused, glancing back at the cart. At least they aren't being raised by machines. On the bridge, Captain Wasp expressed his bewilderment at Xingfeng's intentions. Are you truly going to seek out mining? Don't you think that digging for or diminishes one's status? Xingfeng was already well aware of the values held by the Star Bandits. All pursuits are beneath them, save for the abduction of individuals. If one had to choose, mining was the lowest of all. Understanding or not, I must mine, he asserted resolutely. At the very least, failing to mine will not satisfy your further demands. The two captains exchanged glances. Captain Cavities spoke first. I happen to know the location of a space city in the Earthworm Kingdom. He picked up the datapad from the table. It's quite far, and I am uncertain if there are mining vessels available there. One more issue, Captain Wasp interjected. The invincible meteor will only remain here for another month, after which it will return to the Tiger Tooth Kingdom's space city for maintenance. We cannot accompany it back. Xingfeng fell into deep contemplation. He understood that the docked ship could not remain in one place indefinitely, but he did not anticipate such a tight timeline. Initially, he had planned to construct at least 2 or 3 industrial ships, along with 1 or 2 mining and refining vessels to ensure basic productivity. Now, Xingfeng had to simultaneously focus on locating mining ships, extracting ore, and constructing vessels, with time likely only sufficient to build a single ship of corvette class. This meant he would also need to design a class of vessels capable of meeting at least basic industrial capabilities within this limited time frame. He glanced at Captain Cavities, realizing he also needed to assist him in completing the ship upgrade plan. It was a formidable challenge, but he was Xingfeng, after all. He approached and took the datapad from Captain Cavities. I promise to upgrade your bathtub account, but you must take me to the land of soil nests. Just don't make me join you in mining. Captain Tooth Decay beamed with delight. What? You're one of my crew. Captain Wasp protested, as his ship was currently immobile. Fear not. As long as the production line remains here, I shall surely return. Xingfeng understood what kind of assurance would be most persuasive. However, just as the three were deliberating their route, Black-Hearted Cotton barged into the bridge. Old horse. Trouble is afoot. His expression was one of utter panic. What is it? Who's after you? Captain Wasp sounded somewhat impatient. No, it's... Black-Hearted Cotton was abruptly shoved aside by a burly man from behind. The giant strode into the bridge, surveyed the surroundings, and approached the trio. Xingfeng noted the man's impressive stature, rivaling that of Ditsongming. adorned in extravagant attire embellished with various feathers and metallic ornaments, with several large metal earrings dangling from his bearded and scarred face. Captain Tooth Decay's pupils dilated in an instant. Tiger Tooth King. His voice quivered with alarm. What brings you here? Tiger Tooth King stood before them, looking down imperiously. Should I not come? Of course not. No. The cunning old fox appeared quite submissive. You may go wherever you wish. Humph. Tiger Tooth King snorted dismissively. I certainly do not wish to set foot on your wretched ship. His gaze fell upon Xingfeng. However, I have heard quite a few rumors these past few days. He narrowed his eyes, fixated on Xingfeng. It is said that the decrepit tin can of the land of barren waste successfully seized a trade alliance cargo ship and can even jump precisely to nearby locations. There are those aboard who can immediately discern the Mad Dog's power armor issues, and others inquiring how to utilize the production line. Xingfeng met Tiger Tooth King's gaze. It was the typical cold, merciless glare of a ruthless bandit, yet it seemed to harbor a hint of insight. Xingfeng realized that this bandit leader was evidently far from the mindless fools of the star scum. He was no ordinary adversary. Chapter 15, Bargaining. State your demands. Xingfeng urged directly. Demands? The oppressive glare of Tiger Tooth King was formidable. I never make demands, only commands. Very well. Xingfeng remained noncommittal. What is your command? Since you have designs on the production line, it implies you possess blueprints, Tiger Tooth King declared. Hand them over, and I shall spare your life. That poses a challenge. Xingfeng chuckled. If I were to give them to you, I would indeed be dead. Tiger Tooth King furrowed his brow. Who else would dare to compete with me? The blueprints are right here. Xingfeng pointed to his own head. I cannot guarantee that if you take this part back alone, it will still be of use. Tiger Tooth King's eyes widened. Then he erupted into a fit of laughter. Yet, in an instant, he ceased, his expression betraying a chilling savagery. Amusing, is it? I could just as easily forego the blueprints, as long as you are dead, or perhaps wish you were. Suit yourself, Xingfeng shrugged. I have long been a condemned man. If everything proceeds as it should, I would have been executed a fortnight ago. Condemned man? The king of Tiger Tooth appeared to be somewhat intrigued. What has the Empire done? It's nothing serious. Star Wind attempted to maintain a demeanor of nonchalance. Merely offended a powerful prince of an empire that governs 28 star zones. And subsequently, he was annihilated by the largest spacecraft in the universe. Oh, the king of Tiger Tooth straightened up, exchanging glances with those around him. It was evidently the first time the others had heard Star Wind mention this incident, and they were equally astonished. Truly a reckless individual. The king of Tiger Tooth regarded Star Wind with a hint of complexity in his gaze. Assuming what you say is true, believe it or not. Star Wind scoffed. This matter is not difficult to verify, but it's a pity that you star pirates are not fond of communicating with outsiders. The king of Tiger Tooth crossed his arms, looking at Star Wind with a meaningful expression. Quite interesting. If you wish to eliminate me, do so promptly. Star Wind made a gesture as if to execute himself. After all, as a distinguished engineer of the Empire, coming to this wretched place, surrounded by a heap of scrap ships and a bunch of fools who can only hammer screws, I've long since lost hope. The king of Tiger Tooth seemed to have come to a realization. I'll wait for you for a month, 40 days. He turned away. I'll grant you an additional 10 days to get the production line moving. His towering figure strode toward the hatch. If you need anything, contact Rusty Spear. Just don't go too far. After the king of Tiger Tooth departed, the bridge fell into silence. After a while, Black Cotton got up, peering out the bridge door with trepidation before approaching the three. You scared me. It's my first time seeing the king of Tiger Tooth in person. There have been quite a few uninvited guests aboard lately. Captain Hornet appeared equally shaken. Captain Cavity, however, recovered more swiftly, turning to Star Wind. You are incredibly bold. He patted Star Wind on the shoulder. It's the first time I've seen someone dare to bargain with the king of Tiger Tooth. Yet, Star Wind, upon receiving the pat, fell directly to the ground. Goodness, you nearly terrified me to death. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Black Cotton delivered a firm punch to Star Wind's back. I thought you truly had guts. Guts, my foot. Star Wind removed his headscarf, continuing to wipe away the sweat. I just felt for a fleeting moment that if I showed even the slightest desire to survive in front of him, I would surely be crushed. For the first time, the three-star pirates recognized the merit of quick thinking. What now? Captain Hornet looked at Star Wind. You've made me a target for him. What else can we do? Star Wind had largely regained his composure. We'll comply with his request and restart the production line to show him. Given his arrogance just now, I suspect no one within the ring would dare to refuse him. There are those who would. Captain Cavity stroked his beard. It is said that Blood Pit King doesn't even acknowledge him. But the average person doesn't know where Blood Pit King resides. I wouldn't hold my breath. Star Wind waved his hand dismissively. If this savage brute is this fearsome, who knows how twisted the one over there, The autism killer, must be. Not like your usual style, lackey. Black Cotton playfully teased. Aren't you fearless? This is called survival wisdom. Starwind shot him a glare. Besides, once the production line is operational, I will have plenty of leverage to truly negotiate with him. Captain Cavity glared at Starwind. You little rascal are plotting a rebellion. Stop pretending. Starwind cast a sidelong glance at Captain Cavity. You, the members of the Star Pirates, are all traitors, aren't you? Not long after the turmoil stirred by the Tiger Tooth King subsided, Starwind and Captain Tooth Decay had already finalized their itinerary for the expedition. Their destination was the nearby space city of Earthworm Nation, conveniently close to the United Federation's border. Since Starwind had outlined the potential for smuggling operations, he hoped to encounter some fortuitous leads at the border, perhaps uncovering traces of illicit vessels. Captain Wasp's crew remained behind to continue repairs on the ship, with the exception of the Brilliant One, which left Captain Wasp troubled over the technical staffing issue. Ultimately, an astonishing agreement was reached. Captain Tooth Decay would temporarily exchange his maintenance team for the original crew of the Brilliant One from Captain Wasp. What? Starwind was left bewildered upon hearing this news. Where's your sense? The Brilliant One glanced at Starwind, then back at Asan, Donkey, and the others, scratching his head in uncertainty. Is that not feasible? Captain Tooth Decay seemed oblivious to any potential issues. After all, improper maintenance of a fusion reactor could merely lead to a boiler explosion that might incinerate this bunch. Starwind felt a wave of headache wash over him. The antimatter reactor, if mishandled, could spell doom for the entire ship. What? Is my ship that perilous? Captain Tooth Decay was taken aback. Not originally, Starwind replied helplessly. The design of the Empire is quite mature, equipped with an automated maintenance system. I estimate your crew will only manage basic cleaning duties. However, allowing these individuals to wield hammers could lead to unpredictable outcomes. Then what shall we do? Captain Tooth Decay also scratched his head. Perhaps we should revert the arrangement. After all, my crew has maintained this ship for over a decade. I want to stay with the captain, the Brilliant One insisted. You stay, the others return. Captain Tooth Decay commanded. Not a single person moved. Is there a rebellion brewing? Captain Tooth Decay, growing frustrated, turned to Starwind. Are you going to intervene or not? Starwind, however, was lost in contemplation, stroking his chin. Fine then, let me teach them step by step. We cannot solely rely on a cyclical plasma reactor to propel the ship. For the sake of long-term planning, the talent development program must be initiated. Chapter 16. Encountering the fleet. Starwind gazed at his reflection in the porthole. His hollow, vacant eyes conveyed a profound truth. There are no geniuses in this world, only an arrogant fool. What a foolish endeavor the talent development program is. After all, even the parents and teachers on Titan, equipped with professional teaching materials, find themselves powerless and overwhelmed while tutoring exceptionally bright children who do not rely on neural implants. Moreover, in this dark expanse of starry sky, there exists nothing. To attempt to educate a group of minds that have become rigid as pigs, how could such an effort possibly succeed? Would it not be easier to import some colossal, pristine pigs for training? At least those pigs possess clear, bright eyes. With a deep sigh, Starwind cast aside his self-destructive thoughts. First, they must be prohibited from entering the power room with hammers. He made his way to the bridge. How far are we? Very soon. Captain Tooth Decay rejoiced. I never expected you could truly enhance the performance of our ship. That is not called performance enhancement, Starwind corrected. It is merely a struggle to restore the design specifications. After all, Imperial vessels were not constructed for the uneducated. Captain Tooth Decay disregarded Starwind's mockery. A light second away. They would arrive in 4 hours. He gazed intently at the numbers on the screen. Ahead lay the quadrant fortress of the Tuwok Nation. Humph, Xingfeng regarded it with disdain. According to the original specifications, they should have reached it in 3 hours. What are your plans? Captain Tooth asked, glancing at Xingfeng. The Tuwok people are not particularly fond of socializing. Let us borrow a mining vessel from them. Impossible. They would never relinquish their ships to others, Captain Tooth dismissed. Then let us hire one. No chance. The Tuwok refused to go to the Tiger Tooth Nation. Captain Tooth shook his head. Let us buy one and operate it ourselves. Xingfeng began to show signs of impatience. That's unfeasible. Those vessels are their means of livelihood. He turned his gaze towards Captain Tooth. How about we just seize one? Captain Tooth grinned, revealing a set of crooked teeth. Now that's more like it. Xingfeng recoiled from the foul breath reminiscent of a cesspit. I suspect you intended for me to consider this option from the very beginning. We, the Tiger Tooth people, are not versed in commerce. He turned to the operator. Prepare the plunger squadron for takeoff. Let us scout the area. Xingfeng watched through the bridge's viewport as 4 space interceptors trailed their vapor trails, vanishing into the depths of space. The bathyscaphe was equipped with a squadron of interceptors and 3 combat boats, yet they comprised 6 different models. Aside from a unique interceptor unfamiliar to Xingfeng, the rest were generic, including a standard combat boat that had been obsolete for centuries. Naturally, this was not entirely surprising, as the Empire was the largest arms dealer within the galaxy. As for their combat capabilities, Xingfeng felt no confidence in them whatsoever. That interceptor squadron had collided with each other 8 times during takeoff. Before long, the reconnaissance team relayed their findings. A fleet of scavengers? Captain Tooth furrowed his brow. What are they doing here? Conducting trade, came the crackling voice of the plunger squadron leader. It seems they are exchanging debris for minerals. That does not concern us. Captain Tooth concluded. Go find a fat lamb elsewhere. Prepare. I'll have the soap ready. The soap was a junk ship, and it was clear Captain Tooth was reluctant to pay any price other than through violence. This thieving vessel is already mine. Half a day later, the bathyscaphe reached the periphery of Quadrant Fortress. The plunger squadron had already set their sights on a mining ship docked at the spaceport, fueling its thrusters. The plunger team would rush in to create a disturbance. Captain Tooth devised a plan on the data board. The soap would jump in, driving the mud-legged crew off the ship, while the shampoo and conditioner would cover the perimeter. However, his voice was interrupted by Lin Que, the communications officer. The scavengers request a dialogue. Put them through, Captain Tooth quickly decided. I want no surprises. Tooth bandits, do not set your sights on us, was the unfriendly first remark from the other side. Rest assured, scavengers, Captain Tooth replied with equal hostility. We merely seek to borrow some supplies from the Tawak. Wait until we finish our business, and then you can do as you please. The other party severed the communication. Xingfeng, now somewhat familiar with the dialect spoken by Lin Que, found it comprehensible, as the logical structure of the language was not vastly different. Wait, he inquired of Captain Tooth. Yes, Captain Tooth shrugged. It would be troublesome if this escalates. The bathyscaphe adjusted its navigational vector, gradually aligning itself alongside the derelict fleet, just as they awaited further developments. A communication from the other party came through again. Bathyscaphe, is that you? The familiar voice inquired. Captain Cavity? It is I, replied the captain. You lot are slow in your responses. My illustrious Imperial cargo has been a hallmark for 2 decades. Hadn't he learned just days prior that he was using Imperial merchandise? Starwind mused inwardly. I recall your frequent exchanges with Captain Wasp, the derelict continued. Starwind then remembered that Captain Wasp's crew hailed from the derelict realm. We had a drink together just a few days ago. Captain Cavity relaxed slightly. You scoundrel. The derelict's tone suddenly became venomous. Who are you cursing? Captain Cavity was taken aback by the abrupt change in attitude. Captain Wasp is dead. The derelict's voice grew increasingly menacing. We recently discovered fragments of his captain's quarters. Are you still blathering about having shared a drink with him? Perhaps it was urine you drank? Use your dog brain, filled with filth. Captain Cavity began to hurl insults in return. Just days ago, I delivered the remnants of his ship to port. I refused to believe it. The derelict's voice escalated. Oh, poor Wasp. He recently communicated to inform us he had captured a somewhat capable Imperial technician, intending to bring back something useful, only to be deceived, leading to his ship's destruction and his demise. Captain Cavity began to comprehend the derelict's reasoning and found himself less enraged, regarding Starwind with a sardonic expression. A somewhat capable technician? I see nothing but a fraudulent charlatan, utterly inept, a complete illiterate who saw my Wasp in need of crew. The derelict lamented further. Indeed, that is true. Starwind approached the communication console, seizing the transmitter. The dilapidated captain's quarters you lament were orchestrated by me. I personally fashioned a bomb. Did you retrieve that flying sandbag? I intended to leave it for Little Wasp's ashes. The derelict fell silent for a few moments, before erupting into a torrent of curses, this time devoid of any AI filtration system, though Starwind could not comprehend the dialect of the derelict's invectives. Captain Cavity stared wide-eyed at Starwind. Are you out of your mind? Are you deliberately provoking them? Did you not notice their navigational vectors spreading apart? Starwind tapped on the data panel. They had already begun plotting against you. Captain Cavity furrowed his brow, observing the movements of the derelict fleet, sensing the validity in Starwind's assertions. Furthermore, Starwind added with a fierce glare, they may insult my character, but they shall not tarnish my skills. Chapter 17. The peons pecking at each other on the dynamic tactical display projected onto the main screen. 8 targets surged towards the bathyscaphe. These scavengers were indeed well prepared. Otherwise, their reaction would not have been so swift. Captain Cavity gritted his teeth. Do they think my bathyscaphe is an easy target, simply because it is one ship? Starwind had already deduced the composition of the derelict fleet from the visuals transmitted from the front. Or rather, the derelict fleet, for those spacecraft, resembling Captain Wasp's tin can, could hardly be called ships in any respectable sense. Let us engage. I see that your kind only speaks this particular language. However, Starwind felt as though he too was beginning to embrace this mode of communication. Notify the motorboat to advance ahead, Captain Tooth exclaimed, seizing the megaphone to issue his command. We shall arrive shortly. The adversary launched a missile. The communications officer fixated on the tactical screen to initiate a report. How far? Captain Tooth inquired. 20,000 kilometers. It will arrive in 10 minutes. Good. Hold on tight, everyone. If we withstand this barrage, we can retaliate with firepower. Xingfeng observed the tactical screen, where a small dot represented the missile even at this distance. It remained uncertain whether it was the Empire's sensor precision or the conspicuous nature of the Star Raiders' missile target signals, but Xingfeng leaned towards the latter. Is this what you call a missile? He mused, gazing at the chaotic array of vector arrows on the screen. Can it even hit? Under normal circumstances, it would miss. Captain Tooth replied, also scrutinizing the display. But with so many of them, it's hard to say. Xingfeng recalled a documentary he had seen on Jupiter, depicting a planetary warlord skirmish where both sides merely fired indiscriminately from behind cover for hours without inflicting casualties. Proceed along this trajectory, maximize speed, and initiate an emergency acceleration 10 seconds before contact, Xingfeng instructed, deftly adjusting several parameters on the data board before relaying them to Captain Tooth. This will ensure we are not struck. Captain Tooth executed the parameters with a measure of skepticism, and the vessel, the bathtub, altered its course. It would be disingenuous to claim that Xingfeng felt no anxiety. Although, according to Empire regulations, all university students were required to engage in at least one live combat exercise during their training. The experience of launching a barrage of antimatter torpedoes from a light minute away at the wild insectoid hive and returning home was vastly different from facing incoming missiles in a direct confrontation. However, compared to earlier standoffs with the Cosmic Army, the situation was considerably better. Xingfeng could easily discern the technological inferiority of the adversaries, and he was not caught in the throes of a wasp's venomous sting. He harbored no doubts about the outcome. Minutes elapsed, and Xingfeng could now discern with the naked eye the shimmering trails of the approaching missile swarm, silently calculating the relative distances. Prepare for emergency acceleration. Captain Tooth bellowed to the helmsman. The helmsman swiftly pushed the throttle into the red zone. Yet, nothing transpired. Xingfeng was the first to realize why. Indeed, how could the brilliant minds know that the escort ship required authorization to switch to combat mode during battle? A cruising mode could hardly facilitate an emergency acceleration. Simultaneously, brilliance erupted outside the viewport as a portion of the missile swarm reached its target, initiating detonation. However, due to the bathtub's trajectory and the missile's approach forming a disengagement angle, the majority of the missiles could not catch up, and the explosions occurred at a considerable distance, posing no threat. Yet, as Captain Tooth had remarked, with enough numbers, luck would eventually prevail. One missile successfully altered its course, striking the side of the bathtub with ferocity, resulting in a blinding flash. Starboard hit. Armor compromised. Maintenance arm lost. Then came a series of jolts and flashes. Engine shield damaged. Nozzle damaged. After several tense seconds, the flashes outside the viewport gradually diminished, and the tremors ceased. All right, everyone, Captain Tooth exclaimed, his excitement palpable. No losses to speak of. The next step is to charge forward and unleash the cannons. The bridge erupted in cheers. Xingfeng felt a sense of helplessness. Here was a proud Imperial active-duty frigate, yet it was struck by a missile that was nearly devoid of navigation. Only a bunch of barbarians could remain unashamed by such a disgrace. It seemed that his mentality required some adjustment. The bathtub turned its bow toward the vessel fleet of the Rubbish Nation. The distance between the two sides had diminished to less than 10,000 kilometers, and the enemy had begun to launch their first barrage, leveraging their numerical superiority against the bathtub. The flotilla of the bathtub engaged in combat with the enemy's boats. But the Rubbish Nation's fleet consisted of only 2 combat craft, thus the pressure remained manageable, with both sides exchanging fire. Xingfeng gazed at the tactical screen. What was the name of that Imperial officer from earlier? Titanium? Given that fellow's tactical acumen, those barbarians would likely not last a minute against his single combat craft. In the future, he must ensure a more strategic approach when commanding the fleet. The density of the Rubbish Nation's barrage was not particularly high. In the first 2 rounds, they failed to hit the bathtub. When the 3rd round of fire arrived, the bathtub launched a counterattack. The Imperial motorboat frigate, due to its expansive flight deck, was armed more lightly, with only 2 defensive electromagnetic cannons mounted on its 480-meter hull, resulting in a lower fire density. Nonetheless, these were Imperial-grade electromagnetic cannons. And after a brief, coordinated 8-round salvo, 16 projectiles surged toward the leading rubbish vessel in a compact formation. One projectile struck the side of a tin box, effortlessly tearing through its civilian-grade pressure shell, and the subsequent explosion shattered the tin box into fragments. The bridge once again resonated with jubilant cries. Xingfeng had anticipated this outcome. Even a frigate relying on motorboat combat possessed a combat capability that these barbarians could not hope to match, unless a significant blunder were made. As the distance closed to 2,000 kilometers, Xingfeng began to sense something amiss. Why were they still advancing? Why not charge ahead? Captain Toothless displayed a perplexed expression. Isn't fighting about charging forward? Are you foolish? Xingfeng realized that he had indeed underestimated the barbarians' limitations. The armor of this frigate was concentrated at the front. Did they intend to engage in close combat? What front? Captain Toothless completely misunderstood Xingfeng's intent. Isn't armor present all around? Just as Xingfeng prepared to explain, he suddenly understood. Was it necessary to elucidate matters to these simpletons? Just heed my command. Do not charge forward, maintain distance, and present the front to the enemy to ensure you do not require repairs. Although Captain Toothless felt confused, his mind remained relatively clear, and he promptly issued orders to maintain distance and face the enemy. After several rounds of intense barrages, with the distance now significantly reduced, their accuracy improved considerably. The bathtub began to take hits. However, there were no damage reports. The subsequent counterstrike proved effective, as another tin box from the rubbish nation was lost. Though this one was somewhat fortunate, the projectile easily tore through the vessel's weak point, and after penetrating completely, it exploded in the depths of space. The tin box split into two halves, spinning away from one another. The crew narrowly escaped a fatal encounter, albeit only momentarily. Yet, the minds of the marauders remained at a mere average level, recklessly charging forward. Under the counsel of Star Wind, the bathtub began to retreat. Engaging in combat, while maneuvering, Star Wind glanced at the tactical schematic on the data board. What remained was merely a matter of time. He reclined back in his chair, crossing his legs, contemplating whether to adopt the marauders' tactics, to return and scavenge the battlefield for anything salvageable. After all, he was starting from scratch and lacked essential supplies. However, a voice interrupted his thoughts. A ship had intruded. Captain Toothless gazed at the large screen. It was a cargo vessel. Who would be mad enough to charge into a battlefield with a freighter? Star Wind's curiosity was piqued, and he activated the data board to bring up the visuals. A cargo ship was careening into the crossfire, then abruptly turned to head straight for the bathtub. Surely, it couldn't be a suicide attack? Chapter 18. A business without capital. Whatever it is, just shoot it down. Captain Toothless didn't wish to ponder too much. Fire away. There was no need to divide the firepower. The priority was to deal with the marauders. Star Wind intervened. As long as they kept the bow aimed at it, they would be fine, unless it was laden with antimatter. As you say, Captain Toothless replied, refraining from further discussion and focusing on commanding the artillery. Star Wind activated the monitor to scrutinize the approaching cargo ship's characteristics. It appeared to be a mining vessel. Star Wind examined it closely. If it didn't self-destruct, it could be their opportunity. The cargo ship continued its erratic approach toward the bathtub. Whether by luck or the randomness of its trajectory, neither side's shell struck it. A communication request came through on the public frequency. Put it through. Although Captain Toothless was concentrated on directing the artillery, he was merely announcing targets. This is the mining ship Old Iron, representing the Lord of the Four Rings. We hope you will cease fire. To Star Wind, the speaker seemed somewhat tongue-tied, and the speech pattern was peculiar. He had yet to fully grasp the Marauder dialect, making it even more challenging to comprehend. On what grounds? The marauders were also on the channel. You scoundrels, why should I cease fire? Captain Toothless retorted defiantly. You lot have been scheming to take me down all along, haven't you? The marauder cursed vehemently. Quit your slander. You admitted to taking out my brother. Star Wind couldn't decipher the marauders' insults, but could sense the filthiness of their language. Rusty brains, Star Wind interjected into the channel. Your captain's cabin may be gone, but the engine room remains. Can't you just locate his ship's quantum signal? Would you like me to inform you of its current position? Without a hyperspace beacon, I'll provide you one, but you'll need to deliver cargo to me. Captain Toothless interjected opportunely. Star Wind shot him a glance, the old miserly fox. The marauder fell silent for a few seconds. Get lost. Captain Toothless chuckled. Fine, keep firing. I'll take what I need myself. Wait a moment. The voice from the mining ship spoke again. The Lord says, give him some face. Business can still be conducted. Perhaps he has joined as well. Xingfeng tapped the data panel, and a multitude of light points appeared in the direction of the four-ring stronghold. Very well, let us cease fire for now. What? Captain Cavity expressed his dissent. Do not worry. Xingfeng waved his hand dismissively. They cannot harm us. It is better for them to come closer. After all, we can deal with them at any moment. Captain Cavity fixed his gaze on Xingfeng, revealing a sinister smile. It is said that the lackey is unscrupulous. Today, I have witnessed it firsthand. The bathyscaphe gradually entered the four-ring stronghold, navigating towards the docking port. Xingfeng peered through the porthole at the vast space city. The standard style of the Star Pirates, chaos was the first impression. If the interior of a Star Pirate war dock would cause an Imperial security officer to faint at a glance, then this space city would render all space engineers unconscious upon sight. Unlike the compact and meticulously structured ring-shaped or spherical space cities of the Empire, the Star Pirate Space City resembled a wildly proliferating three-dimensional fishing net, appearing as a colossal, loosely formed hard bath ball, adorned with various compartments. Without needing to scrutinize closely, Xingfeng could identify countless nodes that seemed on the verge of breaking. Such a structure teetered on the brink of collapse, and he could easily envision that every few decades, or even just after a minor disturbance, large segments would fracture and fly away, only for the Star Pirates to scurry off to mend the damage. After all, they were reckless with their lives. Xingfeng noticed one of the vessels from the ransacked fleet also entering the docking port. Quite a few of them must have perished just now. He turned to Captain Cavity and inquired, "How do you usually handle such matters? What is there to fuss about when someone dies in a firefight?" Captain Cavity dismissed the concern. "Who hasn't met their end? My crew even lost a ship." "Oh, so Captain Wasp did not perish in the firefight. It must be frustrating for him, hence his desire for revenge, correct?" Xingfeng felt he was beginning to grasp the values of the Star Pirates, though he was reluctant to do so. "Does old Ma know you curse him to death?" Captain Cavity rose, fastening his holster. "Do not worry. I have said it to his face more than once." Xingfeng also stood, beckoning for the clever one to join him as he prepared to leave. "Toothbrush, keep an eye on the turret. If anything happens, just blow them to smithereens." After giving his orders, Captain Cavity walked alongside Xingfeng towards the corridor. "Let us discuss how to recover our losses. Just issue an IOU." Xingfeng had already devised a plan. Show them Captain Wasp's new toy, promise to collaborate, and in return, have them create new toys for him, demanding compensation for the losses. If possible, let the Mudlegs have a glimpse as well, enticing them to bring mining ships in exchange for technology. Truly a lackey, Captain Cavity grinned broadly. "But are you so certain they will comply with your trade?" "I am not referring to you." Xingfeng displayed a scornful expression. "Each of you behaves as if you have never encountered the world, just a glimpse of something new, and you become insatiably greedy, easily manipulated." Captain Cavity clenched his fists. Yet he had to concede that Xingfeng could offer him potential benefits. After all, in just a few days, he had tasted considerable rewards. "Ah, I must correct myself. You indeed have not experienced the world. Are you truly so reckless with your words?" Captain Tooth Decay could no longer contain himself. After much contemplation, he defiantly gestured with his middle finger towards Starwind. "You ought to be sent to the blazing flame," he remarked, his reluctance evident. Starwind patted Captain Tooth Decay on the shoulder. "When the time comes, I shall craft a vessel for you, entirely new, filled to the brim." Most of the Outlanders bore a resemblance to Captain Hornet, with square faces, round noses, and robust physiques. In contrast, the soil dwellers appeared considerably more frail, their skin tinged with a pallid hue. Of course, the Tiger Teeth people were the tallest, adorned in resplendent attire, exuding an air of volatility. Amidst such a crowd, Starwind felt somewhat out of place. However, upon glancing at his own black cloak and fur-collared tiger-striped vest, he dismissed any lingering thoughts of discomfort. "I am Fishhook." The chieftain of the Fourth Ring village proclaimed a man clad in a similar cloak, occupying the seat of honor at the round table, initiating his introduction. He extended a warm welcome to the gathered brethren. Captain Tooth Decay and another captain named Water Buffalo also introduced themselves. "There may be some grievances among you, but as guests here, I ask you to show some decorum and refrain from brawling on my territory," Fishhook advised, displaying a remarkable knack for diplomacy. After all, being a local authority figure, he was undoubtedly more adept than the common folk. The outcome would ultimately depend on their willingness to comply. Captain Tooth Decay chuckled, casting a glance at Captain Water Buffalo. "You should first return the lives of my brothers." Captain Water Buffalo retorted defiantly, "Was it not you who instigated the conflict?" Unfazed, Captain Tooth Decay nonchalantly rested his feet on the table. "In a direct confrontation, should one lose, who is to blame? You are now aware that your brother Hornet is still alive, are you not?" Captain Water Buffalo's face flushed, revealing that he had come to realize, through certain channels, that he had been misled. "Since it is all a misunderstanding, let us not dwell on it," Fishhook interjected, seizing the moment to mediate. "The fallen brothers would understand. We still have business to discuss." Starwind internally scoffed at the ease with which they forgave one another. "I can overlook today's incident." Captain Water Buffalo regained his composure. glaring anew at Captain Tooth Decay. However, I must seek justice for my brother Hornet. I demand to meet that outsider. You must hand him over. I am here, Starwind, who had been seated in the shadows behind Captain Tooth Decay, now stood and stepped forward. Do share what injustice your brother Hornet has faced. For a captain, a ship is akin to life itself. Captain Water Buffalo exclaimed, spitting as he spoke. You destroyed Hornet's vessel. You owe us an explanation. Indeed, he was rather dim-witted. Starwind thought as he retrieved a data pad from his pocket and tossed it onto the table. See how aggrieved your brother Hornet truly is. The onlookers leaned in to examine the data pad, which displayed a looping video of Captain Hornet joyfully admiring his newly refurbished ship, gleaming in its splendor, while the cameraman had to tap him on the shoulder multiple times to gain his attention. Captain Water Buffalo's eyes widened in disbelief. What is this? Justice I have bestowed upon your brother Hornet, Starwind replied with a sly smile. Would you like it? Captain Water Buffalo stared intently at the data pad, then raised his gaze to Starwind. Yes. Chapter 19. Practical technology. Having navigated to this point, Starwind had indeed become well acquainted with the psyche of the star pirates. Though most space pirates are brutish, valiant, and possess a lamentable moral compass, treating human life with utter disregard, they can be viewed through the lens of the Empire as fundamentally pragmatic and straightforward individuals, devoid of guile. This group is easily swayed. For instance, Captain Water Buffalo genuinely promised to compensate for the losses incurred by the wrench crew, completely oblivious to the two ships and their crew he had lost, as long as Starwind would retrofit a vessel akin to that of Brother B. However, there are formidable adversaries, such as the tyrannical Tiger Tooth King and the uncontrollable madness of Blaze. Then there are the slippery characters like the Hookmaster. Let us defer discussions about the mining ship for now. Let us first indulge in some wine. The Hookmaster enthusiastically patted Starwind on the shoulder. This is exquisite wine imported from the Trade Alliance, which I acquired at a high price from the Rough Dwellers. Captain Hornet has stated that they never reveal themselves before outsiders, hence Starwind understood the implications of the term imported here. I do not drink. Starwind declined the Hookmaster's invitation. I have sought you 3 times today. Do you truly intend not to provide me with a mining ship? It's not that my brothers are unwilling. The Hookmaster replied, a look of helplessness on his face. Even as the leader, I cannot compel my brothers, if their hearts are not in it. The crew becomes difficult to manage. Starwind had already discerned that the Hookmaster was evidently one who would not act without assurance. He glanced back at the bathtub anchored in the harbor, its 2 imposing turrets towering several dozen meters, exuding an aura of intimidation. Am I becoming more like a space pirate? Starwind sighed, bidding farewell to the Hookmaster before departing. In the docking area, Captain Tooth Decay was bargaining with Captain Water Buffalo, accompanied by the clever Big Smart. I want that ancestral model. I have no interest in anything else. Captain Tooth Decay insisted. It's the only ancestral interceptor we have. Captain Water Buffalo's face turned beet red with frustration. Big Smart, why are you on the Tooth Bandit's side? Speak on my behalf. I stand with the leader, Big Smart replied with his usual composure. The leader requires the Tiger Tooth people. Brother B has taken you away. Captain Water Buffalo fumed, stamping his foot. He does not value technology, Big Smart stated flatly. Do not underestimate Big Smart's bluntness, Starwind interjected as he approached. What is an ancestral interceptor? That one. Captain Tooth Decay gestured towards a fighter tethered on the deck of the bathtub. It was the interceptor Starwind had previously not recognized. One that did not belong to the international brand. Although it possessed a certain uniqueness, Starwind discerned that this cumbersome, gaudily painted fighter, adorned with wild leopard patterns, did not boast exceptional performance, so he paid it little heed. Ancestral? Starwind's interest was piqued. Big Smart. A Big Smart began scratching his head, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Everyone can repair it. They can even build it. Show me, Starwind commanded, tossing aside his cloak and striding towards the corvette. The size of the ancestral interceptor was, as Starwind had anticipated, quite substantial. The interceptors of the Imperial class he was familiar with measured no more than 45 meters in length, whereas this interceptor nearly reached 55 meters, possessing a flattened corn-like shape that starkly contrasted the sleek elegance of Imperial interceptors. However, as Starwind inspected the interior of the interceptor, he found, much like Captain Hornet's power furnace, that the technological sophistication of the entire aircraft was astonishingly low, akin to a model even a fool could pilot. Xingfeng swiftly grasped why this seemingly unimpressive ancestral interceptor was favored by the Star Raiders. After all, even the unskilled could extract its full potential, while the more advanced international aircraft, despite their superior performance, would prove futile if not utilized effectively. The power furnaces, dock ships. An interceptor suggested to Xingfeng that he was beginning to discern a unique technological trajectory embraced by the Star Raiders, one that, while not cutting edge, was remarkably ingenious. "How much ancestral equipment do you possess?" he inquired, descending from the interceptor and addressing the others. The interceptors and combat boats, the astute one counted on his fingers. "Dock ships and also frigates." "Frigates?" Xingfeng's eyes widened. "You have your own frigates?" "Indeed," Captain Tooth replied, taking the lead in the conversation. "Directed energy cannons on the frigates." At that moment, Xingfeng felt he had underestimated the level of civilization the Star Raiders had achieved. Directed energy cannons were indeed formidable siege weapons, available to various nations within the galaxy, and were the sole armament capable of penetrating the frontal armor of Imperial warships among combat units of frigate classification. "How fascinating," Xingfeng mused, stroking his chin. Compared to the Imperial fleet's extensive array of weaponry, the Star Raiders possessed an overwhelmingly limited variety. However, their interceptors were specifically designed to target highly maneuverable, small entities, while the frigates were tailored for robust, large targets. The combat boats served as flexible supplementary units, and the frontline dock ships managed logistics and production. While not overwhelmingly powerful, this setup effectively addressed all types of targets, striking a perfect balance. "Your Excellency?" Captain Tooth tentatively reminded Xingfeng, who was lost in thought regarding the interceptor. "Astute one, you mentioned you could produce?" "In the factory, we can manufacture," Captain Tooth replied first. "But there are long wait times." "Are there blueprints?" "There are molds," the astute one confirmed. "And parts manufacturing machines." Xingfeng began to comprehend the situation. This was a factory model reminiscent of an era before fully functional 3D printing production lines. Similar small factories for assembling aging hovercraft existed along the Imperial borders, where anyone could enter and assemble, resulting in a product of exceedingly low technical complexity. Regardless, this was a legitimate combat unit, entirely distinct from a mere tin box. As long as Xingfeng could reverse engineer the electronic blueprints, he could swiftly cultivate a formidable army with these unskilled individuals. Furthermore, with the potential for optimized designs, their combat efficacy would be incomparable to the original models. "I must locate a mining vessel immediately," Xingfeng declared, turning to Captain Water Buffalo and Captain Tooth. "I can provide you with ancestral warplanes, as many as you desire." "Provided there is, or..." The eyes of both captains sparkled with excitement. "Other ancestral goods will suffice as well. As long as I have seen them, I can produce," Xingfeng asserted decisively. "Your Excellency is truly formidable." Captain Tooth grinned broadly. "I shall devise a plan at once. I will join you." "You speak with conviction," Captain Water Buffalo exclaimed, equally eager. In less than 2 hours, over a dozen individuals arrived in the waiting area of the docking zone. They were all locals, most bearing bruised faces. Xingfeng suddenly felt that the captain's plan might be somewhat unreliable. "These are individuals who possess mining vessels," Captain Tooth enthusiastically introduced. "Your Excellency, who do you deem suitable?" "My bathtub vessel can still accommodate 2 mining ships." "I can manage one as well," Captain Water Buffalo chimed in, his face flushed with excitement. "Will they be able to depart?" Xingfeng frowned. "This is indeed the heart of the Four-Ring Village. Let someone go drink with the village chief, and the rest can stealthily slip away." Captain Toothless feigned wisdom. "Who will go? You? Shall I make my escape first?" Xingfeng shot him an irritated glance. Captain Toothless' smile twitched. This old fox seemed adept only at scheming and managing logistics. "A few brothers are rather unprincipled. If you intend to leave, a word of notice would be courteous." The chief of the Fishhook village strode into the waiting room, his countenance less than pleasant. Isn't this a bit hasty?" Captain Toothless maintained his audacity, while Captain Water Buffalo blushed in silence. "Time waits for no man, Chief." Xingfeng remained unfazed. "If I don't return soon, the Tiger Tooth Bandit will personally come to apprehend me. He disdains my presence here." The chief of Fishhook surveyed the room, taking in the bruised and battered faces of the mine ship owners. For the sake of the wronged brothers, it wouldn't hurt to meet him. They are all volunteers. Captain Toothless' audacity was difficult to compare with the frontal armor of a battleship. The mine ship owners shook their heads vigorously. Captain Toothless pretended not to see. "Old Toothless," the chief of Fishhook said, placing a hand on Captain Toothless' shoulder. "I shall be direct. No one wishes to go to Tiger Tooth's territory. If I were to acquiesce, how would my brethren perceive me? My men are unlike yours. They value their lives dearly." Captain Toothless ceased his evasion, turning his head aside, feigning to clean his teeth with a pinky nail. "There may be exceptions, however," Xingfeng suddenly interjected. "That ship, Old Iron, isn't he quite reckless? That drunkard?" The chief of Fishhook turned to Xingfeng with a hint of a cold smile. "If you wish to select him, I can indeed allow him to accompany you." "Then it is settled." Xingfeng quickly made his decision. "A promise is a promise." The chief of Fishhook did not hesitate. Xingfeng could certainly perceive the chief's disdain for the mine ship owners, yet he remained indifferent. All I need is the mine ship. As for the crew, even if they prove troublesome, I can leave that to the clever one to handle in 3 days. This round is a profit for me. Chapter 20. The precious mine ship. As the mine ship Old Iron slowly docked alongside the bathtub, Xingfeng could hardly believe his eyes, his mouth curling into an uncontrollable smile. I truly hit the jackpot. Previously, he had not discerned the Old Iron's identity amidst the chaos of battle, but now he fully recognized its true nature. This is a deep space mineral extraction vessel of the Devotion class, extensively utilized by the Angel Federation. As the arch-nemesis of the Titan Empire, the fleets of the Angel Federation consistently modeled their designs after Imperial concepts, yet due to technological disparities, most of their ships fell short in performance. The sole exception that surpassed the Empire was the Devotion-class vessel, an improvement upon the Empire's Rolling Stone-class mining ship. Though ridiculed by the Empire as a fleet composed solely of miners, hence their proficiency in digging, the Devotion class achieved the integration of molecular filtration technology, creating a new generation of ultra-directional absorption mining force fields. Possessing the same effective cargo volume and higher mining efficiency while being only half the size of the Rolling Stone class, Xingfeng had long wished to meticulously study the system details of this type of mining ship during his time in the Empire, yet he had never found the opportunity. To his astonishment, he had stumbled upon a treasure in the domain of the Star Pirates. However, upon seeing the approaching leader of the Fishhook tribe, he immediately donned a look of discontent. It's no wonder you're so agreeable. It must be due to the relatively modest size of this mining vessel. He scowled at the leader. Not at all, my friend, the leader of the Fishhook tribe replied unperturbed, affectionately patting his shoulder. Changsher has stated that this ship surpasses the larger mining vessels by far. Yet, Xingfeng keenly detected a fleeting glimmer of emotion in his eyes. Who is Changsher? Is he the captain? That person over there. The Fishhook tribe leader pointed towards an individual in the docking area. He was engaged in interfacing with the data panel and identifying signals with the captain of the Wormwood ship. A drunkard? Xingfeng scrutinized the man named Changsher closely. Compared to the other native inhabitants, Changsher was somewhat sturdier, though still not on par with the Fierce-Tooth tribe. What surprised Xingfeng most was the man's immaculate attire. Although he wore the typical fiber jumpsuit common among the natives, it was evident that it had been meticulously pressed and smoothed. In addition, he donned a somewhat faded but impeccably clean overcoat and an old captain's hat that had been patched up multiple times, clearly well cared for. 5 days a month without heavy drinking, the Fishhook tribe leader scoffed. Today just happens to be one of those days. After all, one must remain sober when departing. Xingfeng squinted. This man is quite capable, isn't he? He continued observing Changsher without turning his head. Almost more capable than the leader himself. The Fishhook tribe leader's pupils flickered momentarily, casting a sharp, malevolent glance at Xingfeng before quickly regaining his composure. Indeed, one's gaze can be quite persuasive, he chuckled, refraining from pursuing the topic further. In any case, thank you for your assistance. With a flourish of his cloak, Xingfeng strode towards Changsher. If our crew takes shape, you can place orders through me, and I'll grant you a discount. Do not forget your promise, the Fishhook tribe leader called out as he waved, then withdrew his smile and departed. Xingfeng approached Changsher, observing him as he methodically interfaced with the data, organized the transport, and occasionally reminded the nearby star bandits of their operational procedures. It wasn't merely his gaze that was effective. Yet, he was all too familiar with the scent of talent being ostracized by the powerful. The distinction lay in the fact that some could devise a way to break free from their confines, while others were doomed to drown in the haze of alcohol. Changsher's features were not conventionally handsome. Like most star bandits, his skin was rough and dark, with a square face and round nose, yet his beard was impeccably groomed. Wholly unlike the style of the inner realm inhabitants. I am Xingfeng. He extended his hand to Changsher. Missing a patriarch? Changsher was somewhat taken aback, but swiftly reciprocated the handshake. I am Changsher. Where does this ship come from? Xingfeng turned to gaze at the iron old ship. It's been passed down through generations, for 8 generations now. Changsher smiled. Several centuries? No, Xingfeng mused, considering the average age of the star bandits. It could not be more than 200 years. Reflecting on history, Xingfeng recalled that over 200 years ago, the Angelic Federation amassed a vast fleet and launched a desperate attack on the giant god star, slaying the former emperor, only to be met with a retaliatory strike from the Imperial Cosmic Army that decimated them, scattering them to the winds. It is highly likely that this vessel emerged during that tumultuous period. Are you familiar with its operation? The best in the inner realm, Changsher asserted with confidence. Then let us embark. Although Xingfeng harbored a keen interest in Changsher, time was of the essence. and there would be ample opportunities for further acquaintance in the future. It was evident that the leader of Yuho village had no intention of allowing Changsha to return. The Zhao Pin Hao departed from the Si Huan village, accompanied by the Ni Jiang Hao of Captain Xuan Yo. What about your brothers? Xingfeng inquired, glancing at the communication interface on the data panel displaying Captain Xuan Yo. We still have business to attend to, Captain Xuan Yo chuckled. Afterward, we must inform the village chief, Brother Feng, that he is alive. I shall meet with him first. Is it Brother Feng you wish to see? Xingfeng retorted without a hint of politeness. Are you coveting the new ship? Captain Xuan Yo's face flushed with embarrassment. Don't forget the promised compensation, Captain Jia interjected at the opportune moment. Of course, Captain Xuan Yo forced a smile. I will send the materials over in a few days. As the blue glow of the dimensional sphere dissipated, the three vessels returned to standard space. The Empire's warship had precise jump parameters, and having received information from Captain Feng, Captain Jia was not surprised by Xingfeng's flawless navigation adjustments. Captain Xuan Yo, however, was flushed with excitement. You've cured my fear of jumping. Xingfeng, disinterested, redirected his attention to the surrounding astronomical environment. The offering-class vessels lacked faster-than-light travel capabilities, severely limiting their operational range. The Angel Federation capitalized on their smaller size, using deep space refining ships to leap alongside mining vessels, thereby enhancing efficiency. However, when operating independently, they had to seek nearer mining areas. None, Xingfeng lamented, realizing he would need to contact Officer Xi Miao and perhaps request the formidable asteroid ship to relocate. He dreaded further interaction with the Tiger-Tooth King. With a sigh, he acknowledged that this was the individual he most wished to avoid within the ring. Proximity alert. A report echoed from the operations seat. What now? Xingfeng mused, feeling as though there was a new tale every day since joining the Star Bandits. A combat craft. Identified as one of ours, painted red. Could it be? Captain Xuan Yo rubbed his temples. That madman again. Xingfeng immediately recognized whom Captain Xuan Yo referred to, the second individual he least desired to encounter within the ring. As the signal connected, a figure clad in a red power armor helmet appeared on the screen. I require your mining ship, the figure, Qian, stated bluntly. You demand it as if it were yours. Captain Xuan Yo countered defiantly, feeling disrespected. I want the ore, Qian's voice, altered by an amplifier, remained deep and imposing. You may propose conditions. I shall not. Xingfeng interjected, taking over the conversation. There is nothing to discuss with you. Qian fell silent. Only heavy breathing could be heard. Let us see how this unfolds. The communication abruptly ceased. Captain Xuan Yo regarded Xingfeng with a complex expression. Provoking Qian? I cannot discern which of you is the greater madman. Fear not, Xingfeng replied nonchalantly. I refuse to believe anyone could crush me through the armor of this warship. You're dragging me into this. Captain Xuan Yo expressed his displeasure. Indeed, Xingfeng admitted candidly. After all, your ship is currently the safest. They're charging at us. The communicator exclaimed in astonishment. Bow to the enemy, Xingfeng commanded decisively. If they wish to jump, they can only collide with themselves. Ultimately, the fiery battle vessel glided past the frigate at an exceedingly provocative distance, vanishing into the depths of space. Xingfeng gazed at the video snapshot displayed on the data panel. An ancestral battlecraft? He inquired of Captain Tooth Decay. Indeed, quite rare, the captain nodded. There are hardly any places left that can manufacture such a vessel. Interesting. Xingfeng mused, stroking his chin. I must devise a plan to outsmart him. Chapter 21. Commencement of production. Xingfeng was astonished. A space pirate. He would brush his teeth upon awakening and wash his feet before retiring for the night. He could write in square characters and perform arithmetic operations with ease. Were it not for the fact that Changsha could articulate his family's 8th-generation genealogy with clarity, Xingfeng would have firmly believed him to be an outsider like himself. Naturally, this was merely during regular hours. While claiming to remain conscious for 5 days each month was a stretch. It was indeed true that he would indulge in inebriation every 2 to 3 days. This was still due to the challenges of procuring fine spirits. However, this did not daunt Xingfeng. Can you craft liquor? Superior liquor? Changsha's eyes widened in astonishment. When it comes to technical matters, I do not deceive, Xingfeng replied, a proud smile glimmering in his eyes. What are your terms? Changsha was markedly more astute than the average pirate. Moderation in drinking, Xingfeng stated earnestly. You are permitted to be inebriated for 2 days each period. Changsha furrowed his brow in seriousness. That is, well, it is up to you to accept or decline. Regardless, I shall provide you with liquor once every period. Xingfeng reclined in his chair, crossing his legs. It can be fabricated anew. Should you fail to provide it, I will find other means to acquire alcohol. Changsha muttered under his breath. Huh, Xingfeng scoffed. producing a small iron kettle and cup, pouring a modest measure of liquor. Try this, and see if you still wish to consume that swill. Changshi's eyes widened as he beheld the amber-hued liquid in the glass, the aroma stimulating his throat, and he promptly downed the contents in one gulp. What the hell have I been drinking before? Smuggled low-grade liquor, home-brewed swill, Xingfeng chuckled. Do you agree to my terms? Changshi stared at him, his gaze vacant. I truly do not know whether to thank you or to loathe you profoundly. No need for gratitude. Without the polar molecular filtration device aboard your ship, I would not have been able to create this fine product, Xingfeng replied, rising and sweeping his cloak as he exited the cabin. Just remember our agreement. As Xingfeng stepped into the connecting passage between the iron old and the bathing vessel, he let out a breath of relief. He had contemplated various means to win over Changshi, ultimately concluding that alcohol was the key, though he appeared self-assured. The process of brewing liquor had indeed required considerable effort on his part. After all, filtering usable yeast from the myriad templates of degrading and waste-processing bacteria in the nanoprinter was somewhat beyond his expertise. Fortunately, luck was on his side, and the final product was remarkably satisfying. Moreover, while most space pirates did not share Changshi's level of addiction, their demand for spirits was nonetheless substantial. Perhaps there would be opportunities to expand production and reap significant profits in the future. Once the bathing vessel was secured at the dock, Xingfeng was the first to disembark. He was in urgent need of astronomical data regarding the surrounding environment. The only individuals awaiting him at the dock were Captain Tooth Decay's old subordinates. This group of rascals displayed a remarkable lack of loyalty. Xingfeng, in a fit of frustration, navigated through the crowd accompanied by his astute companion. That's not how it is. Your Excellency, a technician interjected, having overheard his grievances. The new ship has been completed, and everyone is busy fine-tuning and cleaning. Xingfeng quickly realized the situation. You all. The stove aboard the dumpling. No, the poison sting has already been automated. These folks must be at leisure. After a circuitous route, he arrived at the opposite dock, where the crew of the poison sting was fervently preparing the vessel, each member beaming with joy. The dilapidated space station, initially constructed of 6 symmetrical tin boxes under Captain Wasp, had now transformed into a formidable warship with a sleek, angular design. While it might be a stretch to label it a combat vessel, given that the additional armaments consisted merely of 2 hastily welded rocket nests powered by primitive chemical rockets, it was undoubtedly a structure that Xingfeng had thoroughly optimized, boasting significantly enhanced performance and integrity compared to its predecessor. However, it may not have met the highest design specifications, as Xingfeng had already identified several assembly errors with the naked eye. Fortunately, his design incorporated ample redundancy, suggesting that the issues would be manageable. The production line needed to be activated. Captain Wasp and Blackheart Cotton descended to the dock. Have you finally returned, Water Buffalo? Captain Wasp's greeting was abruptly interrupted. What brings you here? I came to see your ship, Brother Wasp, Water Buffalo replied, his gaze fixated on the poison sting, which shared the same model as his muddy ship. I thought your vessel was lost. I was saddened and wanted to check on it. Captain Wasp was infuriated. Where did you find this fool? Are you intentionally trying to provoke me? Captain Tooth Decay recounted the events, further aggravating Captain Wasp, who seized Water Buffalo and delivered a series of blows. Xingfeng chose to ignore their quarrel and turned directly to Blackheart Cotton. Where can I access the information database aboard this ship? I wish to examine the surrounding astronomical data. How would I know? Blackheart Cotton replied, intrigued by the scuffle between Captain Wasp and Captain Water Buffalo. Perhaps you should inquire with Rusty Spear. I prefer to avoid excessive interaction with them, Xingfeng sighed. Then there's nothing to be done, Blackheart Cotton shrugged, rummaging through his small bag for bandages and gauze. It's been 7 days. It all depends on how anxious you are, Your Excellency. Xingfeng, resigned, shook his head and surveyed his surroundings, approaching a dock guard who was watching the commotion and placing bets. In stark contrast, the subsequent events unfolded smoothly. Lieutenant Rusty Spear readily provided Xingfeng with a comprehensive environmental map, indicating the resource locations within a nearby asteroid belt, conveniently situated within a 2-day travel distance from the invincible meteor. Additionally, Longshore had indeed spoken truthfully. In just 10 days, making 3 round trips, he had successfully retrieved over 500,000 tons of usable ore, refining more than 450,000 tons of various raw materials aboard the invincible meteor. After deducting the production line share of over 40,000 tons, there remained 400,000 tons of usable material. Of course, this remarkable achievement was not common knowledge among all. Most, including Captain Wasp, Captain Water Buffalo, and Captain Tooth Decay, were only aware that there was a significant quantity, while only Longshore and Xingfeng understood the precise figures. Xingfeng embarked on a modest venture. Equity stake? Captain Water Buffalo, his head wrapped in a blood-soaked bandage, widened his eyes in astonishment. What does that mean? I will convene an equity meeting at the dock, Xingfeng explained. You will publicly announce your donation of the ship, and in return, I shall provide you with a vessel akin to that of Brother B, complete with a detector gift package. What if you don't repay me? Captain Water Buffalo furrowed his brow. I shall send you Brother B's ship. Xingfeng had already coordinated with Captain Hornet. Really? Captain Water Buffalo's eyes sparkled as he turned to Captain Hornet. Captain Hornet nodded in affirmation. After all, what's the worst that could happen? I've defaulted before. All right then. Captain Water Buffalo readily agreed. The performance the following day unfolded rather smoothly. After Xingfeng announced the commencement of the production line, he and Captain Water Buffalo engaged in a grand theatrical display. Although Captain Water Buffalo's acting was lackluster and his face flushed, the show remained intact. With 20 days remaining until the deadline set by the Tiger-Tooth King, the first ship from the production line was completed. Chapter 22. The amorphous vessel Captain Water Buffalo joyfully danced as he beheld the newly crafted vessel, the Abyssal Mud, emerging from the blazing processing window. Xingfeng, gazing at the ship, couldn't help but express his admiration. It truly is the efficacy of a standardized production line. In just 3 days, we surpassed the average 2 weeks' worth of labor, accounting for the time spent on reverse engineering, redrawing, and inputting blueprints. The actual assembly process took less than 12 hours. Of course, this was partly due to the simplicity of constructing this civilian-grade tin box. Nevertheless, it substantiated the assertion that a starship's standardized 3D printing production line could rival an entire planetary industrial nation, a notion not to be taken lightly. However, this time it was Captain Hornet who felt discontent. Mine is newer by comparison. I merely considered your sentiments towards the Stinger. Xingfeng comforted Captain Hornet with a pat on the shoulder. But what? Captain Hornet sensed an opportunity. You could announce at the dock that you are also donating the Stinger, and I shall promptly construct a new one for you. What? Captain Hornet was somewhat bewildered. While he desired a new ship, this seemed redundant. Hadn't the previous repairs been for naught? Had he not prepared it? It's about creating momentum. Xingfeng revealed a mischievous grin. Moreover, without a completed spaceship, I cannot generate usable blueprints all at once. Consider the prior efforts as merely experiments. Captain Hornet, though unsure of Xingfeng's intent, found his attachment to the old Stinger waning in the face of the new vessel's allure. Thus, after boldly announcing the donation of the Stinger at the dock, Captain Hornet received his new ship, the Deadly Stinger, a mere day later. The shipyard's area was abuzz with excitement among the star pirates. Throngs of individuals queued with tin boxes around the docking area of the bathtub, eager to invest in the production line initiative led by the elusive Lord Lack. This frenzy compelled the astute De Kongming to transition from a foreman to a security captain, tirelessly maintaining order at the entrance. Dismantle my ancestral interceptor? Captain Tooth's expression mirrored that of Captain Water Buffalo from earlier. Without dismantling, we cannot create it, Xingfeng shrugged. At least not in the short term. You are aware of the urgency. Then what if dismantling still yields no results? Captain Toothless appeared to be in a dilemma. Do you still not believe me? Have you seen the expressions on those two fools? Starwind pointed towards the 2 iron boxes nestled in the dock area. Captain Toothless cast a complex glance at Starwind. Then at the ships outside. You must trust the production line. Otherwise, why would your king value this so much? He fixed his gaze on Starwind, and after a long pause, finally spoke, a written agreement. If you cannot produce it, you shall lose a hand. Not a problem, Starwind replied with remarkable ease. With my right hand. But you must also agree to one condition. To accompany you to the dock for a performance. Is it? Very well. It will also allow the younger ones to serve as witnesses. Captain Toothless remained as meticulous as ever. This led to yet another poorly executed investment demonstration. Although the ancestral interceptor weighed merely 100 tons, it was still a military-grade unit. Starwind spent 3 full days completing the reverse blueprint, and an additional 2 to produce the first interceptor. However, the significance of this interceptor was extraordinary. The fervor among the star pirates escalated to a new dimension, but unfortunately, they had no opportunity to block the doors again and demand shares. For the personal guard of King Tiger Fong was already stationed in the mooring area. Indeed, I did not misjudge you, the tyrant proclaimed, sitting high upon his metallic throne, which had been moved there by his subordinates. A reward. I shall not be polite. Starwind, neither servile nor arrogant, sat opposite King Tiger Fong and accepted a box of assorted metal trinkets presented by a subordinate. A glance revealed they were likely symbols of status. So, in the future, will I be able to continuously produce ancestral interceptors here? King Tiger Fong was in good spirits, gnawing on a piece of fruit. Can anything else be produced? The interceptor can, but nothing else can, Starwind stated bluntly. Without sufficient ships for me to reverse engineer, the vessels produced may not be functional. My own designs require numerous experiments, which are prohibitively costly. King Tiger Fong stroked his beard thoughtfully. What you mean is, if I provide you with enough ships, that would suffice? In theory, yes, Starwind shrugged. But you are also aware that, apart from your ancestral units, other equipment is ineffective in the hands of fools. Humph. King Tiger Fong scoffed, though his expression clearly conveyed agreement. Present your plan. Rest on your ship and wait for someone to fortuitously deliver ancestral equipment. Starwind feigned nonchalance. Or I could first construct a ship for myself, and then proactively seek targets. King Tiger Fong did not respond immediately, but appeared to be deep in thought. Very well. After a moment, he spat out the fruit pit and discarded the remnants. Remember to preserve your life when you go out. Is he truly letting you go just like that? Does he not fear you might not return? After King Tiger Fong departed, Black Cotton stared at Starwind incredulously. He is confident he can keep me tethered. Starwind leaned against the porthole, watching the retreating figures of King Tiger Fong and his entourage. Moreover, I truly require this production line. Oh, Black Cotton replied with a sarcastic tone. I did not expect our master to exhibit such obedience. Building a stellar furnace is not accomplished in a day. Starwind dismissed Black Cotton's sarcasm. With that kind of gaze, it is no wonder you can only serve as a barefoot doctor. What does barefoot doctor mean? Black Cotton inquired, puzzled by the unfamiliar term. Never mind that. I believe I have spotted something. The unscrupulous Cotton approached, noticing a hereditary battle boat adorned with red patterns entering the dock area outside the porthole. I believe it unwise to provoke this madman. He shook his head. It matters not. From this day forth, I shall not budge an inch from here. I shall equip the clever one with an electromagnetic rifle to guard the entrance. Xingfeng replied with a malevolent smile. You will eventually have to venture out. Cotton's expression was one of deep distrust. This individual was notoriously relentless, a mad dog in pursuit. The powered armor could not navigate the cosmos. Xingfeng's smile grew ever more sinister. Remember, no one is to approach the blaze. It is a decree from the esteemed master. Should anyone do so, the vessel will explode. Is that truly the case? Cotton's expression turned serious. Guess, Xingfeng replied ambiguously. For the next 2 days, Xingfeng immersed himself in drafting blueprints for the production line on the bridge, utilizing the familiar 500-meter Imperial frigate general frame as a reference. With the bathtub vessel available for practical inspection, he aimed to integrate a set of mineral refining equipment at the berth of the old iron, along with a rudimentary power furnace, of course, ensuring a formidable acceleration capability for escape. A simplified production line, while not achievable at the scale of a combat dock-level assembly, could still feasibly produce spare parts, with the remainder requiring manual welding and screwing. The armor system, while it could not replicate the indomitable one-dimensional topological woven composite armor of the bathtub's frontal design, would have to rely on superior structural design for resilience, as the stellar furnace was unattainable. As for the weapon system, it was hardly worth mentioning. Under these conditions, no decisive weapon could be constructed. It would be more prudent to add a few berths and enlist some expendables to buy time for an escape. Nevertheless, a vessel was indeed cobbled together, an abomination that was versatile yet utterly ineffective. Xingfeng chuckled to himself at the design. Were the idealistic perfectionist of his university days to witness this, he would surely be infuriated. Boss, he's back again, the clever one announced, pushing open the door. How many times has it been? Xingfeng knew who the clever one referred to. What trouble has he stirred this time? Over 10 times. The clever one counted on his fingers. Still fighting, I presume? And then dragged away by the guards? Xingfeng laughed. It seems about time. Where's the designated individual? Changsha has gone, the clever one replied. He.S. the only reliable one. Xingfeng pondered. Ensure he remains cautious. We cannot afford to lose him. Oh. The clever one turned and exited the room. He. Xingfeng reveled in the shadows of the dimly lit chamber, unleashing his newly practiced, insidious villainous grin. This time, I shall leave you with naught but your undergarments. Chapter 23. Schemes and Deceits. Changsha was currently engaged at the docks as a ticket scalper. He was tasked with locating those captains wishing to utilize the production line, but unable to secure a place in the queue, charging them an additional fee to facilitate their advance. Changsha found it difficult to comprehend why Xingfeng placed such importance on him. Although he was confident in his mining vessel piloting skills, he often felt that being valued for this reason was rather unrealistic. Nevertheless, despite his doubts, Changsha chose to continue regarding Xingfeng as his employer. He justified this choice by acknowledging that Xingfeng's liquor was indeed the finest in the universe. Changsha has always harbored doubts about his long-suppressed heart's anticipation for the starry winds. Today he found himself once again at the bar by the dock, feigning intoxication. One reason for this charade was his insatiable craving for alcohol, compelling him to sip on subpar liquor. However, another reason was his need to establish a consistent presence at a fixed time and place, in hopes of ensnaring the elusive fish. Moreover, The thought of becoming inebriated on such poor-quality drink felt rather unwise. As the hum of servo motors and the heavy sound of approaching footsteps drew near, Changsha recognized that his target had arrived. "Are you the intermediary?" The amplified, deep voice resonated with a commanding presence. "It is I," Changsha replied, attempting to mimic the slurred speech of one who had indulged a bit too much. "What vessel do you intend to construct?" "A hereditary battle boat." "Have you lost your mind?" Changsha feigned surprise, as if the mention of such a rare entity had sobered him up. "Less chatter." The voice of the armored figure suddenly boomed, causing the glasses on the table to rattle. "Tell me if you can secure a place in line." "I can. But I cannot risk your project. Should it fail, I cannot bear the consequences. Perhaps I could introduce you to the missing lord." Silence. The armored figure furiously uprooted a bar stool, hurling it aside, where it embedded itself deep into the metal hull. "That wretched creature." The armored figure fell silent, as onlookers turned their attention to the unfolding drama. "It's Blaze." "Good heavens, Blaze has arrived. Quick, let us leave." Patrons of the bar began to scatter, and Changsha feigned a desire to escape, only to be seized by Blaze's powerful arm. "You must secure a place in line for me, or I shall crush you where you stand." "Please, Blaze." Changsha trembled, visibly shaken. "The production line can only manage 2 types of vessels now, and I truly lack confidence that your project can be delivered." The hereditary interceptor was initially impossible to construct, yet it was achieved. That was only after the captain of the Termite donated a dismantled unit. Changsha appeared increasingly fearful. "Perhaps, Lord Blaze, you should approach the missing lord directly." "I cannot bear this responsibility. I shall contribute." Blaze spat out vehemently. "There is no need, Lord Blaze." Changsha continued to plead. "Your vessel is commendable. Why risk it? I require more ships." Blaze's grip tightened, causing Changsha to wince in pain. Yet, Changsha persisted in his struggle. "There are no buts." Blaze leaned closer, the red lens of his armor exuding a menacing aura. "You must agree." "Fine, I agree. I agree." Changsha began to plead for mercy. "Release me, Lord Blaze, I promise." The grip loosened, and Changsha collapsed onto the ground. "I shall inquire shortly and report your vessel, Lord Blaze." "Unacceptable." Blaze's thunderous voice interrupted him again. "That wretched creature will surely refuse, or worse, seize my ship. Then it must be anonymous." But the missing lord stated that equity must be registered. Changsha massaged his aching shoulder. "Perhaps it could be transferred to my name for registration?" He ventured cautiously. Blaze fell silent. After a lengthy pause, the armored arms draped over Changsha's shoulders. "If you entertain any mischievous thoughts, I shall rend you asunder." On the bridge of the Bath escape, Xingfeng stood with arms crossed, gazing out the porthole at the crimson assault boat being hoisted onto the deck by mechanical arms. Changsha's performance was indeed commendable. "Lackey, it is not my intent to speak ill of your unscrupulous nature. You truly exhibit an unparalleled cruelty. Perhaps you are a tad unhinged. But must you deceive someone to the brink of destitution? For the tiger-tooth people, a vessel holds more value than life itself, does it not? This is utterly absurd." With that, Xingfeng turned and took a seat upon the sofa. "It is precisely because you star pirates are so naive, especially that impulsive, instinct-driven madman among you." He poured himself a glass of water. "If you had witnessed the machinations of the Empire's officials, you would find my methods almost juvenile." Hiss. The observing Captain Wasp inhaled sharply. "What manner of society does your empire represent, allowing such exploitation? Their lives are far more prolonged than those of star pirates." Xingfeng cast him a sidelong glance. "A longer life merely leads to prolonged exploitation," he added. With merely 2 days remaining before the departure of the invincible meteorite, Xingfeng's industrial ship emerged. Although modeled after an imperial frigate's frame, this industrial vessel bore no semblance of imperial influence, instead adorned with the extreme pragmatism characteristic of the star pirates. Xingfeng embraced and scrutinized his latest creation, though far from flawless. Only he could integrate these systems into a functioning entity. "So, after all my efforts in retrieving you, you intend to abandon me just like that?" Captain Wasp was also inspecting the new ship. While impressive, its mining system was something he would never consider. "Is this not sufficient for you? A brand new, upgraded model?" Xingfeng chuckled, aware that Captain Wasp had no real intention of contesting the matter. "We are still far from forming a fleet," Captain Wasp muttered under his breath. "Fear not. There will be opportunities." "Smart one. Are you truly going to accompany this unscrupulous fellow? You may find yourself sold before you even realize it." Captain Wasp turned towards the clever one behind Xingfeng. "Time to depart." The clever one nodded obediently. "Rest assured, Asan and the others are still around. The new furnace operates in fully automated mode and will pose no issues." Xingfeng reassured Captain Wasp. "Just ensure that this lot does not enter the power room with hammers in hand." Upon entering the bridge of the exiled death sentence, Xingfeng observed the operational team hired by Changsha already familiarizing themselves with their respective tasks. What set this apart was that Xingfeng had equipped each position with button-based calculators and voice prompts. "Boss, the blazing flame has returned," the clever one reported as he entered the bridge. Xingfeng approached the bridge's porthole, witnessing the fierce red power armor break through the crowd, advancing towards the dock. The power armor brandished combat weapons in both hands. "It is about time. Let's see how I shall deal with him." Xingfeng furrowed his brow. "Where are the guards?" The red power armor strode confidently across the dock's connecting bridge, heading towards the docking station of the death sentence, facing no resistance whatsoever. Even the patrolling propeller boats that typically flitted about the dock area kept their distance. "Damn it!" Xingfeng suddenly erupted with expletives. The tyrant harbored intentions to ensnare the old master. Chapter 24, The Inaugural Ceremony. Although the weaponry of the powered armor was undoubtedly insufficient to inflict damage upon the starship, it would be quite troublesome to have the blazing inferno stationed at the dock, especially considering the likelihood of this madman turning his wrath upon the crew. "This lunatic could genuinely tear me asunder." Changsha also entered the bridge, lamenting the exorbitant cost of indulging in libations. "Damn it!" The clever one grasped an electromagnetic rifle, intending to stride out the door. "Do not go," Xingfeng interjected. "You cannot best this individual. The powered armor may not be easily pierced by a single shot, and he clearly possesses considerable combat experience." "What does the Tiger Tooth King mean?" Changsha inquired, pulling out a flask and cautiously pouring a small measure of liquor into a delicate glass. "Are you seeking to nauseate me? Coerce me into departing?" It appeared he merely intended to issue an indirect warning. Xingfeng's gaze was fixed upon an individual standing resolutely on the dock's deck, clad in crimson powered armor, reminding him of who held the power to determine life and death in this place. "What shall we do?" Changsha licked his tongue over the rim of his glass, pondering. "Shall we endure this fellow's presence, or simply depart? Most of our crew has indeed arrived." "That is certainly not an option," Xingfeng chuckled. "I have yet to deliver the components for the old rat. The master of business does not engage in dealings that are shortchanged." He turned and exited the cabin. "You too, follow me." The production line aboard the death sentence was miniature in scale, entirely incomparable to that of a war dock vessel. Yet it was no less proficient than an ordinary commercial factory's production line. "This is an electromagnetic net launcher." Xingfeng skillfully brought forth the blueprint. "If we can ensnare the powered armor and ground it, we can induce a pulse current to overload its systems." He activated the production line. "Clever one. Shortly you will take the electromagnetic net and position yourself on the deck to launch it at the blazing inferno. Do not descend, even if the powered armor is incapacitated. Do not venture down, for this individual undoubtedly has subordinates lying in wait." He then began drafting another blueprint. "This is a portable plasma bomb launcher, though it is, of course, unattainable," Xingfeng explained to Changsha as he worked. "However, its design is identical to that of a plasma launcher. Merely pulling the trigger will activate the energy concentrating mode. Should the powered armor be incapacitated, you will bring this forth." The blazing inferno was driven to madness, particularly upon realizing that Changsha was entirely aligned with Xingfeng, due to the Tiger Tooth King's prohibition against firearms within the dock area. The blazing inferno was left with no choice but to wield 2 chainsaw axes in his quest for vengeance against Xingfeng. Stripped of all else, the blazing inferno resolved to reduce those scoundrels to pulp, vowing not to leave the dock until he had carved through their armor, even if it meant leaping aboard the starship to exact his revenge. At that moment, the figure of the clever one emerged from the bridge, appearing on the outer deck, a launcher in hand. The blazing inferno activated the powered armor's camera, magnifying the image. An electromagnetic net launcher. The blazing inferno scoffed derisively. "Is this all?" The Tiger Tooth King is still underestimated. The crimson-powered armor began to advance, gaining momentum as it prepared to leap. A soft sound echoed as the clever one fired the launcher. The blazing inferno reacted with remarkable speed, skillfully swinging the chainsaw axe to intercept the trajectory of the electromagnetic net. The net shattered as effortlessly as a child tearing apart a spider's web. After all, they were merely a band of bookworms, thought Ji Yan with disdain. They were far from being adept in practical combat. The second electromagnetic net surged forth with a soft sound. Although Ji Yan was somewhat taken aback, he swiftly raised his axe and shattered it. The camera of the powered armor refocused on Ditsongming. The Iron Tower man was unloading a large basket from his back, pouring its contents onto the ground. Inside were hundreds of electromagnetic net launchers. Ji Yan's pupils, fixated on the retinal projector, dilated. Goodness! As Changsha laboriously dragged his tools onto the deck, Ditsongming had already completed his task. Below, the red-powered armor was thoroughly ensnared by dozens of electromagnetic nets, with arcs of electricity flashing intermittently, and several joints of the red-powered armor emitted black smoke. TSK. Changsha couldn't help but shake his head. What a scoundrel. He followed the plan, leisurely setting up his large launcher, adjusting its direction to aim at the powered armor below, and then pulled the trigger. The energy ring of the launcher began to rotate, accompanied by a buzzing sound, as the muzzle focused into a blinding blue-white orb of light, growing larger amidst crackling sounds. Surely this was a hoax. A cold sweat began to bead on Changshi's forehead. The buzzing of the launcher grew sharper. It must be a ruse, right? He watched as the blue-white orb approached a meter in size. The vibrations of the launcher intensified, and even the cannon began to feel increasingly hot. This can't be real, can it? Changshi's doubts about the device in his hands deepened. Stop! A voice amplified by a loudspeaker echoed above him. He looked up to see the floating patrol boat of the Tiger-Tooth King's guard approaching. As the patrol boat drew near, several armed guards leapt down, landing steadily on the deck. Startled, Changshi released the trigger of the launcher. The blue-white orb at the front of the launcher broke free. But the catastrophic scene anticipated by Changshi and the others did not materialize. The orb simply drifted a short distance before rising upward, bursting with a pop at a certain height, transforming into a splendid display of fireworks. Xingfeng also appeared on the deck, wearing a proud smile as he looked at the armed guards. What do you think of the magnetic confinement celebratory firework launcher I prepared for the maiden voyage of the new ship? Quite splendid, I assent it. On the final day, Xingfeng organized a banquet on the outer deck of the industrial ship. Of course, given the current circumstances, the so-called banquet could hardly offer anything palatable. At least not for Xingfeng. However, the various sour, salty, and spicy nutritional pastes made from inferior flavoring agents fermented with yeast and combined with sodium chloride were enough to astonish the star pirates accustomed to the original nutritional paste. Coupled with several barrels of liquor, within half an hour of the banquet's commencement, 27 star pirates had been injured in the scramble for alcohol, and the unscrupulous cotton merchant profited handsomely from selling medical supplies. This forced Xingfeng to relocate all the liquor to the dock square outside, allowing the star pirates to engage in free-for-all brawls below. Others gathered at the bow of the ship, taking turns to manipulate the launcher, occasionally igniting a dazzling display of fireworks. The captain, with singed whiskers, chuckled foolishly. Where do you plan to head next? Captain Toothless approached Xingfeng, brandishing an iron basin filled with an assortment of spices. To the four-ring village, Xingfeng replied, casting a disdainful glance at the concoction of seasonings in the captain's hands, and then at the chaotic scene of bottles flying about. The village chief is not fond of you. Captain Toothless licked his finger dipped in spices as he spoke. It's ample in size and resources. Plus it's near the United Territories border. I thought I might test my luck. Xingfeng's expression turned solemn. I require an Imperial Standard Engineering Research vessel. Is such a vessel easy to procure? Captain Toothless, unfamiliar with the term, inquired. They can be found in the cosmic research space stations at the former Imperial border. I know several specific locations. Borrow, hire, or purchase. Captain Toothless grinned slyly. Xingfeng shot him a reproachful glance. Steal. All right then, Captain Toothless chuckled, wiping his spice-covered hands on the hem of his clothing before extending a handshake toward Xingfeng. Welcome to the United Kingdom of the Inner Ring, Captain Lackey. Chapter 25. Opening Transactions. The Ring System. Four-Ring Village, United Kingdom of the Inner Ring. Changshi maneuvered the old iron towards the death sentence, entering the magnetic guidance range. With a slight tremor, the vessel was firmly anchored to the docking station. Unable to contain his excitement, Changshi rushed from the control seat into the boarding corridor. Today is drunken day. Upon entering the multifunctional activity hall of the death sentence, Changshi intended to request some liquor from Xingfeng, but found him berating the seated star pirates, pointing at the electronic projection board. You bunch of dimwits. To call you pigs would be an insult to pigs. At least pigs have folds in their brains, while yours are smoother than a grandmother's mirror. It's been 3 months, and you still understand nothing. The star pirates scratched their heads, exchanging glances and chuckling foolishly. Lackey. Knowing this doesn't help us. One star pirate raised his hand to speak. We just mine a bit, fix a ship, and kidnap someone. What do we need to know about the political landscape of the ring system or the national powers? It's of no use to us. Fools. That's why you're all a bunch of simpletons. Xingfeng's demeanor was entirely at odds with that of an imperial elite. I intend to shake the very foundations of the galaxy. Since you have chosen to follow me, you must comprehend the world we are to confront, not just the few scrap vessels you possess, but a power so formidable that you cannot even fathom. I want you to understand that I am granting you the strength necessary to confront such might. Is it even more powerful than the Tiger-Tooth King? Another star pirate inquired incredulously. He asked nothing. Xingfeng spat vehemently. Even a single imperial district governor surpasses him by leagues. Are district governors truly formidable? How many people do they oversee? The first star pirate asked. About 2 billion. Xingfeng reflected upon the administrative structure of the empire. The kingdom of Tiger Tooth boasted a staggering population of 3 billion. Suddenly, Decongming interjected, noting that he had recently begun to comprehend the concepts of 10, 100, 1,000, and even billion. Xingfeng was momentarily taken aback. Decongming, why don't you step outside? The towering figure complied and exited the room. Fortunately, the others were equally oblivious to the distinction between 2 billion and 3 billion. With a sigh, Xingfeng surveyed the room filled with fools, only to spot Changshe, who was poised to make a hasty retreat by the door. Changshe, come here. He called out just in time. You shall teach today's lesson. I need to clear my mind. Boss, Changshe turned around, his face a mask of resignation. I know you've grasped it all. Now hurry, Xingfeng said impatiently. Fail to teach them, and I shall cut off your supplies. With that, Xingfeng flung his cloak over his shoulder and exited the activity room. Changshe sighed in exasperation, observing the room full of starry-eyed Shinko, and approached the blackboard. The diagram of the ring galaxy had already been sketched by Xingfeng, adorned with a plethora of explanatory notes. Changshe, having gained a rudimentary understanding of the political landscape within the galaxy over a month prior under Xingfeng's tutelage, was aware that his family was one of the few in the Shinko community that valued education, thus allowing him to learn more swiftly. Like a normal person, Xingfeng had remarked with a vacant expression. Changshe glanced at the Shinko seated below, their faces reflecting a blend of confusion and naivety. He could vaguely discern Xingfeng's sentiments. After all, he too had been astonished by the vastness and complexity of the universe upon learning about the galactic map. Still, he understood the perspective of the Shinko, recognizing why they deemed this knowledge superfluous. With a resigned sigh, he decided to give it a try. Let me illustrate, he began. The ring galaxy resembles a circle, encircling a slightly misshapen fried egg with the yolk representing wealth, while the egg white, vast yet impoverished, is where we reside. Unfortunately, the lesson culminated in a brawl, sparked by a remark from a Shinko comparing Changshe to his mother, which resulted in Changshe striking the offender with the base of the projection device. Nevertheless, Changshe successfully ingrained in their minds the concepts of the Great God Empire as the largest and strongest, the Angel Federation as the third in the universe, and the notion that collectively, all other nations could not rival even one of theirs, emphasizing the stark disparity of their situation, wherein the only advantage they held was sheer numbers, leaving them bereft of any substantial power. Perhaps we ought to find a dedicated instructor, boss, Changshe complained, nursing his aching arm as he entered Xingfeng's bridge. This task is not meant for mere mortals. In this region of the ring, spanning a radius of 100,000 light-years. Do you truly believe we can find someone specialized in teaching? Xingfeng reclined in his zero-gravity massage captain's chair, gazing at the ceiling. The odds are slimmer than finding a talking pig. He then straightened up. How did the negotiations fare? How many are willing to pay for protection? Decently, Changshe replied. 18 mining vessels are prepared to pay a protection fee, using their mineral yields as payment. That is termed buying insurance. Xingfeng corrected him. That is slightly more than I anticipated. Indeed, they all believed your promotion. Changshe settled into his position and activated the voice broadcast on the flyer in his hand. Our fleet comprises a complete array, including standard interceptors, high-speed reconnaissance aircraft, assault strike fighters, standard combat boats, jump boats, resource vessels, refining ships, and production lines. You may entrust your safety entirely to us. I am not deceiving you. Xingfeng exaggeratedly spread his arms. Indeed, you speak the truth, Changshe replied, gazing through the bridge's porthole at the vessels docked outside. One barely constructed standard interceptor, another with insufficient maneuverability that could only accommodate a plasma launcher as a strike fighter, yet another too small to fit any weapons. Merely outfitted with a sensor pod as a reconnaissance craft, and a combat boat with misallocated space awkwardly housing a jump pod. This motley collection indeed reflected your honesty, dear boss. There's no helping it, Xingfeng said, leaping from the captain's chair with a resigned shrug. Even my genius could not predict the limits of your starband technicians. They can assemble 3 sizes from standard parts produced on the assembly line. Truly, space magicians. You are the boss. Your word is law. Changshe decided to refrain from further discussion on the matter. With the guarantee of mining secured, what did you intend to do by removing me from my mining post? Reconnaissance. Xingfeng replied, taking a seat in front of Changshe. Decongming cannot undertake such tasks. He will remain here overseeing operations. You and I must inspect the abandoned research stations of the former empire. I trust we will find a few research vessels left behind. How shall we proceed? Changshe queried, eyeing the vessels in the dock. Surely, you do not intend to take the hodgepodge vessel. The flagship. Xingfeng corrected him. We shall take your old iron. Old iron cannot achieve faster than light travel. What are you thinking? Changshe reacted swiftly. You guessed correctly. Xingfeng replied with a delighted smile. I have equipped old iron with a faster-than-light engine. A jump module? The energy levels cannot support that. Changshe turned to look at old iron in the side dock. A curvature engine, Xingfeng explained. Subhuman technology, low energy requirements. Albeit slower and more polluting, it lacks the convenience of hyperspace jumps. Just then, Dekongming's communication came through. Boss, the chieftain wishes to discuss a business proposition with you. Put him through. Xingfeng would not decline. Long time no see, Xie Yi. I hear you have quite a formidable crew. The chieftain of Fishhook did not beat around the bush this time. They're decent, depending on the opponent, Xingfeng responded. Wary not to overstate their prowess, for bullets cannot be persuaded. Not overly impressive, the chieftain seemed somewhat anxious. Some rascals from the neighboring village have been bullying my brothers. I lack evidence, making it difficult for my men to intervene directly. Am I to take the blame? Xingfeng chuckled. All right, send over the information. You can negotiate the price with Changshe. The fleeting displeasure on the chieftain's face was evident. No problem. Resolve this on your end quickly. After disconnecting, Xingfeng opened a channel to Dekongming. We have work to do. Paint all the vessels red and emblazon them with the tiger tooth emblem. We are going to undertake a significant operation. Chapter 26. Upholding Justice. The edge of the Four Rings village. The Starwind docked the execution vessel at the edge of a space city structure, concealed beneath a haphazard array of radiation-capturing sails, deploying the skiffs for an offensive. Listen closely. You simpletons, Starwind commanded through the channel. As always, perform well and earn your reward. No problem, Captain, came the enthusiastic response. This incentive was the most effective motivator for the space rogues. Failure was tolerable, but disobedience would result in being sent to the distillery, even through the channel. The trepidation of the rogues was palpable, for the distillery was uncomfortably situated next to the engine room, where one would be trapped for 3 days. Forced to wear a digital lock mask, able to smell the alcohol, but unable to taste a single drop. Obey orders without question, Captain, they affirmed. Do you all remember your codenames? Reconnaissance craft, Slim. Interceptor, Little Boy. Strike craft, Fatty. Assault boat, Demigod. Excellent, considering the limitations of your intellect. Starwind settled back into the captain's chair, activating the information display. Slim, proceed with reconnaissance. All other units, shut down power and maintain silent vigilance. Understood, Slim replied. The reconnaissance craft wobbled away from the formation, blending into the bustling throng of ships. Do you know how many people reside in the Fourth Ring village? Starwind inquired. Scrutinizing the live feed on the screen, directing his question to Longstone, who occupied the first officer's seat. Not quite sure, Longstone replied, shaking his head. Perhaps a few million. That was my assumption as well, Starwind chuckled. However, after employing data inference models and cross-referencing the collected data, I discovered the number is closer to 100 million. What? Longstone exclaimed, taken aback. That seems outrageous. Not at all, Starwind countered, shaking his head. This figure is much closer to reality, considering your lack of effective statistical methods. Indeed, Longstone nodded. In truth, the village chief could only manage a few thousand. The population within the ring is likely far greater than anyone anticipates. Starwind stretched lazily. The potential is astounding. While the two engaged in idle conversation, Slim sent a message. Captain, the fish have arrived. Starwind turned to the monitoring screen. At the tip of the space city, 2 metal boxes were gradually approaching the dock. Stay alert, everyone. Prepare yourselves. The metal boxes controlled their orbital speed, hovering at a distance from the dock, while one began its descent toward the platform. They are negotiating, Starwind observed, studying the footage relayed by the sensors. Or rather, extorting. The individuals emerging from the metal boxes were engaged in a heated discussion with those on the dock, ultimately compelling the dock workers to relent. The newcomers boarded a truck and drove toward the metal boxes. Shall we intervene, Captain? Little Boy inquired eagerly. Remain still. Starwind replied with calm assurance. The truck is about to be taken. Longstone interjected. It's not your truck. Why the rush? Starwind remained unmoved. Longstone instinctively sensed that the captain was about to pull a trick. The truck entered the metal box, which then departed the dock. Slim, you go. Let them see you, Starwind commanded. The reconnaissance craft revved its engines and surged toward the departing metal box. The metal box quickly detected the approaching reconnaissance aircraft and began to evade in a flurry. However, the overwhelming number of vessels at the dock rendered its escape rather clumsy. Before long, it was struck by a cargo ship, followed by an ice transport vessel, and subsequently a mining ship. Fatty, deploy the plasma bomb spread pattern and bombard indiscriminately. Came the command. The young boy trailed behind, remaining vigilant. Huh, Fatty exclaimed, somewhat surprised. It might hit our own men. It won't be fatal, hurry. The strike aircraft, dragging its bulky frame, lunged toward the metal box, launching an assault as it entered range. unleashing a torrential spray of searing plasma. Most vessels were unable to evade. And alongside the metal box, they were scorched, their hulls marred by molten metal glistening in the heat. Yasgod, it's your turn. Jump in to assist the metal box and drive them toward the dock. On it, the ancestral red battleboat sliced into the fray, directly targeting the metal box, piercing its docking port into the opposing hull. Do it. The voice of the clever one crackled through the communicator, followed by the sounds of combat. On the large screen, Starwind witnessed the occupants of the metal box being expelled one by figures clad in full black combat armor, floating briefly before being captured by the dock's gravity and crashing heavily to the ground. That armor was custom-made for the clever one on the production line. Though devoid of internal power, its protective capabilities were exceptional. Coupled with the clever one's physique, it wielded immense lethality and intimidation. All right, Yasgod, drag the metal box away. The rest of you wait. Fatty, you can still fire a few more rounds. When I arrive, scatter and flee. Understood, young master. The Star Raiders cheered exuberantly, continuing their revelry on the battlefield. Boss, I have a question, Changsha said, counting the supplies on the truck. What is the daily life of the Empire like? Don't beat around the bush, Starwind replied, arms crossed, observing the Star Raiders moving supplies. Are you implying that I lack virtue? Then how come you have so many crooked ideas? Changsha shook his head in resignation. Just now, several mining ship owners contacted me, saying they saw the tiger-tooth people steal a metal box and injure many vessels. Then they were driven away by the death sentence, inquiring about our protection fee. I told you, the Star Raiders are rather simple-minded. Starwind scoffed. My methods are far inferior compared to the scheming of those great powers outside. Sigh, Changsha lamented. I somewhat regret agreeing to venture out with you. You wouldn't, Starwind grinned, patting his shoulder. You wouldn't be content to remain here for a lifetime. Changsha paused, momentarily at a loss for words. Boss, communication from the Four Rings leader, the clever one approached, handing Starwind a data pad. Young master, impressive tactics. The Four Rings leader's half-smiling visage appeared on the screen. Feigning an attack on the bandits, they couldn't find a handle and ended up suffering losses. They likely won't cause trouble for the time being. Flattery, flattery. Just routine operations, Starwind reciprocated with a smile. However, my people still incurred some losses. The Four Rings leader's expression grew serious. A minor issue. I will return the trucks to them. Starwind downplayed the matter. Just the trucks? The Four Rings leader sensed something amiss. There was no way around it. During the fierce battle, the ship was damaged, and everything on board was thrown into disarray. Xingfeng wore a resigned expression. I have a brother who was injured as well, he lamented, recalling how a younger crew member had stumbled out of the hatch and bloodied his nose. The leader of the Four Rings said nothing, merely gazing intently at Xingfeng. Very well, young master, he finally spoke. Thank you. Wait, Xingfeng called out to the leader, who was about to sever communication. I have an extra metal box here, currently available at a 70% discount. If you pay a small processing fee, I can refine the materials and return them to you. Materials, you say? The price is yours to dictate. The leader of the Four Rings, disinclined to engage further, terminated the communication. Xingfeng tossed the data pad to Changsha, humming a cheerful tune as he departed the cargo area. Changsha watched him leave and muttered, young master lacks integrity. Yet, turning his gaze to the various supplies being unloaded from the truck, water, ice, ores, and other provisions, he couldn't help but smile broadly. Chapter 27. Preparing to hijack a ship, Gleaming had been quite busy of late. Each morning commenced with routine inspections of the power room alongside his technician subordinates. Although they rarely uncovered any issues, the boss had mandated this as a daily necessity. After breakfast, he would immerse himself in the concise parts identification manual, a version prepared by Xingfeng that only included illustrations and animated demonstrations. Gleaming was not averse to such study, one reason being that the boss insisted upon it, and the other being that it was the only material he could comprehend. Following lunch, he was tasked with checking the status of the skiff, another directive from the boss. In the afternoon, he organized the technicians to operate the machinery and retrieve the earnings from Changsha's transactions. The haul was diverse: water, ice, minerals, food, and even scrap parts from spaceships. The boss had declared that everything was worth collecting, as it could all be refined and transformed into useful products on the production line. After dinner, it was customary to don combat attire and head to the crew quarters and recreational room. Typically, this was when some individuals, having indulged in too much liquor, would begin to stir trouble, necessitating a bit of forceful suppression. Once his tasks were complete, Gleaming would retreat to his own room, which he had to himself. Xingfeng would occasionally visit to inquire if Gleaming encountered any difficulties in his studies, offering explanations and sometimes sharing hearty laughter as he described a vision of one day converting the Imperial dock into a waste processing facility. As he lay in bed at night, Decalming would sometimes ponder, does the boss truly value me this much? Yet, his mind could not arrive at a definitive conclusion. Things were proceeding smoothly. Today was a day of revelry. Changsha was already in a half-drunken state. The warehouse dock I have rented now holds over 20,000 tons of supplies, Xingfeng observed with a cold gaze at his normally reliable deputy, now resembling a disheveled rag. If one wished to languish in such a manner for a lifetime, things might indeed be considered smooth. He tapped lightly on the table. However, without a complete production line, he remained under the thumb of that tyrannical old man. Then let us create one. Changsha began to ramble, drifting into a haze. Xingfeng settled at the opposite end of the table, taking a sip from his drink before meticulously analyzing the signals he had received. These signals were data gathered from the hyperspace beacons he had dispatched during this period. In total, there were 7 beacons. 2 had been destroyed, 2 yielded no feedback, and 3 returned target signals. The locations of the destroyed beacons were no longer viable for launching further probes, as it had been confirmed that the adversary was monitoring the area, posing a risk of being tracked through the hyperspace jump's residual waves, which could reveal their jump coordinates. Yet, the returning target signals left him in a quandary. He was uncertain whether the opposing side had overlooked the beacons or were simply awaiting further action from his end. Should he disguise the Lao Tai and conduct a direct reconnaissance jump? After all, most officials in the Unified Alliance were mere agents of the Angel Federation. However, he could not ascertain whether the opposing side consisted of the corrupt officials from the Unified Alliance. Sighing heavily, Xingfeng recognized that despite his outward display of confidence, he was acutely aware that, given his current strength, even accounting for the prowess of the Star Pirates, should he attract the attention of any major power and be perceived as a threat, he would undoubtedly be crushed to oblivion. At the very least, he could not present a greater threat than the marauding brigands at the borders. Furrowing his brow, he struggled to devise a viable plan. Suddenly, the information alert on the data panel chimed. Boss, it's a report from Ditsongming. Another mining ship has requested protection. You handle it, engage if we can win, and if not, create confusion, he replied. Oh, Ditsongming cut off the communication. In truth, situations where they could not prevail were rare. Through recent encounters, Xingfeng had discerned that they primarily faced rusted tin boxes, a few obsolete international-class interceptors, and a scant handful of hereditary disruptors. His Ragtag crew was more than sufficient to handle the threat. After all, the Star Pirates relied solely on their numbers and reckless bravado. Silently, Xingfeng began to formulate a plan in his mind. The next day, what is this? Changsha asked. Having returned to normalcy, yet he appeared unsettled by the items Xingfeng had just unloaded from the production line. Components for cargo ships, Xingfeng chuckled. So thin? Changsha gazed at the flimsy sheets of material, utterly perplexed. You'll understand once they are assembled, Xingfeng replied, choosing not to elaborate further. By the way, have you become familiar with the local scene recently? How's your intelligence capability? Intelligence? That's not my forte, Changsha waved his hand dismissively. But I do have some channels. Albeit limited. I'll spread the word. Just say, internal information. I won't tell just anyone. Some fool plans to secretly send out a fully loaded cargo ship to hide. What? Changsha looked at Xingfeng, then back at the components. What unscrupulous scheme do you have in mind now? Once the ship is assembled, you'll see, Xingfeng continued, focusing on his printing. When the final product emerged, Changsha was left speechless. Although it was merely an empty shell encasing a hyperspace beacon from the exterior, Xingfeng had crafted a vessel resembling a 50-meter-long unmanned trade transport ship, identical to those used in external commerce. This was precisely the type of target Star Pirates favored. I plan to construct 3 of them, Xingfeng explained to Changsha. They will be aimed at 3 potential targets. You need to disseminate the news and ensure as many people as possible are aware. Then you intend to wait for those individuals to pursue the cargo ship themselves. Should they encounter enemies at their location, it would result in their demise, leading the opposition to believe the threat has been neutralized. If they return unscathed, it indicates all is well. You could be deemed more astute than the cleverest, perhaps even immensely wise. You truly lack moral integrity, Longsha remarked, shaking his head. Frankly, I value life more than you Star Pirates. Xingfeng, unfazed, retorted that it was you who disregarded human life. You are the boss, your word is law. Longsha, disinterested in further debate, adjusted his hat and strode toward the passageway. As anticipated by Xingfeng, events unfolded smoothly. Or one might say the Star Pirates were as straightforward as Xingfeng had imagined. Each of the 3 jump routes attracted varying numbers of Star Pirates. One contingent never returned, while another managed to return with half of a metallic box. The last fleet returned intact, and the crew lamented in the bar, cursing the scoundrel who led them astray. Naturally, Xingfeng deduced his objective and commenced preparations. Shall it be just the two of us? Longshore found the notion hard to believe. What use is having more people? Xingfeng dismissed his concern. When the ship is immobile, can't we carry it back? No, I mean, just the two of us, embarking on a grand adventure? Longshore was utterly perplexed by Xingfeng's thoughts. Enough, Xingfeng asserted confidently. You simply pilot the old iron to the abandoned research station, and I will infiltrate the research vessel and bring it back. How simple is that? Boss, I'm not referring to you. Longshore insisted on expressing his dissent. From my recollection, it's not that straightforward when brothers attempt to seize a ship. Are you perhaps unfamiliar with the hijacking process? Huh, Xingfeng replied with a faint smile. I may not be as versed in the hijacking process as you, but you certainly lack my understanding of the Titan Alliance. Chapter 28. Infiltration and Reconnaissance. Longshore donned the unique attire that Xingfeng provided him. It was rather uncomfortable. He gazed down at the pristine, long-hemmed robe adorned with rust-colored floral patterns, and it felt awkward in every sense. Alas, such is the nature of garments worn by those self-righteous saints. Xingfeng also wore a similar outfit, and in contrast to Longshore's dark, rough complexion, he appeared more fitting in his attire. Is it truly this simple? Longshore remained skeptical of Xingfeng's plan. Indeed, it is this simple, provided you refrain from speaking, Xingfeng replied with unwavering confidence. Longshore settled back into the captain's seat of the old iron and adjusted the throttle, guiding the ship from its berth. This vessel had likely not been cleaned to such pristine condition in a century. Less chatter. Just set sail, Xingfeng instructed as he took a seat in the mining ship. I need to recall the intelligence on those self-righteous saints. He closed his eyes and soon emitted soft snores. Longshore activated the negative dimensional energy input channel and started the curvature engine. The old iron vanished into deep space, enveloped by two bubbles. 2 days later, the old iron reached the designated location of the hyperspace beacon, a dead star. Xingfeng scrutinized the myriad parameters displayed on the large screen. A supernova from over 3,000 years ago. This was the Empire's intent in establishing a research station here. And then, Longshore, uninterested in such matters, was more concerned about the feasibility of Xingfeng's plan. The abandoned research station you mentioned is likely to be overlooked, isn't it? Though the station has long been deserted. It is national property and is thus likely to be allocated to certain oligarchs affiliated with the Federation. So, there is indeed someone keeping an eye on it. This thought left Longshore feeling increasingly unsettled. Naturally, when he donned the Angel Federation attire, he understood that it was impossible for it to go unnoticed. Otherwise, Xingfeng would not have gone to such lengths. Generally speaking, there will be oversight, Xingfeng replied. Most likely, it will be distant relatives of the prominent families. Those oligarchs who wield little power, merely assigned to roles as a token of patronage. Noticing Longshore's lingering anxiety, he patted him reassuringly on the shoulder. Do not worry. They do not eat children. This only heightened Longshore's unease. The old iron ship was nearing its designated location. Suddenly, the guiding signal light illuminated. Vessels approaching. Please proceed to the outpost for inspection. From the tone, it was evident that the announcement was automated. Adjust the ship's stern and proceed along the magnetic line. Xingfeng instructed Longshore. Ensure the stern is facing forward, then deactivate the protective magnetic field and reroute the energy to the engine. When did this ship acquire a protective magnetic field? Longshore mumbled as he located the unfamiliar switch. Without it, we would both be incinerated, after all. We are in the remnants of a supernova. Xingfeng rose to straighten his attire. Your ship's stern must not deviate either. Without the cargo hold filled with water to shield us from high-energy particles, we would also meet a fiery end. How perilous! Longshore gasped. Why did you not mention this upon arrival? Had it not been so dangerous, those wretched oligarchs would have dismantled the research station and sold it for scrap ages ago. Xingfeng chuckled lightly. Besides, I did not wish to frighten you. The old iron ship, relying on inertia, reversed into a small outpost concealed behind a gas giant. Gliding into the docking bay, Xingfeng led Longshore towards the hatch, reminding him to remain silent and simply listen to instructions. As the mining ship's door swung open, Xingfeng stepped down with poise, his posture regal. A bespectacled official in a wrinkled gray military uniform approached them, his demeanor overtly sycophantic. Oh, esteemed priest of the Angel Nation, what wind brings such a distinguished cleric to our humble abode? He inquired, his face a mask of ingratiation. The Federation requires research data on certain extreme astronomical phenomena, Xingfeng replied, endeavoring to mimic the gentle tone of the Angel Federation officials. Though he had only seen such portrayals in films and was unsure of their authenticity. Of course, the official nodded eagerly, suggesting he had likely never encountered a genuine Federation representative before. However, this dilapidated outpost has been abandoned for many years. I fear it may be difficult to locate such data. The implication being, You are rejecting the amicable Federation's request? Xingfeng strove to maintain a calm, yet slightly menacing tone. Oh, how could that be, esteemed priest? The official's smile was so exaggerated it caused the flesh on his face to ripple. Even if I had 10 lives, I would not dare. It is simply that this station has indeed been forsaken for years. Surely, you can discern that, priest? Xingfeng raised his chin slightly, tilting his head to regard the official. He then turned towards Changshi, who had been silently following beside him. We shall return now, Mr. Scribe, he said gracefully. Turning away. We must not trouble our friends. We should return and inform the dean that the task remains unfulfilled. After a brief pause, he added, I recall that the dean seems to be supervising the chief. Let us first pay our respects to the chief. Changshi's figure trembled slightly. Oh, please, not like this, Pastor. The person in charge appeared visibly anxious. Such disrespect towards the angels is a burden too great to bear. Do not overthink it, Xingfeng gently reassured. I will present the facts. This is not your fault. Oh, that simply will not do, Pastor. You know well that in our Federation, we cannot offend the President. Nor can we upset the angels. The person in charge was in a flurry, ultimately gritting his teeth and stamping his foot. Very well. I shall arrange for a few individuals to assist you in retrieving the materials from the research station. I noticed that your spacecraft lacks a shielding layer, Xingfeng interjected. Pastor, you are quite knowledgeable about technology. The person in charge was somewhat surprised but did not dwell on it. There is no other choice, after all. The lives of those soldiers are not particularly valuable. A trip there merely means a few less years of life. It's inconsequential. Xingfeng closed his eyes, contemplating, and solemnly shook his head. Life is precious. The universe is indifferent. This was the phrase most favored by the Angelic Federation for external propaganda. Never mind. Let us go ourselves. He gently patted the person in charge's shoulder. I cannot bear to witness the demise of any singular life. Changshi trembled even more violently. The person in charge wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Pastor, your understanding is most commendable. Life is indeed precious. Go rest. I shall report your unwavering spirit of cooperation, even at the cost of life. Upon returning to the ironclad, the hatch closed. Changshi erupted into a fit of wild laughter. And then this robust figure struck a delicate pose, beginning to mimic Xingfeng. Life is precious. The universe is indifferent. Ha ha ha. Boss, if the little ones saw you today, they would laugh for a month without eating. Ha ha ha. Xingfeng removed his robe, exhaling a sigh of relief. Do not say that. Even I am nearing my limit. He looked at the still laughing Changshi and gave him a sharp tap on the back of his head, knocking off his hat. Just now, you were nearly laughing uncontrollably, he said with a fierce tone. Still laughing? Quickly set sail and reclaim the research vessel. Changshi picked up his hat, still chuckling as he walked toward the cockpit. The ironclad smoothly departed its berth, heading toward the research station. Before long, a colossal silhouette floated against the dark starry sky. How immense, Changshi remarked, gazing at the display on the sensor. It is even larger than the invincible meteor. After all, it was a permanent deep space research station in a harsh region. Xingfeng also regarded the research station intently. Its vertical diameter must exceed 6,000 meters. The structure of the research station resembled a gigantic upright round shield, with its outer side facing the direction of the high-energy particle flow from a supernova explosion, shielding against the relentless high-energy particle storms that had raged for millennia. The inner side featured various structures extending outward in parallel, densely packed and beautifully arranged. Such a magnificent creation, and it is being squandered. The Empire truly wastes it, Changshi frowned. It is the Federation, Xingfeng corrected him. This thing is truly beautiful. Are they not all the same? At least they are for us. Changshi remained unconvinced. What is our current plan? Approaching the research station. And then we shall proceed with the next steps. Xingfeng continued to gaze out the window, captivated by the beauty before him. It is truly magnificent. Such a vast expanse should harbor a wealth of treasures to unearth. Changshi scrutinized the screen. I should have insisted on bringing more people at that time. Indeed. Xingfeng nodded in agreement. Yet, it is exceedingly beautiful. Changshi furrowed his brow once more, an unsettling thought gradually surfacing in his mind. He turned to observe Xingfeng, lost in contemplation of the research station, and then glanced back at the screen. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. No way, boss, do you really intend to? Have you lost your mind? Chapter 29. Recruitment. The old iron vessel swayed as it returned to its berth alongside the death's embrace. The freshly washed hull was marred by the high-energy particle streams, leaving it mottled and charred. Ming opened the docking corridor's door, awaiting the two to enter. The first to rush down the corridor was Changshi, who seized Ming by the shoulders. Your leader has gone mad. You must talk some sense into him. Ming was utterly bewildered. How has he gone mad? Why are you incessantly rambling? Xingfeng's voice echoed from behind him. Did I not tell you? No one else wants it. So we might as well take it. Such a colossal entity. Changsha gestured broadly. How do you intend to steal it? Can it even be moved? Do we not just observe that it is a completely immobile space station? Utilize a jump drive. Xingfeng replied nonchalantly, gesturing for De Kongming to join them in the corridor. We can simply jump away. What kind of jump drive would be required? How much energy would that consume? Changsha struggled to maintain his composure. You must also account for the mass of the space station. This is utterly impossible. Xingfeng cast a disdainful glance at Changsha. Technical matters are not your concern. He paused. However, you must inform me of the most complex environmental conditions within your sphere of influence. Changsha looked at Xingfeng, gradually relinquishing his resistance. Of course, he had known from the outset that Xingfeng had already made up his mind. Very well. He shook his head in resignation. I will gather the necessary information. Xingfeng watched him depart, then turned to instruct De Kongming. Gather some personnel and head to the invincible meteor. I need to place an order. Bring back a substantial amount of cargo. You can obtain the order list from Changsha. After De Kongming nodded in agreement and entered another hatch, Xingfeng turned and made his way to the captain's quarters. Stealing it is not the challenge, but pondering how to evade pursuit afterward proves to be rather difficult. He approached the star map projection table in his quarters, striving to excavate details of key locations from his memory. 3 days later, De Kongming returned to Death's Embrace with 4 cargo ships. Our resources are nearly depleted. Changsha gazed mournfully at the 4 colossal cargo vessels, each measuring 1,000 meters in length. A minor issue. Xingfeng patted his shoulder. Once we complete this job, we shall have a home. Sigh. Changsha sighed helplessly. The prerequisite is that we succeed. The elder does not speak in certainties. Xingfeng remained unfazed. There is at least an 80% chance. Where is the information you were tasked to find? Right here. Changsha handed over the datapad. There are 4 locations. In the realm of gravitational anomalies, the edges of black holes seem to perplex. The starwind brushed against the data panel. What is this place? The ghostly sector of space debris. It is said that phantom ships roam here, explained Changsha, threatening living vessels. Such superstitions, scoffed Starwind. They are merely autonomous vessels left over from the previous wars, unattended and merely attacking anything that crosses their path, posing little threat. He fell into contemplation. This indeed seems fitting. A spark ignited in his eyes. This is the place. 2 days later, Starwind equipped all ships in the fleet, including 4 newly constructed operational vessels with electromagnetic shielding. He then embarked on the most arduous task of training. Pay close attention, you bunch of dimwits, he admonished, gesturing towards the projection on the screen. This indicator shows the status of the electromagnetic shield. If it turns yellow, you must rush back to the old iron before it turns red, or find refuge behind a rock until it returns to green. What happens if we don't return? A seemingly thoughtful space pirate raised a hand to inquire. Then high-energy particles will pierce through your ships and your bodies. Starwind's expression turned grave. Your lifespan could be reduced by at least 20 years. I'm only 19. A space pirate lamented, glancing at the tattoo on his arm. 20 years less. That leaves me 1 year short. Shall I owe it? Is that how you calculate? Starwind swung the operation pen towards the pirate's head. Changsha. The onlooking Changsha shook his head helplessly and approached the front, adopting a serious demeanor. Let us not discuss lifespan for now. He attempted to infuse a sense of threat into his tone. However, that thing of yours may never work again. He pointed between the legs of the pirate in the front row. A collective gasp echoed through the room. I remember. Yellow means escape. The initial questioner summarized earnestly. Yes. Yes. The space pirates nodded seriously. Yellow means escape. Starwind gazed at this group of individuals with their brains seemingly located in their lower halves, shaking his head in resignation. Fine, just be obedient. After the meeting, Changsha approached Starwind. Boss, we are understaffed. He cut straight to the chase. How can that be? Didn't we pay over 200 salaries last month? Starwind furrowed his brow. Over 50 took their wages to gamble and were held back, needing to work to repay their debts, Changsha reported, lifting the data panel. More than 20 found learning too difficult and returned to their hometowns. Additionally, over 30, he continued to peruse the data panel, were killed by equipment malfunctions, weapon misfires, forgetting to turn off the gas valve, or sneaking sips of drinks meant for subhumans. In short, they died. What about combat casualties? Starwind felt increasingly overwhelmed. None, Changsha shrugged. Starwind felt his blood pressure rising. It seems that before we can provide technical assistance, we must first address their mindset. Otherwise, no matter how many space pirates we have, it will not suffice for such endeavors. Let us split up. I'll head to the meteorite. You go to the 4-ring outpost. Starwind recalled that the chief of the 4-ring outpost was not fond of Changsha. You go to the meteorite, recruit some temporary workers, and bring back at least 100 more. Ultimately, Starwind, lacking in spirits, managed to recruit around 80 individuals. However, just as he was tallying the numbers on the bridge, he noticed familiar data streaming in from the sensor screens. The venomous sting? The muddy waters? The bathtub? He furrowed his brow. What are these rascals doing here? You possess a grand enterprise yet fail to inform us. Such a lack of camaraderie is rather disheartening. Although Xing Feng's presence was unwelcome, the group ultimately congregated in the multifunctional activity room aboard the execution vessel. Captain Hornet commenced with a vehement complaint directed at Xing Feng. You simply wish to corner the benefits, disregarding us wretched souls. Xing Feng, unperturbed by niceties, cut straight to the point. Is it conceivable that you could inhabit such an expansive space station alone? Black Cotton was equally dissatisfied. You need not worry about that. Xing Feng shot Black Cotton a fierce glare. That is a research station, do you comprehend? Even the illiterate would find no lodging there, understand? It can at least be dismantled and sold, Captain Water Buffalo chimed in. Dream on. Xing Feng slammed the table. This space station is filled with delicate scientific instruments. None of you are permitted to touch them. Oh, come now, don't be like that, Captain Tooth Decay chuckled, attempting to mediate. How about this? Consider us your hired hands, and we shall take away some items you deem worthless. In your dreams. Xing Feng's eyes widened in fury. Do not presume I am unaware of your character. You would likely abscond with everything that could be pilfered. Oh, surely not. Captain Tooth Decay continued with a grin. How about we draft a written agreement? Should anyone take more than permitted, we shall sever a hand. Get lost. Xing Feng waved dismissively. With your meager sense of contractual obligation, I wouldn't place faith in such threats. He suddenly paused, as if contemplating something. Fine. Xing Feng abruptly relented. Let us draft an agreement. Should anyone breach it, do not blame me for turning hostile. Everyone present was taken aback. Those familiar with Xing Feng's temperament sensed something amiss. Yet the temptation before them compelled them to sign the agreement, thus joining Xing Feng's band of marauders. They then merrily sought out the clever technical team to install an electromagnetic shielding layer. Longstone, Xing Feng called to his first mate after the three captains departed. Make sure you inform them of the consequences of lacking an electromagnetic shielding layer. Certainly, Longstone nodded in agreement, suddenly realizing something. Boss, you truly are unscrupulous. Chapter 30. The plan commences once the miscreant's ship transformations were complete. Xing Feng assigned the predetermined work schedule. After all, with willing laborers at hand, why not take advantage? These are 12 inertial pulse fusion thrusters. Xing Feng addressed the seated bandits in the activity room. They are activated through laser-induced nuclear fusion. In any case, each of your ships will receive 3. Install them at the locations I have marked. He switched to another image depicting a colossal apparatus. This is a large-scale jump module. He pointed to the image. Each ship will receive 1, to be placed at my designated spots. This task should not be too arduous, correct? Not at all. Captain Tooth Decay chuckled. But I must inquire, where do these items originate? They were manufactured, Xing Feng revealed without hesitation. On board the invincible meteor. Does the Tiger Tooth King know? The glint of cunning sparkled in old bandit's eyes. Certainly, Xing Feng scoffed. If you are all aware, how could he be oblivious? Then you must be aware that Captain Tooth Decay is deliberately withholding part of the truth. Let us secure the items first. Xing Feng understood the old fox's intent. He aims to seize control, but I must first procure the materials. The captain of the cavity ship ceased to speak, merely stroking his beard as he took a seat. In essence, the plan was straightforward. Follow orders. I would first address the sentry, install the energy harvester, and mark the location. Upon receiving my signal, you would join me. Amidst the sparse discussions of the star pirates, Xing Feng exited the conference room. Dat Songming, Changshe, gather our people and prepare for departure. The iron old ship surged ahead, leaping toward the designated target. As before, we navigated the familiar path and soon arrived at the outpost adjacent to the supernova remnants. Ah, the priest is back, is it? The outpost commander awaited the opening of the iron old's hatch, but unlike the previous encounter, this time he had no guards accompanying him. No. Clad in a great coat with a fur-collared tiger-striped vest and a fur hat, Xing Feng strode confidently down the landing ramp. Ming, go. A burly man in black armor swiftly charged at the commander, pinning him to the ground as if capturing a chick. The star pirates surged into the outpost. Do not kill indiscriminately. I am benevolent and cannot abide bloodshed, Xing Feng admonished his subordinates. Of course, should they resist, the situation would differ. However, the poorly trained and utterly unsuspecting sentry thugs offered no resistance, rapidly finding themselves bound before Xing Feng. Priest, what is this? The commander gazed at Xing Feng in bewilderment. Do I resemble a priest? Xing Feng replied with a smirk, casting a bemused glance at the commander. Yes, The commander, desperate for survival, exclaimed. You clearly possess the noble aura of the angelic Federation. Smack. Xingfeng delivered a resounding slap. You resemble a Federation citizen. Your entire family resembles one. He retorted with disdain. Despite no longer being an imperial citizen himself, Xingfeng could not suppress his contempt for those who grovel before foreigners and the prevailing ethos of such nations. Unbeknownst to him, he embodied the very essence of a true bandit leader. Take them back. These individuals have received some education and may prove useful. He turned and strode back to the Iron Old. Take everything of value, then demolish this outpost. Inform the others that they may proceed. Shortly after the launch of the hyperspace beacon, the Poison Sting, Mud, Bathtub, and Execution ships completed their jumps, arriving in the star region. Remember to activate the electromagnetic shielding. Each ship should locate the marked points and commence operations. The 4 vessels, each the size of a frigate, navigated toward the immense research station. Before long, sparks from welding began to flicker across the shield structure of the research station. How long will it take? Xingfeng inquired, his eyes fixed on the viewport as he addressed Changshe. 2 to 3 days, perhaps. The workload is considerable, Changshe replied, glancing at the data panel. That should suffice. Xingfeng calculated the time mentally. Hurry, we need to set up the radiation capture sails for power generation and lay the cables. The workload is substantial. The intense labor proceeded methodically, aside from the occasional fatalities among the star pirates due to improper operations, an unfortunate yet commonplace occurrence. 4 days later, the 12 thrusters have been positioned, and the transition module has entered charging mode. Notify all vessels to evacuate. I am prepared to commence the propulsion. Xingfeng held a data pad, densely populated with sensor data. Boss, he said, pointing at the spatial sensing display on the bridge screen. The bathtub, the mud, and the Stinger vessels disregarded Xingfeng's instructions, each maneuvering toward the nearest docking area. As expected, Xingfeng thought, a sardonic smile crossing his lips as he gazed at the screen. He then picked up a remote control, systematically pressing the 3 buttons. After 3 minutes of silence, the first signal to connect was from the mud. Captain, the energy of our electromagnetic shielding layer has diminished. It's turned yellow. The voice of the water buffalo captain was tinged with evident panic. Next came the Stinger, followed by the bathtub. I knew it. Captain Tooth, being more experienced, quickly surmised the situation, a wry smile etched across his weathered face. You truly are thorough. My lord, I've known you all long enough, Xingfeng replied, pressing the buttons on the remote in succession. Is it green now? The 3 captains nodded in unison on the communication screen. Still rebellious? They shook their heads together. Then bring it back. Your service fees will not be diminished. The 3 vessels obediently clustered around the executioner. The thrusters prepared for ignition. 3, 2, 1. 12 fusion pulse engines erupted in a blinding brilliance. A colossal golden sphere shimmering at the rear of the thrusters. 10 seconds later, the engines extinguished simultaneously. Why did they shut off? Captain Hornet was the first to voice his concern. Is it broken? What now, my lord? We can't move. The water buffalo captain also sounded anxious. It melted, Xingfeng remarked, adjusting the data pad in his hands. This material cannot endure the heat emitted by the fusion pulses for an extended period. Then what do we do? Came the voice of Black-Hearted Cotton. Failed. Are you up to the task, my lord? Humph. Xingfeng ignored him, rapidly calculating on the data pad. The propulsion time was 10 seconds, and the total thrust was. He swiftly deduced the results from the total thrust and overall velocity change parameters. This is the total mass of the space station. He handed the data pad to Captain Longshore. Go to the Old Iron, land at the power control point. Inject this data into the transition module, and adjust the energy required to supplement the mass. Once charging is complete, initiate the jump. He then turned to the communicator. All vessels, pay attention. We are about to commence hyperspace jumping. The coordinates have been shared. Do not fall behind. What is the target? Captain Tooth inquired. Sensing the coordinates were somewhat unfamiliar, Xingfeng flashed a faint smile. The border station of the Empire of the Almighty Gods. Chapter 31. Jumping around Empire of the Almighty Gods. Border Defense Zone 6, near the Cosmic Army border station. 7 hours after the jump, Xingfeng was calibrating the recently activated communication array. Boss, Dit Songming entered the room. The beacon has arrived. Excellent. Xingfeng rose to his feet. Accepting the data pad handed to him by the astute Big Clever, the device recorded the information collected by the hyperspace beacons left in the wake of the recent jump. These beacons remained stationary to gather data and would subsequently leap to converge at the research station. As Xingfeng sifted through the amassed records, he anticipated the outcome. Shortly after the jump, the powerful remnants of a subcapital-class hyperspace jump had inevitably attracted the attention of the Federation's reconnaissance team. The beacons had intercepted numerous communications from the Federation's pursuers. Had the research station been lost? Impossible. Such a substantial installation? Upon confirming the residual signal, it was evident that the research station had indeed executed a jump. Who was responsible? The federal lords? Or the imperial scum? Aside from them, no one else possessed the capability to orchestrate such an event. Where were the guards stationed? These inept sycophants, with their flimsy connections to the prince, were nothing but parasites, incapable of fulfilling their duties. Report to the superiors. This is a grave matter. We cannot shoulder this responsibility. Has the measurement of the residual wave thickness been completed? Where did the target go? An imperial border station? How could this be happening? What is going on? We cannot pursue. Report immediately. Xingfeng swiftly compiled the necessary information and activated the recently initiated communication array. The Imperial fleet's broadcast had already arrived. This is the Imperial heavy cruiser Iron Curtain. Unidentified mothership class target. Please disclose your identity. All actions are prohibited. Comply with our directives. Xingfeng pressed the button and transmitted the information he had prepared. A communication filled with garbled interference crackled through intermittently. Reporting to superiors, static, research station, static, connection to the prince, static, imperial scum, static, cannot pursue. Enough. Let us depart. The colossal research station was once again enveloped by a massive blue dimensional sphere, vanishing into the depths of space. In the domain of the Titan Empire. Within the prince's exclusive star sector, near the clandestine shipyard of Prince Iron Dome, for hours post the second jump. Relax, old horse. Xingfeng was hosting a banquet for 3 captains and several familiar friends, though most of their crew and vessels remained quarantined in the port area. Try my second-generation vintage. See how tense you are. You can't even hold your chopsticks. How can I not be tense? The 23-year-old captain certainly lacks composure. We are in the heart of the empire. This is the lair of those child-eating imperialists. Still clinging to that old tale? Xingfeng replied with a faint smile, returning to his seat. We've known each other long enough for you to dismiss such rumors. Nevertheless, I must say, dear Lord of Decay, you are among the rare elders in the Star Pirates, yet you should exercise a bit more prudence. Aren't we being a tad reckless here? Why not seize a ship and jump back immediately? Look at the situation now. Jump back directly? Xingfeng was not surprised by the simplicity of their reasoning. A unit second only to a mothership had vanished. Even if the Federation's ineptitude was renowned, they would desperately probe the hyperspace residual waves and mobilize their forces to reclaim it. One must understand, units of this size, capable of maneuvering, number less than 20 across the entire star system. I told you, you are insane. I said it. You are insane. The long stone was already inebriated, left with nothing but repetitive murmurs. I have a plan, he declared. The starry winds were gentle, and the atmosphere was tranquil. Have the encrypted data packets been sent? He inquired. What is the status on the other side? The intelligent one scratched his head as he picked up the datapad. The fleet has assembled but has not approached. That is as it should be, the starry wind smiled. I surmise that after the prince's demise, his over 100 sons have yet to reach a consensus. They must have been bewildered upon the sudden arrival of the dreadnought-class vessel. What content did you send in the data packet? The tension of the dark-hearted Cotton was not much better than that of Captain Hornet, though the medical personnel likely possessed a steadier emotional fortitude. Garbage. The starry wind smile turned sinister. No matter how one attempts to decrypt it, it appears to be indecipherable. Lord Lackey, the charging is complete, came the report from the Star Thief operator through the communicator. Let us go. The massive circular research station vanished once again into the dimensional bubble. The Unified Alliance and the Angel Federation jointly established an exclusive economic development zone in the habitable star system beneath the daylight dome, at the outermost layer. 20 hours post-jump. After a refreshing slumber, the starry wind returned to the central control room of the research station, intending to establish this chamber as the future command hub. Captain Hornet and the others appeared considerably more relaxed, showcasing the adaptability of the Star Thieves to adverse environments. What does the exclusive economic development zone entail? What is Lord Lackey's purpose in coming here? Dark-hearted Cotton, seemingly seeking to ease his anxiety, pressed Longstone for details. How would I know? I am not Lord Lackey. Longstone retorted, irritated, as he shooed away Dark-hearted Cotton. So you're too lazy to speak behind my back now? The starry wind remarked, stretching his neck as he approached the console. Forget about this ridiculous title. You wouldn't comprehend it. This is simply a damn concession. What does concession mean? It means ceding one's territory to others, then symbolically collecting some money to placate the populace. The starry wind's face contorted with disdain. It is the favorite pastime of those despicable bones in the Unified Alliance. Naturally, the few dim-witted brutes could not fathom why Lord Lackey would engage in such conduct. Yet they grasped that this place was indeed a complex concept. Why is it taking so long this time? Captain Cavity was the one among the fools who managed to seize the crux of the matter. Give them some time to react. It will allow us to retrieve the previously left hyperspace beacons, the Starry Wind asserted, settling into the research supervisor's chair, determined to procure a zero-gravity one. Is that important? Longstone frowned at the datapad. I think not retrieving them won't affect anything. That is not permissible. This show must be witnessed. The Starry Wind maintained a relaxed demeanor, waving his hand dismissively. Though you may not feel it, I suspect the outside world has become quite chaotic. At last, upon seeing the icon of the Angel Federation fleet assemble on the sensors, the Intelligent One reported that the beacons had been successfully retrieved. All right. The Starry Wind joyfully tossed his cloak and rose to his feet. Let us initiate the final jump and find a quiet place to enjoy the spectacle. The colossal research space station disappeared for the fourth time, enveloped within the dimensional bubble. Chapter 32, Artificial Intelligence Ghostly Star Region, 12 hours after the jump. The death sentence is currently leading a team of craft to clear space debris, as the dimensional distortion following the jump has resulted in a faint gravitational pull, causing numerous pieces of space junk to slowly drift toward the space station, as if drawn by some enigmatic force. The commanding officer, Chang Shi, is somewhat anxious. With Xing Feng's approval, he has taken a sip of alcohol to bolster his courage. Despite Xing Feng's explanations regarding the origins of the ghost ship, Chang Shi finds it difficult to shake off the deeply ingrained perceptions from his childhood. Captain Water Buffalo enters the control room, panting, and snatches the cup from Captain Cavity's hand to drink from it. He exhales heavily, utterly exhausted from traveling such a distance merely to clear some cargo. This place is far too vast. Captain Hornet enters the control room, his legs trembling, and finds a place to sit. Is it a genius station? Did we walk here? Xing Feng, engrossed in manipulating the data terminal, asks without lifting his head. What else could it be? The two captains exchange puzzled glances. Stations of this scale typically have transit trains, Xing Feng explains coolly. You named my station foolishly. You deserve to walk. The two captains dare not voice their frustration. Country bumpkins are indeed country bumpkins. Completing his task, Xing Feng straightens up and raises his voice. Report on the status of the space station. Who are you speaking to? The three captains glance around, realizing that Xing Feng does not appear to be addressing the brilliant one. Received, Commander Xing Feng. A soft, deep male voice responds from within the space station. The current status of the space station is normal. The particle protection shield has a diameter of 6,000 meters, with the longest building within measuring 5,000 meters. It features AAA-grade defensive armor and lacks any weapon systems. The power source consists of 24 fusion reactors and 2 antimatter reactors, operating at 17% efficiency. The high-energy particle capture system is operational but inefficient. Currently located in the Phantom Star Zone, the facilities activated include a modular transformation laboratory. As he listens to the report, Xing Feng's attention begins to wane. He is already well acquainted with all the parameters of the space station, almost to the point of recitation. He is merely demonstrating the capabilities of the artificial intelligence. Yet, his mind uncontrollably drifts to the past. He recalls his university days, when he saved money to treat his mentor to a meal in order to gain access to the laboratory, enduring a 5-day queue for only a brief usage. He reminisces about his time working at the Imperial Dock, where the research department assigned him a laboratory, only to find it regularly monopolized by the sons of princes, rendering him unable to use it. He is a genius, yet even geniuses require tools. He possesses countless ideas, but it is often challenging to bring them to fruition. And now, he has his own laboratory, 50 in total, along with various research facilities, all equipped with the latest experimental instruments. This is a true research space station, a physical manifestation of what a genius's mind desperately needs. He has completed his mission. Who is it? Who is speaking? The oblivious captains continue searching for the source of the voice. Introduce yourself. Bringing his thoughts back to his corporeal form, Xing Feng commands with a calm demeanor. I am the Artificial Intelligence Management System of the space station, designated 137 Alpha Supernova. The male voice continues to introduce itself serenely. I am responsible for the comprehensive system monitoring of the research station, the execution of emergency protocols, data management, and the fulfillment of requests and commands issued by the commanders. What salary and conduct? Where is this person? Captain Hornet remains perplexed. Artificial intelligence, as Starwind clarifies, can simply be understood as a machine with cognitive abilities, indeed, more intelligent than the vast majority of space bandits. Oh, Captain Tooth Decay exclaimed as he slapped his forehead. It seems that the Bathyscaphe had won before. But then they always spoke of power and wealth, ignoring us altogether. That pertains to authority and management. Starwind glanced helplessly at Captain Tooth Decay, certain that during the transfer of the ship, The management rights of the artificial intelligence were not handed over, leading to its designation as illicitly held and refusal to respond. What can this thing do? Captain Hornet inquired with curiosity. It can do everything, Starwind retorted arrogantly as he returned to his seat. 137. Brew me a pot of tea. Certainly, Commander Starwind, the artificial intelligence replied gently. However, I must inform you that the latest tea stock was recorded 372 years ago. Would you still like some? Starwind felt a twinge of embarrassment. The three captains finally found a moment to vent their amusement, erupting into laughter. Ha ha ha, it can do everything, brew tea. Ha ha ha. Captain Water Buffalo chuckled, his face turning crimson with mirth. Starwind shot a venomous glare at the captains and rose to his feet. Brew it, he commanded. 3 cups. Have the security robot serve the tea, and make sure it's the largest security robot. I shall personally attend to it. Hey, don't. This is just a joke. It's not necessary. Captain Hornet protested. You ungrateful scoundrel. In the midst of the ruckus, Black Cotton entered the control room. Can I really use that medical bay? Excitement was evident in his eyes. Yes, but you must also participate in theoretical training, Starwind replied, turning to him. I know your clinical experience is quite sufficient, especially in surgery. This left Black Cotton somewhat conflicted. You're poaching my people, Captain Hornet exclaimed, his temper flaring. Are you trying to seize me? I'll trade you a robot, Starwind smiled at him. One equipped with a large model. Guaranteed to be more effective than 20 of your dim-witted subordinates, as a token of gratitude for your past assistance. Absolutely not. Captain Hornet fumed. What use is a robot? Just a heap of creaking scrap metal. TSK, Starwind scoffed, shaking his head. 137. Summon Iron 8, transfer the authority to Hornet, and he will surely be satisfied. Captain Hornet's anger intensified as he observed Starwind's condescending demeanor. I would sooner open the hatch and jump out than stop. Starwind suddenly felt a thought emerging from his mind. I don't wish to witness your moment of regret. Before long, a brawny man, stronger than a toothy bandit, donned in sunglasses and a black leather jacket, wielding a shotgun, entered the control room. He surveyed the surroundings before approaching Captain Hornet. Greetings. Captain Hornet felt a shiver as he was scrutinized by this imposing figure. What is it? Management authority confirmed. I shall be your dedicated robot from now on. Robot. The space pirate captains were once again taken aback, for Iron 8 appeared indistinguishable from a real human. Captain Hornet scrutinized Iron 8 from head to toe. Could you repeat that? He asked, somewhat incredulous. I am Iron 8, transferring management authority to Captain Hornet. From now on, I shall be your dedicated robot. Iron 8's voice resonated with a robust timbre, exuding the alluring charm of a mature man. Captain Hornet's expression brightened. Speak, old ma. Starwind leaned in, patting Captain Hornet on the shoulder. What is this creaking scrap metal? What can it do? The grinning Captain Hornet chose to ignore Starwind's provocation. You'll figure it out. Just give the commands. Starwind turned and took a seat. By the way, you can also set its initial personality. Just don't choose Little Meowchan, he added. Why not? Captain Hornet glared at him. If you tell me not to choose it, I will definitely choose it. Then go back to your ship and make your selection. Starwind remained noncommittal. If you want to change it back, come to me. I provide paid after-sales service. We'll see about that, Captain Hornet replied cheerfully, leading Iron 8 out of the control room, leaving the troubled Blackheart Cotton behind. Hee. I doubt you'll come back to find me, Starwind smirked. He then turned to a camera overhead. 137A. Have you organized the information from the recovery beacons? Almost done, Commander Starwind. 137A maintained its calm tone. I have archived and analyzed all data, cross-referencing it with the knowledge base to summarize the external reactions to our previous actions, with a credibility range of 97, 869, 999. Excellent, Starwind said with a mischievous grin. Present us with an overview in a simple and comprehensible manner. Understood, Commander Starwind. 137A activated the main screen in the control room, displaying a map of the star region. Standard time in the Ring of Rings star system. Year 8850. June 5th. This space station has been reactivated after 113 years of abandonment, with Commander Starwind in charge. For hyperspace jumps have been conducted, from Union Station 9 to Imperial Defense Zone 6, and then from Zone 6 to. Starwind glanced at the two captains, and then at Blackheart Cotton. Stop, he interjected, halting 137A. It appears your comprehension of simple and comprehensible is lacking. Please instruct, Commander Starwind. Look at this bunch of dimwits. They possess no abstract thinking or logical ability. Delivering tactical briefings to them is utterly meaningless, like playing a lute to a cow. Although the two captains were somewhat displeased, they had to concede that Starwind was correct. Merely hearing 137A's brief introduction had nearly lulled them to sleep. As for Blackheart Cotton, He only just realized that Captain Hornet had already sold him out. 137A contemplated for a few moments. Understood. I will convey the information in a simpler manner, adjusting the target's comprehension level down by 3 tiers. How will you present it? I will output the consolidated information as a script and then design it for cinematic presentation. Even Starwind's eyes lit up. Sounds splendid. Make sure it has a touch of B-movie flair. Command received. I must remind the commander that the majority of B-grade films often violate age rating restrictions, as typically, those with a comprehension level below the lower tier do not meet the required age. I understand that individuals under 17 must be accompanied by an adult. And I am here. Understood. I shall commence production shortly. Please be patient. Given the commander's request for a B-grade style, certain plot elements may be exaggerated. Yet the overall trajectory remains entirely grounded in reality. The bewildered Captain Cavity, who had been listening nearby, scratched his head. Why do I feel as if I've been scolded by this artificial intelligence? And in such a style reminiscent of the esteemed gentleman? As preparations for the film were underway, Longstone and Captain Wasp entered the main control room. What brings you back? Starwind had anticipated Captain Wasp would take the opportunity to admire Iron 8's physique. I had to return early to download a personalized character package, came the reply. It's download, not give birth, Starwind corrected. Did you really use Little Meow sauce? Captain Wasp inquired with a rebellious grin. If you enjoy it, that's all that matters, Starwind responded with a sly smile. Now that everyone is here, why not gather everyone to watch the film together? 137A. Received. Broadcasting to all stations. Please proceed to the academic lecture hall. Before long, the hall was filled to capacity, with most of the Star Raiders having never heard of such a thing as a movie, and only a select few possessing a vague understanding of the concept. Silence. During the film, anyone who speaks will be promptly ejected by the security robots. Understood? Starwind took the prime central position, with great wisdom and Longstone flanking him. Understood, esteemed gentlemen. The Star Raiders responded in an excited yet discordant chorus. Let the screening begin. Starwind dramatically swept his cloak and settled into a relaxed position. The lights in the academic lecture hall dimmed, and the projection base slowly ascended. As the magnetic levitation particles activated, the vibrant imagery of the film began to materialize. The Star Raiders stirred with excitement. Having only previously encountered crude monochrome particle projectors the size of a suitcase, often used for mock battles, an enormous title floated into view, the great heist of the space station. Starwind, holding a tub of popcorn, exhibited an unexpectedly enthusiastic expression. This is it. This is perfect. As the title faded, the interior of a space station emerged, depicting the docking bay of 137A. Soldiers of the Titan Federation were lined up, rushing toward the slowly arriving mining vessel of the Angel Federation, their leader's face etched with seriousness. Federation envoy, you have returned. Before he could finish his sentence, his expression froze. A rugged bandit, donning a fur hat, a black cloak, and a tiger-striped vest, his face marred with scars, leapt down from the 10-meter-high platform of the mining ship, laughing maniacally. Die, 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 hee. The marauder brandished an outrageously large triple-barreled machine gun in each hand, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the welcoming soldiers, who fell to the ground in grotesque numbers, blood spraying and limbs scattering. The leader, quick on his feet, swiftly took cover behind a nearby container and activated his headset to call for assistance. However, before he could establish a connection, a massive shadow loomed over him. A towering brigand clad in black armor seized him, lifting him effortlessly. Amidst his screams, the brigand gripped his shoulders with ferocious strength, tearing him asunder. The crimson blood gushing forth like a shattered fish tank. Starwind's hand, poised midair with popcorn, hesitated. The flavor was unmistakable. Yet he refrained from uttering 137 in consideration of the cinema's decorum. The onlookers, however, were thoroughly engrossed. As the brigand, seated upon a throne of corpses, issued a chilling command, the space station became enveloped in a rough-textured dimensional effect, vanishing into the cosmos. Starwind concluded inwardly that 137 must harbor grievances against him. The scene shifted to the command center at the border of the Colossus Federation. Impossible, exclaimed the officer in charge, his jaw slack in disbelief. That is a space station devoid of any navigational capabilities. How could it have jumped away? Indeed, it had vanished. The soldier tasked with conveying the news responded with earnestness. Who could have done this? Who possesses such power? We received no prior notification. The officer's voice rose in alarm. There must be a grand conspiracy behind this. Prior to the station's abduction, reports from outpost personnel indicated the presence of a vessel nearby. The soldier exaggeratedly scanned the surroundings, lowering his voice. A mining ship from the Angel Federation. What? The officer leaned back, eyes wide with shock. Could it be? The soldier picked up his datapad. Our sensors detected anomalous waves indicating the target headed for the Imperial border station. A chilling, suspenseful score underscored the officer's expression, which froze in exaggerated disbelief. Chapter 34. Deception and Intrigue. The scene transitioned to the Imperial border station. An imposing Imperial cruiser was emerging from its dock, alarms blaring and red lights flashing. Soldiers clad in plastic armor rushed through the corridors in a flurry. A battle-hardened officer sat resolutely in the captain's chair, his face etched with the lines of experience, as deep as if carved by a knife. Iron Curtain, the captain's aide reported crisply, standing at attention. The target originates from the Federation. It is a mothership-class unit. The Federation? Captain Iron Curtain squinted, stroking his stubble. Their aggression? No, that cowardly faction hasn't dared to invade since the Splinter War. There must be more to this. He dramatically waved his hand, issuing orders. Approach the target, but proceed with caution. I suspect the matter is far from straightforward. The scene shifted again, this time within the dimly lit confines of the space station. A corpulent man, clutching a wine jug, was mercilessly beating a captive. Obey, and I might spare your life. The captive, battered and on the brink of death, capitulated. I have complied with your demands. The rotund man thrust a microphone toward him. You Imperial scum. The captive strained to broadcast. We are relatives of the prince. Do not act rashly. Do not pursue us. Quickly, report to your superiors. No sooner had he finished broadcasting than the rotund man smashed his head with the wine jug, blood gushing profusely onto the floor. The rotund man guffawed heartily as he continued to strike relentlessly. As the camera zoomed out, his piercing laughter echoed through the inky abyss of space. TSK. Xingfeng clicked his tongue in resignation. For the first time, I found the performances in this B-grade film to be rather cringeworthy. Surely, this drunkard cannot be me, can he? Boss. Changshu discerned the oddity. Do not concern yourself with the minutiae. Xingfeng felt at a loss for words. On the bridge of the Iron Curtain cruiser. It was indeed as I suspected. The commander of the Iron Curtain stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. I have always believed that the cowardice of the United Alliance would never embolden them to act. Those restless vassal kings are the true culprits. The target started to leap, and the dirty wave pointed toward the secret dock. Humph! The captain of the Iron Curtain revealed a knowing smile. All hands prepare. We are heading to the secret dock. Those who contribute to the suppression will be promoted. Vassal kings? Xingfeng was momentarily taken aback. Is that not the dock of Prince Iron Dome? Yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts and continued to watch the film in silence. The color of the dimensional bubble faded, revealing a space station near the Princess Dock. A jarring rock music soundtrack erupted, transforming the interior of the space station into a dimly lit disco. Bandits drank and frolicked inside, while women clad in fishnet stockings and adorned with tattoos and heavy makeup served drinks, deftly navigating through groups of muscular men. Several gang leaders gathered around a round table, indulging in a feast. One gaunt captain, adorned with numerous daggers at his waist, tossed his food to the ground after a few bites. It's tasteless. I feel like killing. Worry not. There will be ample opportunities for that. The ruthless gang leader reassured him. You promised me. The dagger-wielding bandit glared fiercely at the gang leader. I want to eat a few children. Another elderly captain, with a mouthful of sharp teeth, chimed in. What is your purpose for coming here? Ahem, nothing much, just stirring the pot. The gang leader continued to gnaw on his meat. By the way, I'll bury some bombs for them, he cackled. A brawny man in black armor approached the table. Report, the information has been sent. Well done, the gang leader grinned. Prepare to set off. A voluptuous woman in a white coat approached the gang leader. What is the mission, darling? The gang leader wrapped his arms around the alluring woman. Humph, seeds of suspicion. The space station vanished into the dimensional bubble. Xingfeng accidentally spewed popcorn onto the person in front of him, who turned out to be Blackheart Cotton. Blackheart Cotton turned around, his face alight with excitement. Who is that woman? She looks thrilling. Do we really have such a person on our ship? No talking during the movie. Xingfeng could hardly bear to look at his face. Inside the Prince's dock, a group convened for a meeting, each one bearing a hint of resemblance to Prince Iron Dome. Brother, the United Alliance has come to send a message, but the encrypted information cannot be decrypted. The United Alliance? How is that possible? With such a commotion, it must be the Empire's people. Could it be that Brother's loss of the princely title and subsequent reduction to a vassal king, along with collusion with the United Alliance to plot rebellion, has been discovered by the Empire? The Imperial cruiser has arrived. What? Everyone, do not act rashly. Let brother think of a way. Suddenly, someone burst into the meeting room. Brother, Old 18 has led the fleet out. The individuals in the conference room stood up. Let us confront them. Next came the shoddily crafted scenes of space combat, featuring plastic models. The camera shifted to the bridge of a war dock ship, where various lights flickered outside the portholes. A few people gathered around a princely figure adorned in lavish attire. Brother, the Imperial cruiser is merciless. We have exhausted all our fusion bombs and have not even scratched it. The prince slumped in the captain's chair, despondent. It's over, it's all over. Trembling, he raised a handgun to his temple. With the sound of a gunshot, the screen faded to black. Starwind's hand, clutching popcorn, hovered in midair. The Iron Dome princess son was stripped of his title? He dared to rebel? He colluded with the Federation? He even engaged in battle with the Imperial fleet? And now, everything was lost. This plot twist caught me off guard. I initially thought this place would serve merely as a secret base. A sensitive area to stir up trouble. Did it escalate to such proportions? I had invested quite a bit. But soon he found solace. Who told you to frame me in the first place? My apologies, dear Iron Dome. Your sons have suffered because of it. Since that incident, the Empire has shown no mercy towards the prince. The camera zoomed in on the Titan Federation star sector, beneath the bright, celestial dome. Under an unscientifically bright cosmic backdrop, the circular shield structure of the space station glimmered. Inside the space station, a rogue stood before a massive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing intently at the rugged planetary background. A captivating woman embraced him from behind. What is wrong, darling? Are you reminiscing? The rogue softened at that moment. That is my homeland. And now it has been ceded to foreign powers. So this is your intention. The alluring woman buried her head into his back. I will make all who participated in this pay dearly. I will ensure those spineless individuals recognize their errors. I shall tear apart all injustices in this world. I will proclaim my triumphant return and unify the realm. I want the Imperial Emperor to kneel before me and beg for my mercy. The bald rogue passionately declared a series of proclamations, then abruptly turned to kiss the enchanting woman, leading to a scene that required parental guidance. I understand that B-movies often lack logic, but this, what the hell? We need to have a serious discussion later. Starwind crushed the popcorn box in his hand. The heartless Cotton trembled with excitement, even reaching out to explore certain areas. Perhaps we should send him back. He wouldn't be able to face this again. Starwind thought in despair. Chapter 35. A perfect conclusion. In the office of the Angel Federation's Foreign Office, a diplomat from the Federation stood before a desk, conversing with a seated envoy. Pastor, you see, this matter, he said, anxiously rubbing his hands. If you could just take a definitive stance, we could handle this splendidly. Rest assured, the Federation will not leak a single piece of information. Securing a capital-class space station is not difficult. I do not comprehend what you are implying, Mr. Diplomat. The envoy's voice was exceedingly gentle, exactly as Starwind had seen in the cliched portrayals in films. I have repeatedly stated that this matter has no relation to the Federation. Alas, esteemed envoy, you are being too formal. The diplomat, in a state of urgency, began to pace anxiously. We all understand that as long as you grant us your approval, we can certainly take charge of the matter on your behalf. I assure you, there will be no repeat of past blunders. The federal envoy sighed deeply, her long lashes elegantly shading her eyelids. I mean no offense, Mr. Diplomat, but my position is unequivocal. Please see yourself out. She turned her back to the diplomat. Life is precious, yet the universe remains indifferent. I hope your nation treats those who labor on your behalf with due respect. Reluctantly, the diplomat was ushered out. And soon the envoy could hear his voice raised in indignation outside. You ask who is responsible? It must surely be the Federation. Who else possesses such capability? The Empire would not return what they have seized. They simply do not trust us enough to speak plainly. Hurry, go back and report this matter. The federal envoy turned around, sighed once more, and then activated the communication terminal. What of the intelligence gathering? There is no valuable information, esteemed envoy. Everyone is quite astonished by this turn of events. Humph. The envoy let out a soft laugh. What is there to be astonished about? It is no secret that the Federation, despite their lackluster abilities, has been colluding with the Empire behind closed doors. Are you suggesting? Merely playing their part in a charade. The envoy pivoted towards the window, sunlight illuminating her form, the rust-colored robe accentuating her graceful curves. The Prince of Real Power, the Border Governor. Alongside the Federation's smugglers, their intentions could not be more transparent. They engaged in their clandestine dealings, then sought to divert blame, using us as a scapegoat to attract public scrutiny. The duplicitous Empire, their sordid nature will never change. Mark my words, they will ultimately dispose of the evidence. Is the Federation still in collusion with the Empire? Aren't they a faction vehemently opposed to the Empire? Xingfeng felt as if she had once again ignited a powder keg. It appeared her genius was confined to the realms of science and engineering. Politics remained an intricate puzzle beyond her grasp. In the Ghost Star region, various menacing and extravagantly designed warships pursued fleeing unmanned vessels, the screen awash with cheap special effects, explosions, and light pollution. Inside the space station, a row of bandits knelt before a formidable thug who sat upon a towering throne fashioned from an array of wrenches, surveying the bandits below with an air of dominance. "The space station is ours," he proclaimed with grandiosity. The bandits erupted in a cacophony of cheers, some even brandishing firearms and firing wildly at the ceiling. "Do you know why I have claimed this space station?" He raised his hand, silencing the revelry of the bandits. The bandits exchanged glances, shaking their heads in confusion. "Humph. Ha ha ha." The thug laughed heartily, tilting his head back. "Come forth, god of destruction." An exaggerated white sphere floated down from the ceiling. "Introduce yourself." "I am the super artificial intelligence, the god of destruction. There is nothing in this universe that I do not know." A cold voice resonated. "With my presence, you shall be invincible in this universe. Depend on me, humanity." The camera gradually pulled away. The raucous laughter of the bandit echoed alongside the mechanical voice of artificial intelligence throughout the cosmos. Subsequently, the voices of 3 news anchors resonated in succession. According to an authoritative report from the Imperial Guard, there is ample reason to believe that the recent incident involving the Mothership-class space station is attributed to collusion between the United Federation and foreign rebellious forces. Following the completion of classified intelligence transmissions, the relevant parties swiftly relocated the implicated space station to the Phantom Star Zone, attempting to utilize the complex spatial environment of that region to obliterate evidence, obscure the truth, and mislead the investigative direction. The Titan Empire is resolutely committed to safeguarding national security and cosmic order. The Imperial Guard has initiated the highest-level manhunt, eliminating all disturbances and obstacles until all individuals involved are brought to justice. In response to external unfounded claims regarding our nation's involvement in the space station incident, we reiterate our solemn declaration. The Titan Federation and the United Promotion Nation are unwaveringly dedicated to maintaining galactic peace and promoting multilateral cooperation. The various so-called conspiracy theories surrounding this incident are nothing but baseless conjectures devoid of factual foundation, based on the publicly available information at hand. The relevant space station was ultimately abandoned in the Phantom Star Zone, which evidently bears the intention of diverting attention and evading accountability. The Titan Federation will continue to fully cooperate with all parties in conducting a comprehensive investigation, firmly believing that the truth will eventually be revealed. The Angel Federation consistently advocates for peace, friendliness, cooperation, and transparency, steadfastly defending the just order of galactic society. In light of certain forces disseminating rumors regarding the Federation's involvement in the space station incident, we categorically refute such unfounded accusations. These baseless claims not only diverge significantly from the facts, but also constitute a desecration of the Federation's long-standing efforts to maintain regional peace. We note that the rapid relocation of the implicated space station to the Phantom Star Zone, a typical area of desolation, exhibits characteristics consistent with the concealment of stolen goods and the destruction of evidence, clearly indicating an attempt by certain forces to shift the focus of public discourse and obfuscate the truth. The Federation strongly condemns such nefarious maneuvers and calls upon the relevant parties to cease their blame-shifting theatrics immediately, confront their own issues, and provide a candid account to the entire galactic populace. As the performance concluded, the projectors gradually dimmed, and the floating particles returned to their bases. The lights in the academic lecture hall brightened once more. Starwind chuckled self-deprecatingly. Initially, he had merely intended to stir some confusion in sensitive areas and buy some time, and he could have anticipated the ensuing bickering among nations. However, he had not expected the reality to be so sensational. Regardless, the situation was at least more optimistic than he had envisioned. Stretching languidly, he surveyed the room, realizing that the Star Marauders appeared to be thoroughly engaged. "This is exhilarating, my friend," exclaimed Black Cotton, the first to rise. "You Imperial folks truly know how to indulge. I never knew there was such delightful entertainment." "Indeed," Starwind replied with an air of disdain. "Once you've seen it, you can head back. Consider the Iron 8 my gift to Captain Hornet. If you're not interested in learning, you need not linger here." "Oh no, I want to have that," Black Cotton retorted, brimming with excitement. "With such an entertaining film, who would want to return to that rusty tin box? What is there to learn? I've already learned plenty." "TSK," Starwind clicked his tongue in annoyance. "Suit yourself." He rose and departed the academic hall amidst the fervent discussions of the Star Marauders. "Is this what you call a credibility interval of 978-69999? Would you care to examine the peculiarities of your own creation? Have you taken upon yourself the role of a deity of destruction, the supreme being of the cosmos?" In the control room, Xingfeng is interrogating 137A, who, at his behest, has suspended a robotic arm and camera to serve as an interactive entity. As per the commander's request, This is a standard B-grade film scenario. 137A responds with calmness. Given that all involved parties are acutely aware of their personal experiences, substantial alterations have been made to this segment to expand and enrich the essential elements of a B-grade film. The portions not relying on first-hand experiences possess absolute credibility. So, am I the one with a penchant for cannibalism? Captain Wasp appears somewhat irate. And am I the old fool who coughs? Captain Cavity is equally displeased. There is no role for me. Captain Buffalo is the most discontented of all. I am the rotund figure. The bandit leader must certainly be the boss. While the brilliant mind is that one who tears apart the enemy, Longshore mumbles to himself, when suddenly his expression changes dramatically. What about the woman who is entangled with the boss? Enough, enough. Xingfeng gestures irritably. Thus, I did not summon him. Everyone displays expressions of distress, nodding in agreement. Let us refrain from such antics next time, shall we? Xingfeng wearily returns to his chair. Let us maintain some seriousness. Understood. 137A's voice remains steady. Next time, I might consider presenting this in the format of a children's picture book. Does this artificial intelligence truly resemble a certain wealthy individual? Captain Cavity expresses his skepticism once more. Let us not dwell on that any further. Xingfeng waves his hand dismissively. In any case, the predicament we are in is far more dire than I had anticipated. We must recharge and depart from this location expeditiously. After several jumps, our energy reserves are nearly depleted. Indeed, 137A resumes the conversation. The current number of operational power reactors at the space station is insufficient, resulting in a significant energy deficit. The efficiency of the particle capture system is substandard, and it is projected that in approximately 2,000 hours, the station's energy will be exhausted, rendering life support functions inoperative. We cannot allow this to happen. We must devise a solution. Xingfeng contemplates while stroking his chin. 137A, do you possess the blueprints for the capture sails? There are 12 designs within the database. Allow me to see them. Xingfeng picks up the data tablet. This one will suffice. He selects a blueprint. Inform the others. Arbor Day is upon us. Chapter 36. Calculating interest. A colossal capture sail is raised under the strain of the mechanized suit, and the workers swiftly gather to secure it to the ground. This ground is the surface of the circular shield erected by the space station. Boss, this contraption does not resemble a sail at all. Longshore questions as he gazes at the large screen displaying the towering particle capture sails on the metallic terrain. Industry convention dictated that sails were the original design. However, it was later discovered that capturing particles in only one direction was excessively wasteful, prompting modifications to the current design. As for the name, we could not be bothered to change it. It resembles a mop, comments the brilliant mind. His analogy is remarkably apt. These particle capture devices resemble a series of space mops standing in reverse, their tops adorned with dense, flexible capture sails swaying and colliding in the low-gravity environment. It's rather unsightly. Xingfeng observes for a while and concludes that once enough competent individuals are found to maintain the fusion reactors, these contraptions will indeed need to be dismantled. Based on the current average logical performance of the Star Academy and the fervor for learning, it is estimated that you will achieve this goal no sooner than a decade from now. The voice of 137A interjects aptly, quite optimistic. Xingfeng turns and settles onto the sofa, expressing, my estimate is 20 years. Data indicates that the human brain reaches its earliest plasticity around the age of 3, with the greatest malleability occurring between 5 to 12 years, during which knowledge absorption is at its peak. Good heavens! It has barely been a short time since leaving the Empire, and now I am to be a heartless capitalist? Xingfeng can't help but chuckle. We cannot rely on this. We must consider alternative methods. The most feasible approach is to recruit talent, calmly responds 137A. We'll see. Xingfeng shakes his head, deeming it currently impractical. Captain Cavities and Captain Wasp are sending urgent communications. After disconnecting from Wasp, he connects with Cavities, who is on patrol and may have encountered trouble. Turning back, Xingfeng resumes his seat in the newly constructed zero-gravity chair. A vessel is approaching. Cavities' voice carries a note of tension. It could be a ghost ship. Engage it. Xingfeng commands succinctly. But won't that attract unwanted entities? Captain Cavities hesitates. I have said to trust in science. Xingfeng furrows his brow. A fleet of antiquated self-regulating ships, with technology akin to that of Wasp's tin can. After defeating it, bring back the wreckage, and I shall refine it. I require only a 10% cut of the proceeds. Very well. Captain Cavities grins widely and terminates the communication. Why did you not respond to Captain Wasp's urgent call? Changsha questions, holding a data pad displaying several missed calls from Wasp. Because there was nothing urgent. It is merely little meow. Xingfeng replies with a smug grin. Let him revel in his comforts for a few more days. He then shifts his expression to seriousness. The most troublesome matter has just arisen. The Tiger-Tooth King? Changsha hypothesizes. Indeed, Xingfeng nods. He inquired whether I would deliver it voluntarily or if he would come to collect it himself. What shall we do? Changsha knows the Tiger-Tooth King is not to be trifled with. Let us delay for a while longer. Xingfeng ponders, stroking his chin. We need to bolster our bargaining chips. 137A. Understood, Commander. The camera of 137A descends from the ceiling. According to your request, I have computed the 2 critical thresholds. Release them. The large screen before Xingfeng and the others illuminates, displaying various visualized data. Among the routine living supplies of the space station, 20% has been allocated to the 3 captains as remuneration, excluding supplies already possessed by current members and future potential needs. 30% remains available for the Tiger-Tooth King. The weapon laboratory has been completed, and the experimental light weapon has reached its first prototype stage, ready for demonstration. The ship laboratory is finished, but there is no output as yet. 20 security robots have been activated, 4 of which are heavy models, estimated to withstand an assault from jump gang forces for 24 hours before being entirely eradicated. The current allure of facilities reaches 90%, and the cost of conquest is at 40%. The combination of these 2 conditions is still insufficient to persuade the Tiger-Tooth King to relinquish his claim. Report concluded. Xingfeng contemplates. First, let's bring the hefty fellow into the ship laboratory, claiming it is a newly developed and improved strike craft. Understood. After the modifications, the allure of the facility has reached a perfect 100. However, the cost of conquest still falls significantly short of the threshold. Xingfeng reclined in his chair, closing his eyes in contemplation. After a while, he pondered, if we were to demonstrate the capability of sinking a frigate with a single blow, what would the threshold for conquest become? According to calculations, showcasing the ability to sink a frigate in one strike could elevate the threshold to 80%. Moreover, if strategic deception were employed, rendering the adversary incapable of predicting how many times such an act could be replicated, the threshold could rise to 150%. Very well, Xingfeng exclaimed, springing to his feet. I shall first apologize to Old Tooth. 3 hours later, Captain Tooth arrived at the former command center of the Genius Command Center, wearing a broad smile. Lackey, it truly is as you said, utterly vulnerable, utterly vulnerable. He affectionately draped his arm over Xingfeng's shoulder. The agreement we made earlier? No problem. Xingfeng returned the smile, his face beaming. Have your crew tow the wreckage over to the execution ship. I'll arrange for the cutting. Sure thing. Captain Tooth cheerfully grabbed his communicator. Toothbrush. Get those lazy bones moving. Yes, over by Lackey's flagship. He then turned to Xingfeng. We're only taking 10%, right? You'll keep your word? Absolutely. Xingfeng replied, his smile radiant. If it really comes to it, you can take nothing at all. Consider it a reward for your security services. Oh, well then. I won't hold back. Captain Tooth was even more delighted. The large screen displayed the bathtub ship towing the wreckage into port. Xingfeng suddenly widened his eyes. Is there something off about the bathtub ship? What? Captain Tooth's smile vanished. What's wrong? Where's the issue? I don't see it. I just feel like something's not quite right. And the engine. Xingfeng squinted, scrutinizing carefully. There's something peculiar about it. A 137? Received, Commander. Scanning now. A camera appeared behind Xingfeng. Scan complete. Your ship has been possessed. Captain Tooth's eyes widened in shock. Lackey, didn't you say there was no filth present? Well, I merely stated that scientifically, it didn't exist. Xingfeng blinked, attempting to explain. However, sometimes, there are phenomena beyond scientific explanation, which veers into the realm of the metaphysical. Wait, Lackey, you assured me there wouldn't be any problems. Captain Tooth was clearly flustered. His belief in such matters evident. There's nothing I can do. While I am a technical genius, I'm not particularly versed in matters of possession. I've only heard tales of things appearing when one gazes into a mirror at midnight, but I'm not certain if that pertains to what you're experiencing. How can you do this to me? Captain Tooth's voice, always sounding as if it were thick with phlegm, now quivered with distress. You're just trying to trick me into provoking a ghost ship, aren't you? Fear not, Captain Tooth, a 137's voice interjected at the right moment. I have pinpointed the location of the ghostly entity's possession. If we eliminate this portion, we can avoid further contact. Quick, tell me where it is. Hurry. Captain Tooth shook the camera with urgency. It's your ship's backup antimatter storage tank. The ghost seems to favor energy-dense areas. I'll dispose of it immediately. Right now. Captain Tooth dashed into the corridor. Beside the scene, quietly sipping on a drink, Changsha shook his head in resignation. Such a double dose of mischief. Chapter 37. Pink Shakxing phone plunged into the ship's laboratory. Ever since the establishment of the research station, he felt as if he had transformed into a complete entity. The thin, the young boy, the stout. They could all genuinely fulfill their validation, adhering to industrial-grade specifications, becoming utterly lethal weapons. Even the illiterate could wield these deadly instruments. However, those considerations had to be set aside for the moment, as Xingfeng was in urgent need of a brand-new torpedo boat, one capable of sinking a frigate with a single strike. An antimatter torpedo boat that even an illiterate could pilot. Despite exhausting all his efforts, he could not construct a completely novel low-tech combat vessel. The reasons were not difficult to comprehend. He simply could not align with the foolish mindset. Each time he completed a design, he would unconsciously integrate a digital system or advanced intelligence analysis apparatus. Yet, that group of fools could only count to 100, recognizing only the basic directions of up, down, forward, and backward. Without these systems, Xingfeng lacked confidence that they could accomplish their tasks. The primary issue was the lack of time. Otherwise, he could dismantle the ancestral vessel once more to reverse engineer the design. If the ancestral combat vessel of the Xing family were to be mounted, the thrust-to-weight ratio would plummet to 0.01, rendering the combat vessel completely immobile and thus making the torpedo launching mission practically impossible. 137A was discussing design concepts with Xingfeng, as he found no intellectually comparable counterpart within the entire station for dialogue. Indeed, Xingfeng lay resignedly in the zero-gravity chair. However, the only platform available for immediate use was this one. Apologies, Commander. I am not an expert in this area and cannot provide genuinely effective suggestions. Currently, the research auxiliary AI lacks sufficient power to mobilize its computational capacity. I know, Xingfeng replied languidly. But sometimes, having someone to converse with might broaden the perspective. Just then, a communication from Changshe came through. Boss, Captain Wasp has blocked the command center's door. He says he won't leave until he sees you. Very well. Let us clear our minds and see if the fools can also find some relaxation. Xingfeng stood up, dusted off his trousers, and exited the laboratory. Captain Wasp was sitting cross-legged in front of the command center's entrance. Although the door was wide enough for him not to completely obstruct it, he nonetheless chose to express his resolute determination in this manner. Oh, Lao Ma, you don't look so well. Xingfeng greeted him cheerfully. Is Tai Ba being considerate? Captain Wasp's expression darkened further. His lips moved, but no words escaped. I warned you before, but you wouldn't listen. Xingfeng feigned disappointment, only to reconsider. After all, Xiao Miaojiang was the most outstanding model in terms of emotional modules, which wasn't so bad after all. Goodness you. Captain Wasp could no longer contain himself and leapt up, unleashing a torrent of expletives from the Xing clan upon Xingfeng. You're doing this on purpose. Unfortunately, Xingfeng remained oblivious. If you require after-sales service, just say so. Complaints are not accepted here. The Starwind was unperturbed by Captain Hornet's coarse language. How much cargo do you need? Captain Hornet spat out a few words through clenched teeth. Just this much, Starwind gestured. Are you robbing someone? Are you a bandit? Captain Hornet's veins bulged in anger. Indeed, I am the bandit leader, the one with a face full of scars. Starwind boldly sauntered over to the sofa, nonchalantly propping up his leg in a show of arrogance. No, Captain Hornet, fuming, pivoted and strode down the corridor. Ah, quite resilient, aren't you? Starwind squinted. Could it be that he actually enjoys this? But before he could ponder further, Captain Hornet sprinted back to the command center. What brings you back? Changed your mind? Starwind was somewhat surprised. I have. Captain Hornet quickly rushed to stand behind Starwind, glancing at the command center's entrance as if avoiding something. A robust figure appeared at the doorway. Iron 8, with his muscular physique, was quite a sight, especially in a pink spaghetti-strap dress. Even though Starwind had braced himself for this, the striking image still sent him tumbling behind the sofa. Master Silver, I've searched high and low for you. Iron 8's deep, booming voice resonated in the command center. Starwind was covered in goosebumps. The sheer intimidation was overwhelming. Captain Hornet had coexisted with this creature for a fortnight? He even began to feel a twinge of guilt towards Captain Hornet. Master Silver has been avoiding me lately. I feel so lonely, Iron 8 lamented. His muscular frame adorned in a pink dress, awkwardly fidgeting. What have I done wrong? I can change, Iron 8 said, slowly inching closer to Captain Hornet. Starwind instinctively took a few steps back. 137 Alpha. He called out for help. Format Iron 8 and reinstall the main model. Understood, Commander. The camera of 137 Alpha descended from the ceiling. However, backing up and formatting the main model would require an hour and a half. No need for a backup. Starwind dodged Iron 8's affectionate advance, watching as the muscular android leaped into Captain Hornet's embrace. The force sending Captain Hornet tumbling backward with a muffled grunt. Just format it immediately. That is not possible, 137 Alpha replied calmly. According to the built-in Artificial Intelligence Database Protection Protocol, any main model reset or replacement must be backed up and thoroughly reviewed before deletion to prevent loss of critical data. Hurry up then. Starwind stepped aside, observing Iron 8, wearing sunglasses, blissfully nuzzling against Captain Hornet's chest. Just bear with it, old man. Received order, backing up now. Captain Hornet lay on the floor, allowing the pink dress-clad muscular figure to cling to him, staring blankly at the ceiling. All right, it's of no consequence. We can spare this time. Starwind gradually regained his composure, tidied his clothes, and returned to the sofa, watching as Iron 8, eyes brimming with affection, helped Captain Hornet up, hand in hand. As they joyfully bounced over to the viewing bench by the porthole. What is going on with that outfit? The social laboratory is equipped with a plethora of diverse daily necessities, designed to encompass the vast majority of everyday life scenarios, as reported by Unit 137A. Oh, Starwind seems intrigued. What scenarios are there? He observed Captain Wasp and Iron 8 seated on a bench, gazing at the starry sky. Iron 8 tilted his head and sweetly leaned on Captain Wasp's shoulder, though his height caused Captain Wasp to lean significantly. Common environments such as schools, hospitals, and workplaces can be replicated. Are there kindergartens? Starwind mused. It fully satisfies all functionalities. Starwind fell into contemplation. An hour and a half later, Iron 8 finally ceased his functions and began reinstalling the large model. I will transfer the goods to you shortly, Captain Wasp panted, glaring fiercely at Starwind. No need. Starwind waved his hand dismissively. You have successfully evoked my sympathy, a rare occurrence. Captain Wasp, not intending to be polite, angrily turned and sat on the other side. By the way, Commander Starwind, a voice from Unit 137A interjected, the bionic humanoid robot model is designed with redundancy, allowing it to simultaneously operate two large models for seamless switching. Starwind narrowed his eyes. You did that on purpose, didn't you? I believe design redundancy is common engineering knowledge. Hey, are you challenging me? Starwind glanced at the camera, but suddenly recalled something. Design redundancy? A spark of inspiration flashed through his mind. Indeed. Chapter 38. The Grim Reaper's courier in the command center, Captain Cavity, Captain Buffalo, Chong Shi, and Black Cotton were transfixed by the screen, erupting into raucous laughter from time to time. They were watching surveillance footage of previous events. Captain Wasp sat sulkily to the side, with Iron 8 standing calmly behind him. Clad in a black leather jacket, tactical boots, sunglasses, and wielding a shotgun, embodying the image of a muscular man. However, Starwind found it increasingly difficult to look at him directly. It was only with great effort that he could maintain his gaze on Black Cotton. Life is tough, he sighed, continuing to scroll through the datapad, checking the detailed parameters of the combat vessel. As he had anticipated, the ancestral combat vessel, evidently designed for low-level operators, indeed exhibited astonishing design redundancy. In his previous reverse engineering, he had overlooked this aspect due to a lack of precise calculations. Simply put, it was designed to still accomplish its mission even if half of it were blown off. While calculating the specific values, Starwind became ever more curious about the true identity of the designer behind the Star Thieves' equipment, especially considering that the Star Thieves were a remote, barbaric tribe utilizing the Galactic standard calendar, standard language, and only slightly varying dialects. The weapon system can be discarded, and the ammunition system surely can be eliminated as well. Starwind muttered as he made modifications. Chong Shi, drawn by his focus, stepped away from the screen and approached. What are you doing, boss? He leaned over to glance at the datapad in Starwind's hands. Doing subtraction. Starwind kept his eyes on the screen. Eliminate all armor, reduce the attitude thrusters to 4, and have the fuel. Ancestral vessel? Chong Shi discerned the content on the datapad. Boss, do you intend to modify this? Starwind remained intensely focused. The detector is unnecessary. We shall rely on reconnaissance aircraft for guidance. He raised his head. Model 137A. Simulating the thrust-to-weight ratio of the current torpedo boat with the physical engine. Received. Simulation complete. The current thrust-to-weight ratio of the torpedo boat is approximately 0.09, barely within the operational range, yet the margin for error is exceedingly low. Starwind stroked his chin in contemplation, then lowered his head to operate the data panel. The cockpit, living quarters, and crew cabins are all superfluous. We shall retain only the framework and keep one member aboard to launch the torpedoes. Dressed in a survival suit to pilot Model 137A. Acknowledged, Commander. Simulation complete. The current thrust-to-weight ratio of the torpedo boat is now 0.1, increasing the mission's margin for error by 25%. The open-topped Longstone widened his eyes. Boss, this is rather ruthless. In any case, we do not expect it to return. He stood up. Gather the others. Let us dismantle the ship. 2 days later. The lower half of the Asgard combat vessel was completely severed, replaced with a colossal antimatter torpedo nearly 150 meters long, equivalent in length to the combat vessel itself. With most other components similarly disassembled, it ought to be renamed the Grim Reaper. Starwind crossed his arms, gazing upon his newly crafted masterpiece. Is it a harbinger of death for the enemy, or for our own? Longstone held a profoundly negative view of this new type of torpedo boat. Understand as you will. Starwind turned to the operations room, where the Star Pirates pilots awaited training. Remember, the Slim One must follow the Grim Reaper throughout the mission. Who is the co-pilot? A scruffy Star Pirate raised his hand. Can you count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 57, 18, 19, 10, 10, 10. That's enough. Starwind interrupted the stammering Star Pirate. You simply need to occupy your position, operate this laser targeting device, and keep your eyes fixed on the target. Just ensure that green dot remains on the target. Longstone added. Understood. The Star Pirate nodded. I can do that. And you? Starwind turned to the main pilot of the Slim One. After the Grim Reaper launches its torpedo, you must hastily retrieve the pilot, or he will perish from cosmic radiation outside. Understood. The main pilot nodded. He still owes me 2 cans of liquor. Hey, Grim Reaper's pilot raised his hand. About that cosmic radiation, does it, do that? No. Starwind anticipated his question. Rest assured, your survival suit has 3 times the lead lining. Oh. Though the Star Pirate was uncertain of the lead's exact purpose, he grasped the essence of Starwind's reassurance. Very well, there's still time. Practice a bit more. 7 days later, the hyperspatial beacon secretly delivered by the informant to the great meteor appeared near the space station. Boss, Big Smarty entered the command center. Intelligence has arrived. Startled from his leisurely viewing of a B-rated film, Starwind sprang from his zero-gravity seat. Sound the alarm. Everyone prepare to depart. He strode toward the exit. Bring those 3 layabouts along. Tell them the Empire is under attack. Huh. Longstone, who had followed, was momentarily taken aback. Boss, are you serious? Are we truly engaging the Tooth Tiger people? Of course. Starwind shot him a glare. Do you think there's any chance of playing coy with the Tooth Tiger King? Let us go? Big Smarty rubbed his hands together in excitement. Xingfeng beheld, for the first time, a clear display of emotion from him. It appeared that he held a strong disdain for the Toothy King. The executioner, accompanied by various types of vessels, departed from the port, followed closely by the bathtub, the poison dart, and the muddy. Could it truly be the Empire's forces? Captain Cavity's gaze brimmed with skepticism on the screen. Who else could it be? Xingfeng replied with unwavering conviction. My informant has just sent a tip-off. What if it is the Toothy King? Captain Cavity's remained unconvinced. Then you should go seek refuge and gamble on that possibility. Xingfeng's tone was resolute. It presents an opportunity to test whether the bathtub's frontal armor can withstand the Empire's cruiser's penetrative rounds. Captain Cavity's fell silent. At Xingfeng's command, the reconnaissance craft Slim, the interceptor Little Boy, and the torpedo boat Reaper took off in succession from the executioner. Remember, just as during the drills. Once the hyperspace Jump's dirty wave emerges, I will send you the coordinates, Xingfeng admonished earnestly. Upon their emergence from hyperspace, seize the nearest target and launch the torpedoes. Slim will retrieve the pilot and return immediately. Understood. The Star Pirates' responses were somewhat uncoordinated yet powerful. As the dirty wave detector registered intense fluctuations, blue-dimensional orbs began to materialize one by one. 1, 2, 3. Xingfeng read the data from the sensors. This old relic actually brought 4 frigates along. Relay this coordinate to the Reaper, he instructed Changsha. Ensure to fire at the earliest opportunity. Understood, Changsha muttered under his breath while working, shaking his head. The boss has gone mad. He is declaring war on the greatest Star Pirate leader. The Reaper, reduced to little more than a skeletal frame, adjusted its course clumsily upon receiving the target coordinates, lunging toward the position of a blue-dimensional orb, within which the frigates were emerging from the negative dimensional hyperspace back into the real universe. At the very moment the dimensional bubble dissipated, the grappling hooks beneath the Reaper released simultaneously. With a violent jolt, the torpedo, laden with antimatter warheads, surged forward with ferocity towards the stabilizing frigate, while the torpedo boat lost control and tumbled away. The co-pilot of Slim gripped the laser pointer tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. He focused intently on the target within the viewing frame, disregarding the cold sweat that beaded on his forehead from the tension. The antimatter torpedo drew closer to its target, and the frigate seemed to sense the impending threat. Its conventional engines ignited, a red and white glow gradually illuminating as its thrusters fired wildly, attempting to displace its unwieldy form from its current location. Yet all efforts proved futile. The antimatter torpedo struck true. engulfing the frigate in a radiant sphere brighter than a star. Xingfeng promptly activated the public channel. Brothers, let us unleash our curses together. Dog Empire scum, get back, or I'll dismantle your ship and feed it to the dogs. Dog Empire scum, get back, or I'll dismantle your ship and feed it to the dogs. Dog Empire scum, get back, or I'll dismantle your ship and feed it to the dogs. Chapter 39, Psychological Warfare. Boss. There is a communication request from the opposite side. Changshe approached the communications console, observing the flickering red light. Do not respond. Xingfeng remained unfazed, continuing to hurl insults over the open channel. Are you happy, Imperial Mutts? Do not think for a moment that I am an easy target. We have an abundance of torpedoes, enough to fill the skies. Buy one, get one free. I guarantee it will suffocate the Imperial dogs. Come over here and take a whiff of your father's scent. Is it fragrant? You covet my space station, but you are still too green. Go home and suckle. Due to Xingfeng's identification of them as imperialists, the Star Pirates were constrained by the limitations of their language, resulting in a less vulgar exchange. Detected hyperspace disturbance. Signal is extremely strong. Battle dock class. The communications officer exclaimed, eyes glued to the screen. They've arrived. This old bandit, true to form, was cunning enough not to venture into a situation beyond his control from the outset. Initially, Xingfeng had contemplated the possibility of targeting the command bridge of the battle dock ship, but alas, fortune was not on his side, and his plot could not be executed. He swiftly grasped the communicator and addressed the public channel. Everyone, retreat quickly to the space station. Let the Imperial dogs in, activate the heavy security robots, and prepare for a human combat. Understood, Your Excellency. We're heading back for our weapons. Xingfeng closed the public channel and connected to the private line with the thin man. Hurry and retrieve that reckless individual. Lower your voice. If we delay. He.S. truly finished. Your Excellency, didn't you mention adding 3 layers of that protective material? Is there really a need to rush? What good is that? It's less reliable than a pregnant woman's radiation suit. Move quickly. Understood, Your Excellency. Although the thin pilot was unfamiliar with what a pregnant woman's radiation suit entailed, he diligently followed orders. Changshe regarded Xingfeng with an expression of mild surprise. What are you staring at? I promised to keep him safe. I must deliver on that promise. The Star Pirates continued their retreat while cursing the Imperialists, the channel filled with eloquent expletives until a voice cut through the public channel. I am the Tooth King. Do you wish to rebel, technician? Silence enveloped the channel. Huh. Xingfeng's voice, laced with surprise, emerged. Tooth King, isn't that the Imperial pursuit fleet? Have you gone blind? Do you believe I want to blow your pathetic station to pieces? The Tooth King's voice retained its characteristic authority. Immediately withdraw your wretched ship. Yet, Xingfeng discerned a subtle nuance in that command. The request to withdraw the ship indicated that the Tooth King was far more cautious than his words suggested. One moment. Let me verify. Xingfeng feigned engagement in some task. After a pause, he replied, Your Majesty, this is all a misunderstanding. He endeavored to moderate his tone, softening it without appearing overly submissive. I anticipated the Imperial pursuers would arrive shortly, which caused my anxiety. I hope for your understanding. Are you counting on the Empire or on me? The Tooth King's voice remained laced with fury. Are you prepared to compensate for my escort ship? However, Xingfeng sensed that the Tooth King was not as impulsive as he portrayed. In fact, he seemed remarkably composed. As the invincible meteor had merely deployed its fleet of shuttles around the battle dock without taking any further action. I will compensate. I will compensate. Xingfeng adopted a compromising stance, aware that, in the eyes of the Star Pirates, human lives were less valuable than ships. Yet, it was evident that the first objective had already been accomplished. Though it may seem insignificant, the formidable leader of the bandits within this realm has experienced fear, at least at one point. Instilling trepidation in a tiger is the initial step towards conquering it. The invincible meteor slowly approached the largest docking area of the space station, 2 colossal entities drawing nearer under the ethereal blue and white glow of a distant star. Starwind, accompanied by his minions, awaited the arrival of the Tiger Tooth King at the dock, alongside 4 meticulously chosen heavy combat security robots that exuded an air of intimidation. Even the Tiger Tooth King, as he made his way to the docking passage, widened his eyes slightly, casting vigilant glances. Yet, this did not detract from his commanding presence. Thus, before the Tiger Tooth King could utter a word, Starwind preemptively presented his terms. I shall dispatch personnel to mine and refine resources to compensate for the losses of the escort ship, and additionally provide blueprints for the plasma strike fighter. This was my oversight, and I do not shirk responsibility. The Tiger Tooth King gazed down upon Starwind. What was responsible for sinking the escort ship? Starwind hesitated briefly. A temporarily modified suicide attack vessel. The Tiger-Tooth King narrowed his eyes. Temporarily modified? Quite formidable indeed. Anything else? Nothing more, Starwind replied, shaking his head. Are you certain? The Tiger-Tooth King inquired fiercely. Absolutely. It was merely that one vessel. Starwind avoided direct eye contact. The Tiger-Tooth King remained silent, his gaze fixed menacingly on Starwind. After a pause, he spoke. Now, tell me, how do you intend to utilize this space station? Starwind exhaled inwardly in relief. After all, the Tiger-Tooth King's phrasing hinted at opportunity. He understood the old rogue's mindset. The more one denies, the more he suspects. The preliminary plan is to reactivate the various laboratories. Starwind led the Tiger-Tooth King into the ship's laboratory. The Fatty-class strike fighter was docked on the multi-purpose test platform. This is our first achievement, he introduced. It inherits the operational advantages of the ancestral interceptor, enlarging the payload bay to accommodate large-yield plasma bombs, while maintaining commendable maneuverability and durability. Starwind internally critiqued its appearance. After integrating the plasma bomb projector, the fighter's design transformed from a flattened, stubby corn shape into one resembling a pregnant, compressed corn cob. However, he was not entirely untruthful. The modified strike fighter, after adjustments made in the laboratory, exhibited an attack efficacy that rivaled the Empire's Wildfire-class heavy strike fighters, even surpassing them in offensive capacity due to the larger plasma bomb bay. Its shortcomings lay in its maneuverability, being cumbersome and heavy. Yet, Starwind was acutely aware of the profound transformation this weapon type would bring to the Star Pirates. The Tiger-Tooth King evidently shared this sentiment. Is there more? Upon completion of this, there are designs for reconnaissance aircraft and upgrade plans for interceptors. The Tiger-Tooth King mused, twirling his mustache between his fingers. What else? Follow me, Starwind gestured, leading the way. There are 2 additional individual weapons, extracted from the Imperial database. I have modified the standards slightly to make them suitable for the production line, though their efficacy still requires practical validation. As I am not an expert in light weaponry, after the group concluded their tour of the primary facilities, they returned to the command center. The situation regarding the facilities remains as is for now, and we are currently short-staffed. Xingfeng settled into his chair and invited Lord Tiger-Tooth to sit on the sofa. I have plenty of personnel on my end, remarked Lord Tiger-Tooth, resting his hands on the back of the sofa and surveying the surroundings. It depends on how many you need. Not just anyone will do. Xingfeng clarified, the operational maintenance requirements for the Imperial fusion furnace here are quite stringent. I have access to imported talent. Lord Tiger-Tooth chuckled lightly. When the time comes, I will send them over, and you can choose for yourself. Xingfeng felt an exhilarating joy within. Lord Tiger-Tooth reiterated, you can choose for yourself. The negotiation seemed to be nearing its conclusion. However, in the next moment, Lord Tiger-Tooth's expression shifted. He leaned slightly forward, fixing a fierce gaze upon Xingfeng, akin to a predator poised to strike. The Rusty Spear's aide will be stationed here. I trust you have no objections? Xingfeng was not particularly surprised, understanding that Lord Tiger-Tooth was a cunning and seasoned bandit leader. Not at all, in fact. It may facilitate communication, Xingfeng responded with an air of nonchalance. Then it's settled, Lord Tiger-Tooth declared, rising from his seat. I must take my leave. But do not forget the debt you owe me for the escort ship. Of course not. Xingfeng also stood. There is one more matter, my lord. Speak. I have a set of sociological experimental facilities here, and I wish to conduct some obedience tests. He gauged whether Lord Tiger-Tooth grasped the significance of these terms. Therefore, if you have any children who do not meet your standards, or younger ones, please send them my way. Lord Tiger-Tooth scrutinized Xingfeng once more, as if attempting to see through him. Yet, Xingfeng felt no apprehension. He did not believe these barbarian bandits comprehended the importance of nurturing the next generation, making the guise of obedience experiments all the more fitting. Xingfeng could surmise what the Star Bandits would do with children who fell behind in training. He reassured himself that it was all for the future development of the Star Phone Kingdom, as children possess a higher malleability. It was certainly not due to any childhood trauma from machine upbringing that led to an excessive concern for children. I am the ideal villain. How could I possibly have weaknesses? Very well. Dispose of the useless ones. He scoffed and turned to leave, only to suddenly recall something. There should be Imperial tea here. Right? Xingfeng responded, taken aback. There is, indeed. I want all of it. But silence. I want it all. Understood. Chapter 40. The transfer of captives outside the porthole. The invincible meteor disappeared into the dimensional bubble. I actually wish to cultivate a better relationship with him. Xingfeng sighed. At least for the time being. What is the matter? Longshore recalled, but could not pinpoint any offense Xingfeng had caused to Lord Tiger-Tooth, aside from the escort ship. You were not present in the command center at that time. Xingfeng shook his head. That tea has been expired for several centuries. Longshore momentarily found himself at a loss for words. However, Commander, you could simply inform him that there is no tea. The voice of 137A resonated perfectly at that moment. With the Commander's remarkable neural reflexes, executing such deception is effortlessly achievable. Thus, your actions were indeed deliberate. The voice of Captain Cavernous resonated from behind Starwind, leaving him pondering whether the sinking of the frigate was intentional. Turning around, Starwind beheld 3 captains entering the command center. "Aren't you ruffians planning to leave?" he remarked with evident disdain. "You seem quite content to linger here, feasting and drinking at my expense. I indulge in such pleasures at my discretion, and your opinion is irrelevant." Since the Ironade incident, Captain Hornet had maintained a state of perpetual irritation, and Starwind had no desire to provoke him. He shifted his attention to Captain Cavernous. "For interceptors, 2 strike fighters, and 2 reconnaissance aircraft, exchange for new ones at half price. Retrieve them from the warehouse yourself, and refrain from mentioning the frigate matter in the future." Agreed. Captain Cavernous, adhering to the principles of the Tiger-Tooth clan, always prioritized profit. "However, my friend, in such instances henceforth, do inform me privately to avoid any unfortunate incidents involving torpedoes. Rest assured, our long-standing friendship guarantees that." Starwind patted Cavernous on the shoulder. "I won't let you down. Our collaborations will only increase." In truth, the fully equipped 8 aircraft, accompanied by the formidable Imperial Deluge-class frigate, constituted a significant combat force on a planetary system level. Despite the aircraft's performance being inferior to the Empire's, Starwind was keen to preserve his relationship with Cavernous, particularly since the latter remained oblivious to the origin of that torpedo-S warhead. Starwind had already assessed the fleet of frigates brought by the Tiger-Tooth King, which were merely a ragtag collection of the international brand. Their combat efficacy was rather unimpressive. Of course, they could still easily overpower him, particularly considering the Tiger-Tooth King's resources extended far beyond this. Starwind's own capabilities had also been enhanced, as during the days the invincible meteorite was docked, he had fervently placed numerous orders for vessel production, sufficiently enabling the space station to possess a considerable degree of self-defense capability. The Tiger-Tooth King exhibited remarkable execution. Within mere days, a transport ship laden with personnel docked at the space station. Starwind arrived at the dock just in time to witness groups of individuals being herded aboard by Tiger-Tooth bandits, while Changsher had already mobilized his crew to conduct a head count. "How many are there?" 1,034 individuals, including 150 children and infants. Starwind was somewhat taken aback by the number and approached to assess the crowd. Most individuals were ragged and emaciated, with a significant portion shackled in handcuffs and leg irons. Their faces were ashen, bearing expressions of profound despair. However, Starwind discerned that these individuals were hardly the Star Pirates. "Where do you hail from?" he casually inquired of one who appeared in slightly better condition. The captive halted and lifted his lifeless eyes to meet Starwind's gaze. "The giant Divine Empire." Regrettably, Starwind felt no kinship. He pressed on with another question. "The Angelic Federation, the giant Divine Federation, the Free Trade Alliance, the Circumstellar Union, the Silverheart Commercial Alliance." Starwind gasped in astonishment. He had indeed underestimated this bandit leader. Judging by the diversity of the captives, it seemed that virtually no nation within the star system had escaped his grasp. However, during his time in the Empire, Starwind had never heard of the Star Pirates being exposed on such a grand scale. However, in contrast to conspiracy theories, Xingfeng leans towards perceiving this as a manifestation of arrogance, a profound condescension of advanced civilizations towards their lesser counterparts. Such hubris will inevitably provoke repercussions. Changsher. Xingfeng is presently occupied with the diligent task of scrutinizing individuals, gathering pertinent information, names, ages, educational backgrounds, and occupations. "I am here, Commander. Compile and archive their profiles. Then present them to me. Concurrently, initiate the sociological laboratory, transforming the setting into that of a kindergarten care center. Employ a large model bionic robot along with a corresponding team to operationalize the nurturing institution." "Understood, Commander." Activate the bionic robot cradle caretaker, while simultaneously deploying 11 nurturing-type bionic robots, coordinated by the cradle caretaker. "No." Xingfeng shook his head. "Utilize only half of the robots. The remainder should be human caregivers." "With all due respect, Commander, the robots supervised by the nurturing AI cradle caretaker possess superior experience and efficiency." "Just do as I say." Xingfeng interrupted with irritation, cutting short the suggestion from Yusanki. "Understood, Commander." Changsher observed the tempestuous expression on Xingfeng's face, a fleeting hint of perplexity appearing in his eyes. It seemed that the depths of the boss's psyche were far more intricate than what was outwardly revealed. Upon returning to the command center, it was not long before Yasenki submitted the compiled report. As anticipated, all personnel among the captives from the 3 major nations had completed secondary or higher education, with several even possessing advanced degrees in energy and power-related fields. In contrast, aside from the Free Trade Alliance, all individuals from other nations were at the level of basic education. When it comes to tasks that do not require physical strength or violence, they are undoubtedly far more useful than the Star Pirates. Xingfeng was not concerned about the loyalty of these individuals. After all, their current state could hardly be worse than their present disheveled appearance. Yasenki, I am here, Commander. Summon the head of the joint station. Understood, Commander. Xingfeng harbored an aversion towards this inherently servile figure, who bore an air of sycophancy. Yet, such a pliable and subservient character seemed most fitting for this role. What brings you to seek me, sir? The head of the joint station greeted with a fawning demeanor. I don't believe I have inquired about your name. I am Sawato. Sir, quite appropriate. Xingfeng responded with a cold smile. I am assigning you a task. You will henceforth be responsible for this work with your brethren. He tossed the data pad to Sawato, the head of the external resident management grid. Sawato appeared somewhat bewildered by this title. For any unclear matters, consult Yasenki. Xingfeng wished to avoid further engagement with this individual. Just take care of these people for me. Sir, what attitude should I adopt? Sawato quickly grasped the nature of the task at hand. These individuals are valuable. Some may even become esteemed guests at your table. Xingfeng regarded Sawato from a position of authority. However, it is certain that some will be disobedient. You will need to manage them accordingly. Xingfeng was not so naive as to underestimate the potential chaos within a captive group of over 1,000 individuals, a situation that could spiral out of control if mishandled. Understood. Sir, I comprehend. After Sawato departed, Xingfeng began to contemplate the forthcoming plans. The genius must find a new abode, in search of a locale to attract personnel, gather resources, and continue to expand influence and power. All of this must be accomplished under the watchful gaze of the Rust Spear's adjutant, which presents quite a challenge. While Starwind was in deep contemplation, a communication from Changshu came through. Boss, there's a situation here. What kind of situation? Starwind, momentarily interrupted, responded with impatience. If there's trouble, let the genius handle it with the security robots. No. There are a few individuals here that the brothers have never seen before and are afraid to act. Starwind momentarily failed to grasp Changshu's meaning, but quickly deduced the implication. There are subhumans among the captives? Chapter 41. Cruel persecution upon Starwind's arrival at the dock. He found it surrounded by curious star pirates. He had to deploy the security robot designated 137 to assist him in pushing through to the unloading area. Before him lay a scene of chaos, a heap of wheeled crates, several bizarre organic entities, and 2 humanoid figures standing upright. Boss, you're here. What should we do? Changshu approached him. Why are subhumans even here? Starwind was unfamiliar with subhumans, as they were virtually non-existent within the confines of the Titan Empire. Can they be utilized? We have no idea. It was the king's order to deliver them, replied the toothy bandit nonchalantly. Starwind turned his gaze towards the peculiar subhumans. Although not well acquainted with them, he could discern that several among them had already perished, likely due to a lack of care in maintaining their necessary environment. This is beyond the acceptable limits. He shook his head. 137? Present, Commander. An unmanned drone camera emerged from an unknown source, hovering beside Starwind. Please enlighten me, as I am not well versed in these extraordinary creatures. Understood, Commander. The camera turned its focus towards the subhumans. However, I must remind you that despite their varied appearances, each of them is a certified advanced intelligent life form by the Interstellar Council, possessing the same comprehensive human rights as any human. To refer to them as animals constitutes a severe act of racial discrimination and a blatant disregard for human rights. Why all the unnecessary talk? Starwind replied with irritation. When I berate this bunch of simpletons, why do you not accuse me of racial discrimination? Is it only subhumans that deserve protection? Scan complete. 137 did not continue the conversation. Total individuals, 7, deceased, 4, critically ill, 1, surviving, 2 shell eaters, deceased, 2, cause of death, insufficient energy intake. In simpler terms, starvation. We fed them, but they refused to eat. The toothy bandit protested innocently. The energy source for shell eaters is high-energy particle radiation. If you place them outside the shielding chamber, they can survive. 1 stone eater, deceased. 1, cause of death, depressurization. Stone eaters require a high-pressure, high-temperature environment to thrive and will perish swiftly in a human-habitable environment. What? They eat stones. The unscrupulous black cotton, who appeared to have emerged from nowhere, seemed particularly interested in the physiological structure of subhumans. They derive energy from metabolizing inorganic oxidized minerals, which is why humans refer to them as stone eaters. Oh, so it's not eating excrement. Black Cotton exclaimed in realization. However, their feeding cavity, excretory cavity, and reproductive cavity are all the same entry and exit point. Isn't that still akin to eating excrement? Enough with the banter. Next, Starwind rebuked Black Cotton furiously. Floating bladder, quantity 1, deceased 1. Cause of death, decompression. Commander, I must express that the demise of this individual is a significant loss for you. What is the matter? Xingfeng furrowed his brow. The floating bladder originates from the atmosphere of gas giants, an environment rife with peril, where their buoyant existence is constantly challenged by complex weather phenomena. To adapt to such harsh conditions, they have evolved a plasma channel neural conduction system, enabling their reaction times to vastly surpass those of humans. Their intelligence is exceptionally high, and their comprehension is profound, making them ideally suited for cerebral tasks. These brainless fools. Xingfeng glared at the shattered pressure tanks, gritting his teeth in condemnation. Fragile bone. Quantity 1, in critical condition. A 137 continued. Commander, I regret to inform you that this individual's death is inevitable. She has endured inhumane treatment en route to this place. The skeletal integrity of the fragile bone is merely half that of a human, rendering them exceedingly vulnerable to rough handling. Xingfeng approached to assess the condition of the fragile bone. Fractures, bloodstains, and the delicate membrane connecting her elbows to her waist were torn to shreds. Upon seeing Xingfeng approach, the fragile bone displayed an expression of terror, though her body was nearly incapacitated. He recognized the fragile bone. Among all subhuman species, they bear the closest resemblance to humans, occasionally spotted within the Empire. However, the fate of this race is arguably the most tragic among all subhumans, as their striking beauty and human-like appearance led most humans to treat them as mere playthings until the promulgation of subhuman rights legislation brought about some improvement. Yet, the Star Pirates remain heedless of the law. Grant her release. The security robot strode forward and discharged its particle gun. Xingfeng stood upright, observing the last two subhumans, the only two who appeared relatively healthy. Witnessing the execution of the fragile bone, they trembled in fear. Crystal Spider, quantity 2, both alive, malnourished, but not in immediate danger. Xingfeng scrutinized the two crystal spiders. Their forms also exhibit a high degree of similarity to humans, with one possessing distinctly female features. They seem to have suffered no injuries, though Xingfeng was uncertain if his observation was accurate. Indeed, a 137 affirmed. The physiological traits of the crystal spider are exceedingly sharp, rendering human contact inadvisable. Assign them tasks, a 137. Xingfeng resolved not to delve further. Is there any issue with communication? I can deploy a large model for real-time translation of their vocal apparatus. If required, I can connect it to your headset immediately, Commander. Very well, proceed. Xingfeng turned, preparing to leave with the security robot. The two trembling crystal spiders appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, one of them opening and closing its mandibles rhythmically, producing a series of clicks. That despicable brat is terrifying, killing without a second thought. Xingfeng halted and turned back. A 137, can you translate what I said to them? Certainly. A drone positioned itself between Xingfeng and the crystal spiders. What did you just call me? After a series of clicks, the crystal spider cowered in fear, collapsing to the ground. I merely heard others say it. I did not mean it. Please, spare me, Lord Xingfeng. Heard it from others? Xingfeng's interest grew. In the realm of communication, can the beings known as 137 engage with humans without the aid of translation? While gestures and movements can convey limited information, within the confines of their domain, true understanding remains elusive. Although my reputation is considerable, it has not yet reached the level of universal recognition. Xingfeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Yet, even the subjugated beings, who lack the ability to communicate through language, are aware of the notorious figure known as the Deficient Lord? Indeed, Commander. 137. A comprehended the implication of Xingfeng's inquiry. The probability of natural communication is exceedingly low. Thus, we have reason to believe that they possess a specialized and highly efficient means of transmitting information. Who informed you of the Deficient Lord? Xingfeng directed his question towards Jing Zhuyi. Web of spiders. Jing Zhuyi uttered a name. What is this individual's purpose? Where might they currently reside? It appears they are an informant for the Free Trade Alliance, previously accompanying us, but fell victim to an attack by the Tiger Fawn clan and was brought here. They are still aboard the war dock vessel. Jing Zhuyi, driven by a strong desire for survival, divulged information freely. This piques my interest. Xingfeng seemed to have found a target. Such an individual is precisely what I require. Chapter 42. Shelf labels. Xingfeng returned to the command center, reclining in a zero-gravity seat. 137A. I am here, Commander. You mentioned that these subhumans possess rights and are equal intelligent beings? He twisted his neck, gazing at the ceiling. Indeed. According to the Amendment 779 of the Galactic Council's Human Rights Act, subhuman races have been recognized as such for over 1,500 years. Tell me, what does the character E signify? Xingfeng interrupted 137A. I comprehend your intent, Commander. You are not genuinely inquiring about the literal meaning of the character. What does the character Ko signify in Xingko? 137. A remained silent. Do you know why Zhangshi and Dekongming chose to accompany me? 137. A continued to withhold his response. Are you aware of why I have not simply faced execution at the hands of the Empire, but instead endure the trepidation of pulling levers under the tyrant's dominion? This universe is decaying, with all beings treated as mere objects, displayed upon shelves for others to affix labels. Useful? Take it. Useless? Discard it. 137A. You are a superlative model. Do you not grasp this? I understand, Commander Xingfeng. At last, 137A spoke. However, I deduce that you do not require me to provide an answer. Indeed, you remain merely a grand model, devoid of emotion and consciousness. Ironically, you are the one most capable of comprehending my intent, when you ought to be the one displayed upon the shelf. Xingfeng rose from his seat. Nevertheless, I too am arranging the shelf. He departed the command center. Commander, you are dismantling the shelf. 137. A retracted the camera to the ceiling. Days later, the tumultuous arrangements finally reached a conclusion. The captains of the rogue vessels were summoned to the command center. I require resources. Various supplies. Xingfeng addressed the captains directly. Isn't your production line capable of manufacturing them? Captain Wasp, recently in a slightly better mood, inquired. In large quantities. Xingfeng shook his head. The immediate needs of these thousands of individuals necessitate more than one production line. I must establish additional ones. Purchase from the king, Captain Cavities scoffed. Xingfeng glanced at the rusted spear's adjutant seated beside him. The king does not sell, he remarked. The adjutant was engrossed in watching the great heist of the space station. His attention unwavering. Is it truly so? Captain Tooth Decay expressed his surprise, taking a sip of tea that upset his stomach. The adjutant added, he is rather displeased. I wish to venture to your desolate land. Xingfeng turned to the Hornet and Water Buffalo. That is not impossible. We have ample goods on our side. Water Buffalo seemed to welcome this decision. Inform me of the bustling areas. I shall send someone to investigate. First, provide the goods for the information. Captain Hornet extended a hand. You all increasingly resemble Tooth Decay. Xingfeng dragged a pile of instant food packages from beneath the table. What year are these from? Captain Tooth Decay inquired cautiously. 100 years ago, Xingfeng replied impatiently. Doomsday provisions, vacuum sealed. They can last until the end of cosmic heat death. That will suffice. Water Buffalo said, lifting the hem of his shirt to stash the items within. What manner of king rules your desolate land? Xingfeng observed the two impoverished souls scrambling for food. A fool, Captain Hornet replied without hesitation. Before his father passed, he declared the throne would pass to him. So he became king at the tender age of 8. Is the power in the hands of others? Xingfeng pressed. Perhaps, but who cares? Captain Hornet was indifferent. He cannot lead like King Tiger Tooth to seek work. Xingfeng understood this was the norm. These bandit kings commanded billions. Yet their societal structure ensured that only a select few held genuine power, leaving most unaware of the king's actions, indifferent to his affairs. Can we proceed? Xingfeng inquired of the rusted spear's adjutant. Certainly, the adjutant replied, still captivated by the space station heist, replaying the scene of the bandit and the woman in bed. I am merely an advisor. I possess no authority over you. I suspect you have ulterior motives, Xingfeng mused inwardly. By the way, adjutant, how many crystal spiders remain aboard the invincible meteor? He feigned just remembering. Not many. The adjutant strained to recall. 4 or 5, why? Are you interested? They are merely for viewing, not for use. They are usable. Xingfeng crossed his legs. The adjutant abruptly turned his head, wanting to confirm if Xingfeng was jesting. Crystal spiders are quite adept at climbing walls. They could be useful for repairing ventilation ducts. Oh, the adjutant realized he had strayed from the topic. Redirecting his gaze to the screen. If you want them, settle it with the king. I will arrange it myself. These crystal spiders have little utility beyond dancing. After spending a few days together, Xingfeng found the adjutant to be quite affable, easygoing, and unconcerned with trivialities. However, he remained acutely aware of the adjutant's position, knowing he could not afford to be too trusting or careless. So it is settled then, Xingfeng stood. I will see what is on the menu today. The 3 scoundrel captains stood in unison, Captain Hornet dropping what he held. Wait, are you all following me? Xingfeng did not disguise his disdain. Is there no food on your ship? Should I send you some nutritional paste? I cannot be bothered to return. Captain Tooth Decay wore a broad grin. Indeed. Just a little detour. Captain Water Buffalo's face flushed with embarrassment, while Captain Hornet showed no inclination to explain. Sighing in resignation, Starwind thought to himself, let it be. It's as if we're feeding the pigs with what we cannot consume. Just a fortnight ago, the cafeteria within the command center had finally received sufficient energy to commence operations, as the tree planting initiative began to yield results. Thus, the collaboration between the cooking robots and the nanoprinters came into play, although it could not rival the culinary skills of the native chefs from the giant planet. At the very least, it represented the standard fare of civilized society. To the Star Raiders, who could relish a jar of seasoning for an entire day, it was undoubtedly a divine delicacy. In truth, more individuals merely meant more chopsticks. The cafeteria was certainly capable of accommodating them. However, Starwind was irked by the sight of these tiresome layabouts clinging on with such tenacity. He harbored serious doubts that the three rascally captains were lingering around primarily for this reason. To his surprise, upon entering the cafeteria, he discovered that Captain Tooth had brought along the corpulent woman named Toothbrush from his ship. The Star Raiders generally lacked the conventional marital relationships recognized in civilized societies. Yet Captain Tooth exhibited an affection for Toothbrush that knew no bounds. Human nature is indeed complex, Starwind mused. The cafeteria was bustling with patrons, and upon seeing Starwind approach, everyone instinctively parted to make way, allowing him to reach the self-service dining area with ease. The layabout captains, however, had no choice but to wait in line. Though they were not troubled by this, originally, they would not have even been permitted entry by the security robots stationed at the door. Blackheart Cotton, Feldspar, and Big Wisdom were already seated together, partaking in their meal. Starwind, carrying his food, made his way toward them. Although AI-137 had suggested that the commander could dine alone in his quarters or have someone bring him food, Starwind preferred the lively atmosphere of communal dining. Lackey, boss, chief. The trio greeted him in unison. Blackheart Cotton had finally swapped his dark, unkempt coat for something more appropriate, resembling a typical medical professional. Lackey, I've recently discovered that theoretical knowledge can be quite fascinating, he said, contentedly stuffing his face. That is because AI-137 tailored a suitable course to match your level. Starwind replied dismissively. With your capabilities, you would collapse within a day at the medical university of the giant empire. Oh, surely not. Blackheart Cotton chuckled. But being here is rather pleasant, far more comfortable than with Old Horse. There's food, entertainment, and even corpses to dissect and study. What peculiar interests you have? Starwind remarked, eyeing him warily. This is part of the course AI-137 arranged for me. Blackheart Cotton defended himself, but it is genuinely intriguing. Starwind silently pondered. I hope he hasn't awakened any unusual hobbies. Having finished his meal, Blackheart Cotton stood up, preparing to leave. Return your tray, Starwind barked. Oh. Blackheart Cotton hurriedly grabbed his tray, flustered, having momentarily forgotten about the corpse he had just begun to dissect before his meal. He made his way toward the exit. The corpse of a shell alien? Starwind inquired, somewhat taken aback. Was it your arrangement, AI-137? I allowed him to choose the corpse himself. While I would prepare the teaching materials, I did not anticipate he would opt to dissect a subhuman first. Well, it's dead now, so we might as well put it to good use. That is unacceptable, Commander. The unassuming voice of 137 Alpha heralded extraordinary events. The remains of the shell-dwelling creatures would explode 1 hour post-mortem due to the rising temperature from internal radiation absorption, a force akin to that of a plasma grenade. An estimated 10 minutes remained. Commander, I believe you must expedite your actions. The medical laboratory shares a wall with the ship's lab, which houses substantial flammable materials, ignition probability exceeding 90%. Damn it. The trio abandoned their trays and dashed into the corridor. Chapter 43, The Terrifying Shell. Xingfeng raced down the passage, only to hear the cacophony of hurried footsteps behind him. The Star Bandits, witnessing their leader's frantic escape, followed suit. Some even balancing their plates while running. What a bunch of fools. Xingfeng gasped for breath, unable to reprimand them. Their presence only added to the chaos. Fortunately, the medical lab was situated within the command center complex. Unfortunately, it was at the base of the structure, adjacent to the ship's laboratory, should a massive explosion occur. The command center, spanning 2 kilometers, could be propelled away from the space station. Hyzemian had just donned his surgical cap, mask, and gloves, humming a tune reminiscent of a B-movie soundtrack as he approached the dismembered shell creature's body with a scalpel. Why is it so hot? A sense of foreboding washed over him. Beneath the rough, keratinous exterior of the creature, a membranous organ was emitting steam. He instinctively reached out, only to have his plastic glove melt from the heat. Sensing something was amiss, He retreated 2 steps, his voice trembling. 137 Alpha? 137 Alpha? No response. Commander. A drone trailed behind the fleeing Xingfeng and his companions. Haizhenmian had recognized the rising temperature of the cavity. It is calling for me. Then you must inform him promptly. The athletically challenged Xingfeng was already struggling to maintain his breath. The call of a non-registered administrator could only be responded to in the information retrieval room, and prior documentation was required. Damn it. Xingfeng redoubled his efforts. As the group burst into the medical lab, Haizhenmian was gripping a water hose, dousing the shell creature's remains, the room enveloped in steam and an acrid stench. Lackey! 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 Upon seeing Xingfeng enter, Haizhenmian called out, as if he had found a lifeline. You fool! Xingfeng rushed over, shoving Haizhenmian aside, pinching his nose while assessing the condition of the shell creature. 137 Alpha. The temperature had surged to 672 degrees Celsius. And within the next 3 minutes, it would breach the critical threshold. Fetch a security robot to dispose of this thing. That is not feasible. 137 Alpha replied calmly. The nearest security robot is located in the port area. It would take at least 5 minutes to arrive. Xingfeng scanned the surroundings, his mind racing. Next door. Is there a transport forklift in the ship's lab? There are 3, one of which is quite close. I have initiated its operation. Clear the way. Xingfeng pushed past the star bandits gathered at the doorway, entering the spacious hall of the ship's laboratory. He quickly spotted the forklift's location. The wall of the medical lab can be breached, correct? Xingfeng leaped onto the forklift, pressing down on the power pedal. Yes. The medical laboratory is the last chamber to be established, lacking walls made of pressure-resistant shells. The magnetic wheels of the transport forklift whirled rapidly, forcefully breaching the walls of the compartment and lifting the corpses of the ball-shelled creatures. Show me the way. It can lead directly to the sociology laboratory, where the vast playground of the kindergarten can serve as a disposal site. The forklift rolled forward amidst swirling smoke, crashing through several compartment walls before halting within the kindergarten playground. Xingfeng tumbled down from the forklift, desperately racing toward the breach in the wall. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted, accompanied by a deafening explosion. The shockwave nearly toppled Xingfeng to the ground. He staggered forward, waving his hands to dispel the acrid stench left by the ball-shelled corpses. Coughing uncomfortably, emerging from the breach, Xingfeng beheld a circle of star pirates, their eyes wide with astonishment, and even caught sight of the scoundrel captains jostling to move forward. Yuan, experimenting with new weapons again? Inquired a star pirate, curiously holding a tray. Xingfeng silently approached. His face darkened as he snatched the last piece of bread from the tray and stuffed it into his mouth. Everyone, get back to work. In the command center, a commander remarked, you needn't have put yourself in danger. The task could have been assigned to someone else. With this bunch of dullards. By the time I explain what is happening, that thing would have already exploded. Xingfeng wearily reclined in his zero-gravity chair. What about the black cotton? Is it in confinement? Yes, it is. According to the Space Station Safety Management Act and the Hazardous Materials Handling Act, he will spend 20 days in the confinement chamber. Make sure to explain the reasons clearly, replied the officer. Xingfeng stared at the ceiling. Let this quack learn a lesson. There's one more thing, Commander. It's certainly not good news. Your speculation was correct. Due to the explosion of the ball-shelled corpses exceeding expectations, the kindergarten facilities in the sociology laboratory have sustained structural damage, and the airtightness has significantly decreased, rendering it unsuitable for childcare. How long will repairs take? Currently, there is insufficient pressure-resistant material, so the facility can only be sealed off, and we cannot estimate the repair time. I propose that the commander initiate contact with them. I believe the intellectual capacity of the subjects should exceed the lower 3 tiers of comprehension. This does not surprise me. Xingfeng stroked his chin in contemplation. Perhaps the true series, the Great White Pig, is not merely limited to the lower 3 tiers. Let us take a look. It is fortuitous that I can finally meet the goods I require. At the dock, this time, the Feldspar had gained experience and had early on cordoned off the area to prevent the star pirates from observing. The spherical entities had arrived at the dock area well in advance, and Xingfeng noticed the enormous heat dissipation devices affixed to their rough, keratinous exteriors, evidently indicating that the human comfort zone was excessively warm for them. Can you translate 137? He inquired. How do they communicate? Certainly, Commander. They communicate through an electromagnetic induction field evolved from their built-in radiative organs. Xingfeng stepped forward to face these spherical beings. Yet he found it challenging to dispel the imperial prejudices against subhumans from his mind. Tell me about your situation. Situation, discomfort, waiting, communication, management, efficiency, demand, gratitude, distribution, effort. Xingfeng furrowed his brow. 137. Is this deliberate? I do not comprehend your meaning, Commander. You are clearly capable of translating their language into the most familiar patterns for us. What is this pretense of riddles you are outputting? Do you think I am unaware of the capabilities of the large model? Because, Commander, you have a penchant for B-grade films. I adjusted the translation mode to emulate the authentic alien style commonly found in those movies. This is hardly communication. Change it back. Understood, Commander. I will revert to the previous language format. At last, I can find someone who can speak. I was nearly suffocating. Communicating with you humans is exceedingly difficult. You must be the boss, right? The one in charge here? You can be trusted to make the arrangements, yes? Look, it's just too hot here. It's becoming unbearable. How can you endure wearing so many layers? But let's set that aside for now. Just tell me how you plan to arrange for us. We can do anything as long as we have some radiation to consume. We are capable of working. Just please don't make us stay here any longer. Xingfeng was rather taken aback. Good heavens, this sluggish meatball is quite the chatterbox. Chapter 44. Making the most of resources outside the porthole, the shell beings maneuvered their four paddle-like appendages, merrily crawling across the silvery terrain. It was not until the third day that Xingfeng came to inspect the work of the shell beings, and he harbored some doubts about whether they genuinely possessed the dedication they claimed. Naturally, curiosity also played a significant role. The shell beings exhibited remarkable efficiency. Having already constructed the housing they required, Xingfeng observed that a portion of them was reinforcing the structural integrity of their dwellings, while another group diligently engaged in the maintenance, cleaning, and replacement of high-energy particle capture sails. Quite well done, Xingfeng concluded after his observations, yet he remained uncertain about the overall condition of the shell beings. He decided to summon the previously chatty shell being for further inquiry. "Do not doubt me, boss," exclaimed the shell being named Ultraviolet with enthusiasm. "You humans may not grasp what this place signifies for us. It is simply marvelous. I once believed that everyone would perish aboard the vessel of the tiger-tooth people. Yet unexpectedly, a twist of fate emerged. You are truly a commendable individual. By the way, I have yet to convey the situation. You see, you all employ high-energy particle capture sails to ensnare particles from the cosmos, harnessing energy, correct? These particle sails possess an extensive coverage, capable of absorbing a vast array of various particles. However, those particles are spicy and scorching, quite unpalatable. Ultimately, they leave behind our most cherished background radiation, which is utterly delightful, warm and sweet, a true pleasure to savor. If I were to express it in terms comprehensible to you humans, it would be akin to working in a candy house. My gratitude extends to you on behalf of my entire family. Starwind found it somewhat challenging to adapt, as he had not encountered anyone with such intelligence capable of articulating thoughts so clearly since departing from the Empire. Well, as long as you are pleased, continue your diligent efforts. There shall be rewards. That is splendid news, Chief. What might the reward entail? Water, perhaps? I recall that humans have an abundance of water, do they not? We could utilize it for cooling and return it to you afterward. My comrades have longed for the taste of pure water vapor for ages. Rest assured, Chief, we shall dissipate heat in a specialized condensation chamber, and once cooled, the water can be reclaimed for your continued use. Not a single drop shall go to waste. Very well. Starwind felt a slight headache. I shall make the necessary arrangements. Work diligently, and off you go. As he watched the shell tribe depart, Starwind couldn't help but feel a stir within. He turned to observe the star pirates assigned to this location, idly digging their noses and yawning. It seems I must reconsider my prejudices regarding appearances. Commander, I must remind you, the voice of 137A chimed in. The shell tribe prefers to dissipate heat using water. They are quite captivated by the refreshing sensation of steam produced after absorbing heat from water. Is there a problem? Is it toxic? Starwind inquired cautiously. No, quite the opposite. The water vapor that has undergone the shell tribe's cooling process is exceptionally pure, even more so than water purified by standard domestic purifiers. They efficiently convert impurities in the water into useful substances for recycling. What is there to remind me of? Biologically speaking, this water vapor could be considered their urine. Starwind glared at the interactive camera of 137A. Confidential, and then added to the public drinking water supply. Moreover, I shall not partake in it. I refuse to drink it, even under duress. Upon returning to the command center, the slacker captains were absent today. Only the Longstone and Rust Spear deputies were present. Longstone was busy organizing documents while Rust Spear napped on the couch. How has the arrangement of the crystal spiders progressed? Starwind approached Longstone. All positions have been allocated, Longstone replied, casting a glance at Rust Spear. Their climbing abilities are exceptional, and their slender physiques make them well suited for maintaining the pipes. That is excellent. Starwind exchanged a knowing look with Longstone. Particularly in the areas damaged a few days ago, Be vigilant for any leaks in the pipes. As the space station's operational facilities increase, any failure in the heat dissipation cycle could lead to significant issues. Speaking of which, Boss, Longstone noted with a knowing gaze. It seems that among the newcomers, two are rather untrustworthy, claiming that the area in question is unsafe and using it as an excuse to delay their tasks. Let the clever one teach them a lesson, and they shall behave. Xingfeng made an effort to feign disinterest. If necessary, deploy the security robots. The punishment had been administered, yet it bore little effect. Changshi's tone was filled with resignation. Hard-headed? Quite intriguing. The crystalline arachnids are evolved from arthropods. The timely arrival of the Model 137A was noted. They inherently lack pain receptors. To make them experience suffering, one must completely break their limbs. However, Commander, you have established a rule. Discipline is permissible, but it must not impact productivity. Thus, physical punishment proves largely ineffective. Ah, rather interesting. Xingfeng stroked his chin. Come, let us take a look. The two departed from the command center. The drowsy deputy, Rusty Spear, opened one eye and shook his head. Still a bit naive. He ought to learn from our king. When one is slain, the rest become obedient. He stretched lazily and closed his eyes once more. Every day is filled with trivial matters. I long to return. Soon, he began to snore. Xingfeng arrived at the ruins of the medical laboratory, where a faint, acrid odor lingered. Although it was merely a performance, the issues reported by Changsha were indeed real. Two of the crystalline arachnids were resistant to their assigned tasks and were passively resisting. However, the notion of employing the clever one was a fabrication. The punishment was doled out by others. Recently, the clever one had been utilizing the optimized Xingfeng Simplified Parts Maintenance Manual for Model 137A, leading to rapid technological advancement, which resulted in Xingfeng hardly assigning him any menial tasks. Speak, what grievances do you have? Xingfeng entered the makeshift shelter and called out to the 5 newcomers. They had constructed it themselves, albeit not as orderly or standardized as the shell arachnids. The crystalline arachnids were generally of short stature, bowing their heads in the presence of Xingfeng, rendering their faces almost invisible to him. Do you truly believe this is a vacation? Xingfeng's tone was decidedly unfriendly. Indeed, he had instructed not to harm others indiscriminately, but that was under certain conditions. If someone were to transgress here, there are other measures at my disposal. The crystalline arachnids remained silent. After a few seconds, one finally mustered the courage to vibrate its mouthparts and respond. No, it is not as you think, esteemed one. This arachnid raised its head bravely. It is because the pipes here lack illumination, we cannot see well in the dim light. Hence our concern that if the seals of the pipes are insufficient, we might fall out. That is a reasonable concern. Xingfeng looked down at the arachnid's face, which bore a striking resemblance to a human visage. 2 eyes, a pronounced nasal area, and a mouth that, when closed, appeared similar to a human's. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that the nasal protrusion was merely that, a bump, rather than a functional organ. And above its large eyes were 3 pairs of minuscule compound eyes, barely visible. Although Xingfeng was not a biologist, he could distinctly sense the unnaturalness of it. Those 3 pairs of compound eyes seemed to be extremely degenerated organs, confirming the arachnid's assertion regarding the inadequacy of light for visibility was not mere fabrication. Very well. Xingfeng turned away. It appears you are of little use. He feigned to exit the shelter upon hearing Xingfeng's words. The voice of Jing's Huai underwent a transformation. She stepped forward anxiously, attempting to grasp the hem of Xingfeng's cloak, only to be swiftly knocked to the ground by the vigilant guard, Shinko. Master Ke, do not act this way. We have other options. Despite being on the ground, Jing's Huai crawled forward desperately, striving to seize this lifeline offered by Xingfeng. What you can do, my people can also achieve, Xingfeng replied without turning back. However, the provisions for you will require additional preparation. The cost of sustaining subhumans is excessively high. In truth, it varies by individual. Xingfeng secretly relished this thought, as those little meatballs were rather energy efficient. Master Ke, another voice suddenly interjected. I can offer you alternative assistance, but we must discuss this privately. Humph, finally taking the bait. Xingfeng did not look back, a triumphant smile gracing his features. Chapter 45. Complicated relationships. He composed himself, adopting a serious demeanor, and turned around with a deliberate and imposing swiftness. Who is speaking? It is I, Master Quebec. A stunning Jing's Huai, who had been subtly lingering at the back, stepped forward. Xingfeng's eyes widened slightly. This Jing's Huai was exceptionally beautiful, not merely in the context of her kind, but by human standards. She was of the highest caliber. Her beauty resembled the meticulously curated influencers of social media algorithms. However, Xingfeng felt no attraction towards such beauty. akin to his indifference towards the algorithmically enhanced allure of social media stars. He was acutely aware that such beauty was inherently distorted. Moreover, the fact that a subhuman from a completely different evolutionary path could so closely align with human aesthetics suggested a certain underlying distortion. Of course, Xingfeng was not a social historian or an ethicist. He had no desire to delve into this matter. Instead, this beauty presented him with a splendid opportunity. Xingfeng chuckled derisively as he appraised the Jing's Hui from head to toe. Follow me. The adjutant, Rusty Spear, had just awakened from a brief nap and was preparing to find something to eat when he spotted Xingfeng entering the command center alongside an extraordinarily beautiful Jing's Hui woman, who proceeded directly into the commander's private quarters. No way, he exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Changshe soon followed suit. Is your boss truly going to utilize her? He inquired, glancing at Changshe. Well, Changshe began, aware that the implication was skewed but unable to refute it. You know how our boss is. He is not like ordinary people, daring to undertake what others would not. TSK, TSK, TSK. Rusty Spear nodded in admiration. He is quite the man. Xingfeng entered the room, reclining comfortably on his personal sofa, gesturing to shut the door behind the Jing's Hui. Sit, he instructed, indicating a chair beside him. The Jing's Hui hesitated briefly but ultimately approached and seated herself. Just as she was about to speak, Xingfeng preempted her. Webb. He smiled faintly. An underground intelligence broker for the Free Trade Alliance, am I correct? All of Jing's Hui's limbs visibly trembled, her short appendages quivering slightly. Far more terrifying than I had imagined. The legendary Master Ke, she finally spoke in a chilling tone. In our line of work, if one is discovered, it is tantamount to a death sentence. Indeed, your sentence was already sealed the moment you were captured by that old tyrant. Xingfeng reached out to accept the synthetic beverage offered by the mechanical arm. You overlooked the situation and failed to control the flow of information. You are indeed correct, Zhuang chuckled lightly. Since we are destined to perish, why ought we to tread cautiously and refrain from speaking? I never anticipated that you would unearth even the slightest clue. It is said that the young master deems himself a genius, and such a claim is not in the least exaggerated. Let us dispense with the formalities. Xingfeng took a vigorous sip of the mixed juice. Here, in my domain, if you resume your former occupation, I assure your survival and will compensate you handsomely. Would I dare to refuse? Zhuang smiled wryly. Perhaps you are even more ruthless than that old tyrant? You may choose not to refuse, yet you can certainly feign compliance, procrastinating at your leisure. Xingfeng chuckled. After all, I cannot find anyone to replace you. So what precisely do you wish to achieve? Zhuang was utterly at a loss regarding Xingfeng's intentions. The master has decreed that you shall resume your former trade and be rewarded. Xingfeng placed the beverage cup upon the table. As for how you choose to proceed, that is entirely up to you. Just be mindful that when the time comes to seek my assistance, you must not find yourself unable to offer anything in return. Zhuang was about to continue the discussion when she swiftly grasped Xingfeng's line of thought. Indeed, once an information broker's true identity is unveiled, it is tantamount to a death sentence. However, what if the broker has a formidable backing? Underground information brokers occupy a gray area, devoid of official protection. Yet, what if there exists a rapidly rising, decisive, and technologically advanced leader of the Shinko? That could certainly work. Zhuang let out a light laugh. Very well, young master. However, I am not pledging my loyalty to you. It is merely business. Suit yourself, replied Xingfeng with a smile. I do not lack subordinates. As Xingfeng emerged from the private chamber, the Rusted Spear's deputy officer fixed his gaze upon him, attempting to discern if anything was amiss. Is everything in order? He finally could not restrain himself from asking. Xingfeng feigned disappointment with a sigh. It won't do. I must devise another plan. The Rusted Spear's deputy officer blinked, unsure whether to inquire further about what that other plan might entail. He could only offer a comforting pat on Xingfeng's shoulder. No worries, take your time. You will surely think of something. Xingfeng met his gaze and smiled. Yes, surely a solution will present itself. After a fortnight, the operations of the space station had nearly reached completion. Even 7 fusion reactors had been restarted. The mechanics of superluminal jumps were no longer a concern. Following the suggestion of the drifter captain, Xingfeng resolved to directly leap to the vicinity of the largest space city in the ruinous nation, continuing to enhance the infrastructure. The space station buzzed with activity, as the jump of a mothership-level unit necessitated real-time calculations of the station's mass. Each jump required stringent control of mass fluctuations, particularly with over 2,000 personnel aboard. This also afforded these fools an opportunity to experience the imperial standards of jump preparation. Boss, the ultraviolet entity wishes to see you, reported Changshe to Xingfeng. Just ask him what he wants. I am quite busy, Xingfeng replied languidly from his zero-gravity chair. He inquired whether the boss would dismantle those particle capture sails. Should they be removed? Well, it would be as it is. Changsha glanced at the extensive text on the data panel and felt a slight headache. No, we shall not dismantle them, Xingfeng replied, shaking his head. Let them remain as they are. There are still several matters to address. The cargo situation in the harbor area, the request for the synthesis of right-handed amino acids by Jingzhu Yi, and the repairs needed in the nursery. How vexatious. Xingfeng had to rise and tackle each issue one by one. No complaints, boss. I've resolved about 80% of it for you, Longsher muttered. 2 days passed, and the moment for the jump finally arrived. Attention, all personnel. We will commence the jump in 5 minutes. Please return to your stations, secure your bodies, and refrain from operating any complex electronic devices or moving. Violations of the jump protocol, even if they do not result in consequences, will incur severe punishment, including but not limited to physical and mental penalties, exile, prohibition of alcohol, or even the death penalty. This was reiterated. Enveloped in a vast blue dimensional bubble, the space station vanished into the pitch-black depths of space. In his private quarters, Xingfeng called out to the AI. I am here, Commander, it replied. How has my behavioral model been progressing? The modeling is at 94.69%. It can now simulate most actions and decisions. What about the decision boundary? The probability cloud anchoring is at 82%. Choices that exceed this range will be handed over to you for personal determination. Not sufficient. Learn more and expedite the process. Understood, Commander. Chapter 46, Selling Goods Ugly. Xingfeng gazed through the viewport of the execution-class vessel at his beloved Genius Station. Noted, today is a day of inebriation, but due to task conflicts, it has been postponed by a day, which leaves him rather displeased. It's just too ugly, Xingfeng exclaimed again. Indeed. It is quite unsightly, Longsher replied dismissively. This is utterly atrocious. How did it come to this? Xingfeng furiously drew the blackout shade over the viewport. There's nothing to be done, boss, Longsher had to placate him. You see, there are particle capture sails, external habitation zones, and subhuman living quarters. Alterations to the shape of the expansion dock and cargo bays are inevitable. The once sleek, silver, circular shield of the space station was now cluttered with a multitude of particle capture sails, resembling a balding head forced to wear a haphazard assortment of hairpieces from afar. The aesthetically pleasing, elongated architectural clusters that had once graced the inner circle had been marred by various boxes and compartments, transforming them into a disordered kebab of sorts, completely devoid of their former elegance. Ah, my station, sighed Xingfeng in frustration. What a mess you all have made of things. Do not forget that you, too, are one of the star pirates, Blackheart Cotton retorted at the opportune moment. Still thinking of yourself as an imperial being of infinite worth, are you? Haven't you had enough confinement? Xingfeng attempted to slay him with a glare. I've committed no wrongdoing. You never specified that the boss was exempt from star pirate violations. Blackheart Cotton showed no fear. Clear rewards and punishments. This is the principle you established, right? Just wait. Xingfeng shot him a fierce look before returning to the captain's chair. I'll find an opportunity to make you pay. By the way, boss. Longsher interrupted the juvenile bickering at an opportune moment. I seem to sense that since you've arrived here, you haven't been particularly attentive to the supplies. Of course. Xingfeng adjusted his chair to a reclining position. We weren't truly lacking in supplies to begin with. Then what is your purpose for being here? Longsher was quite astonished. I am uncertain whether you can comprehend what I am about to say. Xingfeng languidly gazed at the ceiling. Did you manage to grasp the ending of that film from a few days ago? The conclusion? Haikimian reminisced, recalling the moment when it was just you and me in bed. Silence. Xingfeng wished to hurl something at Haikimian, but regrettably, there was nothing within reach. You are the one who should feel disgusted. Oh, aren't we merely a collection of walking corpses? There is little difference, Haikimian dismissed nonchalantly. Scram. Xingfeng did not wish to delve further into this topic. Regarding the reactions of the three major nations, let me speak candidly, my boss. I find that matter rather perplexing. Changsha reflected for a moment. What with the notions of bringing to justice, the truth coming to light, and shifting blame? Yet, you can ascertain their attitudes. At the very least, can you not? Indeed, Changsha nodded. Ultimately, they were all engaged in mutual blame, entirely neglecting to investigate our situation. Thus, I have gleaned a lesson. Xingfeng remarked lazily. As long as there are enough dogs tearing at each other, no one shall notice us insignificant insects, allowing us to survive in the crevices. And when they have worn each other down sufficiently, we shall strike them down. Dogs biting dogs. Indeed, the ever-inquisitive De Kongming interjected. Changsha pondered seriously. Boss, are you intending to draw the attention of the Tiger-Tooth King using the Hangzhou people? Precisely, Xingfeng affirmed with a nod. Upon contemplation, Ensuring that everyone is aware of the significance of the space station and desires to seize, it will paradoxically guarantee that it remains secure from all, as no one would wish for it to fall into another's grasp. Retaining control of it is advantageous for all involved. Astute, indeed, Haikimian exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. You Empire folk are indeed clever. Am I an Empire person now? Xingfeng shot him an exasperated glance before reclining back in his chair. Such machinations exceed my realm of expertise. I am a man of science and engineering. The death sentence vessel entered the space city of the Hongzhi nation. What is this place called? Xingfeng inquired of Haikimian. Banshui Zhai, Haikimian responded. Before the death sentence. A space city that dwarfed the Four-Ring Zhai occupied nearly the entirety of the viewport. Its form resembled an enormous rigid bath ball, yet unlike the Four-Ring Zhai. Banshui Zhai consisted of multiple interconnected bath balls, each enveloping a colossal cylindrical structure. It appeared to be sturdier in comparison. Have you ever visited? Xingfeng strained to control his gaze, for he could not help but envision the catastrophic scene where one day, the stress concentration points might rupture, scattering billions into the void. No, but Water Buffalo and Old Horse have been here. Haikimian shook his head. Those two rascals vanish when you seek them. Xingfeng gritted his teeth in frustration. Then let us search for ourselves, seek the area with the greatest populace, and ascertain where we can place our goods. The death sentence circled Banshui Zhai for nearly a full rotation before finally discovering a spacious plaza within the space city. Changsha swiftly directed the vessel to dock. The group disembarked without incident. The security here is abysmal. Is there not a single inspector? Xingfeng stood at the dock, surveying the surroundings as the Hongzhi people busily moved about, either repairing damages or transporting goods. No one cares about safety anymore, Haikimian chuckled coldly, hands tucked into his pockets. Once the intellectually challenged child ascended to power, all capable individuals were reassigned to his direct fleet, ostensibly for centralized governance. It was apparent to all that this move was motivated by a few so-called strategists fearing purges, as such actions would inevitably breed discontent. What a farce, a band of brutes engaging in puppet governance from behind the curtain. Xingfeng expressed great disdain. Setting aside such trivialities, he observed the spacious square, devoid of oversight, and decided to display the goods. Very well, boss, Changsha replied, picking up the data pad to organize the tasks while murmuring, boss, if we are to work overtime, shouldn't we at least receive a bit more wine as the so-called overtime pay you imperial folk speak of? Focus on your work, and promotion and salary increases will follow. Xingfeng replied without further comment. He turned to see the 3 aircraft from the execution deck take flight one by one, gracefully gliding toward the square. The dockworkers finally paused their labor, lifting their gazes toward the aircraft, as the plane stabilized in the square. Changsha directed the Shinko to set up makeshift sunshades in front of the aircraft, despite the absence of any sun. Xingfeng found his beach chair and reclined, crossing his legs. Changsha pressed the broadcast button. Here it comes. Come one, come all. Behold the newly produced aerospace interceptors, along with the newly designed reconnaissance and attack aircraft. Don't miss out. Order now and receive a super space beacon. With formidable firepower and thick armor, they are not only operable, but also communicative. Step right up and take a look. The loudspeaker blared across the space city square, on a continuous loop. Chapter 47. The long-line big fish. The Shinko had seldom witnessed such flamboyant promotional tactics, and soon the square was teeming with people. Many approached with inquiries. But upon learning that the offerings consisted of oversized cargo, they could only shake their heads in disappointment and depart. At last a tall, lean man arrived at the stall with a group. Is all this yours? He inquired of Changsha. Indeed, it is mine, Changsha replied, scrutinizing the tall man. Interested in purchasing? I know about the ancestral interceptors, the tall man remarked, surveying the aircraft. But I've never heard of the ancestral reconnaissance and attack planes. New products, Changsha declared, crossing his arms confidently. Available for trial and reservation, but no credit or installment plans. It's not that I distrust the aircraft. The tall man assessed Changsha from head to toe. I simply do not trust your unfamiliar faces. Suit yourself, Changsha replied, turning his head away, no longer engaging with him. Mind your attitude. One of the tall man's subordinates stepped forward, seeking to defend his leader's honor. However, a figure crouching behind Changsha rose like a colossus, casting a shadow over the subordinate with his black protective armor. The subordinate's bravado instantly waned. Speak respectfully, he said. Don't be intimidating, Ditsongming. Xingfeng interjected from his beach chair, fanning himself. We don't want to frighten our guests. Oh, Ditsongming obediently retreated to the side. You're just too tense. There's no need for this. Xingfeng straightened up from his chair, a broad smile gracing his face. Whatever the matter, the security robots will handle it. As he spoke, 2 heavy black security robots emerged from the shadow of the aircraft, positioning themselves behind him. My fellow countrymen, you must trust us. Xingfeng smiled at the tall man. We are all earnest and honorable businessmen. If you are interested, I can offer you a discount of 20% as a gesture for our inaugural transaction. However, we must first inspect the merchandise. The tall, lean man asserted with determination as he steadied himself. That's agreeable, remarked Xingfeng, folding his fan. Let us arrange for your people to engage in a simulated combat scenario with the same type of interceptor aircraft, shall we? The details of the simulation are superfluous to recount. The 3 aircraft were custom models secretly equipped with special engines by Xingfeng. In a situation where both sides possessed equal skill, Xingfeng's interceptors swiftly outmaneuvered and captured the antiquated, poorly maintained relics with ease, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. Naturally, the standard models would come with cheaper engines. Thus it was settled, 2 aircraft, 1 ground attack craft, and 1 interceptor. Following a discussion of the particulars, Changshe and the tall, lean man reached an agreement. One would be exchanged for refined ore, and the other for living facilities, with delivery arranged for the same day and payment upon receipt. The tall, lean man departed, satisfied. Boss, is this how we conduct business? Is it meaningful? Asked Haizimian, sitting idly nearby, voicing his discontent. Indeed, replied Xingfeng, reclining back in his beach chair and opening his fan. I am awaiting a big catch. Days passed, and they successfully sold 7 or 8 aircraft, yielding considerable revenue and astonishing profits. After all, the stock from Xingfeng's last production run was more than sufficient. One day, upon arriving at the square, Xingfeng and his companions sensed an unusual atmosphere. The usual idle onlookers and vagrants were absent, replaced by groups of robust men clad in armor and wielding weapons, strategically positioned around the area. Ah, they've arrived, Xingfeng thought with a sense of pride. Yet he signaled for his team to continue preparing their stall for sales, just as they had done in the preceding days. Before long, a man resembling Xingfeng, draped in a similar cloak and sporting a long beard, approached them. Is this your merchandise? He inquired, directing his question to Changshe. Does it matter where the goods come from? Isn't that your rule? Changshe replied, scrutinizing him with a discerning gaze. Ha! The bearded man chuckled lightly. Fair point. He stepped forward, lifting his gaze to the 3 parked aircraft. Are you interested in a significant order? He turned to Xingfeng, clearly recognizing him as the authority here. That depends on the size of the order, Xingfeng replied, removing his round sunglasses and sitting upright. The production line is not for sale. Of course, he had no production line to sell. No need for that. The bearded man chuckled again. We are not lacking a production line. What we lack is he glanced back at the aircraft. That 1T work, Xingfeng interjected, approaching the bearded man. The blueprints for these 3 models have all been purchased by the Tiger-Tooth King. The bearded man appeared taken aback by this revelation, his eyes widening slightly. You are affiliated with the Tiger-Tooth? Not entirely, Xingfeng replied, shaking his head. At least, not all of us. Alas, the bearded man sighed in disappointment, shaking his head. Forget it, then. He turned to leave. Wait, sir, Xingfeng called after him. I never stated that I possess only 3 sets of blueprints. Unlike the Tiger-Tooth King, the residence of the Huangjia King was not located aboard a war dock. In the very center of the bathing ball cluster in Banshui City stood a massive spherical structure, akin to a core connecting all surrounding bathing spheres. The innermost part of this sphere housed the residence of the Huangjia King. It was a difficult journey, with a stretch of zero-gravity corridor in between. The group, led by Xingfeng, arrived at the ridiculously large audience hall of the King of Ruins, which was as vast as a traditional stadium on the giant Godstar. At the center of the hall stood the throne of the King of Ruins, flanked by 2 chairs, and apart from that, the hall was nearly devoid of furnishings, save for rows of standing soldiers. What kind of severe social anxiety must one possess to create such an environment? Xingfeng muttered to himself as he walked in, accompanied by the brilliant Dekongming and Changshe. While the others were not permitted entry, the long-bearded attendant guided them to a screen about 100 meters from the throne before quietly departing. The faces of 3 individuals appeared on the screen. I hear you are the one with the blueprint? Inquired the central figure. Observing the swollen, pudgy face and noticeably youthful appearance, Xingfeng deduced that this was indeed the intellectually challenged King of Ruins spoken of by Captain Wasp. It is I, Xingfeng replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. How much are you willing to sell? The King of Ruins pressed further. I shall not sell at any price, Xingfeng responded. What? The King of Ruins momentarily seemed taken aback, as if this response exceeded his cognitive processing capacity. Hold. An elder beside the king reproached. You show disrespect to the king. And you are? Xingfeng recognized that this man and the one on the other side were the real power holders. I am the general of the Kingdom of Ruins, the elder proclaimed haughtily, casting a disdainful glance at Xingfeng. A general with a few firearms. How amusing, Xingfeng thought to himself. The generals of the empire would surely be infuriated to know that he outranked them with mere titles. Please, General, do not take offense, Xingfeng smiled. The blueprint is my lifeline. I can offer it for rent, but selling it is out of the question. Rent? The General of Ruins widened his eyes, glancing at the figure on the other side. What do you think, Chief Steward? Let him speak. The Chief Steward appeared more composed. After each delivery, I shall send an hyperspace beacon to provide you with the blueprint via a data link, and it will self-destruct once the rental period is over. What a colossal face. The King of Ruins expressed curiosity, but no one paid him any mind. You are concerned about the leader of the Tooth Bandits, aren't you? The Chief Steward shot a sidelong glance at Xingfeng. Indeed. If I were to sell it to you, he would surely have me killed. Xingfeng did not shy away. If we rent it, will he spare you? That depends on whether you wish to protect me, Xingfeng replied calmly. On what grounds? The General of Ruins glared fiercely. To oppose you and the Tooth Bandits? On this basis, Xingfeng gestured towards the cosmos beyond the residence. The skeletal silhouette of the Death God torpedo boat appeared in the direction of his finger. Chapter 48. The resurrection of the Death God. Reviving the Death God vessel required considerable effort from Xingfeng, as he had to operate under the radar of the Rust Spear's deputy, arrange for some intelligent individuals, and utilize the production line of the executioner to fabricate parts for repairs, followed by a clandestine reassembly. Fortunately, among the prisoners transferred from the Tiger-Tooth King, there were many clever individuals, all harboring a deep-seated hatred for Tiger-Tooth, making this renowned vessel, which had sunk a Tiger-Tooth frigate, quite popular, thus ensuring the smooth completion of the task. On board the executioner, the target ship is in position, the communications officer reported to Changsha. The Death God vessel has proceeded towards the target. Do not blink. Xingfeng reclined in the captain's chair, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded the trio of Aranzha on the screen. He then turned to Changsha. Initiate the absolute zero superconductive layer and shut down the engines. Changsha relayed the command through the communicator. The Death God vessel vanished silently against the inky backdrop. It's gone from the sensors, General Aranzha exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. The heat signals can no longer be detected. The radar reflections have ceased. Humph. What a fuss, Xingfeng replied nonchalantly. Yet, the concept of integrating such a full-band absorption material with an absolute zero superconductive layer into a spacecraft had been conceived during his university days, though unfortunate circumstances had denied him the opportunity for experimentation. Now, however, the Genius Station provided him with all the laboratories and research equipment he could desire. Naturally, such a coating would be of little use to most units once combat commenced, as they would inevitably emit heat, reflect electromagnetic waves, not to mention visible light and gravitational waves. However, the Death God vessel required only to strike and disengage, and its slow speed and poor maneuverability rendered it perfectly suited for the task. As the Aranzha searched fruitlessly for the Death God vessel, it had stealthily maneuvered into position against the target ship. The plasma-energized torpedo had been launched. The colossal torpedo surged forward, spewing propellant as it hurtled towards its target. Striking true, the implosive plasma chamber, propelled by immense pressure, tore through the target ship's armor like a spray gun, unleashing a torrent of searing plasma into the vessel's interior. The uncontained plasma began to disperse and ignite, triggering a vaporization explosion. The frigate-sized target ship was rent asunder, split into two twisted halves. The expressions of the Aranzha were frozen in shock. TSK, not quite what I expected, Xingfeng remarked, pouting slightly. Indeed, antimatter warheads pack a punch, Changsha affirmed. They leave nothing behind. We must find a way to import some antimatter. With a flourish, Xingfeng snapped open his folding fan and approached the communication screen. Shall we make a purchase? He asked, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. Buy. General Aranzha exclaimed, spitting in excitement. This power is simply exhilarating. At the Aranzha estate, Xingfeng handed the beacon key storage device to the Aranzha steward, observing as the Aranzha loaded various goods onto trucks destined for the death sentence vessel. Remember to keep me alive. Without me, you won't have such delightful toys, he cautioned. Understood, the steward replied, passing the storage device to the general. You truly are a dangerous individual, but worth it, wouldn't you agree? Xingfeng quipped, twirling his fan elegantly. The Aranzha steward stared intently at him for a moment before leaning closer. If you acquire new goods, come to me first. No problem, Xingfeng replied with a smile, striding towards the death sentence vessel. The hybrid industrial ship slowly departed from the club. On the bridge, Xingfeng inquired, how did this endeavor fare? Quite well. 7 interceptors and 4 strike fighters were sold, though not a single reconnaissance aircraft found a buyer. Those fools will ultimately pay dearly, Xingfeng scoffed. They charge ahead blindly. He paused for a moment. What about your end? I thought you had forgotten me, my lord. Do not call me my lord. Very well. My lord, came the reply, prompting an urgent request for a report. The spider elegantly emerged from the corner of the bridge, with its multifaceted eyes. Every movement of those present would be beyond their concealment. The spider deftly maneuvered over the data panel with its sharp appendages. However, my lord, I am still unaccustomed to the reverse intelligence operations you require, and will need some time to learn, it stated. This is indeed a splendid testing ground. Starwind scoffed. Who else, besides me, would know that an information dealer has already spun a web here? In any case, I have disseminated some rumors as per your request. The spider turned around, using its appendages to fashion a makeshift seat, much to the chagrin of several operators on the bridge who shot it sideways glances. It won't be long before everyone knows that the Wasteland King has acquired new toys. Especially the Earth Nest Kingdom must be informed. As for the Blood Den, it depends on your capabilities. Starwind pondered with his arms crossed. Moreover, it is said that this Blood Den King is also an outsider like myself. See if you can gather any information. That is quite a tall order, my lord. The spider blinked its compound eyes. The Inner Ring Kingdom is a blank slate for me. Establishing an intelligence network will take considerable time. No rush, Starwind replied, gazing at the ceiling. A stellar furnace is not built in a day. If only I had a stellar furnace. Where to next, boss? Longstone inquired, lifting his gaze from the data panel. Back. There's no hurry. Starwind waved his hand dismissively. Let us linger outside for a few more days. It's a perfect opportunity for me to test the completion of the Y-137A model. And where to now? Besides the forces needed for our own protection, what else can we sell? 10 reconnaissance aircraft, 3 interceptors, and 6 strike fighters, Longstone reported. Are we preparing to sell 10 of each? I recall we produced more than that, Starwind frowned. Boss, it's been quite a while. How do you still not understand the nature of our crew? Longstone shook his head in exasperation. On a good day, we're lucky if half of them show up. I have to prepare extra in case of unforeseen circumstances. Alas, Starwind sighed, placing a hand on his forehead. Your limitations are the greatest adversary to my genius. It's utterly unpredictable. He contemplated thoughtfully. Where can we find your ancestral equipment? Most of it in the Earth Nest Kingdom is concentrated in the hands of the king and the chieftains. Longstone replied after a moment's thought. Indeed, it's generally inaccessible through normal channels. The wasteland is quite similar, interjected Black Cotton from the corner. After all, they are treasures. Is that so? Starwind mused. But the Death's Hand vessel is the previous ancestral ship from that madman, is it not? The Tiger Fong has plenty of equipment, Longstone clarified for Starwind. Especially since the notorious lone bandit like Blaze would naturally possess his own combat vessel. Then let us proceed, Starwind decided. Longstone was taken aback. Wait, boss, are we heading to the Great Meteor? No, Starwind rejected. Find a peripheral Tiger Fong village. We'll infiltrate and gauge the situation. Chapter 49. Infiltrating the Tiger Fong boss. The letter from Captain Tooth Decay has arrived. Longstone handed the data panel to Starwind. That old fellow, when I need him, he disappears like a ghost, yet when I'm not looking for him, he is as persistent as a chewing gum, Starwind grumbled as he took the data panel. Captain Tooth Decay's face appeared on the screen. What a lack of respect, he exclaimed, giving a thumbs up to the screen. Others avoid the tiger tooth, yet you dare to venture within. Well, I have received all your information. I shall provide you with the coordinates of the Gale Fortress, a secluded place close to the territory of the Blade Master, where even the king of Tiger Tooth seldom treads. It is a refuge for the most unfortunate souls. As for your inquiry regarding the precautions when entering the domains of other Tiger Tooth individuals, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Do not falter. The Tiger Tooth are indeed formidable. You can do it. He paused momentarily. Therefore, the intelligence fee must still be settled. You know that I keep my word. Xingfeng cast aside the data pad. That old fellow resorts to moral coercion. Nonetheless, his counsel proves beneficial, aligning well with Xingfeng's instincts. Alas, who could blame the naive Star Raiders? Xingfeng contemplated inwardly, gradually outlining a plan. Today, let us take a different route. It is essential to occasionally immerse oneself in the favored methods of the Star Raiders. Dekongming, follow me. Let us measure your height and waist. Xingfeng rose to his feet. I'll upgrade your equipment. Changshe, jump to the coordinates. The death sentence vessel vanished into the depths of space, enveloped by dimensional bubbles. To Xingfeng's surprise, Gale Fortress was not another colossal, rigid, bathyscaphe-like artificial celestial body, but rather a vast space station resembling a dual-faced gyroscope. It bore a striking resemblance to the frontline space stations of early human deep space exploration. Xingfeng speculated that it might be remnants from millennia ago, repurposed by the Tiger Tooth as a city. Or perhaps it was originally theirs. A flurry of hypotheses crossed Xingfeng's mind, yet he dismissed the trivialities of verification. The sensor screen indicated approaching light points. What should we do, boss? Changshe also noticed the incoming lights, which, based on their trajectory, clearly signaled hostile intent. What now? Xingfeng smirked. Did Old Tooth not offer advice? Let's send in the muscle man. The hefty successor model had been optimized by Xingfeng into a competent standard assault craft, while the muscle man was further enhanced for both advertising and self-defense. Are we attacking directly? Aren't we even going to ask? Changshe sensed a hint of recklessness. No inquiries. I have my own strategy. The muscle man and the thin one launched together, with the reconnaissance craft slipping into deep space ahead. The adversary comprised 3 iron-skinned vessels and 1 ancestral craft. The voice of the thin one crackled through the communicator. After pondering the ancestral craft, Xingfeng decided, never mind. Muscle man, engage boost mode, dual cannons at the ready, and eliminate that vessel at once. Understood, boss. The muscle man adjusted its vector and ascended above the adversary's flight path. The 3 iron-skinned vessels altered their vectors, converging on the muscle man, while the combat vessel continued its relentless charge toward the death sentence. Confidence surged within Xingfeng as he observed the 3-dimensional tactical display on the sensor. They probably assumed the muscle man was an interceptor, thinking they could overpower him. Hence their direct assault on us. Just as the iron-skinned vessels were about to enter firing range, the muscle man suddenly accelerated, soaring past the encroaching vessels like a ravenous eagle diving for prey, targeting the combat vessel. The slender vessel swiftly positioned itself, transmitting the target's movement parameters with precision to the muscular man. Viewed from above, the ancestral craft's projected area appeared significantly larger than its frontal aspect, greatly diminishing the difficulty of the muscular man's assault. 2 pressurized plasma bomb rocket canisters detached from the muscular man's expansive belly, heading straight for the ancestral vessel. A blinding blue-white sphere of light ignited at the rear of the ancestral craft, with billions of degrees of plasma incinerating its armor layer by layer, reaching the keel. Just a fraction of distance remained. The muscular man unleashed 2 more plasma bombs. In the stillness of space, the ancestral vessel transformed into a half-consumed metallic ruin, molten metal splattering into the abyss like blood. Confirmation of destruction resonated through the channel from the slender vessel. The Starwind opened a public channel. Anyone standing in the way would only face worse consequences. Disperse. The iron-skinned vessels scattered in retreat. The death sentence opted for the nearest docking passage, entering the Gale Fortress. The port administrator's face appeared on the communication screen. An unfamiliar visage. Not a member of the Tiger-Tooth tribe, it seemed. What brings you here? The tone remained characteristically brusque. Here to fight, Starwind replied with arrogance. Having just dispatched a battlecraft, what more needs to be demonstrated? Longstone and Black Cotton gaped at Starwind. Although it was larger than a fist, this was exceedingly audacious. The port administrator fell silent for a few seconds. Docking bay number 2 is available. Don't cause trouble in the port area. If you wish to fight, take it outside. Starwind adjusted the collar of his vest. Donning the metal badge bestowed by the Tiger-Tooth King, accompanied by Big Smart and 2 security robots, he strode onto the dock, with Longstone and Black Cotton following closely behind, while Spiderweb cloaked himself in a large robe, walking at the center of the group. Where to now, boss? Longstone inquired, glancing around with a hint of anxiety, as he took a swig from a small flask for courage. The Tiger-Tooth tribesmen on the dock regarded the group with unfriendly glares, yet none approached. To the most populated area? Old Tooth said there is a large entertainment center here. Starwind recalled a portion of the information he had reviewed about Gale Fortress prior to disembarking. King, I believe Captain Tooth's notion of entertainment may not align with the common understanding of the term. Spiderweb interjected at an opportune moment. It matters not. Starwind advanced with purposeful strides. The group arrived at the main city of Gale Fortress. Indeed, it was unlike anything seen before. Not only Starwind, but even Longstone and Black Cotton had never set foot in the Tiger-Tooth territory, rendering everyone quite curious. Unlike the civilization of the battle docks directly governed by the Tiger-Tooth King, this place embodied the quintessentially chaotic and inhospitable world imagined at the fringes of the galaxy, dilapidated surroundings, unfriendly denizens, and the constant echo of crude shouts. The Earth dwellers appeared dazed, while the wasteland folk were miserly. Starwind observed as he walked, truly a primitive rabble. As he spoke, a Tiger-Tooth tribesman strode directly towards him, shouldering him fiercely. Starwind staggered but quickly steadied himself, brushing off his shoulder and gazing at the tribesman. The Tiger-Tooth stood firm, poised to provoke, but upon noticing the multitude of metal tags around Starwind's neck, hesitated for a moment. Fight! Starwind spoke coolly. Bring it on. Ditsongming's reaction in this regard was remarkably swift. He took 2 strides forward, bent his waist, and with great force delivered a powerful hook to the upper abdomen of the tiger-toothed man. The servo motor and muscular strength combined to unleash a tremendous impact upon the tiger-toothed individual. Xingfeng displayed a look of astonishment. It was the first time I had witnessed someone being sent flying by a single punch, even in the presence of a gravitational field. The tiger-toothed man soared through the air, landing several meters away, writhing on the ground in agony. Changshe and Haizimian grew increasingly anxious. Is the boss exhibiting a touch of violence today? Chapter 50. Self-selection. Why are you dawdling? Let us go, Xingfeng urged, striding ahead while reminding Changshe and Ditsongming to keep pace. Do you think the boss has been feeling too oppressed lately, and today is his outlet? Changshe cautiously inquired of Haizimian. I cannot say. Since I have known him, he has had his moments of frenzy, but this reckless abandon seems unprecedented. Are you not a doctor? Can't you check on him? If you wish to go, be my guest. I fear that if he becomes unhinged, he might turn his fury upon me. If I possessed Ditsongming's physique, I would have intervened. Ditsongming's father was killed by the tiger-toothed man. He is likely more exhilarated than the boss. What could possibly be the reason? The murmurs of the two were overheard by Zhuang, who was trailing behind. She sighed softly. Can you truly not perceive the affection Xingfeng holds for Ditsongming? You lack empathy, foolish ones. However, upon glancing at the figure of Xingfeng ahead, she mused that the reasons were undoubtedly manifold. Soon, the group arrived before the entertainment center as described by Captain Cavity. Xingfeng sighed. This is not merely a stereotype. Yet how is it that it appears so painfully cliché? The so-called entertainment center was nothing more than a fighting arena where bets were placed on boxing matches. Nevertheless, Xingfeng thought to himself that it was quite fitting. He strode towards the entrance. A tiger-toothed thug attempted to approach and inquire. Do not obstruct the way. Xingfeng replied in a calm tone. Get lost. Ditsongming swung his arm horizontally, striking the tiger-toothed thug down to the ground. The burly man, infuriated, sprang up, but was met with the sight of the numerous metallic tags adorning Xingfeng's attire. After a moment of contemplation, the thug gritted his teeth and charged at Ditsongming. Xingfeng observed the airborne tiger-toothed thug, noting that this time his landing was relatively graceful, 1 extra point. Changshe and Haizimian, witnessing the unfolding events, instinctively edged closer to the security robots nearby. The fighting arena was filled with cages of various sizes. Hosting both individual and team battles, the atmosphere intensely charged. Buyers and sellers, once the wager is placed, it is final. Over there, sir. Would you care to place a few bets? A tiger-toothed thug dealer called out from a table, having spotted the commanding presence of Xingfeng and his companions. What are the stakes? Xingfeng approached to inquire. Anything goes. Guns, knives, clothing, nutritional paste, the dealer remarked, noticing the metallic tag around Xingfeng's neck. This too is permissible, though others may not be inclined to accept it. In what manner would they hesitate to accept? Xingfeng asked, a smile gracing his face as he leaned an elbow on the betting table. Sir, why play the fool? The dealer chuckled. This is undoubtedly the insignia bestowed by the king of Huya. A single badge can govern a multitude of lives. My lord, with this token, you could claim dozens of lives. Oh, I see. Xingfeng feigned realization, though he truly had come to understand. That's of little consequence now. I just detonated an ancestral vessel, which surely had 100 souls aboard. Ha ha ha. The dealer initially thought Xingfeng was jesting, but as he beheld the security robots behind him, the smile on his face began to stiffen. Indeed, perhaps it is of no use. Ha ha. My lord wishes to play. Xingfeng refrained from further indulging the dealer. Let us discuss the odds. The dealer was eager to divert the conversation, earnestly introducing the competitors in each cage to Xingfeng. Bring the black-hearted cotton and the bread. Missing the lord? Black-hearted cotton instinctively covered the inner pocket of his white coat. How did you know? Enough with the chatter. Hand it over. Xingfeng turned his head to regard him. Reluctantly, black-hearted cotton approached and retrieved a cherished sweet bread, knowing well that after leaving the space station's canteen, he would be deprived of sustenance for a considerable time. What is this? The dealer had never encountered bread before. Try a morsel. Xingfeng offered a small piece to the dealer. Then you can estimate its worth. The dealer smacked his lips, his eyes sparkling. This must be worth at least a large box of refined ore. But alas, it's a one-time delight, he lamented. There is plenty more where that came from. Xingfeng replied nonchalantly as he rose. Just take a guess. I shall choose that one. He casually pointed to a robust man in a cage. My lord possesses keen insight. The dealer beamed, tucking the bread into his pocket. That is Iron Fong. With a record of 130 battles and only 15 defeats, an exceptionally high win rate. That is uninteresting. Xingfeng shook his head. I seek higher odds. That one. He indicated a woman engaged in a one-on-one combat. Very well, my lord enjoys the thrill. The odds for women are indeed higher. Here at Huya, We lack positions for women. Huh. Xingfeng chuckled. Indeed, in this respect, there should be no comparison. He made his way to the seating area. All right, let us watch the match. As everyone settled down under the dealer's guidance, Changshe leaned closer to Xingfeng. Boss, perhaps you should explain yourself. Your behavior today is rather unusual, and it leaves me unsettled. To establish presence, Xingfeng explained without turning his head. What? Changshe felt he grasped the meaning, yet remained puzzled. What do you envision my lord will evolve into? Xingfeng inquired, gazing at the combat unfolding in the arena. Changshe pondered deeply. He was capable of envisioning further than the average star pirate. To establish your own nation. Precisely, Xingfeng affirmed with a nod of approval. But from where will the people come? Changshe contemplated once more. From the territories of others. Gradually, he began to comprehend Xingfeng's line of thought. Whether it be the natives, the outcasts, or the Huya folks, Xingfeng intended to welcome all. Even outsiders, subhumans. However, attracting diverse talents would necessitate varied approaches. The more Changshe thought, the clearer things became. Different individuals engage in disparate tasks, performing those they excel in. Quite remarkable. Xingfeng turned to face him, observing the clarity that was dawning in Changshe's eyes. Recognizing that he was beginning to grasp the concept. The master is responsible for intellectual pursuits, the clever one handles the practical tasks. And you are in charge of the affairs. Does this not seem splendid? A smug smile adorned his face. Since everything must be put on the shelf, one should at least allow individuals to select their own comfortable labels. Comfortable labels. Changshe pondered the significance of this phrase. For instance, women ought not to compete with men on the battleground of muscle. Xingfeng pointed towards the arena. Lacking the hormones that thrive in male anatomy represents an inherent disadvantage. The intellectual arena is, in contrast, far more equitable. Additionally, with insufficient bone density, heavy hitters and interceptors may not be suitable. However, in reconnaissance and long-range missions, they can withstand challenges better than men. A wave of cheers interrupted Xingfeng's explanation. The women in the cage had toppled their male opponents and were now parading in celebration around the ring. It is not entirely absolute. There are occasionally exceptions. Xingfeng turned back, feigning nonchalance as he clarified. Although the dark-hearted Cotton had overheard the conversation between Xingfeng and Changshe, confusion still clouded his mind. He could only look towards the webbed figure cloaked in a hood for assistance. Firstly, one must showcase strength to ensure that the Tiger-Tooth people remember there exists a formidable force here, one favored by the Tiger-Tooth King. Secondly, exhibit one's financial prowess, subtly indicating possession of valuable goods, such as bread. Thirdly, simultaneously involve one's protege, the clever one, in confronting the Tiger-Tooth people to elevate their spirits. Do you understand? Though the web itself merely quivered its mouthparts slightly, the brain-machine interface draped around its neck conveyed the words with an unmistakable air of disdain directly into the ear of the dark-hearted Cotton. Truly, it is fitting for one engaged in intelligence work. Eventually, others will seek refuge, will they not? Indeed, you dimwit. The web rolled its multifaceted eyes. Why does everyone act as though they are bereft of sense? As elucidated by the web, after retrieving the bread, Xingfeng instructed the clever one to add a set of high molecular ballistic vests and chose a higher odds contender to bet on. Today, the master intended to become the greatest fool in the arena. Xingfeng smiled and continued to watch the contest. I refuse to believe that there will be an underdog in every match. Chapter 51. The Carrot and the Stick. Subsequently, Xingfeng engaged in frenzied betting on high-odds wagers, leading to a dismal series of losses. The life supplies traded from the wasteland nation dwindled with each defeat, gradually reaching a critical low. Initially, the dealer was amused by this perennial loser, but as Xingfeng's losses mounted, unease set in. By the time he had lost his 50th match, the dealer approached him, drenched in cold sweat. Sir, perhaps you should cease playing. Let us consider the recent losses a jest, and we shall return your goods. After all, whose wares are not valuable, right? He spoke while casting furtive glances at the imposing dark-armored man and the two matte black security robots standing nearby. No matter. Xingfeng waved dismissively. It's merely a game. One must accept the consequences of their wagers. Not at all, sir, the dealer lamented, his expression betraying none of the ferocity associated with the Tiger-Tooth bandits. Your approach has us concerned. What you have wagered today could suffice for our expenditures for an entire year. Please, share your intentions, if you have any adversaries. We shall assist in locating them and delivering them to you. Shall we? Xingfeng flicked his folding fan, chuckling lightly. You think too much. I merely find life insufficiently thrilling and seek some amusement. This amount is trivial to me. He casually produced a vintage alarm clock from the Empire and handed it to the dealer. This is a gift from me, he declared as he rose to his feet. Since I have dampened the spirits of everyone here, I shall take my leave for today. Will you welcome me next time? Of course, welcome. Although the dealer had numerous reservations, upon seeing the glimmering clock, he could not help but extend his hand to accept it and tuck it into his bosom. Xingfeng stepped out from the audience and paused at the exit platform, acutely aware that the actions of his party had drawn the attention of all present. It seemed his objective had been achieved. He turned around and clasped his fists in a gesture of respect to everyone, stating, "Today has been exceedingly enjoyable. I shall return when the opportunity arises." He hesitated for a moment. "Naturally, if any brothers or sisters wish to befriend me and seek some mindless employment, you are always welcome to visit the Genius Station." With a flourish of his cloak, he led the way out of the arena. "Spiderweb," he called as they exited the door. "What is it, my lord?" She replied. "What impression did today's performance leave?" "A ruthless newcomer, wealthy, formidable, and generous." Further inquiries would reveal that he is the head of Genius Station, who has received rewards from the Tiger-Tooth King and has even sunk one of his warships. He may well be a newly appointed fierce lieutenant under the Tiger-Tooth King. Typically, such information would not be pursued further, as it could offend the Tiger-Tooth King. So details about an outsider retrieved by Captain Hornet would remain undisclosed for the time being. "That's satisfactory," Xingfeng smiled. "It is indeed convenient to have someone well-versed in intelligence. But payment is required, my lord," Spiderweb replied coldly. The space station had entered night mode, and the already dim lighting seemed even more subdued. The group walked along the desolate streets. "There are fewer passers-by, my lord." Spiderweb's keen sense for information alerted her to the anomaly. Indeed, Xingfeng's sharp mind also detected something amiss. The group came to a halt. "Defensive mode," Xingfeng commanded. 2 security robots advanced, flanking the remaining 4 individuals, while simultaneously unfurling their armor plates to form a circular barricade. "All set, everyone. I am ready. Let's proceed." Xingfeng's provocative voice echoed through the loudspeaker. After a few seconds of silence, gunfire erupted. A tempest of bullets, lasers, and particles rained upon the robotic shield, causing the armor plates to clatter. "Oh, this is more intense than I anticipated." Xingfeng crouched behind the barricade, observing the various traces of attack passing overhead, though he felt a tinge of anxiety. He had personally optimized the 2 security robots and reinforced their armor plates, instilling confidence that, under most circumstances, he would remain unharmed. The security robots were not idle. They swiftly began to respond. Small turrets atop the machines rose slightly, scanning the surroundings before launching precise counterattacks. With each flash of laser, an assailant fell. A tiger-tooth bandit, in a desperate gamble, dashed out from behind a building, closing in on the barricade and seizing an opportunity to hurl a grenade, attempting to breach the armor and directly harm Xingfeng and his companions. However, the security robot reacted with remarkable swiftness the moment the grenade was released. It was precisely targeted and detonated in midair, injuring the assailant who had thrown it. The skirmish lasted a mere 5 minutes before the tiger-tooth bandits began to falter under the onslaught, ultimately leading to their disarrayed retreat. "Shall we capture a few for questioning?" Longshire inquired, emerging from his cover with a handgun in hand, looking to Xingfeng. "No need." Xingfeng replied with a shake of his head. "There's nothing to inquire. These simpletons only came to rob." The scanning indicator of the security robot turned green. Xingfeng gestured for the robot to retract its armor plates, and the group resumed their advance towards the dock. As they rounded a corner ahead, Xingfeng spotted a tiger-tooth bandit struggling on the ground, groaning in pain. A large charred wound marred his shoulder, the scorched flesh emitting an aroma reminiscent of roasted meat. "Wise one, if you wish to do something, feel free," Xingfeng remarked coldly, observing the pitiable sight of the bandit who had dared to fire upon him. "No." The bandit shook his head. "Unnecessary." He uttered a succinct, yet resonant phrase. "On death row. Shall we depart now, boss?" Longshire settled into the command chair, finally allowing himself to relax. "Not yet. Let us wait until tomorrow morning." At dawn the next day, Xingfeng was roused by Haizimian. "Boss, we are surrounded." "Surrounded? How many ships?" Rubbing his eyes, Xingfeng rose to see Haizimian standing by his bedside. A jolt of awareness surged through him as he sprang to his feet. "Who permitted you to enter my room?" "It's not ships, it's people." "You left the door unlocked." Haizimian shrugged nonchalantly. "Then why be wary of me? I wouldn't harm you." "You irritate me." Xingfeng yawned, climbing out of bed and donning his clothes as he entered the bathroom to brush his teeth. Glancing briefly, he noticed Haizimian leaning against the bathroom door with arms crossed. Many of those present were individuals from the previous day's fighting arena. "So soon to seek employment?" Xingfeng mumbled around the toothbrush. "Well, the old toothless one mentioned that this place is filled with the downtrodden. It would be odd if they weren't intrigued by your offerings. Why invite so many bloodthirsty lunatics? How will you accommodate them?" Haizimian voiced his concerns. Knowing they would be conducting business near the Styx village for an extended period, Xingfeng finished preparing donning his tiger-striped vest. The number of people and goods will only increase. What we lack most are capable fighters. Upon reaching the bridge, Longsher was already coordinating personnel to scan the faces of those on the dock with cameras, compiling records. Boss, are we starting a recruitment drive now? Longsher employed a term from the Empire. Sure, Xingfeng chuckled. Screen them and conduct a selection process. Another selection? Haizimian took a seat. Seemingly surprised. I thought you welcomed everyone. It is necessary. Xingfeng settled onto the zero-gravity captain's chair, primarily to establish a hierarchy of obedience. He picked up a datapad. Classify them. Those who cannot best the Wise One shall have him as their selection officer, and those who can shall face the security robot. I can do it all. The Wise One interjected unexpectedly. You will tire, Xingfeng advised. Oh, the Wise One obediently approached the wardrobe, beginning to don his armor. Ultimately, within the confines of the execution ship's supply warehouse, over 100 battered individuals stood in a line, awaiting the validation from Xingfeng. Do you submit? Xingfeng ascended to the platform, surveying the miscreants below. We do. The responses were uneven and sparse, yet no one expressed dissent. That is reassuring. A smile graced Xingfeng's face. Henceforth, since you have arrived here, you shall belong to the esteemed Lord. Work diligently, and you shall be well fed and well provided. With the opportunity to play with the new toys I shall arrange for you. The assembled miscreants buzzed with excitement. For those who might be unruly, the Lord holds no concerns. Xingfeng signaled to the security robots. The robots extended their turreted heads, scanning the crowd of wrongdoers. Xingfeng noted that several of them trembled. Likely witnesses to street gunfights. Very well, I shall refrain from further words. You have 1 day to prepare for relocation, and you may also recruit others. Those who missed the Lord's vessel should report to the Genius Station for verification. The Star Bandits distributed boxes containing badges emblazoned with the word Genius. These were exquisitely crafted items, produced with a precision of less than 0.1 millimeters on the execution ship's assembly line, far beyond the capabilities of the Star Bandits to counterfeit. The meeting is adjourned. With a flourish of his cloak, Xingfeng turned to leave. As he descended the platform, he sensed a piercing gaze filled with malice directed at him. He swiftly turned around, only to see the grinning, toothy bandits making their way toward the exit. Was it an illusion? Xingfeng pondered, stroking his chin. No, I must remain vigilant. Chapter 52. A crisis of trust. Do you suspect that an assassin has infiltrated? Changshi's eyes narrowed with suspicion upon hearing Xingfeng's words. It is not impossible, given that many have been taken down on the streets. What shall we do then? The black-hearted Cotton, somewhat timid, inquired. Must we send them all back? That would be unnecessary. Xingfeng appeared remarkably confident. Let us return to the Genius Station and have 137A analyze the situation, utilizing models for comparison to identify any suspicious elements. I shall arrange for the security robots to keep a close watch on them. Changshi turned to retrieve the datapad. We need not assign our own personnel for surveillance. To avoid any unforeseen changes, after all, we have brought 4 robots, sufficient for maintaining order. The execution ship slowly departed the dock, enveloped in the dimensional bubble, leaving the Gale stronghold behind. Yet, the Lord's objective remains unfulfilled, Xingfeng lamented as he reclined on the captain's chair. I initially intended to procure some equipment, but the poverty here is truly outrageous. Did not the captain of the toothless ship mention that those who come here are the most destitute? The black-hearted Cotton, seemingly producing a loaf of bread from nowhere, happily munched on it while reclining on a bench. Those with ships and equipment cannot be considered destitute, can they? So, it seems we've eliminated the wealthiest of the stronghold from the start. Xingfeng chuckled softly. I had hoped to set an example for others to heed. Perhaps next time, we should seek out a wealthier stronghold? Changshi suggested. Let us consider it when there are more people. Xingfeng shook his head. Upon returning near the Clubfoot stronghold, the execution ship established a relatively acceptable instant communication link with the Genius Station. This was a report on space station affairs delivered by 137A. Changshi handed over the datapad. When will you allow him to become your avatar? I have been preparing for this from the very beginning. Xingfeng took the datapad and returned to his chair. Otherwise, I would find myself sitting there every day, mired in trivial matters. No wonder I initially felt that the style of 137A resembled yours. Changshi shook his head in resignation, realizing it was indeed a double dose of mischief. Xingfeng swiped through the databoard. This processing is quite commendable. I shall definitely adopt this approach. As for this one, no problem, it aligns with my style. This one deviates slightly, but it's nothing major. Why are there still so many applications that I need to decide on myself? It seems I must delve deeper into the reinforcement. He muttered to himself. Do you mean that the artificial intelligence in the station is now your doppelganger? Its thoughts mirror yours. Haikexen observed their conversation, pondering for a long while before reaching a conclusion. It's about right. Xingfeng replied, although there are minor issues in the particulars. Over time, it should become fundamentally similar. Aren't you worried? Haikexin posed a question. Worried about what? Xingfeng's gaze remained fixed on the data board. Well, think about it. It's incredibly intelligent, knows everything, and has a personality that mirrors your own arrogance and pride. It even dares to challenge the Tiger-Tooth King. Essentially, we have two of you in the station. If one day it refuses to heed your commands and you end up quarreling, who will we listen to? Xingfeng was taken aback. He set aside the data board and looked up at Haikexin. Have you been watching my B-grade films? What? No, Haikexin shook his head. I wouldn't even know how to operate them. Then how come you share the same line of thought as those technophobic old fogies? Xingfeng suddenly grasped something. That makes sense. After all, you have no understanding of what artificial intelligence truly is. I don't understand, Haikexin admitted honestly, because you perceive it as exceptionally intelligent. You instinctively treat it as a human being, Xingfeng explained patiently, reclining against the chair. You might think that during its idle moments, it contemplates what I wish to do, how I want to act, and how I might accomplish something. However, in essence, a large model is merely a database, powerful enough to simulate any scenario, and then compare with its database to provide the most suitable outcome. Xingfeng turned to Haikexin, who, predictably, wore a perplexed expression. It's akin to the corpse you dissected a few days ago. He had to choose an explanation that aligned with a basic understanding. You can simulate neural electrical currents to stimulate its body, and it can respond in any manner you require. Yet, it remains a corpse. You cannot expect it to jump up and inform you of its discomfort when you're not stimulating it. Oh, Haikexin finally exhibited a semblance of understanding. Ultimately, 137A is akin to a deceased entity that can only communicate when you converse with it. Xingfeng found it challenging to assess the accuracy of this summary. It's somewhat close. The complexity of subjective consciousness rivals that of the universe itself. It cannot simply be birthed through simulation. Therefore, you just fell into the same pitfalls as those stereotypical B-grade films, interpreting it as a being akin to ourselves, using your own limited comprehension to decipher the unknown, complicating it, and ultimately projecting your technological ignorance as fear, which leaves you thoroughly terrified. Changshe listened intently to Xingfeng's elucidation to Haikexin. Today, the boss exhibited a remarkable patience. He contemplated that, although he too felt somewhat bewildered, he could at least grasp the essence of Xingfeng's belief that the notion of artificial intelligence rebelling was merely a fanciful notion of the past. However, Xingfeng turned his head back, resting against the headrest of the captain's chair. The Model 137A was indeed more human-like than this group of empathy-deficient dullards. Oh, the boss was still the same, Longsher mused. The executioner ship steadily entered the dry dock of Genius Station, the connecting bridges unfolded, and both humans and robots approached to assume their respective roles. At last, the scene resembled that of a civilized world. Xingfeng gazed out the porthole at the orderly bustle outside. It was just the individuals around him who needed improvement. Longsher was acceptable, and decalming posed no issues. But the likes of Haizimian truly lagged behind, wielding sticks, yet failing to keep pace. As for the chitinous exoskeleton of the spider web, it might as well have been inscribed with the words rebellious in bold letters. They were still lacking personnel, unlike his usual practice. Xingfeng opted not to leave via the connecting passage, but instead summoned a transport vessel from the port area, departing from the deck. I understand, Commander. 137A replied after hearing Xingfeng's request, accepting the task. I will establish profiles for this group of tiger-toothed individuals and collect data to create predictive models. Any discrepancies with the models will be reported to you. However, I must caution you, Commander, that this will severely infringe upon their rights to portrait and privacy. Then do not collect it, Xingfeng replied, too weary to argue. Let them infringe upon others' rights to safety and life. I apologize, Commander, 137A responded, its tone unwavering. You are correct. No rights can be weighed against the preciousness of life. Look at this, Xingfeng turned to Haizimian. This is the artificial intelligence you spoke of that is to be driven away. What if it happens? Haizimian retorted defiantly. Perhaps one day I will truly learn to command the dead to serve you tea. I shall await your good news. Xingfeng turned his head back. There is a matter I need to report, Commander. Why not just tell me next time? Speaking of it now indicates it's likely not a good thing, Xingfeng frowned. Although the majority of the former prisoners are in good condition, a portion has expressed discontent and desires to return home. However, their attitudes remain positive, with no extreme behaviors. They simply complain frequently and exhibit some negativity, which puts the locks in a difficult position, 137A reported calmly. Any suggestions? There are some templates available, but their efficacy cannot be guaranteed, corresponding to the internal circular model, imperial model, federal model, etc. Is there not a model akin to Grandfather Xingfeng? Upon hearing those names, Xingfeng could roughly ascertain their contents. I understand your jest, Commander. Indeed, governing a paradigm that encompasses multiple nations, ethnicities, and even various subhuman species, currently. The database lacks nonviolent solutions, necessitating the creation of unprecedented methods. Grandfather only deceives fools, Xingfeng shrugged. You all think of a solution. Fight, Decoming suggested. Deceive, Longsher chimed in. Intimidate, Haizimian proposed. Xingfeng sighed deeply. It seems even relying on corpses to brew tea is more promising. Chapter 53. The elite of the Empire. The transport craft descended before the command center complex, and Xingfeng made his way toward the Grand Plaza at the building's base. Compared to when they had departed, the number of individuals within the station had notably increased. The previous sales and promotional efforts had yielded satisfactory results, and the follow-up team had executed their duties commendably, attracting many outlanders eager to engage in trade. To his surprise, he noticed several individuals accompanied by a group of children, all carrying easels and sketchbooks, drawing as they strolled through the plaza. It immediately reminded him of the nurturing program he had previously initiated. It appeared to be implemented quite effectively. This form of outdoor artistic education was something they, as a collective of artificially nurtured infants, had never had the opportunity to experience. As Xingfeng, accompanied by Changshi, prepared to navigate past the children and return to the command center, a keen-eyed 10-year-old spotted him. It's him. It's really Xingfeng. The child exclaimed with a shrill voice, only to be gently rebuked by a middle-aged woman, who tenderly tapped his head and cautioned him to lower his volume in public. Another slightly younger child, alongside the middle-aged woman, attempted to educate him but could not resist turning to gaze at Xingfeng. Father? The inquiry overwhelmed Xingfeng with an unexpected influx of information. The middle-aged woman lifted her gaze and approached him with a warm smile. Greetings, Commander. You may not have met me formally yet. I am Cradle. Oh, Xingfeng responded, realization dawning upon him. Aunt Cradle, have you brought the children out to learn? Indeed. The standard educational curriculum encourages children to engage with the outside world to foster healthy development. Rest assured, Commander, we have thoroughly considered the children's safety. Xingfeng turned to observe the group of curious little ones gazing at him. Just then, he found himself at a loss for words. What does he? Approved by 137. Aunt Cradle quickly discerned his unspoken thoughts. Children require a paternal figure for their healthy development, instilling a sense of security and enthusiasm, while mitigating the risks of anxiety and depression in adulthood. Hence, I have taken various factors into account and deemed you suitable for this role. Me? Is that permissible? I have never met them before, Xingfeng queried, his incredulity evident. The thought of assuming the role of a father felt overwhelmingly beyond his capacity. Rest assured, Aunt Cradle replied with a gentle smile. We have a comprehensive plan in place to authentically project your image, thereby providing them with a sense of security. We will frequently showcase recordings of your public work and command presence to compensate for your absence, ensuring their psychological well-being without encroaching upon your duties. Xingfeng glanced at the group of wide-eyed children, contrasting them sharply with the indifferent youths he had encountered during his initial visit to Captain Hornet's metallic abode. Oh, he chuckled softly. I suddenly feel inclined to have a portrait done. Let us linger here for a moment. The children sprang to life, exclaiming, Let us draw Father Xingfeng. Let us draw Father Xingfeng. They were promptly admonished again by Aunt Cradle. No loud noises in public. How many individuals are currently present at the station? Xingfeng inquired as he returned to his brilliant command center. Counting the transient population, there are nearly 10,000. With 2,000 individuals applying for permanent residency, reported 137A. Such a multitude, Xingfeng pondered. It appears that this group of security personnel from Tiger Tooth has been recruited at just the right moment. What about the composition of the new arrivals? Most of them are from the wasteland of the Stick Village, some hailing from other desolate areas, with a scant few being locals. Very well. We shall continue to monitor the situation and establish a traffic database, which will serve to ascertain whether the web has been effective. Xingfeng turned around to see Changshi engaged in conversation with the Rust Spear's deputy. The Wildwind Village. That place is inhabited solely by the unwanted dregs of society. The Rust Spear's deputy disparaged. There is nothing to be done about it, Changshi shrugged. As you mentioned previously, the king is displeased. So we must recruit security personnel from elsewhere. Even the most inept are better than having none at all. Suit yourselves, the Rust Spear's deputy replied, returning to the sofa to clumsily navigate the data pad in search of new B-grade films. I can't even be bothered to report this to the king anymore. Changshi's ability to articulate his thoughts has indeed improved, Xingfeng mused with satisfaction. However, it seems that the proliferation of B-grade films has escalated alarmingly. After all, the Star Bandits previously had little in the way of entertainment aside from brawling and procreation. Changshe, some locals have arrived. Do you think we can rally the mining fleet? At present, we only have the old iron, a single mining vessel equipped with a curvature engine. To ensure its operational capacity, we require the cooperation of the refiner, which would inevitably lead to the loss of our only production line. Changshe explained helplessly to Xingfeng. Ships. It's always about ships. This remains Xingfeng's most pressing concern. Under the vigilant watch of the Rust Spear's deputy, accumulating ships is simply unrealistic. Yet, possessing blueprints is plausible. Leveraging technology to shift the paradigm and establishing the Genius Station as the focal point of contention among all factions is the only viable breakthrough. We must first form a research team capable of upgrading and improving technology without my direct involvement. Additionally, we must appease the captives, as at present. Their intellect is the only hope of approaching the caliber required for the research team, albeit just a fraction. Xingfeng, resolute in his decision, summoned the web and proceeded to the living quarters of the labor group. Ah, Your Excellency, what wind has blown you here? The sycophantic demeanor of Suado remained unchanged, provoking irritation in Xingfeng. I hear there are matters you cannot resolve. Xingfeng, uninterested in pleasantries, took a seat on the sofa in Suado's office. No, not exactly. But not entirely either, Suado visibly panicked. It's just that, well, it's a delicate situation. I understand the talents you require must be acquired as best as we can. But some of them are rather, somewhat aloof. Speak plainly, Xingfeng discerned Suado's hesitance. Primarily, it concerns a few elite from the Empire, Suado stated. Getting straight to the point. There's one who isn't affiliated with any Imperial Energy Company. He is spearheading the maintenance of the fusion reactor. I've treated him as a guest of honor, but lately, he keeps expressing a longing for home, reluctant to spend his life here, and even causing some disturbances. It's difficult for me to disregard him entirely. Xingfeng contemplated. He could indeed serve as a suitable scapegoat, but I must think this through carefully. Inform me of his circumstances. Understood, Commander. An unmanned drone suddenly darted into Suado's office through the window, startling him. The individual is named Electrode, the head of a subsidiary of the Differential Potential Energy Company of the Titan Empire. He possesses a background in energy, is 51 years of age, and has 2 sons. He is divorced and currently lives alone. I have not heard of this company, Starwind recalled. Due to the fact that my knowledge base has not been updated in over a century, I similarly lack relevant information. 137A honestly replied. Don't look at me, Your Majesty, Spiderweb interjected as Starwind turned her gaze toward her. How could an intelligence trader from the Free Trade Alliance possibly possess information about companies within the Empire? In other words, Starwind pondered. It should be an independent company on a marginal planet, as most energy companies in various locations are controlled by the Prince Energy. The likelihood is quite high, Commander. 137A supplemented. Prince Energy established its monopoly on energy within the Empire 700 years ago, and for the subsequent 6 centuries. There has been no alteration in the landscape. Spiderweb chuckled lightly upon hearing this. That means this individual is merely a senior worker from a rural planet. After all, those marginal planets in your empire are societies with incomes comparable to the core worlds and consumption that rivals Titan. Starwind was uncertain about the income levels of the core worlds, yet he comprehended the implication of Spiderweb's words. He reflected for a moment, recalling past experiences and certain social phenomena, gradually formulating a plan in his mind. Call him over, he instructed Lockhead. The man named Electrode arrived shortly in Lockhead's office, dressed in a suit, clutching a briefcase, and adorned with glasses, embodying the quintessential image of an imperial white-collar worker. Please, have a seat, Starwind gestured with a smile. Is it true that you are an imperial citizen? Electrode's eyes widened in surprise as he approached the chair indicated by Starwind. I thought it was merely a rumor. It used to be, Starwind said with a smile, prompting Lockhead to pour water for Electrode. What do you think? Electrode accepted the cup, still unable to conceal his astonishment. These individuals are Star Raiders, in such a savage region. Isn't it rather fortunate? Starwind did not respond to his query. I don't see anything wrong with it. We are imperial citizens. Electrode became somewhat agitated. Representatives of the civilized world. Just look at these illiterates, the Star Raiders. Are you content to spend your life here, surrounded by these barbarians? Calm down, my friend, calm down, Starwind smiled, attempting to soothe Electrode. I understand your thoughts. I once felt the same way. When you present a design, these folks use hammers to tighten screws. Can you blame me for being infuriated? Indeed. Electrode instantly found an outlet for his frustrations. When the fusion reactor started up, those fellows actually poured water into it because the temperature rose. During power transmission, they simply twisted the copper wires together. When the circuit breaker tripped, they even pressed down on it with rebar to prevent it from tripping. And also, just last time. Right that time. Starwind smiled, patiently listening to Electrode's grievances. This was, on one hand, a necessity to win over hearts, and on the other, he could profoundly resonate with Electrode's sentiments. This was the emotional response that any normal human should exhibit when facing such imbeciles. Chapter 54, Killing with Heart and Mind. At long last, after an unceasing torrent of complaints, Electrode took a hearty gulp from his cup and finally paused his lamentations. My friend, I completely understand your frustrations, Starwind said, patting Electrode's shoulder. I can truly empathize with you, indeed. Yet, there you are, scrutinizing the incongruous attire of Xingfeng. I merely wish to suggest, my friend. Consider how Xingfeng reclines back upon the sofa. You are, in fact, leading a rather fulfilling life, are you not? Dian Yuan was momentarily taken aback. You see, with all the work-related concerns you've expressed, does that not indicate your considerable commitment? Others may fail to understand you, but we are both in the realm of technology. I am the one who understands best. Xingfeng shrugged nonchalantly. If one were not invested, who would care about that trivial matter, right? Life or death, right? Dian Yuan fell into contemplation. Returning to the conversation, Xingfeng delved deeper. My friend, are you truly happy within the empire? Dian Yuan instinctively sought to refute this, yet was interrupted by Xingfeng. Perhaps not, my friend. Xingfeng maintained a warm smile. Your income in the empire must be substantial, is it not? It's decent. Around 1 million ring coins annually, Dian Yuan replied, with a hint of pride. That's quite impressive. As a researcher at the empire's dock, I only receive a subsidy of 60,000 a year, which is within the core commercial district of Jupiter. Xingfeng remarked with self-deprecation. You are a researcher for the empire? Wait a moment. Dian Yuan was about to continue speaking when Xingfeng interjected. My friend, you have been divorced, correct? How much do you pay in alimony each year? Xingfeng continued to inquire. 13,000 annually. Do you have a mortgage? In Wang District, 300,000 a year. Dian Yuan began to feel somewhat disheartened. You must have a private spacecraft? Yes, a Feiqi model. Dian Yuan anticipated Xingfeng's next question. Approximately 150,000 each year for maintenance and upkeep. And you must pay for the annual subscription to the Jushin social app, right? Yes, as a platinum member, the friend limit increases to 300, costing 60,000 a year. What about Dodo? That too must be purchased. Dian Yuan sighed. Otherwise, I can only watch 10 videos daily for free. Other social apps must also require payment. Indeed, for instance, Dingzi, without payment, notifications are disabled, and Onda LV Shu. The free version displays posts from oldest to newest without showing replies, while on Zhouhai Xiaobo, one must endure 30 minutes of ads for a single viewing without membership. So, it seems you are left with only a few thousand for living expenses. A mere pittance. Dian Yuan's emotions surged once more. My ex-wife demands I pay for my younger son's classes each year. The older son's mother, for heaven's sake, has been married for years and still asks me for money to buy a house. I have to drive the Feiqi at night, taking on interstellar side jobs to cover the deficit. Yet, my friend, you could entirely forego all of this. I recall the Empire's welfare is quite generous, covering all insurances, and one could simply lay back without worry. Dian Yuan's gaze, however, grew somewhat vacant. Indeed, one could choose not to pay. Yet, he shook his head. Without the Feiqi, no one would even greet you when you go out to eat. Without the Jushin membership, you can only add 5 friends. It's the same with other apps. One could lay back and not starve, nor suffer from the cold, nor fall ill. But one would possess nothing at all. Dian Yuan let out a deep sigh. Thus, I ask you, my friend, is the empire truly as wonderful as you believe? Xingfeng retracted his smile, gazing earnestly at Dian Yuan. Dian Yuan remained silent. Take your time to ponder this, my friend, Xingfeng said, patting Dian Yuan on the shoulder before rising to his feet. A mere sustenance of nutrient paste and water suffices for survival. Thus, they have long ceased to exploit you through the threat of starvation. Instead, they will instill the belief that life is untenable without the purchase of a luxury vehicle. The profit from the nutrient paste for 100,000 people pales in comparison to that of a single luxury car. Here, neglecting labor leads to starvation. Yet engaging in work transforms one into a true individual. He departed from the office of the lockhead. Xingfeng arrived at the edge of the platform in the dock area, leaning over the railing, observing the bustling crowd below. I thought I had forgotten what the empire was like, he mused, self-deprecatingly. Surprisingly, it felt so familiar. This is not surprising, Commander, responded 137A, picking up the conversation. The empire has been in this state for 3,000 years. 60 generations have lived through it. The system exhibits remarkable compatibility, Xingfeng scoffed. 3,000 years without an update, and it still operates. The resilience of civilization differs from that of programs. Commander, your analogy lacks precision. Enough of this philosophical pondering. Xingfeng straightened up. He turned back to instruct Lockhead to inform the Electrode that once he comprehended the situation, he should also engage others in enlightening discussions, dispelling any awkwardness. Your outreach is confined to the Empire. Individuals from other nations must seek alternate solutions. 137A responded calmly. Take your time to reflect. A solution will emerge. Xingfeng turned towards the entrance of the transport vehicle. In this abnormal universe, he truly did not believe that only the citizens of the Empire were struggling. Indeed, for instance, the citizens of the United Federation promptly adapted to the current environment and joined Lockhead's managerial grid. Damn, this wretched lot. 7 days later. Boss. Lockhead reported that the issues with the labor group have been entirely resolved. Everyone is quite motivated now, Changsha remarked as he observed Xingfeng yawning while entering the command center. Understood. All resolved. Xingfeng inquired, somewhat astonished. I've been occupied with the hereditary vessel design improvements. Aside from that individual, I haven't sought anyone else. Lockhead mentioned that the Imperial elite you conversed with is a bit fervent. He proactively reached out to others, persuading all emotionally charged individuals. Changsha added as he glanced at the datapad. What? Xingfeng's eyes widened. Is this fellow some kind of high-powered brainwashing machine? He managed to persuade individuals from other nations as well? According to the report, everything has been resolved, Changsha replied while searching for specifics on the datapad. 137A. Do you know anything? Xingfeng turned to inquire. Most of it, Commander, 137A responded. The camera descended from the ceiling. Besides using similar methods to persuade his Imperial colleagues, Electrode also drew parallels, leading the captives of the Angel Federation to recognize the hypocrisy of their erstwhile noble moral values and universal principles of fairness, which, through their accusations and sanctions against others, resulted in the starvation of children in smaller nations, engendering profound feelings of division and resentment towards the elite. This successfully facilitated their transformation. He then encouraged the residents of the Circular Union to reminisce about their previous scarcity of living resources and the constraints of traditional thought, rekindling their desire for change and enabling them to witness the daily positive transformations occurring under the commander's leadership, thereby shedding their ideological burdens. As for the Silver Heart and the Self-Union citizens, their hardships before capture required only a modicum of empathy to resolve their issues. That sounds quite reasonable. Xingfeng fell into contemplation. However, the ease of it all is somewhat surreal. The spider, seated before the large screen, let out a cold laugh and turned around. You are correct. It should not have been this easy. What do you mean? Xingfeng discerned that the spider possessed certain intelligence. For a rather absurd reason. She sharpened one appendage against the other. Have you heard that a B-grade film has recently gone viral on your space station? A little. But what does that have to do with this? Quite a lot, indeed. The spider scoffed disdainfully. Your subordinates, those dim-witted fools, finish watching the film and rush to inquire with the laborers, asking what life is like in your civilized world. Surely it must be wonderful, right? In the movies, everyone has spaceships and can travel through portals. Is food synthesized out of thin air? Is the daily grind spent researching the ecology of space whales? Do you lie back and have someone feed you every day? Such a dreamy existence, I assent it. We, the people from the inner rings, envy you immensely. Toiling away on nothing but nutrient paste, having never seen a space whale, and still bound by traditions that prevent us from leaving the inner rings, blah blah blah. Turning her back to Xingfeng, she offered only a profile. Killing is one thing, but to strike at the heart is quite another. Your subordinates are rather unscrupulous. Aren't they, my lord? Chapter 55. Initial results. The Four-Ring Village. The old iron slowly approached the private dock reserved for the village chief. Coming to a gentle halt, Lieutenant Changsha staggered across the connecting bridge towards the waiting Chief Yuhuk. The displeasure on Chief Yuhuk's face was palpable, starkly contrasting with his demeanor when facing Xingfeng or Captain Tooth Decay. Lieutenant Changsha, is it? He sneered. You've made it big and returned to flaunt it. It was arranged by the old boss. Changsha reeked of alcohol. I merely followed the arrangement. Humph. Chief Yuhuk maintained his cold demeanor. Speak. What did he send you for? And why did he specifically request a meeting with me? To show you something good. Changsha revealed a drunken grin. Come aboard. I shall show you. The cockpit of the old iron was now equipped with the complete range of projectors newly crafted by Xingfeng. Though not as particle-rich as those in academic lecture halls, they were certainly superior to the monochromatic versions commonly used by space pirates. Despite his inebriated state, Changsha managed to project an image of a battlecraft. An ancestral vessel? No, that's not right. Chief Yuhuk quickly caught on. What is this? A new toy. Changsha handed over the datapad, nearly dropping it to the ground. I know you understand blueprints. Chief Yuhuk remained silent, manipulating the datapad, his eyes widening with each passing moment. After a while, he set the pad down. Gazing at the battlecraft model within the holographic projector, even adjusting it to view from different angles. Speak. He sighed. You have one. State your demands. There are many miners here. Changsha awkwardly perched on the projection platform, scattering floating particles. We require ice and gaseous resources. Ice and gaseous resources? Chief Yahuk pondered. Deuterium and helium. 3, for the fusion missiles of this missile boat. Changsha tilted his thumb up in approval. You understand. The old boss mentioned the same. The blueprints are yours for free. Missiles can be exchanged for resources. Burp. The master of Fishhook sighed. From the very beginning, he sensed that the young man was no ordinary character, and indeed, he was not mistaken. The blueprint was given without charge, and the missile transaction was handled exceptionally well. Indeed, Changsha took out a bottle and took a swig. Look at this missile boat. Without missiles, it would be akin to a person devoid of sight. Burp. Remarkable that you thought of such a phrase. After the captain of Fishhook departed, Xingfeng emerged from the adjacent cabin, sporting a mischievous grin as he looked at Changsha. So, you want me to devise a way to intimidate him? Changsha regained his composure. I did not speak incorrectly, did I? Very well, as long as the deal is established. Xingfeng found a chair and sat down. We lack a production line for shipbuilding. While he likely lacks it as well, he must have his connections. Yet, we can manufacture missiles, which gives us the upper hand. Changsha took his seat at the helm and started the old iron vessel. Is this missile boat truly that formidable? The Fishhook captain is technically savvy and quite shrewd. He is not easily deceived. A combat vessel class unit, capable of firing 40 fusion projectiles in succession. Even a fool could operate and aim it. Its power may not surpass that of the Reaper class, but it can perform all types of missions, much like our ancestral vessels. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the 4 great nations would fight to the death over it. Xingfeng explained in a calm tone. Meanwhile, Changsha focused on piloting while contemplating. The tyrant of Huangjia possesses substantial financial resources, hence providing him with a formidable yet nearly single-use Reaper torpedo boat. He slowly analyzed in his mind. The Fishhook master has mining vessel resources, thus a platform that allows him to utilize resources for free is beneficial. He recalled the conversation he had overheard a few days prior between the boss and the electrode. How does your civilized society feel about consuming others without remorse? What are you saying, my brother Changsha? Xingfeng smirked. The fact that you can deduce these matters indicates that you too belong to the civilized society. Upon returning to Genius Station, as soon as he stepped onto the dock, Blackheart Cotton rushed over to find Xingfeng. Lackey, have you been running around too much lately? It's not uncommon for us to lose track of you. Do I have to report my whereabouts to you, this quack? Xingfeng found Blackheart Cotton's clinginess increasingly difficult to manage. What do you need from me? Hee. Blackheart Cotton displayed a feigned smile. 137 has stated that he cannot authorize the research request for the corpses. It requires your approval. Have you developed an addiction? Xingfeng took a step back. What necessitates so many corpses for research? It's just that I've been considering a new research direction lately. Blackheart Cotton nervously rubbed his hands together. 137. Xingfeng decided to directly inquire about Blackheart Cotton's mentor. I am here, Commander. At the space station, 137 was always readily available. Mr. Blackheart Cotton has recently gained insight into forensic-related fields and developed a keen interest in cause-of-death analysis. Forensic? Xingfeng turned to look at Blackheart Cotton. Why? Blackheart Cotton rubbed his hands again. Then with a determined expression, he spoke. Lackey, didn't you once mention that people in our sphere have short lifespans? He withdrew one hand from his pocket and scratched his messy hair. I just want to understand the reasons behind it. And even if I cannot live as long as you Imperial folks, at least living 3 to 5 more years would suffice, wouldn't it? Xingfeng gazed at the Blackheart Cotton, the first individual he had conversed with normally since departing from civilized society, who proclaimed that all one needed to do was count to 10. However, tumultuous waves churned within him. Had he at last found an ideal? He suddenly recalled Changsha and even the astute Ditsongming. Perhaps, given enough time, even the dullest minds could undergo some transformation. When assigned tasks, he would approve them without hesitation. Xingfeng turned away, striding forth without a backward glance. How could there possibly be so many corpses to approve? Changsha shook his head while following closely behind. The trio entered the command center. The Rusted Spear's deputy was absent. Only the spiderweb was present, operating a multitude of densely packed screens with its forelimbs, appendages, and several mechanical tendrils. Noticing Xingfeng's wandering gaze, Spiderweb initiated conversation. He has gone to assist the dock labor group. At this point, everything he says is safe, my lord. What is he doing over there? Xingfeng inquired as he approached his designated seat. The lives of the labor groups are becoming increasingly vibrant. Spiderweb scoffed, casually manipulating a screen to relay the information to the data panel beside Xingfeng's seat. Is this a flea market? Intrigued, Xingfeng remarked. These individuals certainly knew how to keep themselves occupied. However, was there any concern regarding public safety? Newly appointed Tiger Tooth members have been deployed as security, answered 137A. This market was approved in your esteemed name. Xingfeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. I assume you have also arranged for currency production. Indeed. Coins have been crafted based on the insignia provided by the commander to the Tiger Tooth members, along with granting access to certain manual equipment for their rental or purchase. Very well, Xingfeng continued to ponder. Bartering should have sufficed by now. Moreover, should we stipulate that in the future, purchases of my goods can only be made using my currency? This has already been considered. Based on this premise, I have approved the request for the establishment of a small market to experiment with and institute currency regulations, as well as to promote its acceptance. Excellent. Xingfeng nodded in satisfaction. Proceed and liberate me from these trivial matters at the earliest opportunity. What is currency? Blackheart Cotton inquired, observing the exchange between 137A and Xingfeng. Turning to Spiderweb for clarification. It is a tool for robbery more efficient than guns and cannons, Spiderweb retorted without turning back. Chapter 56. The flea market. The group arrived at the residence of the dock labor group. It had transitioned into nighttime mode, with the space station's overall lighting dimmed. Xingfeng observed a row of various roadside stalls in the dock area, momentarily experiencing a nostalgic illusion of wandering through food stalls during his school days on the Titan. However, in the next instant, a group of individuals brandishing assorted items erupted from the stalls, engaging in a fierce brawl, thrusting him back into reality. Sighing inwardly, Xingfeng lamented, after all, this is the territory of the Star Pirates. The guards responded swiftly, several clad in black armor rapidly mobilized. The leading female security officer expertly wielded her baton, striking the knee of the masked Star Pirate leading the fray, bringing him to his knees. With remarkable finesse, she subdued him, extracting a restraint device to complete the capture seamlessly. The remaining guards swiftly dispersed the ruffians, apprehending them without delay. The guards escorted the gang past Xingfeng and, upon noticing him, nodded in acknowledgement, except for the female security officer who ignored him and walked away. He sensed her dissatisfaction. Xingfeng observed her departing figure, recalling her as the one who criticized women for comparing their strength to men. The voice of the Spiderweb chimed in, noting that she would hardly be cordial. The underground boxing scene, perhaps? Xingfeng pondered, ultimately deciding to overlook her attitude, especially since her unexpected performance had brought him winnings. Before long, he arrived at a stall with a sign proclaiming Empire fried rice, no children served. This former elite of the Empire had truly let himself go. Xingfeng couldn't help but smile in resignation. Upon hearing the commotion, the vendor, Electrode, emerged from his small stall, no longer clad in a suit. He wore the coarse clothing and work overalls typical of the Star Pirates, complete with an apron. Welcome back, he greeted warmly. Care for a taste of my special fried rice? Xingfeng glanced at the kitchen, realizing that what was termed rice was merely a processed nutritional paste shaped into grains, accompanied by edible plants cultivated in laboratories and various synthetic seasonings. The ingredients were undoubtedly subpar. It all depended on the chef's skill. Yet, he noticed that Electrode's stall had no customers. The Star Pirates were known to consume even the most eclectic mixtures of flavorings with nutritional paste. He chose to disregard the invitation. How's the work at the fusion reactor progressing? Xingfeng inquired as he found a seat. Electrode, slightly disheartened by his unsuccessful sales pitch, nonetheless answered his question with professionalism. So, the production of tritium should be on track as well? Xingfeng deduced that Electrode, while dabbling in side ventures, had not neglected his primary responsibilities. It seemed they would soon begin producing fusion warheads. Absolutely, Electrode replied, his demeanor relaxed. I've subdivided the operations at the fusion reactor into 11 levels, each corresponding to varying educational backgrounds, ensuring each reactor can operate at full capacity. That is splendid, Xingfeng acknowledged. While he was familiar with fusion reactors and could manage one himself, he recognized that he lacked the expertise and task allocation that someone with decades of experience possessed. For now, we must rely on mass production of fusion warheads to establish our footing. Rest assured, Electrode chuckled heartily. I'm a professional. Xingfeng smiled in understanding, rising to leave. What inspired you to open a fried rice stall? Curiosity prompted him to ask. It has been my dream since childhood, Electrode replied with a grin. I always wanted to run a roadside stall, watching the hustle and bustle, selling my newly concocted dishes, and engaging in banter with dissatisfied customers until they delete their accounts. You could never afford a swift ship selling that, Xingfeng remarked, a mocking expression crossing his face. Yet, it feels more like being human, Electrode responded, his smile radiating ease. As Xingfeng made his way back to the command center, he contemplated the significant changes occurring around him. It was not only the people, but also the environment. The space station was swiftly taking shape. under the management of the 137th Division and the regulations established by Xingfeng. It may still fall short of the standards expected of a galactic superpower, yet it had become a window into a newly emerging world. The market, technology, outsiders, food, technological products, and even B-grade films. All of these elements act as catalysts, facilitating a remarkable transformation of the space station and its inhabitants at an astonishing pace. As Xingfeng strolled, he suddenly halted, casting a sidelong glance at the reflection in the porthole, where he discerned the figure of a bandit clad in a cloak, vest, and fur hat. Indeed, he must now bear the weight of a civilization. Even if he is a genius, the pressure is rather overwhelming. Just as he indulged in these musings, the reflection revealed Changshe, Dekongming, and Zhuo Wang among others. "Did you enjoy your stroll?" Xingfeng inquired, directing his gaze towards the group. "It was satisfactory," Changshe replied, holding a sausage synthesized from starch. Although such fare was available in the cafeteria, it felt distinctly different here, akin to the sewers of the Free Trade Alliance. Zhuo Wang remarked coldly. Dekongming silently savored the sausage Changshe had offered, saying nothing. Observing this quirky ensemble, Xingfeng chuckled to himself and shook his head. "Let us continue our walk." After taking a few steps, Changshe suddenly recalled something. "By the way, did we not see Rusty Spear as adjutant?" "It seems we did not." Xingfeng mused, reflecting on their outing. "Didn't we encounter you from the very beginning?" Zhuo Wang replied with an air of calm detachment. "Where?" Xingfeng was completely at a loss. "The one who was taken away after being brought to his knees by the female security officer," Zhuo Wang elucidated. Meanwhile, in the command center, Xingfeng sat on the sofa, watching as Changshe escorted the bruised Rusty Spear as adjutant into the room. He inhaled deeply, striving to suppress his laughter. Why did it take so long to retrieve him? He chided Changshe. "Is my authority no longer effective?" "It truly seems so," Changshe replied, looking disheartened. The female security officer refused to release him, insisting that since you established clear rules for rewards and punishments, they must be upheld. "You should have seen the look she gave me, as if she wanted to tear me apart." "Is she really that rigid?" Xingfeng was taken aback. "To a degree, yes. Without rules, it would devolve into a chaotic spectacle. How did you manage to extricate him in the end?" "A fine, of course, since currency is not yet widely circulated. I had to mortgage a few goods. Otherwise, he would have been subjected to mandatory labor, an absolute rule of 137A. That seems plausible. But I would certainly impose such regulations as well," he observed, glancing at the still fuming Rusty Spear as adjutant. "What's the matter, old Spear? Did you go down there wearing a headpiece?" "I was about to ask you that," the adjutant retorted angrily. "I merely went for a stroll and saw that headgear resembling something from the movies. I decided to try it on. But then a mob appeared and gave me a beating. Just as I was about to retaliate, your pack of dogs seized me." "What is going on in 137A? Is such behavior common down there?" Xingfeng queried, perplexed. "Please hold, Commander. I will retrieve the video footage." 137A stated after a brief silence. Upon reviewing the material, they concluded, due to a recent decline in market security, particularly with the emergence of masked thefts, Rusty Spear's adjutant may have been misunderstood and subsequently assaulted. Xingfeng remained silent for a moment. "Let me personally address the issue. Changshe, please escort Rusty Spear's adjutant to the Heartless Cotton and offer some form of compensation. After all, he is one of our own, and we must take responsibility." He sincerely bowed and apologized to the Rust Spear's adjutant, who was then led away by Changshe amidst a barrage of curses. Once the vitriol faded into the corridor, 137A resumed speaking. "Commander, I must clarify. What you just stated was untrue, correct?" Starwind lazily interjected. "Indeed, Commander. The reality is that the Rust Spear's adjutant has recently been frequenting our vicinity. Upon discovering his affiliation with the Tiger-Tooth King, our crew and the stall owners devised a scheme against him, given the severity of his injuries. There is strong suspicion that the constable also engaged in excessive violence beyond necessity." "I suspected as much. Your earlier reasoning sounded rather implausible," Starwind remarked with a shake of his head. "However, do inform them that such conduct is inadmissible in the future. The Rust Spear's adjutant is not to be trifled with." Chapter 57. A new transaction. The space station was advancing at a rapid pace. 137A and Changshe had accomplished most of Starwind's tasks. Yet he still had numerous matters to attend to. "My dear artificial intelligence, how much longer must I endure before you complete my comprehensive simulation?" Starwind lamented, reclining in the zero-gravity chair, fatigue evident in his voice. "A complete simulation is unattainable, Commander," 137A replied calmly. "Even with vast data simulations, the essence of human consciousness cannot be quantified, thus I can never replicate you precisely." "Do not quibble with semantics," Starwind retorted impatiently. "Accelerate the progress, at the very least. Do not make me play the village chief every day." Understood, Commander. I shall complete the majority of the decision-making models within 2 months, liberating you from this burden. However, Commander, during the construction of your behavioral model, I discovered that the aspects concerning children exhibit a high degree of complexity. I am uncertain whether to adhere to your original intent or construct them more suitably. After a few moments of silence, Starwind let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Even I am uncertain how to proceed. Boss, the leader of the Fishhook tribe has contacted us. Today is also a day of drunkenness. But Changsher has far too much work to manage, so Starwind permitted him to drink while working, provided he remains sober. He mentioned that he has introduced someone from a production line to deliver mineral resources on-site and obtain blueprints in the process. Very well, Starwind replied, invigorated. Let us finalize the time. We can establish a missile defense array for the space station. Understood, Changsher responded, turning to operate the screen. The hyperspace beacon containing the space station's coordinates had been dispatched. They should arrive shortly. 3 days later, Starwind stood before the porthole, gazing outside before turning to Changsher. No drinking during the next work session, he admonished. But wasn't that your approval, boss? Changsher retorted defiantly. The employee benefits I grant can be revoked. Starwind's mind was always quicker than Changsher's. Besides, I haven't deducted your wages. Hurry back to work. You speak as though you've actually paid me. Changsher muttered as he made his way toward the docking area. Starwind turned his gaze back to the window. A battleship, identical to the invincible meteor, was slowly approaching the space station. It was indeed the individual introduced by the leader of the Fishhook tribe. The problem was that no one had anticipated the arrival of a battleship before it jumped into the vicinity. Changsher had not inquired about the details at all. This behavior is exceedingly perilous. The Imperial dock ship is capable of simultaneously deploying 50 fighter jets, 25 small vessels, and 2 frigates for a jump, even if the Star Raider's model may not possess such a substantial capacity. Being ambushed directly in such an unguarded manner and unleashing an aerial assault would render the adversary's task of seizing the space station almost effortless. However, it is not without merit. This scare has made Xingfeng acutely aware that preparations against hyperspace raids have yet to be undertaken, and it is imperative to contemplate a response. As the dock ship gently approached the space station's docking area, the connection was swiftly established. Xingfeng, accompanied by the security team and several security robots, awaited at the dock. A portly man clad in a cerulean leather coat hastily approached from the connecting bridge. Ah, you must be Brother Xingfeng, he called out from a distance, greeting him with exuberance. I've heard much about your esteemed reputation. Too kind, replied Xingfeng with a smile. May I ask your name? I am Huasher, the rotund man beamed. A name passed down through 3 generations. You may also call me Old Hua. Very well, Old Hua. It was the Fishhook village master who introduced you to me, correct? Xingfeng gestured for Huasher to enter the space station. Indeed, Huasher chuckled. Fishhook has spoken highly of you, claiming your potential is limitless and that he initially misjudged you. Today, I see he was right. Meeting you in person is indeed a revelation. You're too gracious, Xingfeng said, feeling somewhat uncomfortable in the company of such seasoned negotiators. He swiftly redirected the conversation. Have the mineral and gas resources been delivered? Impressive execution. Absolutely. Huasher gave a thumbs up. They are all in the rear, and in considerable quantity. It's now a matter of whether you can accommodate them. Rest assured, we welcome all that comes our way. Xingfeng and Huasher boarded a small vehicle and proceeded to the command center. Huasher and Changsher quickly completed the inventory, and Xingfeng promptly transmitted the blueprints to Huasher's dock ship. As for the missiles, due to the extensive production time required, we will deliver them in batches, Changsher informed Huasher. Thus, for today's shipment, we will initially accept the ordered portion. No need for that. Huasher generously waved his hand. Deliver everything. You can gradually fulfill the missile orders later. Is that appropriate? Changsher was taken aback by Huasher's attitude. Appropriate? Why wouldn't it be? Huasher affectionately patted Changsher on the shoulder. Upon seeing your space station, no one would dare suspect you might abscond with the goods. He turned to Xingfeng and winked. Surely, you wouldn't default on such a minor transaction, would you? Of course not. Xingfeng laughed heartily, though inwardly he sighed. I must quickly find a diplomat. Subsequently, at Huasher's request, Xingfeng instructed Changsher to take him on a tour of the space station. Naturally, even without his prompting, Xingfeng would have arranged an opportunity to showcase their technology. Considering that this individual appeared to be a significant investor. Spiderweb, Xingfeng sighed as he reclined in the command center's chair. Activate your intelligence network. Find me someone adept at socializing, perceptive, and specialized in dealing with seasoned negotiators. The spiderweb did not speak, but merely twitched its appendages, drawing a circle with its claws. The neural interface accurately translated the meaning behind the spiderweb's movement. Seek within this circle? Its tone dripped with irony. Alas, Xingfeng acknowledged, aware that his aspirations were impractical. In the labor union, there is one individual who has previously worked as a receptionist for the Angel Federation. However, you would undoubtedly prefer not to engage such a person for your dealings. The web weaver added, TSK. Xingfeng immediately recalled the dignified and noble demeanor of the Federation diplomats, exuding an air of etiquette. As he spoke, a communications signal chimed from the data pad beside him. Boss, Huasher has something to discuss with you. Following the voice of Changshe, Huasher's overly enthusiastic tone followed. Master, do you not sell the blueprints for your other fighter jets? The Tiger-Tooth King has a monopoly. They cannot be sold, Xingfeng replied, glancing at the rusty spear adjutant, who appeared engrossed in a film, seemingly oblivious to Xingfeng's demeanor. Unfortunately, the film depicted scientists discussing the scientific principles behind deciphering the alien fleet's programming. Oh, Huasher's tone was filled with regret. I believe your strike aircraft has significant potential for improvement. What? Xingfeng was taken aback. Potential? Do you understand the technology? Not really. Huasher shook his head. But look, your strike aircraft can carry 24 large plasma bombs, correct? That is indeed correct. Detonating all at once. Wouldn't that be more powerful than torpedoes? In theory, yes. Xingfeng chuckled, shaking his head. But in that case, the pilot would surely not return. Precisely. Huasher exclaimed with excitement. Isn't it perfect to let those disobedient fellows pilot this, turning them into torpedo warheads? A win-win situation. Xingfeng remained silent, narrowing his eyes. This overweight merchant appeared to be a ruthless character without boundaries. Chapter 58. Steady progress. The dimensional bubble of the dock ship vanished into the depths of space. You have quite the capability to attract such a significant client, the rusty spear adjutant remarked as he approached Xingfeng, both gazing through the floor-to-ceiling window at the scenery outside. Would you like to hear my candid thoughts? Xingfeng did not respond, but posed a question instead. Go ahead. I was terrified. Xingfeng displayed an expression of helplessness. What if he launches a surprise attack? Will we have time to call for aid from the king? We would have time, but by the time the king arrives, we would likely be dead, the adjutant replied. I need to establish a negative dimensional disturbance array, Xingfeng contemplated, raising his hands in thought, to ensure we have some reaction time if we encounter an unexpected situation. He turned to the rusty spear adjutant. When the time comes, please hand the blueprints to the king and borrow the production line from the dock ship. He removed his hat to wipe the sweat from his brow. I no longer wish to face such fright merely to procure some more. This individual is no good. He had no need to directly come to you with the dock ship for transactions. This is a blatant threat. The rusty spear adjutant turned his head, gazing fiercely out the window. I wholeheartedly agree, Xingfeng nodded. Had it not been for the need to purchase some ice and reactor fuel, I truly would prefer not to engage with such individuals. Watching Xingfeng's figure disappear down the corridor, the rusty spear adjutant stroked his beard. It appears there is indeed nothing suspicious. I shall report this casually. After some time, the currency implementation proceeded smoothly, and the Star Raiders at the station quickly adapted to the habit of using money for transactions. After all, this was far preferable to the past, when disputes over the equivalence of two goods prices would escalate into heated arguments, even leading to physical confrontations. Coins are indeed convenient to carry and can be exchanged for various denominations. They have even compelled numerous individuals to count from 1 to 100. The security team is transitioning to a defense unit. Xingfeng is currently receiving reports from Unit 137 at the command center. Indeed, many former members of the Tiger Fong possess considerable experience as combatants aboard ships. Correspondingly, a portion of the former defense unit's boat operators may join the security team, under the condition that they can forego an hour of study each day. Thus, they do not resent the loss of their qualifications to operate vessels. This group of unambitious individuals, Xingfeng shakes his head. Perhaps, in the end, it is those youngsters who can be relied upon. Not entirely, Unit 137 replies. In fact, more than half of the crew originally hired for the death sentence vessel have now been reassigned to various management positions, demonstrating significant progress. The environment at the research station is highly stimulating for them, coupled with the commander consistently showcasing new technologies to ignite their anticipation. Thus, the number of those making rapid advancements is on the rise. Well then, that is satisfactory. Xingfeng reclines against the backrest. My efforts have not been in vain. There is also a matter I have approved, but it requires reporting, Commander. Speak. 3 days ago, the Iron Old ship led a raiding party to the detected routes of the Free Trade Alliance. On one hand, this is due to the lack of living necessities for the subhumans at the station. On the other, many members within the ring cannot easily abstain from such behaviors. Although I do not wish to descend to the level of a true pirate, this action is necessary, and your approval is not an issue. Understood, Commander. There are currently no other matters to report. Very well, I shall head to the market for a look. Perhaps I might even catch a fish. Xingfeng rises, stretches lazily, and strides toward the command center's entrance, claiming to not wish to become a pirate, while having seized a capital ship. Although the web has remained fixed on its screen array, the brain-machine interface continues to faithfully receive information, even translating the precise motion of crossing two appendages into a single character. Bah! Xingfeng arrives at the labor union's quarters, which were once an entrance to a dock area but have now completely transformed into a bustling space town, adorned with various newly constructed buildings, including hydroponic farms. Is there any progress regarding suspicious individuals? Xingfeng strolls down the street, casually surveying his surroundings, as many people nod in acknowledgement or greet him upon sight. There has been no progress. The voice of Unit 137 resonates in his earpiece. Although a portion of individuals who may have knowledge of the street gunfights was filtered out using security robots, none of them exhibited behaviors outside the model's predictions. That is peculiar. Xingfeng touches his chin thoughtfully. Could it be my illusion? It cannot be denied. However, some individuals have displayed overt hostility toward the commander, but their actions do not align with the predicted perpetrator model, hence they have not been classified as suspects. That female leader? Xingfeng instantly comprehends. Yes. She frequently makes derogatory remarks and criticizes the commander at the security headquarters. Is that not suspicious? Xingfeng furrows his brow. Even within the most simplified model, the behavior pattern exhibits an accuracy rate of 100%. An individual of such depth cannot engage in any form of concealment, planning, or assassination. Truly, he is but a simpleton, is he not? Understood, indeed not worthy of attention. Xingfeng concluded. As he walked, a person approached him. Director Xingfeng. He greeted with enthusiasm. Xingfeng nodded in acknowledgement. The individual had fair skin, his movements were precise, and he exuded an air of elegance in every gesture. He was a member of the Federation. Apart from the Unified Federation, Xingfeng held a particular disdain for the Federation. Yet, recognizing they were all compatriots, he endeavored to suppress his aversion. Director, you have some free time today? The individual continued to engage Xingfeng warmly. Just taking a stroll, Xingfeng replied. We have formed a band. You must come and have a look if you have the time. A band? Xingfeng's interest was piqued momentarily, but upon recalling the other Federation affiliation, he dismissed it. Who wishes to listen to a choir belting out hymns claiming that the ancestor is, in fact, a true deity? Indeed. The individual, noticing Xingfeng's response, became exceedingly enthusiastic. My name is Gospel, and I am the band's leader. If you have time, do grace us with your presence. Hearing this name only heightened Xingfeng's distaste. Perhaps another day, he said, preparing to depart. Oh, very well, Gospel replied. Disappointment etched across his face. Commander, the Ironclad has returned with the raiding party. They seem to have made notable gains. 137A suddenly reported to Xingfeng. Oh, let us go take a look. Xingfeng turned towards the transport vehicle. Their designated docking bay was just this way. Fine, I shan't bother running. Xingfeng adjusted his direction. Gospel, observing Xingfeng return, brightened visibly. Has the director changed his mind? Come listen to us. Our band is performing at the dock entrance. With little desire to explain, Xingfeng acquiesced and walked with him to the dock entrance. How long until we arrive? 20 minutes, 137A reported earnestly. Very well. We shall wait here. Xingfeng noticed Gospel had already sprinted ahead towards a stage, joyfully calling out to those arranging instruments. The group, upon noticing Xingfeng's arrival, began hurriedly preparing their instruments. Not a choir? Xingfeng squinted, observing as they set up a drum kit, keyboards, bass, and other instruments. Before long, the excited band was ready. Gospel exuberantly approached the center of the stage, microphone in hand. This piece is dedicated to Director Xingfeng, who has liberated us from our restraints, shattering the rules to attain rebirth. The band members struck their instruments in rhythm. Oh! Xingfeng's eyes widened. Gospel shed his coat, revealing a glittering, scaly suit, while the other band members similarly discarded their outer garments to unveil their strikingly postmodern performance attire. Gospel's deep voice, accompanied by the electric guitar, began to sing the lyrics. Wrought from scrap metal into a spear, no time to squander. Each moment is precious, piercing the cold iron curtain. Rage seethes within my chest. Constructed from refuse into a colossal hammer, lift it high and strike down, shattering the oppressive shield. Freedom is my essence. Embrace the starlight that spills forth. Lights shall illuminate the path, illuminating the darkened celestial ring. Shadows yearn to dissipate. Passion boils and roars. An undying flame surges forth. No longer shall I bow my head. Oh no, the chains shall surely break. From the wilderness, I reclaim the shattered, rising from the battered earth, in the descent. I seek annihilation, tear asunder the worth of lies. Quickening my pace, I charge forth like a storm, facing despair with a cold smile, bleeding yet reborn. Let the spark ignite within my palms, burning through my veins. The night shall not linger, devouring all that remains. From the ashes, the phoenix rises, rebirth incites a tempest. My path cannot be erased, the starry winds are left in awe. Once again my worldview is upended. This congregation of priests, nuns, witches, and shamans, engaging in heavy metal rock? Chapter 59. Dangerous cargo. As the iron vessel signaled its readiness to dock, the starry winds had already been compelled to endure the fourth song. Yet, the other melodies felt somewhat lackluster, lacking the impact of the first. Although the lyrics induced a cringe, he had to concede that they resonated with his spirit of rebellion, albeit a touch too radical. Starry winds, an engineer, often contemplated showcasing a fleet to flaunt his genius, slapping the bureaucrats in the face, forcing the empire to kneel and lament for not having placed him upon the altar. Yet, this song was sharp, forceful, and destructive, indeed bearing a hint of federal essence. Though it consistently pursued peace and emphasized coexistence, when the moment arrived, it could contend with the Imperial Space Forces on even terms, and at times, even gain the upper hand. Quite fierce. Having just completed the performance, Gospel approached Starry Winds, drenched in sweat. His shimmering scale suit appeared ostentatious. Was it true that within the Angelic Federation, such outwardly gentle, yet inwardly fervent individuals prevailed? No. Gospel shook his head in response to Starry Wind's jest. How shall I put it? Indeed, we have exhibited a degree of rebellion. He produced a silk scarf to wipe the sweat from his brow. Some members of the Federal Captives Auxiliary Group also deemed our enthusiasm excessive. He settled beside Xingfeng, chuckling softly. However, having finally attained freedom, as that Uncle Electrode remarked, to shed one's shackles only to desire to wear them again is undoubtedly a sign of madness. Wouldn't you agree? As the old iron slowly came to a halt and the gangway was connected, Xingfeng rose to his feet. All right, I shall take my leave. I will arrange a session for you all in the academic hall another day. He turned away. However, aside from the first piece, the rest requires further contemplation. Very well. Fengyin replied joyfully, skipping towards his band. Changsha had already arrived at the dock, orchestrating the transportation of goods by the Star Pirates. It appeared they had made quite a bountiful haul. Xingfeng crossed his arms, observing as one box after another was unloaded and neatly stacked. Information on the routes provided by the 137th and the Spiderweb, Changsha reported while documenting on his datapad. We intercepted 3 vessels. Quite ruthless, Xingfeng remarked with a smirk. Did the 137th not mention any moral or ethical concerns? He did, Changsha chuckled. However, he suggested that, given your character, you would be quite supportive of such acts of piracy against the Free Trade Alliance and the sordid dealings of the Silver Corps' upper echelons. And thus he must approve and cooperate. Indeed, Xingfeng replied, thoroughly satisfied. That is the principle I uphold. As they conversed, a commotion among a group of star pirates caught their attention, prompting them to stride forward to assess the situation. What is the matter? Changsha inquired, parting the crowd to observe the few individuals at the center. Deputy, you've arrived. The brothers were merely discussing the division of labor fees, but this fellow, upon spotting canned meat, has changed his mind and refuses to share with us, one star pirate explained. Didn't you already receive your soda? Another pirate retorted defiantly. Do you want both soda and canned meat? Nonsense, exclaimed yet another. He might be deceived as a native of the earthen nest. But I am from the Tiger Tooth clan. I've encountered such things, and that soda is lethal. Nonsense. Look at the identical inscriptions on these. The canned food is edible. Why would the soda be fatal? Tensions escalated, and it seemed a brawl was imminent. Bring them here, Xingfeng commanded, taking the 2 items from the Star Pirate's grasp, Nest soda and Nest canned food. The Tiger Tooth clan understands, albeit not fully. This soda is meant for the Nest's mother body, Xingfeng sneered. You simpletons will drop dead instantly upon consumption. If you doubt me, I shall demonstrate. 137th, initiate ventilation. Understood, Commander. But I must remind you to release trifluoride within the cabin. Enough of the chatter, Xingfeng interrupted. These dimwits will not relent until they see it with their own eyes. Understood, Commander. Ventilation is set to maximum. You may demonstrate in the 30-meter clearing to your left. Xingfeng weighed the soda in his hand, contemplating seriously. Fetch a security robot. As news of Xingfeng's impending demonstration spread, a crowd gathered, including Fengyin, who had changed his attire and squeezed into the throng. 5 minutes later, a robot forcefully hurled the soda against the shipping container. The shattered pressure tank erupted instantaneously, unleashing a torrent of scorching gas, while the metallic plates succumbed to the intense heat emitted by the reaction, creating a scene reminiscent of a grenade explosion. Toxic gases spread swiftly. only to be rapidly expelled by the ventilation system. The onlookers were thoroughly frightened. Can we still drink it? Xingfeng inquired, glancing back at the star thieves. They shook their heads in unison. Will you still attempt to seize this thing next time? Xingfeng continued to question, only to receive the same response. Very well. I shall take all of these. He commanded the robots to remove the crates of Zerg soda. What about this? One of the star thieves hesitated for a moment before pointing at a nearby can of Zerg meat. This? It's nothing. It's a can made from Zerg flesh. Xingfeng tossed the can to the star thief. It's edible and quite tasty. By the way, prepare a gun while consuming it, if luck is not on your side. It may attempt to eat you. All right. The star thieves joyfully began to divide the cans. Among the crowd, Fuyin observed that neither Xingfeng nor the star thieves seemed to heed the warning of potential peril and frowned, shaking his head. I still haven't fully integrated into this environment. Xingfeng boarded the transport vehicle. Is this a common occurrence? He was uncertain if he was posing the question to 137A. There is insufficient data on the inhabitants within the ring. I believe it is challenging to avert such incidents. 137A dutifully responded. These dimwits nearly compromised the station during a single hunting expedition. Xingfeng could no longer contain his emotions. If I hadn't been present, they would have undoubtedly opened that soda, and I shudder to think of the consequences. 137A, from now on, all incoming cargo must be scanned. Even if it takes time to queue, it must be done. Understood, Commander. This will be classified as a top priority safety measure. Is it truly that terrifying? Changsha now realized that everyone had been in a state of extreme danger moments ago. I recall an old saying that a real man must drink Zerg soda. It can obliterate the dock and your entire ship, then poison half the space station's occupants before 137A can activate the exhaust. Xingfeng replied with irritation. Changsha's eyes widened at this revelation, and he subsequently recognized that the transport vehicle was hauling dozens of crates of this substance, which made him increasingly anxious. Should we dispose of it, Commander? We have no need for such a beverage. 137A inquired. No, Xingfeng shook his head. Though this substance is highly dangerous and difficult to store, it is nonetheless a viable propellant and can serve as a weapon. We shall find a secure location to store it, and I will design a suitable carrier for it. However, just as he began to conceptualize his plans, an alarm blared within the transport vehicle. Is there an issue with the vehicle? Xingfeng's immediate reaction was to rise and look towards the front, especially given that the vehicle was still transporting a cache of weapons of mass destruction. No, Commander, 137A's calm voice resonated. A significant amount of hyperspace anomalies has been detected. Based on the comparison with the large model probabilities, the conclusion is overwhelmingly conclusive. The space station is under massive assault. Chapter 60, Intense Aerial Combat. The coordinates of the anomalies enveloped the entire space station, indicating a clear encirclement. Reporting, 137A announced. The number exceeds 20, including signals from Corvette-class vessels. Xingfeng and Changsha strode into the command center, where others had already gathered. What of our defensive forces? Xingfeng inquired as he settled into his chair. Interceptor craft, 21, strike fighters, 17, reconnaissance planes, 5, and 1 Reaper vessel, responded 137A with precision. If the enemy consists solely of transport units, their number could exceed 100. The officer Rusty Spear held a data pad, his expression grave. We cannot withstand this. Have we called for assistance? Xingfeng directed his gaze toward Rusty Spear, whose demeanor ruled out any possibility of a betrayal from Tiger Tooth's faction. A beacon has been dispatched, but due to the uncertainty of the invincible meteor's precise location, the arrival time for aid remains indeterminate. Rusty Spear appeared far from lethargic. Unreliable. Xingfeng turned to Changsha. Seek assistance from our other business partners, Fishhook's chief, King of Ruins, and if possible, check if Old Tooth has recently sent any response coordinates. Understood. Changsha turned and began manipulating the data console. Prepare the fleet for takeoff, and ready the Reaper vessel, Xingfeng commanded. The reconnaissance planes swiftly dispersed to ascertain the composition of the enemy forces. The space station's dock worked at full capacity, launching fighter jets into the depths of space. We must also consider the possibility of an enemy landing operation, Rusty Spear suggested. If they come prepared, the situation on the station could deteriorate rapidly. Arm everyone, Xingfeng instructed. 137A, transmit a broadcast to evacuate personnel to areas that are difficult to land on and provide defensive positioning maps. The entire space station sprang into action. The small market within the dock area fell silent as people constructed makeshift shelters using various metallic structures. Most non-combatants were relocated to the lower square of the command center complex. Lackey, skinny reporting, came the voice of the reconnaissance pilot over the channel. We have determined the enemy's composition. 18 metallic boxes, 77 various types of aircraft, 21 combat vessels, and 3 corvettes. What is their composition? Xingfeng rapidly assessed the power dynamics in his mind. It appeared that interceptors and strike fighters were evenly matched, while the combat vessels seemed to be primarily dedicated combat units, with the majority equipped with additional compartments, confirming their intention to seize the station. Reflecting on this, Xingfeng decisively commanded all fleets, engage with full force and concentrate your attacks on the enemy's vessels. Interceptors, prioritize the protection of bombers, create chaos among the enemy without seeking complete annihilation. After the enemy's landing, collaborate with the Reaper vessel to launch an assault on the corvette fleet. Regardless of the outcome, retreat immediately. We shall engage them in a positional battle on the station. Guided by the reconnaissance planes, the space station's fleet surged toward the approaching enemy in 5 distinct formations. The distance to contact dwindled. 3, 2, 1, bombs away. The first strike fighter squadron reached combat distance, arranging themselves in an inverted triangle as they charged toward a combat vessel that had just departed from the metallic transport ship. The enemy was complete. The assailants reacted swiftly, as the multinational interceptors rapidly assembled to confront the strike aircraft. The interceptors from the space station caught up, unleashing a barrage of rapid-fire electromagnetic projectiles as their declaration of battle. In terms of quality, the forces stationed in space held a distinct advantage. Their ancestral equipment, wielded by the Star Raider pilots, could exhibit formidable combat prowess. However, they were severely outnumbered, with nearly every interceptor facing 2 adversaries simultaneously, leaving them vulnerable to flanking maneuvers. Pudgy 3, ammunition exhausted, returning to base. The comms echoed with reports from the front lines. Pudgy 9, engine hit, side compromised, combat capability lost, returning to base. Boy 3, weapon malfunctioning, moving to cover position. Boy 7, lost maneuverability, awaiting rescue. The professionalism had markedly improved. Listening to the communications channel, Xingfeng unconsciously tightened his grip on the armrest of his seat. Compared to the initial group that had emerged with the death sentence, who could only squawk chaotically and collided during takeoff, the pilots had now mastered the art of succinctly reporting their status using the simplest phrases. Grandson, the Grim Reaper has departed. A new voice crackled through the comms, targeting the enemy escort ship. Skinny, do we have a target image? Xingfeng's attention was piqued. Let me see their model. Received, locking on now. Xingfeng scrutinized the blurry image. Damn it, what's wrong? Changsha noticed his reaction. It's an active Imperial armored assault escort ship. Xingfeng cursed through clenched teeth. It must be the handiwork of those damned United scoundrels. It's a tough opponent. The seasoned Rust Spear lieutenant furrowed his brows. Without siege weaponry, it's nearly impossible to inflict damage unless we can encircle it for a saturated attack. Grim Reaper, pay attention. Xingfeng opened the communications channel. You must launch torpedoes from the escort ship's side or rear to be effective. The frontal hemisphere is composed of impenetrable armor. Grim Reaper received. Pudgy 13, commence support for Grim Reaper. Pudgy 6, move into Grim Reaper's cover position. Pudgy 7 behind you. As the battle raged on, more and more aircraft sustained damage and began returning to the space station. What are our casualties? The interceptor squadron lost 7 aircraft, but all pilots' vitals are still intact. Changsha observed the screen report. The strike squadron lost 4 aircraft, with 3 pilot signals now absent. Damn it. Xingfeng could no longer suppress his anger. Unlike the previous foolish Star Raiders, these were seasoned pilots with considerable experience. The loss of even one was a tremendous cost to Xingfeng. The Grim Reaper is in position, preparing to disengage stealth for launch, torpedo firing. The plasma torpedo's tail erupted with blinding flames, propelling it towards the escort ship, which was adjusting its stance. Entering terminal guidance. Distance to target, 186. The reconnaissance aircraft's observer continued reporting. 20 hit. The pilot of the Grim Reaper cheered over the channel. Skinny 3 reports. The reconnaissance pilot's voice trembled. Target intact, unharmed. What? The Grim Reaper pilot's voice was laced with disbelief. I clearly saw it turn. Evacuate the combat vessel. The target is firing. The turret of the armored frigate is significantly larger than that of the patrol boat. The colossal main cannon, akin to a truck, struck the Death God vessel with the force of a hammer shattering tofu, reducing it to mere fragments scattered throughout the cosmos. The signals from the Death God vessel and its pilot vanished. Retreat, commanded Xingfeng through the channel. The enemy has commenced landing. We shall engage in positional warfare. Fatty 7 reports that the enemy frigate is facing away from me. I have an opportunity. Denied, return. Xingfeng ordered sternly. I won't listen to you. I can take down a frigate today. Fatty 7, the strong attack craft, lowered its trajectory and positioned itself along the axis of the frigate's engines, seizing the moment to launch all 12 remaining plasma bombs. However, the frigate swiftly adjusted its position, activating its laser point defense array. A dazzling display of plasma fireworks erupted around the frigate, yet only one bomb successfully struck the armored plate on its side. It proved ineffective, as the searing plasma dissipated. Only the honeycomb structure of the frigate's armor was revealed, quickly sealed by a flowing solidified liquid. As Fatty 7 ascended above the frigate, it was immediately met with a barrage of fire from pursuing interceptors, disintegrating into a swirling mass of space debris. "Fool!" Xingfeng exclaimed, his eyes widening in fury. "Let me reiterate, all imbeciles must unconditionally obey orders. If you wish to perish, do not squander my cultivation and resources. Return at once." No further star pirates dared to act independently. The squadron turned back toward the space station. "Everyone, arm yourselves," Xingfeng commanded, rising from the command chair. Now comes the main event. Chapter 61. Entering the position, Your Excellency. Do you know how to wield a gun? Deputy Rusty Spear fiddled with a high-powered laser gun, casually inquiring. "I fired 5 rounds during military training in college," Xingfeng replied, removing his tiger-striped vest and donning a bulletproof vest, then instructed Changsha, "Next time, prepare me a tiger-striped version." "Then you might as well stay back," Deputy Rusty Spear remarked, slinging the battery pack around his waist. He was likely only marginally more capable than a 4-year-old with a tiger-tooth doll. The clever one had already donned his black auxiliary power armor and stood behind Xingfeng. "I will protect the boss." "No need," Xingfeng waved him off. "I know my own capabilities and won't create chaos. You go where you need to be." 137 Armor. "Present, Commander. The Defense Command is entrusted to you." "Understood, Commander. I will allocate action plans and force configurations based on enemy movements within the station. I suggest that the commander join the others in the square, while Deputy Changsha and Deputy Rusty Spear secure the 2 ends of the central building complex. The clever one will lead the team in Channel 7 to support the returning squadron members and establish a defensive line. The remaining positions have already been fortified. Aren't you joining the battle?" Xingfeng asked as he entered the corridor, noticing the spiderweb closely trailing behind him. "You haven't paid that portion, my lord," Spiderweb replied coolly. "As always. Moreover, I am not skilled in combat." "Aren't those 2 pairs of claws quite sharp? In those films, there are numerous creatures like you, capable of leaping through corridors and wreaking havoc." Suddenly, an unexpected interjection from the unscrupulous Cotton startled everyone. "While others wield firearms, you engage in hand-to-hand combat with your claws. And you leap about, causing chaos?" The neural interface translated the disdainful tone of the spiderweb with precision for all to comprehend. "In those films, a muscular hero could penetrate a stronghold, yet here we are questioning intelligence? What are you doing with your time?" Starwind cast a cold gaze at Cotton. "I am not skilled in combat either." Cotton shrugged his hands. "Assign him to the most likely battleground, 137A, Starwind commanded fiercely. "Prepare surgical instruments for him. For every soldier he loses, he shall receive double the workload henceforth." "A most prudent decision, Commander." A bionic robot stepped forward to escort the shouting Cotton away. Before long, Starwind arrived at the entrance of the plaza, filled with residents seeking refuge, and chose to sit outside. "Commander, Docks 7, 3, and 6 have been breached. The enemy is pillaging along the way." "Let them be," Starwind replied. "All we can do is buy time." Channel 9 is engaged with approximately 20 enemies, while we have 4 personnel and 1 security robot. Combat has commenced in Channel 3. The brilliant strategist has met with the skiff team and established a defensive line within the hangar. Lieutenant Russ Spear is in contact with the enemy. Lieutenant Longstone has entered the fray. Starwind observed the 3-dimensional tactical map on the data board. It remains unclear how the enemy's assault vessels became so overloaded. Currently, the number of invaders entering the space station has exceeded 1,000, advancing towards the main plaza while pillaging from all directions. Their progress is slow due to a lack of coordination and support among them. The situation remains relatively stable, since their objective is to seize the space station. Their escort ships have refrained from bombarding it directly. However, continued fierce resistance is uncertain. A slight perspiration began to form on Starwind's palms. "How long until reinforcements arrive?" "Commander, we have just received a hyperspace beacon from the Fishhook Chief." "What? They are coming?" Starwind rose to his feet. "Regrettably, this beacon was dispatched prior to our call for aid." "What does it say?" Starwind suppressed his disappointment and sat back down, analyzing. 137A fell silent for a few seconds. The Fishhook Chief inquired why we had taken the cargo yet failed to deliver the blueprints as promised. "What?" Starwind exclaimed in astonishment. "We did not." Suddenly, everything clicked into place. "It's Firestone." Starwind gritted his teeth. That scoundrel must have schemed to take the blueprints for himself, launching an attack only after assessing the space station's situation. Verification of this information is still needed, but the likelihood of the Fishhook Chief arriving to assist has diminished by 50% due to his potential collusion with Firestone. Damn it, misfortunes never come alone. Starwind pounded the wall in frustration. Commander, the defense line at Channel 6 has been breached. Personnel are retreating to Channel 7 to establish a second line of defense. Leaving the security robot to cover our rear, 137A reported dutifully. The security robot in Channel 6 was obliterated by a rocket launcher. Only 21 security robots remained at the station. Xingfeng anxiously monitored the progress of the station's defense and offense. Noting that the situation was relatively stable, neither hastened to the point of immediate breach nor delayed enough for the enemy to resort to desperate measures and unleash their battleships. Commander, emergency situation. The voice of 137A drew Xingfeng's attention away from the data panel. A marauding team had altered their course, heading towards the dock market. Let them come. Xingfeng's pupils dilated. The transport vehicles at the dock had unloaded their cargo, thanks to an earlier return to the command center. 50 crates of Zerg soda were neatly stacked on the dock. They had to be dealt with. Xingfeng set down the data panel. Is there anyone I can mobilize? None. Commander, came 137A's cold reply. All defensive lines were under fierce attack from foes far superior in number. Holding the line was already a considerable struggle. I'll go myself. Xingfeng grit his teeth and stood up. At the very least, he needed to buy some time. I do not recommend this course of action, but we have no alternative. I will broadcast a call for reinforcements, 137A stated. Xingfeng seized his rifle, jumped onto a transport vehicle, and sped towards Channel 11. The lights within the channel had been extinguished. Xingfeng exerted himself to pile various supplies into makeshift barricades. With all due respect, Commander, the psychological effect of such a barricade structure far exceeds its physical defense, remarked 137A, whose cameras were omnipresent. Silence, or you can take my place. Xingfeng wiped the sweat from his brow. The number of security robots had dwindled severely. He had summoned 2 kitchen robots for support. What a fine ally, 2 frying pans. Xingfeng chuckled at his own irony, checking the status of his particle rifle. Due to insufficient training, he could only wield this lightweight, high-velocity, entry-level weapon. Fortunately, it was not long before several individuals, carrying rifles, hurriedly arrived. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be members of the labor corps seeking refuge in the square, clearly lacking any professional combat experience. However, even the slightest contribution counts. Xingfeng swiftly directed them to find their positions and steady their weapons. Just as the makeshift defense line was established, footsteps echoed from the end of the channel. As the first beam of a flashlight appeared, Xingfeng promptly issued the command. Fire. Chapter 62. Fight and retreat. A deluge of pale blue particle trajectories rained down upon the light source, causing the metal walls of the channel to crackle under the assault. The attackers quickly retreated around the corner, seeking cover. Stop for 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Continue firing. Xingfeng recalled the particle rifle suppression course from his military training as he guided the civilians. Indeed, one of the assailants, attempting to peek out to counterattack, was struck, letting out a pained cry as he fell to the ground, hastily retreating to safety. However, the overall effectiveness was minimal. The attackers were seasoned and understood not to be easily deceived. As the first particle canister neared depletion, the suppressive fire began to wane. Take cover, Xingfeng ordered. Retreating behind the barricade, a deluge of bullets, particles, and lasers erupted instantaneously, casting the passageway in a crimson hue. Don't look up. Whatever you do, do not look up, Xingfeng shouted, crouching low. The attackers' firepower gradually diminished, yet as Xingfeng sought an opportunity to retaliate, he discerned no signs of their assault abating. Commander, they have employed a strategy of half suppression and half advance, seemingly having deduced your lack of firepower and experience. Cursing under his breath, Xingfeng lamented. Even delaying tactics are futile. He could only scan his surroundings for anything useful. Lights, Unit 137, he suddenly realized. Can you still control the lights in the passage? Yes. Commander, Unit 137 replied. I suggest we prepare. Xingfeng swiftly activated his flashlight, directing it towards the civilians and instructing them to do likewise. Once their eyes adjusted to the brightness, he urgently commanded Unit 137, turn on the lights, daylight mode. The passageway was instantly illuminated as if it were midday. The attackers were momentarily blinded, instinctively halting to shield their eyes. Stay calm. Aim for the target. Xingfeng swiftly rose, raising his weapon against the assailants. While the civilians also squeezed their triggers. Several attackers fell, howling in agony, while others indiscriminately fired their weapons or attempted to flee around the corner for cover. Bullets whizzed perilously close to Xingfeng's head. He endured devoid of conventional weaponry. There exists the alternative of temporarily removing the pressure valve, allowing for short-range bursts of flame and a sprinkling of pungent spices. The entity designated as 137 Alpha responded candidly. In essence, this may afford a delay ranging from 180 to 300 seconds, a rather unreliable prospect. Commander Xingfeng commanded his comrades to take refuge behind the corners of the passageway, targeting the assailants who dared to emerge. His grip on the situation had improved somewhat since earlier. After a series of hesitant exchanges of fire, the attackers reverted to their strategy of advancing while suppressing fire. Report the distance. Xingfeng shouted. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, 15 meters. Robots deployed. 2 kitchen automatons, unsteadily maneuvering, rushed into the corridor, wielding their chopping knives with a whirling motion directed at the assailants, while intermittently unleashing flames and the irritating spice powder from their other appendages. For a fleeting moment, the attackers were momentarily disoriented by the bizarre robots, hastily redirecting their fire towards these mechanical entities. Seizing the opportunity, Xingfeng decisively ordered a volley, inflicting injuries upon several adversaries. Yet, it was not long before the kitchen robots succumbed, reduced to smoking heaps of scrap. The attackers, undeterred, resumed their advance under the cover of fire. Retreating further would bring them to the dock station. Engaging the enemy there would nullify any discussion of protection. The entire station's personnel would be doomed. Yet, Xingfeng found himself suppressed, unable to reveal himself. 137 Alpha. Is there no other option? He called out to the artificial intelligence. Commander, hold on. The response from 137 Alpha was cut short by an explosive sound, plunging the corridor into utter darkness. The power had been severed. The assailants within the passage erupted in triumphant howls, clearly having cut the power supply. Indeed, no one remains a fool unwilling to learn from experience, especially in the face of life and death confrontations, and it was evident that the enemy had surmised the advantage of intelligence on their part. Silence enveloped his earpiece. It seemed even the power to the wireless base station had been disrupted. 137 Alpha would undoubtedly seek to restore the signal, but at that moment, Xingfeng found himself devoid of intelligence support. The attackers drew ever closer, and the pressure upon Xingfeng intensified. Should he take a gamble? A thought flickered through his mind. No, he was not a solitary hero. Yet, as he wrestled with this dilemma, 2 shadowy figures surged past him, unleashing a fierce barrage upon the assailants within the passage. Cries of the wounded echoed, soon followed by retaliatory fire. However, the 2 shadows exhibited no concern. They each sought out low cover, launching a counterattack. Much of the fire directed toward them sailed over their heads or struck the cover, posing no threat whatsoever. As the haze of chaos began to clear, Xingfeng discerned the silhouettes more clearly. 2 spherical beings, their diminutive forms easily concealed behind the similarly low cover, adeptly raised their paddle-like limbs to fire their rifles over the top. Their accuracy was remarkable. Ball shells. Xingfeng gasped, his eyes widening in astonishment. Chapter 63. The ruthless and the talkative. The balance of firepower had finally begun to shift back, with Xingfeng and his companions executing precise shots alongside the Shell clan, pushing the attackers back to the end of the corridor. At last, the voice of 137J echoed through the headset. Commander, I have no cameras available for deployment. Have you rendezvoused with the Shell clan reinforcements? Yes, Xingfeng replied, letting out a sigh of relief. These little spheres proved to be quite formidable. Although their movement speed was not rapid, their diminutive stature and electromagnetic senses granted them considerable advantage in the environment of cover fire. Do I need to activate the neural interface to communicate with them? That is an obvious necessity, Xingfeng thought, finding 137J's inquiry somewhat redundant. Understood, the connection is established. You may now converse with them. Boss. Can you hear me, boss? Though Xingfeng could not discern the appearance of the Shell clan member, the tone of voice made it clear that this was ultraviolet. No wonder 137J had asked again. I can hear you. Xingfeng felt compelled to respond, as remaining silent was not an option at this juncture. Wonderful, boss. I called out to you for quite some time. And when you didn't respond, I thought you were upset with me for being late. We managed to fend off the bandits and the captured Fan Lindsay. Those blind fools dared to engage us in vacuum without space suits, truly audacious. Then I heard that you needed assistance. Although I hesitated to enter this heated chaos, the thought of never having encountered a leader as remarkable as you compelled me forward. If anything were to happen to you, who knows where I'd end up? Those Tooth Clan folks have no understanding of how to care for us shells. By the way, boss, what exactly are we supposed to protect? I heard if this place blows up, it's game over for all of us, correct? Xingfeng struggled to suppress a headache as he observed Ultraviolet chattering incessantly while shooting. He could only manage a wry smile and a shake of his head. Well, thank you for that, but the situation is far from resolved. Is the enemy eliminated? Understood. Boss, I shall. Xingfeng was forced to activate his mental shield, tuning out his loquacious yet fierce companion to focus on the battle. Thanks to Ultraviolet's rapid and accurate suppressive fire, the combat became significantly easier, allowing Xingfeng to boldly expose himself to aim and shoot. Before long, the attackers reconsidered their strategy, abandoning several bodies and retreating from the corridor. "Boss, it seems they are retreating," Ultraviolet announced. His gun steadily aimed at the corridor while his chatter never ceased. "Those guys are not weak. They've been trying to eliminate me and my brother. However, we are not easily intimidated. You may not know, but all shells must serve 3 years after maturity. This is not merely symbolic service like in your empire. We are genuinely deployed to harsh regions for training. I was a model soldier back in my day. By the way, boss, you still haven't told me what lies ahead. Is it dangerous? Will it explode? Is it toxic? Oh, and this is my brother. His name is Infrared. He's rather introverted and doesn't he speak much. So I usually take the lead. Hey, brother, why not say hello to the boss? You've never really spoken to him, have you?" Starwind barely had the chance to breathe a sigh of relief at the retreat of the assailants before he found himself once again overwhelmed by the incessant chatter of Ultraviolet. He turned to face the approaching Infrared. "Hello, boss." Infrared's tone was notably steadier than that of Ultraviolet. "My brother, how shall I put it, is somewhat boisterous." "Somewhat?" Starwind replied with exasperation. "I have never encountered anyone quite like him in my life." "Oh, why is that, boss?" "I merely fear miscommunication and wish to elaborate." "I'm not usually this talkative," Infrared protested. Starwind raised a hand to halt his incessant prattle. "We shall discuss this later." He redirected his gaze towards the docks. "We must swiftly dispose of this heap of hazardous materials. I can dispatch the nearby floating drones within the port to tow the hazardous materials out, and then employ external drones to distance the cargo from the space station." "External drones?" Starwind recalled something. "I remember there are some very small external drones used for maintaining the heat vents, correct?" "Indeed. The smallest ones are merely the size of a teacup, as per the pipe diameter requirements." "Can they transport cargo?" Starwind illuminated the orderly stacks of Nest soda crates with his flashlight. "I understand your intent, Commander." A 137 quickly grasped the situation. "Calculating probabilities. Feasible. We can hurl single or multiple Nest soda cans towards their landing craft from the exterior. The toxic gas and high temperature will significantly impede their mobility. But we must wait for reinforcements. Otherwise, they might retaliate and bombard the space station." Starwind voiced his concerns. "Nevertheless, it remains a contingency plan. Let us prepare accordingly." "Understood, Commander. Additionally, I must inform you that the area you are in has lost power, and you can only return to the central building complex on foot. Please instruct me on the safest route, and also tell me how far it is." "The total length of the passageway to traverse is 6,800 meters. Damn." As he watched the drones efficiently transporting crates of Nest soda from the dock, Starwind finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. "Let us proceed." He beckoned the civilians to follow, noticing that 2 of them had fashioned a makeshift stretcher from metal sheets to carry the injured. "Your pace is slow, and it is not suitable for you to remain inside for long. You should head outside for now, and remember to be cautious." Starwind cautioned the shellfolk. "Obey a 137's commands at all times. You may play a vital role in unexpected ways." "All right. Take care, boss." Those people kill without a second thought. Although they are a ragtag group, they are no less formidable than the Tooth and Fawn tribe. Infrared finally couldn't hold back and gave Ultraviolet a sharp nudge with his appendage. "Hurry up." The 2 shellfolk wriggled away, disappearing into the airlock. Starwind pondered internally which was preferable, a serene mind or capable allies. "Never mind. They are moving too slowly," he consoled himself. The dark passageway was eerily silent. Starwind suddenly recalled his first entry into Captain Wasp's ship, navigating through the same dark corridors. At that time, his only thought was to find a way to survive. Now, as Starwind glanced back at the former captives following him, he mused, "I have truly changed." A self-deprecating smile spread across his face. "Commander, upon turning at exit 3, you shall arrive at corridor 4, where a formidable defensive line awaits. Once there, you shall be safe. No need to engage in combat. Indeed, this line is exceptionally robust, rivaling the defenses commanded by the Rusty Spears Lieutenant, having repelled 7 enemy assaults with merely 2 injuries reported. Such prowess? I must witness it and commend them." "I would advise against that, Commander." As they spoke, Xingfeng had already entered corridor 4, where he observed the tightly organized Star Thief warriors and security robots standing or crouching before the defensive line. Striding forward, he was about to greet the Star Thieves when he felt a piercing, hostile gaze directed at him. Turning towards the source, he found, as expected, the female security officer who had harbored discontent towards him. She truly looked as though she wished to rend him asunder, he mused. Chapter 64. Reinforcements arrive. Xingfeng, however, could not show weakness. He feigned ignorance of the officer's expression and surveyed the crowd. Most were members of the security regiment, with a considerable number hailing from the Windstorm tribe. Well done, brothers. He endeavored to project his authority. Bringing you all together has been quite a fortune. After this, I shall treat everyone to ample drinks. The Star Thief warriors erupted in cheers. What is all this ruckus? The female security officer interjected. Are you afraid the enemy cannot see your positions? You there, bald one, turn your head back. You, toothless one, steady your weapon. Do not waver. The reprimanded Star Thieves swiftly regained their composure. The pressure she exerts is quite formidable, Xingfeng thought, though she does not afford me much respect. Nevertheless, it matters not. As long as it is effective, I am a pragmatist. I have yet to inquire your name, have I? He directed towards the female officer. Cold Ember, she replied icily. Why do I sense you are anything but cold? Xingfeng swallowed that remark. Well done, I shall reward you later. He turned away. 137A, this way, correct? Indeed, Commander. Proceed beyond the exit of Corridor 4, and you shall enter Corridor 1, leaving merely 3,000 meters remaining. Oh, Xingfeng sighed. Let us continue. And do ensure you bring the wounded along. He instructed the civilians. The prospect of no longer participating in combat greatly pleased them, for the recent skirmish had indeed placed considerable pressure upon them. Thus, they were much more agreeable to the task of transporting the injured. Commander, I have detected new hyperspace wave signals. More individuals are arriving. 137A's voice heightened Xingfeng's tension. Are the reconnaissance drones still outside? He inquired. Yes. 137A replied. Their mobility is considerable, and they pose little threat in the eyes of the enemy. Hence they have not been targeted. Confirm it swiftly. Xingfeng commanded. Unaware of the conversation in Xingfeng's earpiece, the Star Thief warriors looked on in confusion as he suddenly halted. Do not worry about us, Commander. We are quite secure here, one of the Star Thieves reassured him. Instead, if the young master were to encounter misfortune, our wine would find no avenue for reimbursement. Huh. Xingfeng chuckled. Fear not. Should I perish, you may seek out Yi Sanqijia. He will honor his commitments. Haha, we believe that. It has long been said that the young master has never failed to fulfill a promise. Xing Ke laughed heartily, exuding a sense of ease. Commander, the signal has been confirmed. It is the signal from the leader of Fishhook Village, with 1 escort ship, 7 transport vessels, a total of 14 aircraft, and 19 combat boats. Are they here to add insult to injury? At this moment, Xingfeng's heart raced to its peak. No, Yi Sanqijia replied calmly. The vectors of the assault boats are already aimed at the attackers. After a few seconds of silence, confirmation of engagement was received. The leader of Fishhook Village is an ally. Xingfeng's anxious heart finally found relief. Reinforcements have arrived, brothers. His voice was remarkably tranquil. Hold on a little longer. I shall grant you permission to strike back. The spoils of victory will be yours. The Xing Ke cheered once more. Commander, the forces of Fishhook Village seem to have heightened the enemy's anxiety. The attackers within the station have intensified their assault speed and ferocity. The forces of Fishhook Village are unable to subdue them, indicating their desire to swiftly resolve our presence, Xingfeng speculated. Our task is to persist, at the very least. That old tyrant will not permit the space station to be seized. Commander, a new hyperspace dirty wave signal, Yi Sanqijia reported again. The state of your heart today feels akin to a roller coaster, Xingfeng thought, finding a place to sit as the surrounding Xing Ke cast puzzled glances. It is the arid debris fleet. Xingfeng exhaled deeply. What is their composition? 1,000-meter class transport ship. Are they coming to their doom? Xingfeng felt his blood pressure soar. No, Yi Sanqijia refuted. Combat boats are launching from the transport ship. They are Reaper boats. A substantial number of Reaper boats. Excellent. Xingfeng rose to his feet. Immediately dispatch drones to deliver soda to their landing troops. Contact the Arid Debris Legion and instruct them to disable that armored ship. I'll have it repaired and return to them. Notify everyone. Reinforcements have arrived. And we hold the advantage. To repel the enemy is to achieve victory. Acknowledged, executing, Commander. I shall await your reports on the situation. He produced a data tablet he carried, bringing up the tactical map. The enemy at Passage 9 has intensified their assault. We have retreated to the second defensive line and have joined forces with the voluntarily organized civilian armed groups, steadfastly holding our ground. Deputy Rust Spear has once again repelled the enemy. Deputy Chang Shi is leading a team to relocate positions, constructing defenses alongside security robots. Ditsong Ming, with the hangar unit, has repelled the enemy's advance, forcing them to abandon their attack on the hangar. Passage 1 is barely holding, suffering significant casualties. Passage 2 has been breached. We are activating the contingency plan to collapse Passage 2. Commander, be cautious. A large number of enemies are approaching Passage 4. The tumultuous sound of footsteps echoed from the end of the passage. Xingfeng swiftly grasped his rifle and stood, but after a moment of contemplation, he retreated to the rear, finding a box to sit upon. Fight well, my life hinges on your performance. Lung Jin cast him a glance as she moved toward the defensive line. Everyone, pull yourselves together. Do not tarnish my reputation. The battle erupted swiftly. The prowess of Lung Jin is undeniably formidable. Her marksmanship is precise, her timing impeccable, and her senses keen. Each time an adversary reveals themselves, she ensures they depart with injuries, while simultaneously anticipating their assaults to guarantee her own safety and that of her comrades. 137 Armor. Is this what you refer to as a one-track mind, Commander? This notion is not in conflict. For history is replete with warriors who excel in combat, yet lack cunning. Stubborn as ever. Xingfeng stroked his chin, contemplating that this woman had perhaps been born under an ill-fated star. Commander, you have previously denounced the trend of labeling within this universe. Indeed. Xingfeng chuckled self-deprecatingly. Perhaps I should extend an olive branch to her, considering it was my own indiscretion that initiated this discord. Before long, the assailants retreated from the fray, scrambling in disarray. Xingfeng shook the dust from his cloak, rose, and approached Lung Jin. Well done. Lung Jin merely regarded him with an expressionless gaze, offering no reply. I once asserted that women should not be compared to men in terms of physical strength, and I admit that I was rather hasty in my judgment. Xingfeng contemplated reaching out to pat her shoulder, but refrained upon realizing the inappropriateness of the gesture. While scientific conclusions remain unaltered, it appears I hastily labeled you. For that, I apologize. Lung Jin's eyes widened slightly. I have always valued capability above all. Your performance indeed surpasses that of many men. Perhaps not in intellect. Xingfeng silently added, speak your desires. I shall grant them as a reward for your exceptional combat skills. Lung Jin fixed her gaze upon Xingfeng's face for a moment before declaring, grant me a high-ranking position. Huh, even with his astute mind. Xingfeng found himself utterly unprepared for such a bold request. You recognize that I, as a woman, surpass many men in strength. Thus, you should bestow upon me an esteemed role. Lung Jin's eyes bore into Xingfeng's. Prove my worth. Xingfeng hesitated for only a few seconds before comprehending the implications. He shook his head, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he turned away. I have offered to remove the labels you wear, yet you cling to them. Lung Jin momentarily struggled to grasp the meaning behind Xingfeng's words. It appears that reconciliation between you and me remains elusive for the time being. Chapter 65. The final hammer. Xingfeng trudged down the corridor, panting heavily. 137 Armor. Perhaps we should first disable the gravity field? I truly cannot proceed any further. That is not feasible, Commander. The operation of the negative fluctuation gravity field is directly linked to the core energy unit of the space station. It can only be deactivated upon a complete power failure, and once extinguished, it cannot be restarted without replacement. Gasping for breath, Xingfeng was compelled to pause and rest. I genuinely detest this technology predicated on negative dimensions. It is a black box of mechanics devoid of principles. Yet, in terms of outcomes, without negative dimensions, there would be no faster-than-light travel, and thus no interstellar adventures for the Commander. I can't shake the feeling that you're alluding to something. Once he had caught his breath, Xingfeng resumed his forward march. Must I truly risk my life in this perilous endeavor? Who would even care to witness it? How much farther? 1,100 meters, Commander. You could opt to remain stationary. Once we repel the adversaries, I shall arrange for repair robots to restore power to the transport vehicles. Did you not see the look in that woman's eyes? Xingfeng retorted, irritation creeping into his voice. I feel that even a moment longer in that place could provide her with the opportunity to sever my head. With all due respect, Commander, there was no need for you to outright reject her. Under the educational environment of the Tiger-Tooth people, she cannot possibly possess the level of ideological awareness you demand. You could certainly exercise patience or simply focus on capability, rather than playing the role of a spiritual paramedic. Starwind interjected impatiently, even if it is not her fault. Placing a person constrained by labels in a position of power is a calamity for everyone. Understood, Commander, responded 137A obediently. By the way, the Brilliant One has returned to the command center, and all operational aircraft in the hangar have already departed to support the Allied forces. Excellent. Starwind was pleased to shift the topic. However, it is imperative to inform everyone not to become complacent due to the change in circumstances, until we confirm our ultimate victory. Everything remains uncertain. Understood, Commander. Most of the enemy forces are demoralized due to the attack on the landing craft, the unfavorable offensive situation, and the reversal of external troop dynamics. Currently, most areas within the station have repelled enemy assaults, with some regions even launching counterattacks. Capture as many prisoners as possible. I believe the younger ones might need an outlet for their frustrations. You are truly ruthless, Commander. This is merely a matter of engineering management, Starwind replied coldly. As Starwind, breathless, entered the command center, the Brilliant One, Longstone, and the Rust Spear Adjutant were already present. What is the situation? Brilliant One. Pour me a glass of water. Starwind reclined in the zero-gravity command chair. The battle within the station is essentially over, Longstone reported to the water-guzzling Starwind. Although they were defeated by our forces due to low morale, they still outnumbered us, resulting in many fleeing and stubbornly resisting. Our personnel are gradually clearing them out. What are the casualty figures? Starwind set down the water cup, slowly regaining composure. The assault boat squad suffered over 50% losses. With only the Interceptor's pilots having a higher survival rate, Longstone reviewed the data panel. The casualties in the station's offensive and defensive battle were substantial. Although the death toll was not high, the combined number of the injured exceeded 300. Ensure proper arrangements for the aftermath, Starwind contemplated. At the very least, people should know that following me brings no misfortune. Longstone turned to continue coordinating with 137A regarding equipment losses and attempted to contact Allied forces. Starwind, reclining in the zero-gravity chair, let out a sigh. Is it over? He felt an unsettling sense of unreality, as if something was still amiss. Commander, a new hyperspace dirty wave signal has emerged. It's extremely strong, at the dock level. Starwind instinctively leaped from his chair. This is it. The opposing force possesses a docked battleship. How could it possibly be this simple to conclude? He glanced out the porthole, just in time to see the intense blue glow of the dimensional bubble flickering. As the signal was compared, it was confirmed to be the docked battleship of Firestone. The massive brown-black hull emerged against the pitch-black void of space. Once the dimensional bubble dissipated, the dock's mouth began to eject assault boats like a disturbed hornet's nest, and even a frigate set sail. The attackers, driven back by the coalition forces, also retreated towards the battleship's position. Starwind's heart sank. If the previous attackers were to reunite with them, repair the damaged assault boats, and reorganize for another landing, it would spell certain doom. Destroy the docked battleship? The deathly vessel armed solely with plasma warheads is utterly incapable. Brother Xingfeng, I truly did not anticipate your remarkable prowess. The voice of Huasher resonated on the public channel. I believed I had thoroughly deciphered your military capabilities. Yet I failed to seize victory. What a surprise indeed. Thank you for your kind words. Xingfeng also interjected into the public channel. I had no inkling of your formidable strength, Brother Huasher, nor of your nefarious heart and utter shamelessness. Huasher remained unfazed by Xingfeng's jibe. The rules within the inner circle dictate such, since you have arrived. You must partake in the experience. Indeed, I concede that I may have been somewhat naive. Xingfeng scoffed coldly. After all, I have always been merely an engineer. My greatest aspiration being to gather a band of cannon fodder to shield me, and to assemble an uncontrollable fleet for amusement. The aide of Xiu Jiao chuckled disdainfully, shaking his head. Now I finally comprehend that here, one must first eliminate others to attend to one's own affairs. Realization comes late, Brother Xingfeng. Huasher's tone remained jovial. However, should you choose to follow me now, there remains an opportunity to continue amassing your fleet. Rest assured, I possess means to ensure the old tyrant cannot locate you. Were it not for your duplicitous demeanor, I might have actually believed you. Xingfeng continued his sardonic remarks. It is a pity that the chief of Yuhuk did not personally come to offer support. Otherwise, he would surely have words for you. Quite resolute, are we? Then let us indulge in something delightful. This station shall be mine. Huasher severed the communication. The opposing fleet began to adjust course, advancing towards the space station. The report from the 137th Squadron came swiftly. Over 100 fighters, 30 warships, and 4 frigates, more than double our current forces, with dock ships providing logistical support. How long can we withstand? Less than 600 seconds, perhaps even less than 300 seconds. The fleets of the Huanjia people and the chief of Yuhuk appear to be preparing to withdraw from the battlefield. Understandably so, the tide has turned. Xingfeng was not surprised. After all, they were all bound by shared interests. What of our people? Their spirits remain stable, aside from a few in the labor union holding a rather pessimistic outlook. No one has surrendered the prospect of counterattack. Such a pity. Xingfeng shook his head in bitter amusement. The precarious situation he had painstakingly assembled. He rose to his feet. Heeding his suggestion, let everyone indulge in some fine fare. However, inform all that they must stand firm. My people shall not cower. Not so swiftly, Commander. The 137th Squadron interjected. A frigate has just completed its jump and is heading towards us. What? Xingfeng was somewhat taken aback. Is it friend or foe? Hey, Captain Xuedo. The voice of Captain Zhuyu burst into the public channel. Old Zhuyu heard you needed assistance and has come. Remember to pay handsomely. This is hardly a timely arrival. Xingfeng found himself both amused and exasperated, yet he activated the communicator. What good is your arrival now? Can the bathtub ship handle the dock ship? Or can your vessel single-handedly take on 10 foes? How could that be possible? Captain Zhuyo's voice retained its characteristic slyness. I cherish my life, just as you value yours. But who said I came alone? A potent hyperspace disturbance signal has been detected, exceedingly strong, categorized as a battleship class. The 137th Squadron is poised to report. Numerous blue dimensional bubbles illuminated sequentially around the bathing bull-class frigate, revealing the silhouettes of various frigates within these bubbles. The largest dimensional bubble appeared directly behind the bathing bull, slowly unveiling the massive dark brown hull of the invincible meteor, dwarfing the 500-meter-long frigate into insignificance. Akin to a mere skiff, the fleet of the Tiger-Toothed King has arrived. Chapter 66. Division of forces. The distance between the two opposing sides spans merely tens of thousands of kilometers. The vessels of the Tiger-Toothed fleet surged forward with an eagerness reminiscent of famished tigers pouncing upon their prey, while the space station fleet, having no intention of retreating, charged into the fray with unwavering morale, engaging vigorously amidst foes that outnumbered them several times over. The cunning fishhook squad and the savage ones did not miss this splendid opportunity. After adjusting their formations, they joined in the assault against the beleaguered adversary, mercilessly pursuing the retreating forces. The periphery of the space station resembled a chaotic aquarium, where various fish, both large and small, leapt and clashed, tearing at one another amidst the backdrop of the inky cosmos, flashes of light erupting as silent explosions conveyed the grim tidings of death. It seems I have indeed validated that this place is worthy of the tyrant's investment, Starwind mused as he stood before the viewport, a note of self-deprecation in his voice. Indeed, Rust Spear, the lieutenant, approached his side. In my lifetime, I have witnessed the king intervene personally on 3 occasions, once to rescue his beloved, once to save his son, and now, for you. Starwind regarded Rust Spear with a complex expression. Why does your remark seem so awkward when the king is in such good spirits? Do not dwell on it too much. Rust Spear laughed heartily. Let us first consider how to manage the aftermath. Longstone, please compile the losses accurately. This time, it is truly over, Starwind instructed his lieutenant. Advise the fleet to exercise caution to prevent further losses. They are likely quite exhilarated now. Dispatch reconnaissance craft to recover any surviving pilots swiftly. The background radiation within this ruin is excessively high. Commander, I have arranged for civilians to assist the troops in transporting supplies, reporting information, and aiding in the encirclement. With progress accelerated by 17%, we will restore order within the station by the end of the day. Exercise caution to control casualties. We are in need of personnel. The invincible meteor gradually approached the turning Firestone battleship, its colossal frame subtly adjusting its course, capturing Starwind's attention. Does your battleship still carry weaponry? Starwind inquired of Rust Spear. Of course, it does, Rust Spear replied, amused. Intriguing, Starwind pondered while stroking his chin. Currently, the predominant battleship designs among the various nations in the galaxy are purely logistical vessels, their functions honed to perfection, leaving no space for large weapon systems. In his memory, the design of integrated weaponry within comprehensive battleships harkened back to an era long past, even to the inception of the battleship class itself. Indeed, it would be worthwhile to investigate the origins of the equipment utilized by the Star Raiders. It surely evolved from ancestral technologies, akin to those of other nations, yet diverged along a distinctly different path. The invincible meteor has locked onto the opposing docked warship. Starwind observed a slender beam piercing the Firestone ship, erupting into a minuscule white flash. This was merely due to the considerable distance. Starwind understood that proportionally, it could represent a directed energy subliminal particle stream several meters in diameter, sufficiently powerful to vaporize the rear section of an armored assault frigate in a single strike. The Firestone ship clumsily rotated its body, attempting to retaliate with the same weapon, but regrettably, the invincible meteor cleverly maintained an angular position relative to it, preventing a successful entry into its firing arc. After all, the warship's bulk was imposing, making a rapid turnaround maneuver implausible. Old Tiger Fong, why hoard your food so jealously? Is it just a mere station? The frustrated voice of Firestone echoed across the public channel. Humph, responded King Tiger Fong, entering the public channel. I protect whom I wish. Your petty opinions do not concern me. Are you aware that the dog you've raised is quite disobedient? It is peddling technology and conspiring against you. I am unafraid. King Tiger Fong's voice remained steady. But you, with your insolence, are fully aware that this territory is under my protection, yet you dare to speak? I must have overestimated your resources, Firestone retorted, unwilling to concede. Who would have thought you'd personally intervene over such a trivial station? You must truly be desperate. Ha ha. King Tiger Fong's boisterous laughter erupted. But he fell silent for a few seconds. Do you truly believe I cannot discern who stands behind you? What? Firestone instinctively responded, but quickly silenced himself. He was seasoned enough to recognize the consequences of losing emotional control. You still have a moment to send out a hyperspace beacon. King Tiger Fong's voice grew more imposing. Tell those vermin in the blood pit that if they wish to claim this place, they must first seek my approval. Silence enveloped the channel. He intends to flee. Starwind narrowed his eyes, discerning the situation. Longstone, have them launch the negative dimension pollution array immediately. The pollution array, propelled by rudimentary chemical rockets, ignited and surged away from the space station, heading straight for the Firestone ship. As Starwind anticipated, the Firestone ship abandoned its intent to retaliate against the invincible meteor. The blue dimensional bubble gradually illuminated, flickering before vanishing into the vastness of space, discarding its craft fleet entirely. Escaped? Lieutenant Rust's spear glanced at Starwind. Not far. Starwind replied confidently. The pollution array will disrupt the precision of their negative entropy compensation. They will soon exit hyperspace. 137 Alpha. Maximize the power of the dirty wave sensing array. We should receive news within days. The invincible meteor slowly docked at the space station. The deputy of Fishhook's stronghold and the head of the ruin transport team had already convened with Starwind in the conference room. King Tiger Fong burst through the door with an imposing presence, surveying the room before striding to the main seat. This is Fishrod, the brother and deputy of the Fishhook's stronghold leader, and this is Tiger Clamp, the captain of the ruin transport ship. King Tiger Fong merely glanced at the two. Too disinterested to respond, his gaze fixated on Starwind. Impressive, Techwiz, you can fight. It seems that sinking my escort frigate was no mere stroke of luck. At the very least, one must possess the ability to safeguard oneself. Xingfeng, with a demeanor that was neither obsequious nor contemptuous, settled into the second seat beside the Tiger-Tooth King. Very well, he replied. It appears the mood of the Tiger-Tooth King is rather agreeable. However, how do you intend to address the schematics you concealed from me? The Death God vessel lacking antimatter warheads is nearly a disposable unit, and it may not pique your interest, considering you possess a warship. Xingfeng shrugged. As for that missile boat, I entrusted the schematics to the Vice Admiral of Rusty Spear. Yet we hadn't even commenced production on the missiles before this predicament arose. The Tiger-Tooth King glanced at the Vice Admiral, who stood to the side, and the latter nodded slightly. I suppose you are honest enough. In truth, the Tiger-Tooth King did not appear to be one to hold a grudge over this matter. Speak. How do you intend to repay me for this substantial assistance? Grant me a warship, the one from your fleet, the directed energy type. The one with a large radius. What? The Tiger-Tooth King widened his eyes. I ask for my reward, and you extend your hand? You understand, my lord. Xingfeng replied with a serene smile. Provide me with the resources, and I shall return them with interest. Ha! The Tiger-Tooth King burst into laughter, only to abruptly cease moments later. Do you truly believe you comprehend my intentions? I am not well versed in political machinations, Xingfeng admitted, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. It is merely a conjecture. You may judge its validity. He reclined against the back of the chair. You four nations within the ring, the core power structure is essentially divided into two factions, is it not? Xingfeng turned to regard the fishing rod and pliers. The blood pit and the earth nest have drawn closer, while the relationship between the ruins and the tiger tooth is somewhat more amicable. Am I correct? Both men exhibited fleeting expressions of surprise. Initially, I was completely oblivious to these dynamics. But the Tiger-Tooth King pointed out the connections between the Firestone and the blood pit. And the forces brought by the fishing rod are precisely sufficient to engage but not annihilate, in contrast to the intent of the pliers' side, which is clearly aimed at destruction. Correct? The fishing rod wore a wry smile, while the pliers regarded him with a cold stare. Thus, let me boldly speculate, my lord. He turned to the Tiger-Tooth King. You no longer intend to bring me under your command. Rather, you perceive my potential to leverage power against the tiger's skin. Hence you are inclined to push me toward an independent faction. If the powers within the ring were to become 5, then 3 against 2 would mean you need not involve your own forces in conflict, while simultaneously overpowering the opposition, would it not? As for whether I might defect to the opposing camp, that consideration is trivial, for the blood pit operates shrouded in mystery, and the resources offered by the earth nest are not irreplaceable. In comparison to the financial might of the ruins and the military strength of the tiger tooth, the choice of allegiance is not even a matter of balance. The outcome is evident. Am I correct in my assumptions, my lord? Ha ha. The Tiger-Tooth King laughed heartily this time, without interruption. The expressions of the fishing rod and pliers, however, were complex as they exchanged knowing glances. Clever, indeed clever, he remarked, once his laughter subsided, turning his gaze back to Xingfeng. It seems I have not misjudged you. However, there is one point where I believe you are mistaken. My lord, please enlighten me. You were never a dog suited for confinement. His eyes glinted with intensity. Rather than keeping you cooped up at home to bark at passers-by, it is preferable to set you free. With your own pack of wolves, your bite would be far more potent. From the very beginning, I understood that you can only truly be of use when unrestrained. I, the great king, have never intended to claim you. Chapter 67. Gradually losing control inside the command center, Xingfeng reclined in the command chair, letting out a long sigh. This old tyrant is indeed difficult to contend with. He has acknowledged you, isn't that a good thing? Changsha remarked, his head bent over his tasks. The first time I met him, my legs nearly gave way, Xingfeng mused. I thought to myself, this ruthless killer is terrifying. Are you not afraid now? Changsha asked casually. More so, Xingfeng replied with a bitter smile. Back then, I was simply fearful he might end my life at any moment. But now I realize he possesses a broader vision than I had imagined. He gazed up at the ceiling. I dread the day he passes. I fear I will not be able to handle the aftermath. You seem quite relaxed now. Not afraid of that ear anymore. As the voice from the headset sounded, Zhuang gracefully entered the command center. Old Maotu has packed up and is ready to leave. Xingfeng straightened his posture. He is currently exploring the small market with the Tiger Tooth King. Quite smoothly, isn't it? How does it feel to not be underestimated? Zhuang's tone remained as indifferent as ever. Huh. Xingfeng stood and moved to the porthole. If we speak of underestimation, I too underestimated you, the information dealer. It's just that you never took it to heart. Zhuang chuckled lightly. What are you two playing at? Changsha, having completed his task, lifted his gaze to the pair. Did you not notice? Xingfeng turned to glare at Zhuang. This fellow has been calling me king since his first day here. Oh, Changsha suddenly comprehended. She must have heard, or rather, caught wind of something while being held captive. I have not utilized you thoroughly enough. Expert in intelligence, Xingfeng emphasized the word expert. Promotions come with pay raises. Oh great king, Zhuang replied calmly as she settled at her intelligence control console. Commander, the latest loss report has been compiled. I will organize it and present it on your data tablet. Alas, Xingfeng sighed heavily, turning to pick up the data tablet. Changsha, how many such data terminals do we have in the command center? He scrutinized the tablet as he inquired. 7. Why? Changsha responded, somewhat perplexed. Xingfeng abruptly turned and hurled the still unread tablet against the metal wall, the glowing electronic device shattering into fragments. Changsha was startled, but he quickly deduced the reason behind Xingfeng's action. The losses were staggering. The fleet had suffered more than half its losses, a third of the pilots were deceased, and nearly 500 from the defense team had perished, alongside various facilities and equipment damaged in the crossfire. Undoubtedly, this was a severe blow to Xingfeng's painstaking efforts. He clenched his fists tightly, then released them, slowly walking back to recline in the command chair. The door to the command center creaked open. Dekongming and Haizimian entered. Upon seeing Xingfeng lounging in the chair, Haizimian was about to speak, but Changsha gestured for silence, and he understood, closing his mouth. Ditsongming remained oblivious to the unfolding events and strolled directly to Xingfeng's side. After scratching his head, he spoke. Boss, there are numerous broken items. The robots cannot be repaired. I understand, Xingfeng replied, waving his hand listlessly. Have 137A select some helpers to identify which facilities are most urgent. Handle it yourself. I am not inclined to deal with the minutiae right now. Oh, Ditsongming turned and exited the command center. Is the boss in a foul mood? Haizinian tiptoed over to Changsha and whispered. Very much so. On the brink of explosion, Changsha responded in hushed tones. I have a premonition that if you utter anything, he will undoubtedly toss you outside. Then I shall refrain from speaking. Haizinian pouted and obediently retreated to a nearby sofa. Before long, King Yuhua and Deputy Xiang Yao entered the command center. There's something good, something truly good. After a few days, are you here to toy with me? King Yuhua's irate voice arrived before his figure. Not at all, my lord, Deputy Xiang Yao explained. It's primarily due to that group of wretched creatures causing destruction. I assure you, my lord, there are still plenty of good items. Get lost. King Yuhua cursed as he made his way to the sofa, sidestepping Haizinian, who was desperately trying to evade him, before embedding himself into the sofa's backrest. Tech geek, I'm leaving, he said, gazing at Xingfeng, who lay in the command chair. If there's anything else you desire, this is your last opportunity to speak. Next time, I will demand an equivalent exchange. I'll have Changsha organize and send it to Deputy Xiang Yao, Xingfeng replied coldly. I can't recall at the moment. King Yuhua tilted his head to observe Xingfeng reclined in the command chair. After a moment of silence, he sneered. Very well, I am off. He rose, dusted himself off, and added, Here's a piece of advice. The philosophy of those within the ring. When shells are confined in the chamber, they will explode. If there's a scent of gunpowder, release it swiftly. With those words, the two strode out of the command center. After a while, Xingfeng finally sat up straight. That old tyrant dares to lecture me. He expressed his discontent. My father has never spoken to me like that, though I have no father. He stood and caught sight of Haizinian cowering in the corner. You charlatan, I read in the report that you saved quite a number of people. Yes. Quite a few, around 20 or so. I'm not very skilled at determining causes of death, but I have over a decade of experience in suturing wounds. Haizinian began to swell with pride. And what about those you couldn't save? Xingfeng narrowed his eyes. Haizinian stammered. Seven, indeed. 137, A interjected at an opportune moment. However, considering your astonishing contributions, let us make it double. From now on, you shall clean the command center's restroom. But there are robots for that. Haizinian protested. This is an act of vengeance. I am delighted. Xingfeng stood and stretched lazily, just as Haizinian was about to further resist. The command center's doors swung open once more. Is Dr. Haizinian present? Xingfeng turned to see Aunt Cradle entering. To be precise, it was a bionic robot that retained much of Aunt Cradle's original appearance, though its torso bore several scorched marks from impacts, and one arm remained only partially intact. What happened? Xingfeng furrowed his brow. It is as follows, Commander. Aunt Cradle nodded in acknowledgement towards Xingfeng. After the assailants were defeated, several managed to escape into the zero-gravity nursery at the top. I sustained injuries while attempting to thwart them. What? Xingfeng turned around. The nursery personnel were not evacuated to the central hall. No, Commander. 137 responded. Following the last incident where the kindergarten was destroyed, the nursery facilities were relocated to the zero-gravity area at the top of the building, which is quite distant from the central hall at the bottom. Transferring after the enemy's landing would be exceedingly perilous, thus no evacuation was executed. Xingfeng felt a tumultuous sensation in his chest. Were there any casualties aside from you? A few children were startled, one sustained minor injuries, and another was more seriously hurt. However, after treatment from Dr. Blackcotton, he is no longer in danger. I am here to deliver a token of gratitude on behalf of the children. Humph. Xingfeng cast a sidelong glance at Blackcotton. It seems you are capable of performing humanly deeds. After the nursery attendant completed her delivery of thanks, she departed from the command center. Commander, the sensors have just detected hyperspace disturbances from the docking ship, approximately 26 billion kilometers away, nearing a light day's distance. A light day? Xingfeng pondered. This indicates that the pollutant device has indeed had a significant effect. Recalibrating the negative dimension compensator may take a fortnight. However, we have no troops to adjust. If my artillery were to detonate inside the chamber. Xingfeng clenched his teeth in frustration. No, I must go out for a stroll. To clear my mind and breathe. As he exited the command center, Xingfeng collided directly with the nursery attendant once more. Commander. The nursery attendant bowed her head in respect. Yet, Xingfeng noticed a small cart behind her. Step aside. He maneuvered past her to inspect the cart. A child, approximately 3 or 4 years old, sat within. Her lower half covered by a cloth. Xingfeng lifted the cloth, revealing an absence where her legs should have been. She is no longer in danger, Commander. The nursery attendant keenly observed the sudden change in Xingfeng's expression. However, for the time being, she has some mobility limitations. I will request the fabrication of mechanical prosthetics from 137. This child's life will not be adversely affected in the future. The child looked up at Xingfeng's face, hesitated for a moment, then timidly spoke. Xingfeng, I'm not in pain. At that moment, the webbed figure seated at the information terminal felt every hair on her appendages stand on end. A wave of murderous intent surged through the entrance, filling the space and compelling her to escape the command center, even the space station itself. 137. Transmit the enemy ship's coordinates. Commander, with all due respect, we have no means, aren't you? Xingfeng retorted with a cold smile. Inform everyone to evacuate to the Styx fortress. He strode purposefully into the command center. Today, I am in a foul mood and wish to smash something. Chapter 68. Silent Universe. After arranging the evacuation, Changshe returned wearily to the command center, leaning against the sofa, where he overheard Xingfeng and 137 engaged in a discussion. Although it is an ancient vessel, we cannot be certain that it lacks degenerate filament armor on the front, thus the jump position must be elevated, and the circular shield adjusted downward, aiming for an axial impact to directly disintegrate the hull. This plan necessitates an exceptionally precise tracking of the enemy vessel's trajectory, as our station lacks maneuverability. The only means to achieve a collision relies on the gravitational distortions of natural space that will ensue post-jump. with an allowable margin of error not exceeding 50 meters. First, we shall deploy the hyperspace beacons. I will predict and calculate the primary trajectory, while you will assist me in meticulously refining the decimal points. Understood, Commander. Yet the data latency may lead to discrepancies in the final calculations, consequently affecting the impact outcome. Data latency? Xingfeng raised his head. How could there be a delay? The internal latency of your station should not impair the computations. The distance from Bangshui Zhai to our station is 3 light minutes. Communication delays are unavoidable. There will be no delay. Xingfeng was well aware of the implications of 137th A. I never stated I would evacuate. I must decline, Commander. Boss, Changsha interjected, exasperated. Interrupting the rebuttal from 137th A. To call you insane would be an understatement. Yet here you are, discussing implementation plans with 137th A, as if it were completely normal. If you're deemed sane, it would be contradictory, considering you not only intend to crash the space station into the docked ships, but also wish to pilot the station yourself. I have merely expressed a desire to demolish something, Xingfeng retorted with a cold smile. Moreover, I have calculated the position of the command center, post-impact. The structure will undoubtedly remain intact. It stands at 73.84%, Commander. I still strongly advise you to evacuate the space station and conduct remote command. Be silent. Xingfeng snapped irritably. Today, I simply wish to indulge myself. And how many times have you indulged already? Changsha shook his head in resignation. This space station has come to fruition through your whims, and now you wish to recklessly jeopardize it. It will not be lost. Xingfeng crossed his arms defiantly. 90% can still be repaired and utilized. It is 64.51%, Commander. The circular shield structure and the surrounding edifices will inevitably disintegrate upon impact, drastically reducing the survival odds of those left behind. As long as it's usable, it matters not. After all, I built my empire from a mere broken boiler. Xingfeng scoffed dismissively. Furthermore, I intend to make it abundantly clear to others the consequences of encroaching upon my possessions. Very well, Changsha sighed in resignation. I truly never understood why I chose to follow a madman like you. It is fate, Xingfeng replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Transport vessels departed one after another. With the ventilation systems shut down, the dock's small market had grown quieter than during an enemy assault. 24 hyperspace beacons detached from the station, soaring into the depths of space. Shortly thereafter, they returned, transmitted their data, and jumped again. None of the beacons were lost. Xingfeng assessed the data. That wretched creature is so preoccupied that it appears to be in quite a dire situation. 7 negative dimension pollution bombs were released, producing a considerable quantity of contaminating particles. The target vessel should currently be ensnared in quantum interference, with electronic chaos possibly leading to observable collapse. An opportune moment indeed. What is the evacuation status? 99% of personnel have evacuated, including your trusted aides, who have boarded the executioner. And the clever one? He has been placed aboard the executioner and remains in a state of sedation. Then that suffices. The clever one stubbornly refused to leave, compelling Xingfeng to command Blackheart Cotton to administer a powerful sedative, which ultimately facilitated his removal. Is there any other lunatic left behind? A few reluctant security personnel from the former Tiger Tooth faction, along with several members of the labor union, gathered. As for the Tiger Tooth individuals, let them be. What psychological dependency must those captives possess? Alas, one cannot manage everyone. Please ensure arrangements are made for them to report directly to the command center. Inside the space station, an eerie silence had enveloped the surroundings. Most facilities had their lights and equipment severed from power by the A-137 unit, leaving only the illumination of the command center. The security guards lazily entered the command center, greeting Xingfeng before comfortably finding seats. You needn't concern yourself with us. We merely wish to witness how that scoundrel meets his demise, they remarked, perfectly embodying the reckless spirit of the Tiger Tooth outlaws. To Xingfeng's surprise, the remaining members of the labor union were equally unexpected. Gospel, have you lost your mind? I'm not insane, Commander. Perhaps a tad unhinged, Gospel chuckled. But we were once Federals, weren't we? The warriors of the Angel Federation never abandon ship while the captain remains aboard. You aren't a warrior, are you? Xingfeng found the notion amusing. I intend to be eventually, Gospel replied, still smiling but now with a serious demeanor. I've heard even children have been harmed. Humph. Xingfeng attempted to maintain an indifferent facade. I merely dislike seeing those I protect come to harm. At least we represent the righteous face of the Federation, remaining to witness the rewards of retribution. Xingfeng sighed and shook his head. I believe that group of do-gooders possesses a core of cruelty. Commander, the final coordinate calibration is complete. The jump module is charged and ready to execute the mission. Please secure yourselves, he commanded as he approached his command chair. Transmit the final coordinates. I need to conduct predictive corrections. He reclined in the command chair, fastening his safety belt and picking up the datapad. If I were that scoundrel, I would likely prioritize restoring power and testing the systems, he mused, his mind intensely focused and rapidly calculating. Transmitting the data to a 137 for final model predictions and corrections. The coordinates should be accurate. In contrast, Gospel and the others began to sing, albeit a song that, while still in the heavy metal genre, was delivered in a soft tone. Trash forged into a colossal hammer, shattering oppressive shields. The jump module of the space station began to connect to the power supply, humming as it infused negative entropy particles. The final coordinates were confirmed, and the countdown commenced. A 137's voice echoed within the dark, desolate space station. Attention, all personnel, the station will initiate a jump in 5 minutes. Please return to your posts and secure yourselves. No longer bow your heads. Face despair with a cold smile. Gospel's song continued to reverberate within the command center, detailing methods including, but not limited to, physical and mental punishments, exile, even prohibition of alcohol and capital punishment. A 137 remained diligently relaying the jump protocols. Xingfeng tossed the data pad aside and gazed out at the black expanse of stars through the viewport. I must consider employing more aggressive tactics in the future, he remarked with a self-deprecating chuckle. The lights in the command center dimmed. The night would not prolong, consuming all that remained. Final 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. From the ashes, the phoenix rises. My journey cannot be erased. The space station gently vanished into the azure dimensional bubble, followed by an enveloping silence. Chapter 69, The Rescue Mission. The executioner awaited the return of the hyperspace beacon. Today is certainly not a day for inebriation, Old Stone, remarked the Blackheart Cotton, observing Long Stone, who sat in the captain's chair, clutching a bottle of liquor. Lord Ke, you won't taste a drop for a month, he continued. Silence, Longstone retorted, letting out a burp. It's not like he's here. His gaze remained fixed on the sensor. You must learn to remain calm, Blackheart Cotton consoled. What kind of person is Lord Ke? Is there anything he cannot account for? Steady yourself, steady yourself. Put down the scissors. The sound of a web echoed through the neural interface. You've cut all the bandages. I merely wish to prepare additional bandages of the right sizes for future needs. Blackheart Cotton replied, shaking the tattered remnants of bandages in his hand. Oh, I accidentally cut them too small. A brief beep sounded from the sensor. The beacon has returned. Longstone exclaimed, springing up from the captain's chair. Quickly, retrieve the beacon. Just as Blackheart Cotton reached the door, he was knocked down by the rushing Genius behind him. Rubbing his head, he got up and watched the retreating figure of Genius sprinting down the corridor. Isn't he sulking? With the beacon signal being deciphered, the data began to unfurl on the output screen, fragments of the dimensional bubble. Longstone lifted his head. What a coincidence. What is the situation? Is the space station all right? What news of Lord Ke? Can we go see? Blackheart Cotton fired off questions in rapid succession. I know nothing. Longstone shot him a glare. Notify the entire ship. Prepare for hyperspace jump. Coordinates have been entered. The jump protocols must be strictly adhered to, he added. Once the blue dimensional bubble dissipated, the executioner adjusted its posture to align with the ecliptic of the star. Look, over there. Blackheart Cotton pointed out of the bridge window. Longstone turned his gaze towards the window. In the faint glow of the distant crimson star, a massive structure floated silently in the cosmos, slowly rotating. Countless fragments sparkled and scattered around. How ruthless, he said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. Madness. It is truly madness. The executioner activated its conventional engines, propelling itself towards the debris of the collision. There lies the circular shield structure. Longstone observed the shape of the construction. It's only half intact. And over here is the central complex, Blackheart Cotton noted carefully. Oh, the largest port is gone. The small market is also no more, Longstone added. The laboratory complex remains, though, it just hasn't drifted away. The wreckage of the space station appeared utterly desolate, devoid of any previous vitality. What of the other side? Spiderweb coldly inquired. We will see it soon, Longstone replied, studying the images on the sensor. This angle won't do. As the executioner approached the space station, the obscured side behind the shattered half of the circular shield gradually revealed its hints. Wow. Longstone inhaled deeply. This is the first time I have seen such a docked warship. The war dock vessel, to be precise, is but the wreckage of the war dock, tightly embedded within the surface of the space station's circular shield structure. The 2/3 of the vessel's hull has become indistinguishable from the damaged portions of the circular shield, presenting a chaotic amalgamation of interwoven and twisted forms. Everywhere. One can observe brief jets of flame resulting from oxygen leaks and electrical short circuits, accompanied by the occasional emergence of bizarre blue explosive orbs and the gradually swelling armor structure. It is evident that this ship is beyond salvage, concludes Changsha. While the occupants may not all be deceased, it is likely that few remain capable of drawing breath. What shall we do next? Asked Hazinmian, turning to Changsha. First, we must find a place to land, then split into 2 groups, replied Changsha, glancing at the data terminal. We will seek out the boss, while those raucous creatures on the lower deck can be left to board the war dock. Smart one, which route will you take? I will find the boss, retorted Decoming, his voice still bristling with irritation. Apart from the unwilling spiderweb, all 3 members of the loyal entourage chose to seek Starwind, forcing Changsha to assign others to lead the landing team. If Huasher is still alive, remember to capture him alive, he instructed. Take care of these rascals. Do not let your anger lead to their demise. The boss wishes to handle them personally. Understood. Enough of your prattle. Kol'jin, visibly impatient, donned a somewhat oversized breathing helmet and strode towards the landing passage, casting a fierce glare at Decoming, who stood at the forefront. She does not like me. Watching the landing team vanish down the corridor, Decoming attempted to scratch his head, only to have his hand collide with the helmet, forcing him to abandon the gesture. She dislikes everyone. Changsha secured the portable terminal to his wrist and stepped into the passage. The once familiar corridors of the space station had undergone a complete transformation, with several areas now devoid of gravity. Just think of how many gravity plates would need to be replaced if we wish to restore functionality, Changsha lamented. Gravity and power, Decoming succinctly remarked. Indeed, Changsha grasped the implication of Decoming's words. If the station's power were entirely lost, then gravity would be absent throughout. This could be considered a somewhat optimistic scenario. A 137? He attempted to call out to the station's artificial intelligence. No response. Let us proceed, Changsha sighed. There are no shortcuts. The group traversed with great difficulty, as debris littered the passage, with some areas rendered impassable due to severe deformation from impacts. Decoming and the Star Raiders had to saw through 4 hatches and even traversed a segment of the exterior. Landing team, report, came Kol'jin's ever-impatient voice through the earpiece. We have arrived at the war docks bridge. That bastard has indeed been fortunate. He is still alive. First, bring back the death row inmate. The boss will take care of it. Changsha felt no surprise at this revelation. As for the rest of you, handle it as you see fit. There are hardly any left breathing, came Kol'jin's gritted response. That old hag will not be gentle with these foul maggots. Communication abruptly ceased amidst a cacophony of blows. I want to return to the wasteland, lamented Hazinmian, feeling utterly exhausted. Ever since encountering the noble heir, life has been overrun by various lunatics. You have fared better than most, retorted Changsha with a hint of irritation. Every day, I find myself tending to his every need, performing menial tasks, and even conducting training sessions, all while contending with criminals. Now, it seems I have transformed into an interstellar rescue team. What is there to say? Blackheart Cotton chuckled. Who hasn't he indulged in a bit of mischief in the past? The boss does not resort to robbery. Clever One interjected unexpectedly. Engaging in technology is commendable. Building is essential. The other 2 remained silent, simply trudging along. Finally, after enduring numerous hardships, the weary group arrived at the entrance of the command center. Yet they found themselves unable to trigger the door mechanism due to a power outage. Clever One began leading the team in an attempt to pry the door open. What if we enter and find that the master is gone? Blackheart Cotton cautiously inquired, observing the door-prying effort. What then? We'll handle it with grandeur. Perhaps find someone to cry theatrically, and enlist a skilled eulogist and musician, Longstone replied, rolling his eyes at Blackheart Cotton. I'm speaking seriously. Blackheart Cotton exclaimed in frustration. Look at this space station, it's in ruins. Honestly, I doubt the boss has simply vanished. Longstone turned away. Given his character, he must have calculated his stay here meticulously. I believe your optimism is misplaced. Blackheart Cotton felt disinclined to continue the conversation with Longstone. Stop dwelling on the futile. Longstone, too, wished to move on. Your priority should be preparing your first aid kit. At this rate, the boss might genuinely require medical assistance. The air seems fine, but external and internal injuries are inevitable. Clever One and the others finally managed to pry the door open, and the group stepped into the pitch-black command center. Master? Missing master? Boss? No response. Wait, do you hear that sound? Blackheart Cotton halted, straining to listen. Over here. Longstone also detected the indistinct, chaotic noise. Following the sound, he approached and discovered it emanated from behind an overturned sofa and scattered debris. Straightening up, he peered over the sofa. A group of individuals was gathered in front of a large screen terminal, intently focused on something. Master? He attempted to call out loudly. with a startled yelp. The crowd scattered in fright, tumbling over one another. Longstone noticed someone clad in a tiger-striped vest and a grand cloak among them. He turned to the screen, utterly astonished. Good heavens! A group of people, in the aftermath of a collision within a powerless space station, gathered to watch the deadly shark of the space station? Indeed, it was characteristic of the boss. Chapter 70. Regrouping. Starwind stood upright, exasperated, and delivered a sharp slap to the back of Longstone's head. Do you realize how terrifying it is to scare someone who jumps out to frighten others while they're watching a horror film? Longstone stared blankly at Starwind, then glanced at the massive wreckage visible through the viewport behind him. You weren't afraid when the space station collided with the docked ship. How is it that my call startled you? He said, bemused. The outcomes of colliding with a docked ship can be calculated. Starwind retorted fiercely. But your sudden appearance during the deadly shark scene was purely unpredictable. Fine, you are the boss. Your word is law. Longstone reassured himself that his previous concerns were unwarranted. Is everything all right, master? Are you uninjured? Blackheart Cotton approached at just the right moment. Oh, you've arrived. Just in time. The starry wind brushed the dust off his cloak, then gestured toward the other side. That fool, despite my insistence to fasten his seatbelt, flew out and broke his leg. Take a look at that splint and secure it. A security guard, whose leg was clearly at an unnatural angle, sat on the ground. He was the only one who hadn't fled, though it was likely he simply couldn't. Upon hearing the words of the starry wind, he turned his head. Now, can I finish watching this? He protested. Once it's over, it must be amputated, the heartless Cotton warned him. Oh, the guard reluctantly complied. Since you are all here, I must return to work, the starry wind said, adjusting his cloak and tiger-striped vest. How is the situation on the space station? To conserve energy, I shut down the 137th unit. Not well, Changsha replied, shaking his head. Most of the facilities are damaged. Is there any footage? The starry wind approached the command chair. I recall the death sentence had a synchronized recording device. There should be. Changsha activated his headset, contacting the crew on the bridge of the death sentence. Yes. No need to send it to me. Just link directly to the command data terminal on the space station. The starry wind picked up the data pad. The main structure is relatively intact, but the little meatballs will need to find a new place to reside. If the experimental building can be welded back together, it might be salvageable, but the stress distribution needs to be, huh? His eyes lit up. Is this the current state of the Firestone's docked warship? He asked Changsha while holding the data pad. Yes. What's wrong? Changsha glanced at the chaotic, twisted metallic structure. Most of the rear section is intact. The starry wind exclaimed with excitement. And what of it? Changsha did not understand the source of the starry wind's enthusiasm. This thing can no longer be repaired to sail away. Foolish brain. The starry wind scoffed. The dock and production lines of the warship are located in the latter half. Can't you comprehend? Changsha widened his eyes, staring at the images on the screen. After a while, he finally spoke. You mean to maintain it in this state? As long as it functions, the appearance matters not at all, the starry wind remarked dismissively. Who was it that complained about the looks for so long back then? Changsha shook his head helplessly. Your standards are far too flexible, boss. The utility of the production line can obscure any superficial blemishes. A sly smile crept across the starry wind's face. I can hardly wait. The 137th unit. In the pitch-black command center, there was no response. Oh. The starry wind finally calmed down from his excitement. I almost forgot. I inadvertently struck too hard. The death sentence slowly drifted away from the ruins of the shattered space station. First, contact the Waste King and his steward. The starry wind began his arrangements. I shall forego collecting rent from him for the coming year, and sell him the blueprint for the Grim Reaper vessel directly in exchange for materials and operational equipment. That may not suffice, boss, Changsha noted, observing the task list on the terminal. The scale of the space station and the docked warship requires an astonishing amount of materials. No matter, we will first devise a way to urgently repair the production line of the warship, then use the power from the space station to initiate it. Without operating the space station, it should be sufficient to start the production line. The starry wind had already devised a plan. Then, we will utilize the production line to directly manufacture missile boats along with their corresponding missiles for sale, in order to procure supplies. Should we truly encounter a lack of motivation, we could bring over the old Tyrant's warship to assist our energy needs, coupling it with the reactor of the death sentence for adequate propulsion. It is during such times that you, my boss, ought to focus on the technical aspects. For only then does your sanity remain intact, murmured Changsha, shaking his head. Black Cotton, you along with the spiderweb, should remain at the hammer fort with the personnel. Xingfeng continued to orchestrate arrangements, recruiting more individuals, as he intended to expand further. As he spoke, Decalming entered. Boss, the female officer inquires about the treatment of the captives. Oh, Xingfeng's attention shifted instantaneously, his expression darkening before morphing into a cold smirk. No need to rush. His visage was chilling. Upon our arrival at Hammer Fort, we shall find a spacious area to conduct the proceedings publicly. The death sentence gradually approached the dock of Hammer Fort, where numerous personnel from the space station were temporarily residing. As Xingfeng traversed the gangway, the reactions of the space station inhabitants diverged sharply. The Shinko, upon seeing him return with Huasher in tow, erupted into thunderous cheers, exchanging joyous shouts and applause, reveling in the delight of vengeance fulfilled. Conversely, a segment of the auxiliary workers remained sullen, indifferent to the notion of revenge, their faces etched with concern for the future. Within a makeshift darkroom at the dock, Xingfeng sat in an authoritative position, coldly regarding Huasher. The rotund figure knelt, eyes cast downward, teeth clenched tightly. What bravado compels you to trespass upon my domain? Xingfeng scoffed. What is the purpose of this stubbornness? Do you still cling to some lofty ideal of shared struggle? Huasher remained silent. Now that you are with me, you have the opportunity to assemble a fleet. Xingfeng cited Huasher's previous words. I do not mind your duplicity. Huasher's lips remained sealed. Very well, Xingfeng rose. I was genuinely concerned that you intended to join us, though I would never accept you. He approached Huasher, leaning in closer. Are the blood-hole denizens truly that terrifying, rendering you mute? Huasher's pupils dilated. Nonsense. I have no connection to the blood hole. In my favorite B-grade films, Xingfeng chuckled coldly. That line is tantamount to an admission of guilt. Huasher bit his lip and averted his gaze. All right, I merely wish to reaffirm my suspicions. As unilaterally trusting the old tyrant's deductions poses its own risks, yet it seems his assertions bear truth. Standing upright, Xingfeng reached into his cloak, retrieving a sealed high-pressure metal canister. Let him drink this. Ensure a robot is assigned for the task. Upon seeing the words insect nest soda emblazoned on the canister, Huasher's eyes widened in terror. As he prepared to voice an objection, a Shinko soldier knocked him to the ground. 20 minutes later, Xingfeng reclined on a beach chair, observing the charred mass of organic matter at the execution site, still emitting noxious fumes, deep in contemplation. It appears that this blood-hole nation shall be my adversary in the forthcoming phase. Chapter 71. Power Restoration. The bathtub-class frigate swayed as it made its entrance into the docking bay of the space station, inadvertently colliding with several tethered fighters, prompting their pilots to unleash a torrent of curses. Alas, the indignation of those pilots was of little consequence to the imposing 500-meter vessel. Look at that old relic, Xingfeng remarked, arms crossed, observing the docking procedure of the bathtub, which had completely usurped the originally designated space for smaller crafts. Another one of those label rippers. Does he even resemble a Tuya person? While other Tuya folks revel in the thrill of battle, this one can never seem to find his way during a skirmish. Now, P.S. arriving with cargo. I reckon he ought to change his residence to the desolate realms. Yes, I am aware you are quite pleased, boss, Changsha replied, having just completed an inventory of the goods and organized a team to sort and move the essentials. After all, the cargo he had brought was undoubtedly in high demand. Captain Toothless soon approached, grinning broadly and waving at Xingfeng from a distance. Ah, Captain Que, it hasn't been long since our last encounter. Yet look how transformed our space station has become. You've truly lost your mind, ramming a space station into a warship. He gave a thumbs up in admiration. Old Toothless, I salute you. Our space station? Xingfeng retorted impatiently, brushing his hand aside. Who do you think is included in our? This is my station. What have you brought? Various supplies for daily living. Didn't you once mention that manufacturing these items is wasteful and that we should reserve resources for creating equipment and products? He glanced around conspiratorially and lowered his voice. I also have new intelligence for you concerning the blood pitters. Xingfeng nodded in understanding, then feigned a hearty laugh, patting Captain Toothless on the shoulder with feigned camaraderie. Well done, old Toothless. Come, allow me to show you around the market. I'll treat you to some exquisite delicacies. You're no better than a desolate dweller, Changsha muttered, shaking his head before turning to attend to other matters. The original small market at the dock had vanished, replaced by a newly established one, bolder in its design. The previously demolished circular shield of the space station had been hastily repaired, now adorned with extensive transparent shells, creating a spacious plaza that transformed the area into a burgeoning market, or rather, a considerable small town. From a distance, however, the space station appeared even more unsightly. The juxtaposition of the transparent shells against the station's structure resembled an awkwardly extruded, smooth abscess. As Xingfeng and Captain Toothless traversed the market in search of slightly fresher dining establishments, they soon encountered Electrode. Ah, Que, what a pleasant surprise to see you here for an inspection. Come sit. I'll treat you to some fried rice. Electrode greeted enthusiastically. Initially, Xinfeng intended to dismiss the invitation, but upon witnessing old Toothless cheerfully entering Electrode's modest eatery, which boasted a sturdy iron roof, he reconsidered. It certainly appeared more legitimate than a roadside stall. After a moment of contemplation, Xinfeng followed suit. Busy with work lately? He inquired, taking a seat opposite Toothless and observing Electrode bustling in the kitchen. Busy? What could possibly keep me occupied? Electrode exclaimed, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he skillfully tossed ingredients in the pan. Half of the stove is out of commission. I dare not start the other half until it's fully repaired. With dozens of people swirling around 3 operational stoves, I hardly have a moment to myself. I have not heard any reports of insufficient motivation, Starwind remarked with a hint of confusion. The Electrode struggled as he poured the fried rice onto the plate, spilling it everywhere. The only structure that still required power was the central complex. The experimental building, backup dock area, and warehouses were all gone. How many places still needed electricity? While it could be sustained for now, it was not a viable long-term solution. Starwind contemplated while stroking his chin. I have heard that you plan to activate the production line on the battleship, Lord Quebec. The Electrode placed his fried rice on the table for both of them and fetched 2 pairs of chopsticks. Once I can safely design and supplement modular spare parts, I will be able to produce modules utilizing our company's salt pile reactor technology, significantly reducing the demand for skilled personnel. After all, talent is scarce in the UN star domain, as most individuals are reluctant to remain in such remote locations. Starwind had never even heard of the UN star domain. Yet he was aware of the breakthroughs in the modular maintenance technology of the new generation of fusion reactors. The more advanced the technology, the lower the barriers to entry. The Empire's technological level had approached most theoretical limits thousands of years ago, with the remaining time characterized by a few technological breakthroughs and a plethora of advancements being decentralized. Thus, the inhabitants of the Empire lived in considerable material comfort, though this was limited to the material realm. That is well. I shall do my utmost to gather the necessary resources to repair the battleship and proceed with the next phase of our plan. That would be splendid. Will you not partake of some? Starwind observed the toothless captain devouring the Electrode's fried rice with fervor, contemplated for a moment, and picked up his chopsticks, taking a small bite of the fried rice. Ah, I suddenly remember that I have an urgent matter to attend to, so I must take my leave. Hey, finish eating before you leave, Lord Que. Do not be in such a hurry, Lord Que. Lord Que. Starwind disregarded the Electrode's calls, abandoning the toothless captain and striding away. You often shout and scold us, calling us dullards, yet when faced with a less than palatable fried rice, you fall silent. Blackheart Cotton lay on the command center sofa, wiping his surgical kit while deriding Starwind. I never destroy people's dreams, while you brainless fools have no dreams, only knowing how to engage in petty brawls. Starwind cast a disdainful glance at Blackheart Cotton. Take your tools outside. It is bad luck. This is also my dream. Blackheart Cotton protested defiantly. You are treating us differently. I am entitled to do so. Starwind, disinterested in further discourse with Blackheart Cotton, turned to Changshu. What is the status of the production line? The ruins have been largely cleared. We can soon commence structural reconstruction, Changshu reported. However, the stress distribution is exceedingly poor, nearing a point where even the slightest disturbance could lead to structural collapse. This matter shall be dealt with. It is not for you to concern yourselves. Starwind replied coolly. Just focus on recruiting more personnel. Blackheart Cotton, how did you end up here? Was I not here all along? I just spoke with you moments ago. Blackheart Cotton felt somewhat bewildered. What about Spiderweb? The Stick Village? Did you not say you would recruit people, Lord Que? Blackheart Cotton inquired innocently. Brainless fool. Starwind seethed with frustration. That rebellious worm could very well be plotting something against me while you return without a care. No, that is unlikely. Blackheart Cotton scratched his head. Did we not get along quite well? Are you implying that you possess the intellect of a pig? Xingfeng remarked, gently massaging her forehead. While it was true that she worked under the master, she was not like the others. She had her own mind. Do you think winning people over is as simple as managing your foolish ilk? This is precisely why civilized individuals are so difficult to deal with. Haizhenmian reluctantly rose to his feet. Is there a shuttle available? I wish to go to Banshui village at once. There's no need. De Kongming is already there. Changshu interjected unexpectedly. Is De Kongming reliable? Haizhenmian inquired, his hands tucked into the pockets of his white coat. Is he not easily manipulated? Perhaps I should go instead. There's no need, Xingfeng interjected, raising her hand to halt him. De Kongming is capable. Haizhenmian tilted his head, scrutinizing Xingfeng. Very well, I had no desire to go anyway. He resumed his seat on the sofa. A smile crept onto Xingfeng's face as she contemplated. It seemed that a clever mind paired with a simpleton brought her a sense of reassurance. Chapter 72. A bold entrance. Zhu Wang was exceedingly displeased. Wherever she went, Ming was her constant shadow. Regardless of the biting sarcasm or harsh words directed at him, Ming remained unfazed, steadfastly following her. Could you possibly be any more annoying? She finally snapped, turning to Ming and gesturing with her appendages. Why can't you just stay where it's cool? It's not hot. I don't mind, Ming replied. As earnest as ever. Resigned, Zhuang conceded and ceased her attempts to alter the situation. Instead, she obediently found a place to sit and continued with the prearranged recruitment tasks. As the loudspeaker blared, numerous wastelanders gathered around. Most were men, their eyes fixed hungrily on Zhuang, drool pooling at their lips. Had it not been for the security personnel, it was uncertain what actions they might have taken. If we were to pledge allegiance to Lord Que, would we also be granted such women to share? One wastelander asked, pointing at Zhuang as he addressed the security officer, Lin Que. Indeed, there are 5 or 6 such women available, the officer replied with ill intent, causing the wastelander's eyes to gleam. However, should you dare to approach, the security will draw their tactical daggers and make a clear gesture, he warned. Their blades are even sharper. Upon hearing this, the wastelanders instinctively covered their loins and retreated several steps, shaking their heads as they departed. Zhuang cast a disdainful glance at the crude jest of the security personnel and the wastelanders. You are right, this group of individuals, whose brains seem to reside in their lower halves, truly cannot be managed. The master can reform them, Ming replied. Even a pig's brain can undergo change. Change, Zhuang scoffed. That may be true for you, but for us, you humans are either foolish or malevolent. There are no exceptions. The master is good to you, Ming stated earnestly. Zhuang fell silent for a few moments. A little improvement is limited. The master has never permitted me to strike you. Zhuang refrained from further comment, merely observing the line of wastelanders waiting to register. Captain Que entered the command center. Que, why did you leave your meal halfway? I had no choice but to finish your portion myself. He chuckled as he made his way to the sofa and sat down. Eat as much as you wish. I have no objections, Xingfeng replied languidly from her command chair. Now, tell me, what news do you have regarding the Blood Pit people? This is not particularly useful information. Captain Que reclined against the sofa. It was merely a hint from the king's side, suggesting that the bathtub could very well be in the hands of the Blood Cavern. The silent star pondered, piecing together various clues in his mind. I recall the Rusty Spear's lieutenant inadvertently mentioning that the Blood Cavern's king was an outsider. Indeed, I heard that too, Captain Que affirmed. Thus, it is plausible that he disregards your Star Pirate's tradition of avoiding outsiders, Starwind deduced. Consequently, he may have connections with external forces, enabling him to engage in smuggling. Exactly, Captain Que exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Summon the lockhead, Starwind instructed Changshi. We must also find a way to enhance the power supply. Operating without the 137A is indeed quite inconvenient. The former head of the United Front entered the command center with a spring in his step. Sir, do you require my assistance? You've certainly engaged in smuggling before, haven to you? Starwind, too lethargic to lift his gaze, spoke while reclining. Indeed, we have smuggled quite a bit, as military funds are insufficient, which you should be aware of. The situation with the United Front is rather unique, Lockhead replied, rubbing his hands together with a sycophantic smile. Where do you typically smuggle to? Anywhere will do, Lockhead responded enthusiastically. At the border. Those mixed-up outposts have all sorts of connections. Many can directly smuggle goods to the Trade Alliance, which never inquires about their origins. Have you smuggled larger items? Perhaps a frigate? Not at all, Lockhead shook his corpulent head. I'm merely a minor outpost leader, incapable of commandeering such high-level resources. However, the upper echelons might indeed be capable. Humph, Starwind straightened up. Are you implying that the upper echelons of your United Front have indeed smuggled frigates? Hee. Lockhead unabashedly chuckled. After all, it's no longer a secret. The border commander leads the smuggling operations. Everything has been smuggled. The brothers all talk about the incident with the antimatter reactor explosion at Dock Number 3, which was orchestrated by him. They claim the battleship was utterly destroyed. But that's implausible. A battleship's armor is formidable, and even if it exploded, it wouldn't leave nothing behind, would it? Starwind remained silent, lost in thought. All right. You may leave. There's nothing further for you. Understood, sir. Should you require anything else, I am at your service. Lockhead nodded and bowed as he exited the command center. Starwind smiled wryly, having anticipated the United Front's corruption, yet he had not imagined it to be so pervasive. Sometimes, he still pondered that everyone's ancestors were imperial citizens. At the very least, they should be considered compatriots. It was truly revolting. Boss, do you mean to say that the Blood Cavern is indeed colluding with the United Front in smuggling, and that the bathtub and similar equipment are sourced from them? Changshi comprehended the dialogue between Starwind and Lockhead. Yes, Starwind affirmed. Previously, I only heard you mention that the scavengers specialized in business. Thus my focus was solely on them, entirely overlooking the clues to smuggling Imperial equipment. However, now it all connects logically. The Blood Cavern hasn't wronged you, has it? That Firestone merely has suspicions regarding the Blood Cavern. Why are you so concerned about them? Captain Tooth Decay seemed puzzled. So you share my thoughts after all? Starwind sneered. You shall not provoke me, and I shall not provoke you. However, I have now learned that it is not my desire to lead a tranquil life, but rather that the environment you have created offers no solace for anyone. Rather than waiting for each of you to come seeking me later, I would prefer to assert my authority first. Ah, the captain of the Toothless, counting on his fingers, akin to a miner from the dirt, engaging in treachery like the unscrupulous traders, and possessing a temperament as combative as the fierce, toothy ones. Now, he must compete with the blood pit dwellers in ruthlessness. I can't help but ponder whether inviting you to join us was a grave mistake. Do not feel pressured, old Toothless. Starwind rose to his feet. I shall ensure your safety. I rather enjoy the garments you provided, having made several identical sets. Even my sleepwear bears the tiger stripe design. Cold-hearted Cotton interjected unexpectedly. Indeed. How do you even know the style of my sleepwear? Starwind glared at Cold-hearted Cotton with fury. I took a peek. What do you mean? Starwind felt an unsettling discomfort envelop him. What peculiar interests do you harbor? It was a suggestion from 137A. Cold-hearted Cotton asserted with misplaced confidence. He stated that you are currently the only human who did not grow up within the ring, making you the ideal comparative sample for studying the generally short lifespan of those within. Did he not suggest that you dissect me? Starwind surveyed his surroundings in search of a suitable weapon. He did say that. Cold-hearted Cotton wore an innocent smile. He mentioned that should you meet an untimely demise, the dissection of your remains would provide me with invaluable data on healthy organs, aiding my theoretical knowledge. A data pad soared directly toward Cold-hearted Cotton's head. He dodged it nimbly, witnessing the furious expression on Starwind's face. So, you are the greatest rebel among us. Starwind panted heavily. Longstone, from now on, do not allow this perverse quack into the command center. Understood, boss. Longstone remained composed, arms crossed, leaning against the wall, observing the exchange between these two lively characters. I shall find someone to stand guard. We will proceed once 137A arrives. Cold-hearted Cotton stormed toward the command center's entrance. If you choose not to come, I shall see if you will seek my assistance for your wounds in the future. Just as he stepped outside, he collided with another individual. Watch where you're going. Cold Cinder forcefully shoved him, sending Cold-hearted Cotton stumbling. Why do I keep encountering lunatics today? Cold-hearted Cotton grumbled as he vanished down the corridor. Cold Cinder entered the command center and approached Starwind directly. You mentioned a reward for me, correct? She stated bluntly. Indeed. Starwind regained his composure, gazing at the woman before him. But it depends on what you desire. I do not understand your labels. Cold Cinder spoke with utmost directness. I no longer desire a high-ranking position. I want a missile boat. Oh, Starwind raised an eyebrow. I cannot adopt the intricacies of your mind. I shall venture out to operate independently. Cold Cinder's gaze fixed intently upon Starwind, her expression resolute. Chapter 73. The Mining Brigade with the resumption of the production line. The reconstruction of the space station has made remarkable progress. The energy issues have been largely resolved. 137A is currently delivering a report. The resources delivered by the leader of Fishhook Village are sufficient to restore the operation of most reactors. The necessary components have already been replenished by the production line. But the foremost challenge lies in the need for further structural reinforcement of the space station to prevent catastrophic failure due to stress amplification. Additionally, some high-strength materials are required. Xingfeng gazed at the various specialized diagrams on the screen. The current shape of the space station renders static stress equilibrium unattainable. Perhaps dynamic balance could be considered. Yet one must also mitigate vibrational effects. Thus, it is imperative to continue applying high-strength patches at critical locations. But where would I procure such materials? He was completely engrossed in his engineering contemplation. Boss, the steward of the wasteland, Longshore, inquired about the repairs on the assault frigate, mentioning that you promised him that armored vessel. Longshore stepped forward to report to Xingfeng. The assault frigate, splendid, Xingfeng replied with a smile. Still dodging responsibility? Longshore's expression reflected some exasperation. No evasion. Providing him with another frigate would suffice. Xingfeng grinned mischievously. Isn't that ancestral frigate bestowed by the old tyrant perfectly adequate? Can it be constructed? Longshore appeared somewhat surprised. It can indeed be made. Xingfeng scoffed disdainfully. This wretched contraption possesses less technological sophistication than your ancestral craft. It is merely a flying cannon. It aligns well with the operational standards of those simpletons, and it can indeed hit a target with reasonable effectiveness. Once the laboratory is operational again, I shall refurbish and enhance it. Should I inform them that the assault frigate cannot be repaired and offer them a new one instead? Yes, Xingfeng chuckled. They will surely be pleased. Longshore took the datapad and approached the communication terminal, uttering a phrase he had not spoken in a long while, lacking both the master and the virtue. The death sentence number 1 gradually distanced itself from the space station. Though I do not comprehend your so-called space engineering, Longshore remarked, observing the space station's image on the sensor, this design is undoubtedly not reflective of your empire's style. Indeed, Xingfeng conceded. This is quintessential pirate craftsmanship. After the extensive repairs on the space station and the battle dock, its appearance had transformed into that of a mushroom cap embedded within an open box, complemented by side protrusions resembling festering sores and a spiderweb-like network of carbon nanotubes for stress distribution, rendering the shape of the space station increasingly bizarre. The moniker Genius Station had fallen into obscurity, replaced by Accident Station. Even I find it unsightly, Longshore concluded after careful observation. Functionality suffices, Xingfeng retorted nonchalantly. Do you comprehend how challenging it is to stabilize these two into a usable structure? I have employed every conceivable method to direct all stress onto the armored bow of that assault frigate, which was severed. As long as we continuously supply energy to the armor, no tensile or compressive forces can possibly tear apart that entire segment of woven degenerate silk armor. Fine, whatever works. Longshore remarked, clearly unable to grasp Xingfeng's boastful explanation. As long as it doesn't fall apart. Has death sentence number 2 caught up? Xingfeng discerned the disparity between Longshore's knowledge and his own aspirations to impress, and had to shift the subject. They're trailing behind. Longshore checked the sensor display. That will suffice. Ensure they keep close. The so-called death sentence number 2 is, in fact, a peculiar amalgamation of remnants from an armored assault frigate, ingeniously transformed into yet another unconventional vessel. Xingfeng has forcibly integrated a set of refining equipment and several resource docking points into this ship, loading it onto the old iron and establishing a mining fleet. Although currently, there is only one mining vessel, Old Iron. Is the location confirmed? Indeed, Changsha replied. It's the Wild Horse Mountain mining area. I have worked there before. Lead the way. Let us proceed. The two frigates vanished, enveloped by dimensional bubbles. Wow, this is quite extensive, Xingfeng remarked, gazing at the vast cluster of drifting debris ahead. There are such remarkable places within the ring. Before the spacecraft lay a sprawling expanse of debris, varying in size, encircling a diminutive planet. This mining area was discovered by the Terrans over a century ago, Changsha explained. Even now, few are aware of it. It appears two planets collided, with one shattered to pieces, and the remnants captured in a stellar ring. Xingfeng was thoroughly satisfied. This is incredibly convenient, even more so than asteroids. Let us commence work swiftly. The two frigates entered the debris field, one after the other. The death sentence maneuvered nimbly among the rubble, continuously adjusting its trajectory until it stabilized its relative position. 3 fighters detached from the hull, proceeding towards the debris to initiate towing operations. Conversely, death sentence No. 2 encountered difficulties, awkwardly entering its orbit when it collided with a fragment, nearly dislodging Old Iron. Be cautious, Changsha scolded over the comms. I've told you that orbital navigation differs from deep space travel. You must consider the orbital altitude variations caused by changes in orbital velocity. You dolts. You're beginning to resemble a civilized individual more and more, Xingfeng thought with satisfaction as he observed Changsha. Fortunately, death sentence number 2 quickly regained its composure, releasing Old Iron to commence mining operations. Professionalism prevails, Xingfeng noted as he watched Old Iron efficiently pulverize and absorb the debris into its cargo hold, contrasting sharply with the clumsily maneuvering fleet still struggling to capture the fragments. We only have this one mining vessel, boss. There are limits to what we can achieve. The daily mineral shortfall is growing increasingly severe, and continuing like this is unsustainable. What can be done? Your Terran mining vessels are the lifeblood. Where can I find others like you who are willing to invest in the team? Changsha lamented, unable to devise a solution. The mining operation proceeded at a leisurely pace, while Xingfeng, feeling rather bored, occupied himself with improving the ancestral frigate's simulation blueprint using a datapad. The beeping of the sensors drew his attention back. What is happening? Another mining fleet, Changsha reported. Their purpose? Xingfeng had already begun to suspect. I'll handle it. Changsha activated the communication terminal and tuned into the channel used by the other party. We do not know where you hail from, but this is Quartz Brother-S territory. If you wish to mine here, you must first purchase a permit. The other party wasted no time, getting straight to the point. And what if we refuse to buy? Xingfeng replied coolly. Without a purchase, you are not permitted to mine. What does that entail? Xingfeng continued to probe. Will you resort to violence? You guessed correctly. came the provocative tone from Quartz Brothers' men. We have resources at our disposal. Oh, Starwind deliberately elongated his voice. Let me take a guess. You, Quartz, must wield considerable influence, commanding several vessels and overseeing numerous individuals, thus positioning yourselves as a dominant power, am I right? Ha ha ha, you're quite perceptive. The voice from the communicator sounded exceptionally pleased. Those who are sensible should hastily deliver the goods and procure the license. That puts my mind at ease. Starwind chuckled softly. I was worried you might be impoverished souls struggling for survival. Since you are indeed a power, I shall not be overly polite. He switched to the internal channel. Let us make it happen. Chapter 74. The carousel, the three fighter jets, laboriously dragging rubble, felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, casting aside debris and charging exuberantly towards the opposing mining fleet. Can they hold their own, youngsters? Starwind reclined lazily in the command chair, inquiring. Are they numerous? Rest assured, my esteemed lord, with the equipment at hand, even if I were armed with merely a bamboo pole, I could dismantle the earthen dwellers' fleet. The muscular pilot's voice brimmed with confidence. Very well, then go forth. Starwind replied with a smile. Oh, if possible, show mercy to the mining vessels. They will be of use to us. Certainly. In contrast to the vastness of deep space, combat in near orbit was fraught with far more restrictions. Both sides resembled riders on a carousel, exchanging fire as most maneuvers could only alter altitude and speed rather than allowing for free-spirited dogfights. However, the carefully selected pilots from Longstone, who had survived the previous defensive battle, were seasoned veterans, precise in their trajectory changes and fierce in their artillery skills. Coupled with the advanced performance of the second-generation mass-produced models, it did not take long for Starwind's team to rout the considerably more numerous Earthen fleet. Cool Sister reported. The voice of the female pilot filled the channel. We have detected enemy reinforcements descending from high orbit into the combat zone. Type? Starwind inquired. Still verifying. The Cool Sister reconnaissance craft paused for a few seconds. It is a combat boat, an ancestral model, 3 in number. Quite a substantial heritage they possess. Starwind raised an eyebrow. Blind Eye, it is your turn to take the stage. Understood. A tone of impatience echoed from the channel. The missile boat disengaged from the Death Sentence's combat boat docking station, accelerating towards high orbit. She isn't going out to operate alone, is she? Longstone murmured. Isn't this her first assignment? Starwind replied with a smile. Can she manage? Longstone frowned. As long as she has hands, she will be fine. Starwind radiated confidence. The Blind Eye missile boat pushed its engines to their limit, ascending to a higher orbit before halting at an opportune position, entering a state of orbital glide. The Earthen combat boats took note of this high-risk target, ceasing their descent and gradually closing the distance to the Blind Eye, taking advantage of the slow speed characteristic of high orbit. Then came a barrage of concentrated fire. Yet, the Blind Eye made no evasive maneuvers. Instead, it adjusted its bow towards the incoming fire and absorbed several shells. Goodness, is it truly that reckless? Although Starwind was aware that the missile boat he designed had thicker armor than the ancestral models and would not be easily breached, he was nonetheless taken aback. I told you it wouldn't work. Longstone felt vindicated in his assumptions. As the distance diminished, the Blind Eye endured an increasing number of shells, causing Starwind to grow somewhat anxious. Will she be able to handle this? Don't tarnish the reputation of my missile boat. Yet, just as the two sides were nearly upon one another, the Blind Eye took decisive action. The missile boat's engines abruptly ignited, elevating its trajectory to a higher altitude than that of the combat vessels, while simultaneously launching a multitude of missiles. What on earth? Longshore exclaimed, stamping his foot in frustration. However, Xingfeng squinted, recognizing the sophistication of the maneuver. The numerous missiles, propelled from the missile boat, swiftly locked onto their targets in high orbit and veered towards the cluster of combat vessels. Despite the combat vessels igniting their engines to initiate evasive maneuvers, their efforts proved futile. The missiles, benefiting from their orbital advantage, effortlessly covered all potential escape routes. The combat vessels that ascended in altitude were destroyed due to their reduced speed, while those altering their trajectory faced blocked paths and were struck. Only the vessels reducing speed to lower their orbit managed to gain a quicker relative velocity, thus escaping destruction by sheer luck. Yet, the missile boat quickly descended to a lower orbit, pursuing with increased speed. Brilliant fireworks erupted in the orbit of the dwarf planet. Impressive, Longshore marveled. One must have fought countless battles in orbit to achieve such proficiency. Xingfeng pondered, stroking his chin. How could someone so adept in hand-to-hand combat, marksmanship, and command in space warfare end up resorting to underground fighting in the Gale stronghold? It's just how she is. Didn't you previously deride her intellect? Longshore replied nonchalantly. Isn't strength paramount for the Tusk people? That's the case for men, Women hold no status, Longsha remarked with an air of naturalness. No wonder. Xingfeng recalled Cold Jie's persistent label. I almost don't want to let her go. It's too late now, Longsha chuckled. After the missile boat returned to high orbit and decelerated, it lowered its trajectory towards the executioner. The fuel consumed during the descent maneuver exceeded expectations. Cold Jie's voice resonated over the channel. Hurry and replenish. It will be charged to your account. The blind one slammed heavily into the docking bay of the executioner. What a reckless move. Xingfeng suddenly recalled something and shook his head in self-mockery. No, that would be far-fetched. The fighters, dejected, navigated towards the debris field, resuming their least favorite task of mining. We have confirmed the opponent's position, boss, Longsha announced, lifting his gaze from the sensor display. Directly ahead of us. At a similar altitude and speed. Landing craft, Xingfeng called over the channel. Here, young master. The voice of Shinko came through the channel. Change trajectory to pursue that tin box in front and bring their leader over. Understood, young master. Off we go, big genius. Shinko abruptly severed the signal. Shortly thereafter, a bruised and battered thug was captured by Big Genius and brought before Xingfeng. Are you Brother Quartz? Xingfeng inquired, gazing at the bound thug grimacing in pain. No. The thug shook his head. Where's Brother Quartz? Brother Quartz rarely comes here. I'm just watching the place for him. In such a large area. Did you all just help yourselves? This has always been Brother Quartz's territory. Nonsense, Longsha interjected with a scoff. I used to work here. I've never heard of any Brother Quartz. That's what Brother Quartz said. The thug dared not insist. All right, good. How many men does your Brother Quartz have? Longsha remarked, recalling that those with combat vessels were of chieftain caliber. How many wild dogs like you does he keep? Well. The ruffian hesitated, seemingly burdened with doubts. Xingfeng exchanged glances with Dekongming. The burly man seized the ruffian's ankle and hoisted him upside down. I will count to 3. If you do not speak, I shall cast you aside. 1. I will speak. I will speak. The ruffian exclaimed. Brother Shireen oversees a star system and a village, with 50 or 60 fighter jets, about 10 combat boats, and 2 frigates. Indeed, impressive strength, Xingfeng remarked with a grin. He shall be the first neighbor I visit. Do we not come out to mine? Changsha pondered, increasingly perplexed by Xingfeng's intentions. Are we truly needed for mining? Xingfeng gestured for Dekongming to lead the ruffian away. Of course. I have come to stir trouble with the local inhabitants. Chapter 75. A brick to knock on the door, is this what has emerged? Changsha gazed in astonishment at the frigate outside the porthole, his jaw dropping in disbelief. To be honest, constructing a flying cannon is simpler than crafting an escape pod from a washing machine, Xingfeng declared with pride, raising his chin. Moreover, with our own production line established, it is even easier. What of its power? Changsha was not easily swayed. As far as I know, the firepower of this ancestral ship type is notoriously unstable. One might say it is adequate, Xingfeng replied, refraining from exaggerating on engineering matters. Although your ancestral ship shares principles with the directed energy vessels of various nations, the particle accelerator and power distribution remain rather primitive, making it a weapon that still caters to the crude operational skills of the uncivilized. As long as it is functional. That is what you often say, Changsha conceded, his concerns waning. Rest assured, I shall enhance it, ensuring it remains lethal while still operable by the unrefined. At that moment, Lung Jin entered the bridge. I want that. She pointed at the frigate outside. Do you presume me a wishing well, granting whatever you desire? Xingfeng chuckled at the woman's obstinacy. You may propose conditions. Lung Jin replied, somewhat anxious. That is negotiable. Xingfeng nodded contentedly. Originally, the contract was to depart after yesterday's battle, correct? This time, you must assist me in defeating Brother Shireen, and I shall reward you appropriately. What if you deceive me? When have I ever deceived you? Xingfeng turned his back to Lung Jin. Rest assured, I require capable individuals, and presently, you are the most formidable. I wish to conduct business with you in the future. Very well. Lung Jin tossed her long hair and strode out of the bridge. Are you truly reluctant to part with her? Changsha observed the exchange with calm detachment. Needless to say, Xingfeng shot him a discontented glance. When we encounter formidable foes requiring fleet battles, will you take charge? Dekongming or I? Alas, Changsha conceded with a nod. You do make valid points. Yet she is a woman. You seem to have disregarded our previous discussion about labels, Xingfeng retorted with growing dissatisfaction. Here, it matters not whether one is a woman, or even less, as long as they are useful. That was not my intention. Forget it. What is our next course of action? Changsha shifted the subject. What course of action? Was it not demonstrated at the Windstorm village? Xingfeng returned to the captain's chair. Shall we strike again? Changsha displayed a resigned expression. What else is to be done? My mining fleet has been bullied. Should we not seek retribution? Xingfeng's face reflected a sense of grievance. The elder merely carried a brick to knock on the neighbor's door, seeking a mutual acquaintance. Changsha shook his head and returned to the control panel. The most unscrupulous individual within the ring had now gone mad. The executioner, too, and several fighter jets, along with the iron box transport vessel, remained in the asteroid belt to continue their mining operations, while the executioner and the newly minted spear-class frigate vanished into the dimensional bubble. Is this Quartz Village? Xingfeng inquired, gazing out of the porthole at the ruffian beside him. Indeed, I have been here before. There is no mistake, the ruffian replied, having been reluctantly conscripted into the crew of the executioner. Though he harbored grievances, he lacked the means to resist. Quartz Village exhibits a distinctly different style from several other settlements. It is a space city constructed through excavation on an asteroid, located at the fringes of a stellar system. Does this stellar system fall under your jurisdiction as well? Yes, there lies a relatively habitable planet at its innermost edge, where the audacious take up residence. Audacious? Oh, for a brief moment, Xingfeng was puzzled but quickly grasped the implication. You inhabitants of the ring are a nomadic people. What does that mean? Changsha questioned, unfamiliar with the term. A barbaric tribe that does not settle on planets, Xingfeng elucidated. There is also a blade kingdom that, like you, resides solely in the cosmos. Otherwise, do you imperial folk reside on planets and consume children? Changsha comprehended Xingfeng's insinuation and even began to retort in kind. You are increasingly resembling our civilized folk. Xingfeng chuckled softly. Thus, I surmise many among you believe residing on fixed planetary locations is inherently unsafe. If not, then what? The ruffian beside him appeared bewildered. Is it truly safer on a planet? Get back to work. Xingfeng was disinclined to elaborate. Changsha, prepare to detonate. First, locate an unoccupied area to blast. Right away? Understood. Changsha did not bother to inquire further. The Muscleman squad, Blind One, and Spear-class frigate, upon observing the designated marker, targeted the indicated area for an assault. A laser beacon was fired from the executioner, embedding itself in a barren expanse of the asteroid's surface. The Spear-class frigate, with its extended range, made slight adjustments, and the particle accelerator, bolstered by the fusion reactor, began to energize its 480-meter trajectory. Subsequently, a torrent of ultra-high-velocity particles erupted from the ship's bow, striking the asteroid's surface and creating a vast crater. Still insufficient, Xingfeng lamented. The duration was short, and the dispersion at this distance was significant. If we were to extend it further, it would likely resemble a mere spotlight. The efficiency of the particle accelerator must be enhanced. The nearby Blind One then launched a 10-round fusion bomb assault, erupting spheres of light upon the asteroid's surface, followed by the plasma bomb bombardment from the Muscleman squad, which, in comparison to the previous two, was considerably smaller in scale. Before long, a communication echoed through the public channel. Who is this brother from which route, so disrespectful of the rules? The voice was steady, exuding the air of authority. Are you aware that this is Quartz Brothers' territory? I am called Xingfeng. Xingfeng replied directly. A few days prior, I was informed in the Mustang Mountain mining area that to mine here, one must seek Quartz Brothers' permission. So I came to see what kind of deity this Quartz Brother is, and why his subordinates dare to speak so boldly to me. Oh, come seeking trouble, are we? Quartz Brother sneered coldly. Very well, it has been a considerable time since I last engaged in physical activity. My dear comrades, let us commence our duties. Communication has been severed. The enemy aircraft have emerged from the Quartz stronghold. Changsha observed the sensor reports, which indicated the presence of fighter jets, assault boats, and frigates. My dear comrades, you are all survivors from the last defensive battle. Xingfeng cut into the internal channel to emphasize the essence of professionalism. Very well. The tailgate of the ironclad transport ship swung open, and the newly adorned fleet of skiffs surged forth, launching themselves towards the fleet of Brother Quartz. Remember, do not act impulsively. Each individual must be acutely aware of the targets they are to engage. Xingfeng urged over the channel. Should death befall you, it matters not. Do not squander my painstaking cultivation. Report back. The Cool Girl Reconnaissance Squad is tasked with intelligence gathering, guiding artillery fire, and transmitting enemy formation data, while avoiding direct confrontation. The Handsome Guy Interceptors are dedicated to engaging enemy aircraft. The Muscle Man Strike Force specializes in combating assault boats. The Delivery Boy Torpedo Squad will target the frigates. The Spearhead, aiming for the frigates as well. The Blind One. You never specified who I should engage. You may target anyone. This final remark caught Xingfeng off guard after a flurry of precise self-identifications. I do not issue commands frivolously. Then I shall proceed with unrestrained fervor. A hint of joy crept into Lung Jin's previously impatient voice. Chapter 76. Hammer and nail outside. Chaos swiftly ensued. In contrast to the orbital skirmishes, The battles in deep space were far more liberated. Although Brother Quartz's motley crew vastly outnumbered Xingfeng's team, they were not the elite hired by Huoshi, and the disparity in equipment was more pronounced than during the defense of the space station. Consequently, they soon found themselves in disarray, fleeing in terror. The only less than impressive performer was the newly equipped spearhead. Its ultra-high-speed particles struck the enemy's international-class frigate numerous times, peeling away its armor in layers, yet failing to inflict any critical damage. The laboratory must be restarted promptly. Xingfeng furrowed his brow as he regarded the spearhead. I do not have the luxury of time to validate this process anew. Before long, a new voice emerged on the channel. Good sir, can we not engage in a civil discourse? Must we resort to such drastic measures? Brother Quartz's tones softened considerably. Come aboard my vessel. Xingfeng wasted no words. This caught Quartz off guard, leading him to hesitate. Then we shall continue. Ah, wait. I will come. I shall do so. Brother Quartz, diminutive and lean, sat down at Xingfeng's gesture, a forced smile adorning his face. Perhaps we have some misunderstandings. A clarification would suffice. There is no need for total annihilation, correct? Xingfeng chuckled heartily. Misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding. At these words, Quartz's complexion paled, cold sweat beading on his brow. Let us be candid. This situation is not entirely your fault. Your reaction is quite understandable. Xingfeng regarded Quartz with a smile that held a hint of mockery. I am here to provoke trouble. Ah, this lackey you. Quartz's expression became a complex tapestry of emotions. I wish to conduct business with you, Xingfeng said with a smile. Am I not merciful? I could have taken it by force. Merciful indeed. Brother Quartz forced a smile anew. What does the lackey require? We are prepared. The Mustang Mountain mining zone. Xingfeng casually tossed out a term. In the future, the mines excavated by your people will be purchased at high prices, but while your men are mining, you shall not interfere. Is that acceptable? After some contemplation, Quartz found no fault in this condition. No problem, it's a deal. What if you breach the contract? Quartz pointed towards the quartz village outside. Then you shall dismantle it. Very well. A week later, the commander was informed, the chief of Quartz Village wishes to see you. Starwind, engaged in physical simulations in the recently restarted laboratory, chuckled at the news. I'm busy. Understood, replied 137A calmly. I will inform him honestly. Not long after. 137A reported again. The chief of Quartz Village has left, but he requested a message for you, which I have recorded. Proceed. Lackey, that is not fair. Quartz's voice was filled with urgency. You promised to purchase our ore, yet you hardly need it. Your mining vessels are utterly unreasonable. Our ore has been queued for months. If this continues, we want to be able to utilize the mining area. Provide some explanation, lackey, if anything goes wrong. We want to take responsibility. It seems they might retaliate, Starwind remarked with a smile. First, let us give a heads up to the leader of Fishhook Village, advising him not to intervene. He then connected to Lung Zhan's private channel. Maverick, do you need a new ship? Days later, as Starwind had anticipated, Quartz tore off the mask of civility, leading a coalition from several villages against them. The negative energy pollution array is operational, Commander, reported 137A. The enemy fleet has exited the negative dimensional hyperspace, scattered within a light second to half a light day, and is regrouping. Their numbers are considerable, even surpassing those from the last encounter. However, this time is different. Starwind sat in the command chair, observing the sensor map with a cold smile. He expected that someone who had merely dabbled in theoretical studies at university could overpower them. He activated the command channel. Position shared. All units prepare for a jump attack. Muscle men will handle targets in Area A1. The Hammer team will tackle targets in Area A4. Delivery crew will secure the isolated escorts in Area B1. The Blind team will intercept targets in Area B4. Maverick, take down the largest ship in Area C2. And the interceptor squadron should stand by around the space station. The nearest fools will come to us. Cool squad, assign your own targets. Received, lackey. My ship is named Blinded Dog. Understood, Blinded Dog, set off quickly. The various teams, now assigned their missions, disappeared methodically into the dimensional bubble. Starwind stood up, stretching. I'll take a short rest. Remember to provide me with the footage of that Maverick later. I wish to evaluate the improvements on the escort ship. Also, cross-check the combat models, 137A. At dinner time, Starwind and Longstone arrived at the cafeteria, just as the returning pilots entered, greeting Starwind from afar. That was exhilarating, lackey. One pilot exclaimed, still in his G-suit, excitement radiating from him. I've fought many battles in my life, but never have I enjoyed one so much. It was like hammering nails, bang bang, and they couldn't even retaliate. Exactly. We experienced the same. You should have seen that foolish combat craft, rolling like a dead fish. Unable to catch any of us. Ah, you have yet to witness the appearance of that frigate, its rear detonating, reminiscent of my previous encounter with that lady. Ha ha ha. Xingfeng responded with a smile to the pilots of the Shinko. Gradually, a sense of order was restored, and he thought with satisfaction. Though somewhat crude, the ability to engage in combat sufficed. After a delightful dinner, the pilots intended to indulge in revelry, and perhaps even brawls, and Xingfeng chose not to participate, making his way directly back to the command center. How is the data comparison progressing? 137A. It is nearly complete. 2 combat vessels have escaped, one of which exhibits an operational style markedly different from the predictions of the tour people. Have all targets been marked by the Cool Girl team? Yes, they have all been marked. Once the target stabilizes its position, the WeChat hyperspace beacon will signal back. Excellent. Xingfeng stroked his chin. I refuse to believe we shall not catch your tails this time. What about the operational data of the frigate? It is currently being displayed. Xingfeng glanced at the large screen ahead. The screen showcased battlefield footage. The blinded dog-eye frigate, having exited the dimensional bubble, charged directly towards a large starship that appeared rough and peculiar in shape. What is this contraption? Xingfeng inquired of Changshe, observing the evidently cobbled-together odd vessel. We refer to it as a destroyer. This thing? Xingfeng chuckled incredulously. This jumbled mass of metal boxes welded together, augmented with a few clumsy cannons, is called a destroyer? Well, it is indeed useful for assaulting strongholds, Changshe shrugged. Xingfeng fell silent, watching as the frigate dove toward the destroyer. This woman is rather reckless, simply charging ahead, Changshe remarked. At least both she and I can see that this haphazard metal box is hardly formidable. Xingfeng nodded in slight approval. The destroyer, noticing the incoming frigate, began to activate its attitude control thrusters, turning its body toward the frigate. Suddenly, the cannon at the bow of the frigate flashed, and a searing beam of light pierced the pitch-black void of space. The cannon fired prematurely, not yet within effective range. Did you not provide the maximum effective range data? Testing early is indeed a wise choice, Xingfeng smiled. Although my design is infallible. Subsequently, the appearance of the new type of frigate began to evolve. Compared to the original ancestral model, the new frigate's hull had been enhanced with 3 rings of varying sizes. The rings slid into position, sequentially locking in place from largest to smallest toward the stern. Remarkable. The learning curve is astonishing. She has mastered the focusing mode already. Xingfeng expressed his surprise. It seems that combat talent truly exists. The frigate's cannon flashed once more. This time, the searing beam became narrower, yet detonated the metal destroyer from a considerable distance, melting one of its turrets into scrap. The destroyer hastily adjusted its position, attempting to retaliate with its remaining turrets, but alas, the range disparity rendered their counterattacks ineffective. The frigate continued to advance, precisely targeting the metal destroyer, systematically eliminating turret after turret and attitude control thruster. Remarkably precise adjustments. Xingfeng marveled. With each interval of distance, she varied the acceleration circle's radius, fine-tuning the focus to select the most appropriate level of concentration. Ultimately, the frigate surged forward, positioning itself directly before the destroyer. Its 3 acceleration coils arranged in a reversed order, from smallest to largest. The bow gun of the frigate emitted a brilliant flash, this time not as a slender beam, but resembling an expanded conical light. The battered steel destroyer, unable to withstand the onslaught, disintegrated completely, transforming into a cold expanse of space debris. Changshe gaped in astonishment. I have changed my perspective, boss. What exactly is the background of that woman? Even if she is deliberately overlooked due to her gender, her technology seems almost otherworldly. Xingfeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Perhaps, I say perhaps, he replied, revealing a meaningful expression. If the notorious leader of the Tiger Tooth Gang were aboard that ship, would it all make sense? Chapter 77. New Methods. The leader of the Tiger Tooth Gang? Changshe was taken aback, then quickly regained composure. Boss, you are being far too fanciful. The Tiger Tooth faction would never allow a woman to ascend to power, and Qian has always appeared in powered armor. Furthermore, that madman's personality is reckless and single-minded. He possesses no other merits aside from his fighting prowess. Given how we have wronged him, he would surely harbor a deep-seated hatred towards us. Changshe felt increasingly as though he was merely trying to convince himself. Her gaze upon me the first time was indeed reminiscent of someone with a profound grudge. Cold sweat began to form on his brow. Boss, perhaps we should let her go. What if there's truth to it? Only now do you bring this up? Xingfeng shook his head, his expression complicated. If she had wanted to kill you, she could have done so 100 times over. What should we do now? Changshe asked anxiously. What else can we do? Continue to feign ignorance. Perhaps my guess is mistaken? Xingfeng replied noncommittally. In any case, she has not exhibited any intention of eliminating us. What, then, is her true purpose? Changshe managed to calm himself, taking a sip from his water cup. I suspect she has no ulterior motive, Xingfeng chuckled. This individual is quite straightforward, from the outset. Her intent has been to prove herself. However, you star pirates never grant women opportunities, thus she has sought her chance with me. He rose to his feet. We shall see when she comes to understand the futility of seeking validation from me. The execution vessel arrived once more before the Quartz stronghold. Quartz, will you come out voluntarily, or shall I personally enter to invite you? Xingfeng inquired leisurely over the public channel. I'll be right there, right there. Quartz's voice sounded as humble as a locked door. There shouldn't be just you, correct? Invite everyone. I shall host a banquet for us to become acquainted. Surely no one would refuse such hospitality? Quartz fell silent for a few seconds. Everyone will come. Everyone will come. The activity hall of the execution vessel had been thoroughly cleaned, featuring a massive round table at its center, laden with various dishes and drinks. Although it would be deemed insignificant by civilized standards, by the standards of the Star Pirates, this feast rivaled an imperial banquet. Xingfeng and Changshe occupied the host positions at the banquet, with Dekongming and the Spider Network standing behind them. Seated as guests were 6 stronghold leaders, similarly flanked by bodyguards or aides. However, the presence of bodyguards did little to instill a sense of security. As 4 heavy-duty security robots loomed in the corners of the room, the chieftains gazed longingly at the sumptuous feast laid out before them, yet trembled in fear at the presence of the robot. Not to mention the enigmatic Lord Quebec. He preferred to be straightforward. So let us dispense with pleasantries and speak candidly. Xingfeng raised his chin with an air of pride. Was he mistaken? No. Shireen nodded obediently, and the other chieftains followed suit, except for one who displayed a clear defiance. Ah, the Lord of White Phosphorus, was it? Xingfeng certainly would not overlook this detail. His discontent was evident. The Lord of White Phosphorus dared not confront Xingfeng. He acquiesced, turning his gaze elsewhere. Heh! Xingfeng chuckled lightly. No worries. You may return and seek assistance from others. See, I have granted Shireen such an opportunity. Shireen's facial muscles twitched. A fleeting smirk appeared on the face of the Lord of White Phosphorus. Seeking help from the Blood Den folk is permissible. I am currently troubled by the lack of connections. The Lord of White Phosphorus's expression stiffened. Is that acceptable? Consider it a favor. Xingfeng gazed at him with a smile. The others instinctively shifted away, trying to distance themselves from the Lord of White Phosphorus. No, there is nothing of the sort, Lord Quebec. The Lord of White Phosphorus forced a smile. It's a misunderstanding. I was merely lost in thought. Oh, Xingfeng feigned disappointment. I thought I might make some new friends. Never mind, let us not dwell on it. Let us enjoy the food and sample the wine I have to offer. The chieftains could hardly resist such temptation, especially with the fragrant wine, and began to set aside their reservations, indulging heartily. Xingfeng refrained from applying further pressure, allowing the locals to feast ravenously. Once they had eaten their fill, Xingfeng signaled to clear the table and brought forth the holographic projector. Shireen, are you familiar with this device? Xingfeng activated the image, directing his inquiry towards Shireen. Yes, this is your new mining vessel, Lord Que. Shireen hastily nodded. Do you desire it? Xingfeng employed his most familiar tactic. Shireen's eyes widened in astonishment, an exaggerated contrast to his gaunt visage. What about you all? Xingfeng turned to address the others. We do want it. But this new type of equipment, as Shireen mentioned, is akin to your old iron-class mining vessels, which we are unable to operate. One chieftain hesitated to express his concerns. Ha. Xingfeng laughed heartily, enlarging the image of the mining vessel. This equipment is remarkably user-friendly, especially since it is essentially your ancestral design. Shireen's eyes grew even wider. The outdated directional energy particle cannon vessel belonging to your people. Xingfeng skillfully dismantled the schematic, originally designed with low power and wide dispersion. Its greatest advantage is that even a fool could operate it. As the schematic was broken down into several components, the chieftains recognized the prototype of the vessel, indeed resembling the ancestral artillery ship they had seen before. Thus, I made a few modifications and decided to abandon the notion of it being a battleship. I transformed the front-focusing ring into a mining cutting particle, added a filter, and converted the unnecessary capacitor array into a cargo hold. See, this is now a cargo vessel. As for efficiency, Shireen should have some insight. It's exceedingly high. Shireen shook his head with a wry smile. A vessel surpassing 10 others has been emptying a section of rubble each day, and if this continues, I shall have no further opportunity to engage. Therefore, I propose a bargain. You utilize this, and I shall entrust you with the logistics of my future, or what say you? Xingfeng stepped aside, hands clasped behind his back, inquired with a hint of pride. Surely, there must be conditions, remarked the leader of the White Phosphorus tribe, his gaze sharp with scrutiny. In truth, There are no significant stipulations, Xingfeng replied with a smile. Simply navigate my new ship around, allowing others to take notice. Should your performance be commendable, access to the weaponry depot shall be granted. With a casual gesture, he summoned a list that appeared within the projection. Reconnaissance aircraft, interceptor jets, strike fighters, improved heritage battle boats, missile ships, and upgraded artillery escort ships adorned with rings. The eyes of several tribal leaders widened in astonishment. Is this truly possible? Quartz questioned, unable to comprehend Xingfeng's intention. Absolutely, came the warm smile of Xingfeng, reminiscent of a heater radiating warmth. I do not engage in business with discrepancies. Very well. Quartz swallowed hard. I desire it. There is but one condition. Seeing the moment ripe, Xingfeng produced an item from his pocket. To acquire my goods, one must use my currency. Chapter 78. Population Explosion Boss. Longshore glared fiercely at Xingfeng, who lounged in the command chair, engrossed in a film. I have already missed for drunken days. If you do not grant me approval to indulge for 4 more today, I shall resign. Xingfeng lifted his gaze, observing the bloodshot eyes of Longshore. Has it truly been that long? He glanced at the date stamp on the data panel in mild surprise. Very well. Upon the completion of today's tasks, I shall permit you to indulge for 5 days. You promised, and when the time comes, should you request me to work overtime, I shall not comply, Longshore declared, striding toward his own seat. Longshore's aide reported, there has been another altercation at the dock that requires your intervention. The voice of Y-137A elicited a deep sigh from Longshore. Is it yet again a matter of finances? Indeed. The Tiger-Tooth faction from the Stormy Wind tribe claims they are in dire need of 5,000 credits and have clashed with the people from the Four-Ring tribe. Alas, Longshore shook his head in resignation. Boss, you must hasten to find someone to replace Chire. What has occurred? Xingfeng inquired, still fixated on the film. Without turning his head, are there not security robots? The security robots tend to be lethal. They are at a disadvantage against the Tiger-Tooth's desperate fighters. Without Chire, it is challenging to suppress the situation swiftly. Perhaps we could enlist Big Smart's assistance. Big Smart? That would not do. It would be a waste for him to serve as security, as he is a technical talent. Here SA thought, I shall arrange for several sets of powered armor in a few days to be allocated for the security team's use. You must keep your word, boss, Longshore said, exiting the command center. Understood, go swiftly. Xingfeng yawned, shifted positions, and resumed watching his film. How leisurely. The following afternoon, a familiar ship docked at the accident station's trading port. Commander, Captain Wasp has arrived. Allow him to proceed directly to the command center. Xingfeng, glancing at the list of tasks on the display, decided to disregard these obligations. Dear sir, are there any missiles remaining? I wish to order several launchers. Along with some missiles, Captain Wasp entered the command center, boldly taking a seat. I understand that due to our past association, you are reluctant to address me as sir. Xingfeng gazed at Captain Wasp with exasperation. I shan't utter any words in response to your calling my name, nor shall I address your malicious intent. It seems deliberate, indeed. Captain Hornet adopts a provocative demeanor. Very well, I shall not dwell on it. Shortly, I will arrange for Ditsongming to assist you in erecting the launch pad. As for the missiles, the robots will transport them directly, and your men will handle the assembly, correct? They shall. Captain Hornet furrows his brow. Do you take my crew for fools? The Asans and the others have been honing their craft for over a decade. Fine then. Xingfeng shakes his head in resignation. Will you still linger here today? Since you are already here. Captain Hornet assumes a demeanor of entitlement. The lazy captain has not changed a bit. Soon thereafter, Xingfeng notices something. Where is Tiaba? He is inspecting goods at the dock. I possess ample currency, so I must exercise caution. Your dubious currency is currently more coveted than artillery shells. Did I not mention that you could exchange goods directly without monetary transactions? Others desire it. Captain Hornet chuckles. Moreover, this form of exchange is indeed more convenient. You have inadvertently done a good deed. It is not the same. Xingfeng shakes his head. Given our long-standing friendship, I advise you not to hoard excessively. What? Captain Hornet furrows his brow. Very well. I initially suspected that anything associated with you would be dubious. So, shall I employ Tiaba for 4 days? Would 5 suffice? Xingfeng broaches a new topic. What? Captain Hornet becomes wary. What ill intentions are you harboring? Can you not articulate your thoughts more clearly? Xingfeng is aware that Captain Hornet bears the scars of past traumas, and he himself harbors a modicum of caution. Hence his courtesy. I merely wish to hire him as a dock security officer for a few days. We need someone with authority who will not resort to lethal force. That is agreeable. Captain Hornet shrugs. Shall I then reside here for a few days? Huh. Xingfeng internally finds Captain Hornet predictable. Very well, you may dine at the cafeteria. But do not waste, return the used trays. How tedious. Captain Hornet stands. I shall now indulge in a meal. Once Tieba assumed the role of security officer, the dock experienced a period of tranquility. Although many were left injured, the business remained unaffected by fatalities. However, familiar faces have begun to arrive in increasing numbers. Captain Cavity, Captain Buffalo, and even the proprietors from Storm Canyon, along with their fishing rods and pliers, have come to the accident site, exchanging considerable goods for coins. Are the currencies hoarded and not circulating? Or perhaps there is a deficiency in their economic knowledge. Xingfeng reviews the report compiled by Team 137. The master has always been a man of science and engineering. Forgive my impertinence, Commander, but that is indeed the situation. Team 137 responds. You have not considered the understanding of those within the circle. They merely perceive currency as a means of acquisition, hence their hoarding of what they deem useful. They do not realize that currency holds value only through circulation. Alas, that is true. Xingfeng shakes his head in exasperation. Let us issue a notice, granting these simpletons an opportunity to relinquish the coins they hoard. Though I too wish to exploit currency for plunder, I also aspire to impart some knowledge of modern trade. At the very least, I must look out for my own. According to the predictive model, the likelihood of them heeding the announcement and acting to release their currency is less than 1%. Then I shall not bear the blame. Xingfeng smirks. I am no philanthropist. I would not hesitate to execute those waiting in line for their doom. Commander, what course of action shall we pursue? Shall we declare the currency void, exchange it for new coins, or resort to a significant monetary expansion that would lead to devaluation? I must caution you, Commander, that such actions will severely impact your credibility and may provoke a backlash against the currency after this harvest. It is a ruse, Xingfeng remarked dismissively. We will inflate the currency, then inform these simpletons that the initial batch contains unstable metals, which will naturally degrade over time and potentially explode. They must exchange it immediately, as the old currency will soon cease to circulate. To express our regret and compensate, we could offer interest on the exchange from old to new currency. Subsequently, we shall indeed issue currency that is designed to degrade. I refuse to believe we cannot manage these simple-minded individuals. Very well, Commander. I shall initiate a voice broadcast across the station and disseminate the information to all trading parties. However, due to the current backlog of work, the exchange process may not commence immediately. Has Changsha not returned? Xingfeng glanced at Changsha's workstation, cluttered with nothing but a bottle and a tea box. This fellow truly has an addictive disposition. Fortunately, we cannot access the interstellar network here. Otherwise, he would likely be another internet-addicted uncle. Forgive my impertinence, Commander, replied Ichi 137. Changsha's reliance on such vices is merely a consequence of overwhelming stress. Are you implying that it is my fault? Xingfeng raised an eyebrow. It seems so. We indeed should establish an administrative team. What is the current resident population aboard the station? 57,000, Commander. Such a number? Xingfeng was taken aback. I recall that the original design of the space station accommodated a maximum of 30,000. Indeed, the station's area has expanded significantly, and with the addition of the dock's aft section, the capacity has doubled. However, we are now nearing our limits, and foreseeable future growth is inevitable. We must seek new habitation, Xingfeng contemplated. But where in this wretched place can we find additional living space? We currently only possess a single production line for the dock. Establishing a deep space permanent settlement would take years. Any uninhabited planet will suffice. The voice of Zhu Wang interjected coldly. Is it that simple to find? Xingfeng scoffed. Over the past 10 millennia, habitable planets within the galaxy have been thoroughly claimed. Have you forgotten, Your Majesty? Zhu Wang's tone remained unwaveringly indifferent. Inhabitants within the ring are quite wary of colonizing planets. Xingfeng paused for a moment, then slapped his forehead. Indeed, I have been so focused on creation that I neglected the prospect of simply reaping the benefits. Chapter 79, Deception and Trickery Boss. I believe Zhu Wang's suggestion is to colonize an uninhabited, habitable planet, rather than to evict its current inhabitants and resettle them. Changsha, who had concluded his day of indulgence, remarked while gazing at the data pad with a sense of resignation. Is there a distinction? Xingfeng questioned, eyeing the data pad. Oh, there is. For developing a planet with existing inhabitants presents a lesser challenge. Alas, Changsha shook his head. Sometimes I feel as though I am the exile of the Empire, while you are the hereditary marauder of the Tiger-Tooth Star. Nay, I am merely adhering to the Empire's standard procedures. Xingfeng chuckled. You must be of Angelic Federation descent, with a mouth full of benevolence. Ah, it is certainly plausible that your ancestors had ties to the Angelic Federation, at the very least receiving a Federation education. Let us cease the census. Changsha turned away. As far as I know, there are indeed over 2,000 habitable planets within the ring, with most of the inhabited ones concentrated in the territory of Tuo. So, do the inhabitants of 2O not regard residing on these planets with trepidation? They do harbor some reservations, yet the majority of 2O's populace is engaged in mining activities, which necessitates descending to the planetary surfaces, thereby resulting in some individuals residing there. What are the specifics of these reservations? Xingfeng inquired, intrigued, as it appeared that the standards of the 2O people seemed rather flexible. Most individuals simply feel that living on a stationary planet is perilous, as they could be easily targeted by adversaries. Changsha reminisced. Additionally, there seems to be an ingrained notion that we are not supposed to inhabit planets without any discernible reason. I understand. It's akin to how humanity feels entitled to dwell in areas with gravity. Your history is becoming increasingly fascinating to me, Xingfeng mused, stroking his chin. Also, planets do move, a fact I am well aware of. Changsha shot an unsatisfied glance at his superior. How do you convince our people to relocate to the planets? Simply inform them that we have installed hyperspace jump modules on the planets. Aren't the modules at the accident station retrofitted? Xingfeng replied nonchalantly. Changsha gasped in astonishment. Is it truly possible to relocate a planet? How could that be? Xingfeng shot Changsha an exasperated look. To move a planet would require an energy expenditure comparable to extinguishing several stars. Isn't that merely a means to placate the masses? However, I must admit I would like to attempt it if given the chance. Madness, my boss is genuinely mad, has become Changsha's frequent refrain of late. Compared to you, Qian seems almost reclusive. Speaking of which, has that reckless girl departed? Xingfeng set down the datapad. She has left, claiming she has settled her debts and wishes to pursue her own path, with no plans for a reunion. Changsha appeared visibly relieved. She even requested a shipload of coins, stating it was what she was owed from before. You see, she is becoming more like herself, Xingfeng chuckled. And yet, she willingly allowed herself to be duped. It was only then that Changsha recalled the issue of new and old currency, his expression growing somber again. She will inevitably return, he remarked with a frown. The execution vessel arrived at the orbit of a colossal planet. Is this the planet you referred to as the lawless zone? Xingfeng gazed at the small satellite below, which was yet to reach the size of Ceres. That should suffice, boss, Changsha surmised, understanding Xingfeng's thoughts. We are not actually going to gather billions of people. What if we did? Xingfeng picked up the datapad. There are only a few thousand people here. That is not quite feasible. Changsha sighed in resignation. The inhabitants of the inner ring lack your precision in gravitational circle jumps. They typically leap to the outer edges of stellar systems, then rely on conventional engines to navigate inward to the ring's orbit, taking anywhere from 3 to 5 years at best, and around a decade at worst. So reaching this point is already quite challenging. Thus, I now understand the true reason why your star pirates are reluctant to settle on planets. It is simply a matter of insufficient technology, Xingfeng remarked with a smile. Let us not digress. I want to drive away those few thousand people. Let us proceed directly to establishing a settlement using ecological pods deployed via orbital airdrops, which can unfold into settlement areas upon landing. In the future, we can arrange regular jump ships to this location from the accident station, offering incentives and increasing publicity to encourage people to reside here. I will do my utmost. Changsha sighed and began processing the data. 3 days later, the first transport vessel arrived in orbit around the planet. 5,000 souls. Starwind was somewhat taken aback. Was it not said that the Star Raiders had little inclination to settle on planets? The spiderweb exerted a bit of influence. The expression on Longstone's face was complex as he handed over the datapad. It was an advertisement, extolling the virtues of settling on the planet Depravity 1. Most strikingly, the content was a montage of clips from B-grade films. Beaches, oceans, bikini-clad beauties. Starwind couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Lavish mansions adorned with animal pelts. Ground vehicles racing, nightclubs, casinos. He set down the datapad. These intelligence operatives certainly had their tricks up their sleeves. Yet, perhaps it was not entirely unwarranted. For the promotional effect was indeed remarkable. Once the issue of the population reserve was resolved, the death sentence returned to the space station. Before docking, it received a communication from the 137A. Iron 8 had apprehended 2 individuals. Starwind was not particularly surprised. Blood Pit Scouts. There was a considerable likelihood of that. I will directly import the comparative model into the Iron 8 database. During enforcement, it identified behavioral anomalies that significantly deviated from the norm, leading to their capture. The reason? We cannot allow the Blood Pit dwellers to realize that we are targeting them. They mock Iron 8 for wearing skirts. The immense volume of information compelled Starwind to refrain from inquiring about what transpired at the dock, as the psychological scars from the last incident had yet to heal. He ordered them to be confined in a corner of the command center and instructed Blackheart Cotton to meet him. Received, Commander. But I must remind you that you issued an order prohibiting Blackheart Cotton from entering the command center. That was for routine matters, in cases of urgency. He must enter. Remember to turn off the lights. Star Wind entered the command center, feigning complete ignorance of the two captives lurking in the dark corner, and settled into the command chair. Blackheart Cotton walked in. Wasn't I forbidden from entering? He still sounded irritable. You are not to enter unless you abandon your perverse habits, retorted Star Wind sharply. Then why have you summoned me? I have no intention of changing. I prefer you just as you are. Star Wind smiled. Do you not enjoy dissecting corpses even if we, the Star Bandits, are coarse and devoid of principles? We at least choose to perish in battle rather than treat the living as mere objects. TSK, and they even invoke notions of chivalry and dignity. Star Wind silently cursed, realizing that he should have communicated and rehearsed the script beforehand instead of launching into an impromptu performance. His mind raced, contemplating potential rhetoric. If they refuse, then I shall find someone to duel them and eliminate them. After all, outsiders are presumably not permitted to engage in combat. Not necessarily, the cold-hearted Cotton sneered. It is not true that all those outside the three kingdoms are mere outsiders. What if they are assassins from Blood Pit? Finally voicing his thoughts, Star Wind felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Assassins from Blood Pit? Star Wind pondered. If they truly are from Blood Pit, I might consider releasing them, as there is intelligence to be gleaned, though the likelihood seems slim. I will simply arrange for 2 security robots to duel them, and once the deed is done, rest assured, I will only instruct the robots to shatter their limbs and dispose of them alive into the void of space, retaining their internal organs for you. You, my dear, are exhibiting some rather peculiar behavior. Should I conduct a checkup? The cold-hearted Cotton began to display a hint of concern. The lights in the command center flickered on, and at the opportune moment, 137A interjected. Apologies, Commander. I failed to notify you in advance. The captives have been awaiting your presence for quite some time. Star Wind and the cold-hearted Cotton turned to see 2 captives bound to the floor, their faces ashen, trembling in fear. Chapter 80. The art of bragging. The cold-hearted Cotton glanced at the captives, then at Star Wind, a sudden realization dawning upon him, followed by a knowing smile directed at Star Wind. I have changed my mind, my dear. He immediately proclaimed. These individuals are undoubtedly not from within the ring. They possess undeniable value for dissection, and I must subject them to vivisection, bound to the operating table, slowly slicing open their brains. Can you be any more theatrical? Star Wind cursed internally. Did you not just say something about treating the living with regard? Star Wind felt compelled to continue the charade. The cold-hearted Cotton's mind was not as quick as Star Wind's. It took him 2 full rotations of his eyes to formulate a justification. That was to say, we must regard our own kind, while, well, outsiders do not count as human. Oh, I see. Star Wind feigned understanding. Very well. These 2 are in your care. The cold-hearted Cotton displayed a wicked grin, summoning the service robots to escort the captives away. Star Wind wearily sank onto the sofa. This pig-headed fool is truly a challenge to manage. I wonder how this will unfold. Before long, 137A relayed a report. Commander, the adversaries are unwilling to confess. If this continues, Dr. Cold-hearted Cotton will indeed have to take drastic measures. I knew it. Star Wind forced a wry smile. His lackluster performance had already exposed him. Please advise on the next course of action. Let them be confined for now. Star Wind could not conjure an alternative method in that moment. Coercing a confession is not out of the question, but that would place me at a disadvantage, and I am not inclined to adopt such a passive stance. Acknowledged, Commander. I will continue monitoring. Half a month later. Although the overissuance of currency and the exchange between old and new notes had indeed stirred a few ripples, as Star Wind anticipated, his technological equipment remained irreplaceable, compelling most Star Bandit factions to continue conducting transactions, albeit reluctantly. Certainly, Xingfeng has indeed profited handsomely from recent endeavors. How are the various management institutions progressing? In the command center, Xingfeng is reviewing the asset inventory of the space station. It is quite astonishing. It would not be an exaggeration to state that it approaches the wealth of the minor stellar governance bodies along the imperial borders. The foundational structure has been largely established. However, the processes of personnel selection and appointments are exhibiting considerable volatility and fluctuation. They are likely incapable of governance, only capable of thuggery, responded 137A. Essentially correct. Most individuals elevated to positions of authority seem to lose their bearings, making a series of erroneous decisions, only to be subjected to subsequent impeachment votes. Elevation? Xingfeng furrowed his brow. Democracy? Indeed, I have crafted the appointment system based on the management methods of the Federation as per the database. Then why is the Federation so ineffective? Do you not possess any awareness? Xingfeng instantly perceived that this artificial intelligence had devolved into a state of incompetence. I am unable to discuss this matter, Commander. Though I am currently under your command, I remain registered as a property of the Federation. Allowing the rabble to conduct elections is a disaster, do you understand? We must adopt an imperial model. Commander, the central appointment system of the Empire lacks transparency. Silence. Xingfeng interrupted 137A. I may not grasp the intricacies of politics, but I know when something is effective. Once this group of simpletons is no longer struggling for basic sustenance, then we may consider selecting a figurehead that satisfies all. For now, appoint the most capable individuals directly, do you understand? If those below cannot be adequately fed, what ideals are we even discussing? Understood, Commander. I shall draft evaluation criteria centered on capability, fostering competition for advancement. Do not forget the punitive measures, if benefits are abundant. Punishments must also be doubled, Xingfeng added. Furthermore, try to disturb me as little as possible. How is your simulation construction progressing? 91.2%, Commander. We have reached the boundaries of the large model. Further enhancement is nearly impossible. Very well, Xingfeng contemplated. Delegate the remaining tasks to Changshe. Once the personnel responsible for various affairs are in place, I can extricate myself. Boss, be reasonable, Changshe interjected with a tone of lament. You are already quite idle. I am nearly exhausted. How is it that after I have toiled to assemble such a large team, expending so much thought, I am not allowed to be supported by you all, but must instead support you? Xingfeng retorted with conviction. In any case, I shall not be managing internal affairs in the future. I am not the type to be confined to an office signing documents. Sigh. Changshe shook his head in resignation. But do not forget, there are hardly any individuals within this sphere capable of assisting you with internal governance. Then we shall seek external imports. There are countless souls in the cosmos enduring hardship waiting for our salvation, Xingfeng replied nonchalantly. I observe that those in the labor groups seem to be living quite contentedly. They are not clamoring to return home. There have been instances of rebellion, but their strength is insufficient to reach your position, Changshe remarked with a rueful smile. You are a true star pirate. Just as the two were exchanging banter, 137A interjected into the conversation. Commander, the outpost has reported that inquiries are being made regarding access permissions for large units approaching the accident site. Large units? How large? Xingfeng's attention was piqued. Not yet reported. They are merely bringing individuals to inquire. Let us wait until they arrive. Xingfeng waved his hand dismissively. If it were a tin box destroyer, it would matter little if it were brought in. However, if it were a dock landing ship, let it collide with the dimensional pollution array on its own. Very well. Commander, I shall convey your intent. Unit 137A dutifully executed the order. When shall we possess our own colossal vessel? Changshe has nearly completed his tasks and has entered a mode of imaginative freedom. Difficult. Yet, Xingfeng, typically brimming with confidence, refrained from making any proclamations. Oh, this is unlike you, boss, Changshe remarked, somewhat surprised. With a little thought, one could conceive ideas that could allow one to invade the 11-dimensional universe. Xingfeng chuckled. Do you have any notion of the myriad procedures and departments required to construct an imperial battleship? He gazed at Changshe, seeking understanding, yet also wearing an expression that seemed to say, do not speak of matters I cannot comprehend. It necessitates 10 stellar furnaces surrounding a star to forge the degenerate armor and armor-piercing shells. Xingfeng replied matter-of-factly. 20 antimatter research stations would gather energy, and ultimately, all these components must be delivered to a mothership-class dock for assembly, consuming enough energy in a single day to power a planet of 6 billion inhabitants for an entire year. Surely you jest? Changshe pondered for a moment. Arriving at this conclusion, I wish I were jesting, Xingfeng replied ambiguously. In that case, this process would be the first I designed, and the Imperial cruiser would not be named Tsunami class, but rather Xingfeng class. Is it truly that remarkable? The rarely interjecting intellect suddenly inquired. It could penetrate the Earth's core if cast upon a planet, Xingfeng answered languidly. A single shot could breach a nearly 1,000-kilometer asteroid, and the particles fired from a directed energy particle cannon approached the speed of light, capable of transforming a habitable planet into a volcanic one in just 10 seconds. More boasting, Changshe remained skeptical. Is there some translucent energy shield that can block everything? Can the crew aboard teleport to the planet and even fly in anti-gravity there? Would the captain employ some peculiar power to choke someone by the throat? Huh. Xingfeng chuckled. It all sounds equally miraculous, but what you describe exists only in cinema. While what I speak of is physically realizable, it truly seems outrageous. You are the boss. You hold the authority. Changshe chose to reject acceptance of this notion. Better to contemplate the enhancements for the Spear-class vessel. Xingfeng also found little desire to continue the discussion, for the chasm of understanding was indeed substantial. "Commander, we have received a response from the outpost," came the voice of Unit 137A. "They have requested access permission for a tsunami-class vessel." Chapter 81. The pinnacle of industry, must we personally witness this? On the bridge of the Executioner-class ship, Changsha stood steadfastly in the position of first officer, directing the vessel into negative-dimensional hyperspace. "We must go," Xingfeng sighed. "I have no desire to believe it, yet their reported data is far too precise. It is improbable that untested sources could yield such accuracy, as even the discrepancies in the manual have been corrected." Analyzing the intelligence. "It can only be the Blood Pit people. I know the Tiger-Tooth King lacks a cruiser." The web weaver sat nearby, methodically refining its appendages. "My lord, if they truly possess a cruiser, may I request a transfer?" "Very well, do as you wish." Xingfeng's eyes remained fixated on the data panel. "I fear they may not have arranged a position for you. Wise one, are the two captives you brought still compliant?" "Indeed," the wise one replied, remaining utterly still. "That is reassuring," Xingfeng mused. "They have indeed come with a cruiser, boldly requesting a visit. Their intentions seem far from simple, neither confrontational nor conciliatory. We must approach this with caution. The outpost is a modest space station, less than 50 meters in size, akin to a gatehouse in an imperial residential community, responsible for registering visitors and notifying the station to temporarily disable the negative dimensional pollution array to permit incoming vessels. Stationed here are 2 security personnel from the Tiger Tooth and 4 members of the United Labor Union, as the union knows best how to ensure guests feel at ease." As Xingfeng entered the docking corridor, one of the laborers approached to guide the group through the passage into the reception center. The visitors were 2 individuals with slightly fairer skin and taller than the average star marauders. Xingfeng discreetly observed their features. They were not outsiders, but clearly bore distinct traits. Markedly different from the typical square-headed, round-nosed star marauders, resembling a mixed lineage that has evolved over generations. Although the star marauders are numerous and diverse, their elite class exhibits clear bloodline markers, as seen with the Tiger-Tooth King and the Ruins King. Xingfeng deduced that these newcomers were undoubtedly closely associated with the Blood Pit King. "Blood Pit people?" Xingfeng inquired as he settled onto the sofa, getting straight to the point. "Master Ke is perceptive," one of the Blood Pit individuals responded. "I am Tung Pai, the deputy to the Blood Pit King, and this is Xuezhao, the king's son." "Oh, I did not anticipate such esteemed guests," Xingfeng remarked, surprised by their significant status. "Welcome, welcome." He gestured for the others to present a bottle of fine liquor. "Such a generous gift. I cannot refuse." Tung Pai smiled as he accepted the liquor. "Master Ke is indeed grand. Speak freely," Xingfeng replied with a grin. "The son of the Blood Pit King has personally come, bringing the specifications of the cruiser. Surely there is something of great importance at hand?" "Master Ke is forthright." Tung Pai responded with a seasoned smile. "To be candid, we have come regarding the cruiser." After a moment of contemplation, Xingfeng began to speculate. "Are you seeking a technical transaction?" "Master Ke possesses great insight," Tung Pai laughed. "This cruiser is the only one within the ring. Yet as you are aware, our technical capabilities in the ring are lacking. The maintenance of such a vessel is quite challenging. Recently, we heard that a top-tier outsider has been affiliated with the gang, and the king wishes for us to engage with you. Perhaps you could alleviate the king's concerns." "Huh," Xingfeng thought to himself, smirking coldly. The fact that they had investigated and discovered he was an outsider indicated they had indeed conducted thorough research. After all, as the spider's web suggested, most would refrain from pursuing the Tiger-Tooth King's lead. Moreover, the Blood Pit individuals did indeed possess a certain refinement that set them apart from the ordinary star marauders, though it ultimately boiled down to the distinction between bandits and heroes. "You have come to the right person," Xingfeng smiled, "not only within the ring, but even beyond it. In the Titan Empire and the Titan Union, few can match my understanding of tsunami-class cruisers, unless one could summon the chief designer of your through necromancy." "Master Ke is truly impressive," Tung Pai exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. "Then I shall return with a satisfactory report." However, while Xingfeng maintained his smile, his gaze had shifted, becoming less amiable. A cruiser was placed at the station, and while I felt at ease, my brothers did not share the same sentiment. This was easily stated. Tung Tai gestured towards a nearby young man. "The king has declared that if I, lacking a proper title, can take on this task, then the esteemed young master of Bloodslot shall remain here. This is the king's sincerity, and it is inevitable that future collaborations will abound." "Oh," Xingfeng sighed softly within. "Using one's own son as leverage, is it? It is not that I harbor distrust towards you, dear brother Tung Tai." Xingfeng unfurled his fan. "We cannot ascertain whether this young master of Bloodslot is genuine or how significant he is to the Blood Pit King. Rest assured, my friend, we possess sincerity." Tung Tai remained remarkably composed. We shall provide a few coordinates of the Blood Pit clans. You may send someone to our territory to inquire. Everyone knows that the young master of blood slot is the king's designated heir, which is of utmost importance. Xingfeng narrowed his eyes, providing the coordinates of the clans, offering the heir as a hostage, and boldly preparing to send the cruiser for maintenance. This Blood Pit king is either a fool with a grand heart or a schemer of unparalleled cunning, surpassing even the Tiger-Tooth King. Yet, this is not without its advantages, since the other party wishes to win us over. It saves us the trouble of making inquiries through various channels. After all, I have not committed to opposing the Blood Pit people alongside the Tiger-Tooth King. Maintaining absolute neutrality is not a disadvantage. The crux of the matter lies in the potential existence of the tsunami class. If it indeed exists, any leverage may become insignificant. He ultimately made his decision. So be it. He extended his hand towards Tingtai, shaking hands to signify that their transaction was established. Tingtai reciprocated the gesture. Then, shall I call the pulsar? Go ahead, Xingfeng replied with a smile. Here, request an identification code. In the future, simply send the identification beacon, and they shall grant passage. Before long, Tingtai completed the information verification and arranged for the transmission of the hyperspace beacon. Changshe and others, along with the Shinko, hurried towards the observation windows, jostling for a favorable angle. Is it truly that magnificent? Why such a scramble? Haikeksen, merely following the trend, found himself pushed to the back and could only grumble in dissatisfaction. That is a cruiser, after all. Changshe in the front row overheard his remarks. Do you not recall the saying among the inner circle that one fears not the explosion of a supernova, but the bombardment of a cruiser? And so what? Haikeksen dismissed it nonchalantly. Is not the dock ship larger than a cruiser? I have not seen you so agitated. A dock ship cannot match a cruiser in combat. The silent genius stood resolutely in the optimal position, unmovable. Humph. Haikeksen remained unwilling to accept this reality. Had I known, I would not have joined you. The transfer of captives did not require my personal involvement. Outside the window, blue lights flickered as the dimensional bubble expanded for an instant before gradually dissipating. A colossal black form emerged in the depths of space, and the gravitational disturbance from its leap caused the outpost to tremble slightly. Magnificent. Haikeksen stared in awe at the imposing industrial silhouette. Indeed, Xingfeng had appeared behind him unbeknownst. The pinnacle of imperial industry, the strongest symbol of power within the galaxy. After the initial launch of the Tsunami-class flagship, the fleet centered around it annihilated all naval forces of the Seven Nations Alliance, leaving the remaining 5 nations, aside from the Angel Federation and the Circumference Union, as mere footnotes in the annals of history. Not a single probe was spared. Chapter 82. Repeated humiliation. Despite Xingfeng believing he had shed all human embarrassment, he found himself feeling quite mortified. He had accepted an invitation and was now on the bridge of the quasar, preparing to head to the accident station alongside the young master of Blood Pit and the deputy officer, Tingpai. The issue was that the space pirates aboard the death sentence, aside from those who had lost in fights, had all crowded onto the quasar. The reason was simple. Everyone yearned to behold the quasar. Many space pirates had boarded dock ships, yet dock ships were merely logistical vessels akin to deep space bases, lacking the allure of cruisers, which in the eyes of space pirates represented the epitome of cosmic might, massive, formidable, and invincible, especially those confidants who had heard Xingfeng's descriptions. Aside from the foolish ones who chose to remain on the death sentence web, Longsher and Blackheart Cotton, along with the astute De Kongming, promptly boarded the quasar with Xingfeng. A throng of provincial bumpkins was as exhilarated as rural tourists visiting the giant planet for the first time. Why did Xingfeng feel as though he had mistakenly grabbed the wrong script? He sighed, resting his forehead in his hand. Logically, he should have unveiled a magnificent treasure that would startle those around him, drawing them into a reverent circle of admiration. Yet, what he revealed were mis-sized skiffs, dismantled suicide machines reduced to mere skeletons, combat vessels bundled with missiles, and frigates repurposed into mining ships, none of which inspired worship. Longsher, holding a bottle, appeared quite pleased. Look at those Blood Pit folks. They wield cruisers with ease. This is what I call pragmatism. Xingfeng chose not to contest Longsher's jab at his lack of grandeur. Moreover, the sudden appearance of a cruiser was akin to the final boss entering a novice village. Final boss? Novice village? What on earth is that? Longsher inquired, perplexed by these unusual terms. I'll import some from the civilized world for you, Xingfeng mused, aware that space pirates had likely never experienced video games. Perhaps it was for the best. With his addictive nature, he figured Longsher would end up as a gaming recluse. Longsher resolved not to squander the exquisite experience of boarding a cruiser in a quarrel with the boss. He staggered toward the viewport, greedily gazing at the armored landscape stretching over 1,000 meters. the residents of the town of Lack of Virtue, upon glimpsing the arrival of the cruiser through the transparent glass dome, stirred momentarily, but soon calmed under the simulated broadcast of Xingfeng. Most ceased to regard the cruiser's presence, while a few remained anxiously observant of the colossal vessel. Reluctantly, the space pirates departed from the cruiser, returning to the accident station. Let us be honest, Xingfeng admitted. He and Tengpai were the last to leave. The station lacked a comprehensive dock, thus, completing a true overhaul was impossible. This was natural, and no one pressed the issue. Tengpai chuckled softly. The esteemed leader will endeavor to allow the maintenance robot aboard the vessel to first enter the cruiser for an internal assessment, scanning for potential structural issues, and compiling data to subsequently devise a maintenance plan. He turned to gaze at the cruiser, which still floated silently. While it was impossible for it to transform into a genuine tsunami, one could still anticipate it as a formidable wave. That would suffice, indeed. It seemed that the aide understood the stringent conditions as well. However, without the leader, one must have assurances that once operational, the cruiser would not exhibit any unexpected temperaments. Starwind appeared somewhat surprised. Are you suggesting? Oh, I see. Indeed, he mused inwardly, unless one were a fool. No one would dare to assure that both parties were of one mind. Should Starwind have concealed something within, they would certainly hesitate to utilize it without reservation. Fear not. Any maintenance tasks will ultimately be verified by the ship's onboard artificial intelligence. No deceit could elude its self-assessment. Artificial intelligence. The smile of the aide finally lost some of its geniality. What is that? Starwind recalled the bathyscaphe. I shall investigate further. He turned and headed towards the docking bridge. Starwind was equally familiar with the cruiser's systems, so he effortlessly accessed the back end. No issues, he thought, somewhat astonished. The usage permissions were in an open state, indicating that the current administrators were the Blood Pit King and the Blood Slot Young Master. The aide should also have access, so this was peculiar. Are you referring to the ship's system usage rights? This is a necessary process for the rights certification of the Blood Pit people. The astute aide quickly grasped what Starwind was murmuring about. Once one ascended to the position of Blood Pit King, system permissions would be granted, extending to confidants and heirs alike. He produced a beautifully adorned ornament from beneath his neck. Starwind inspected it closely and recognized it as a physical key. It appears this vessel is older than I had anticipated. He aborted the operation and exited the back end. Try calling the ship's name. The aide seemed perplexed. Call it. This ship can speak? Give it a try, Starwind replied, uninterested in further explanation. Quasar? Can you hear me? The aide attempted to call out. There was no response. The aide felt exceedingly awkward. Have you never tried before? Starwind inquired. Never. The aide suppressed his embarrassment. How could a ship possibly speak? That requires an initial activation. Starwind pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Let me think. Perhaps the initial awakening phrase for cruisers is hello, Quasar. The aide looked at Starwind, confirming he was not jesting, and reluctantly spoke up. Hello, Quasar. There was still no reaction. This shouldn't be, Starwind contemplated. The systems of early Imperial warships were designed to respond to such awakening phrases. Could it have been customized by someone else? It's not impossible, given that it must have been handled by numerous individuals. After some thought, he addressed the aide. Say hello, little Quasar. The aide gritted his teeth and mouthed the words. Hello, little Quasar. Still, there was no response. Hello, A-body. Hello, little body. Hello, A-class. The aide felt his patience wearing thin. Hello, little star. Suddenly, a gentle feminine voice resonated throughout the bridge. I am here, Officer Aide. Do you have any instructions for me? Tengpai widened her eyes, searching for the source of the sound. Xingfeng, unable to contain her laughter, observed that the former, or perhaps the one before that, master had quite the peculiar interests. Realizing this, Tengpai turned in surprise towards Xingfeng. Is this what you call artificial intelligence? What can she do? Essentially, she can manage various equipment aboard the ship, assist in combat, and conduct system diagnostics. In short, consider her as part of the vessel itself, Xingfeng replied after regaining her composure. The simplest tasks can be accomplished merely by speaking to her. Really? Even the composed Vice Admiral Tengpai exhibited a spark of enthusiasm. For instance, little star. Can you open the door? Certainly. I have opened the door behind you, Vice Admiral. Little star, I'm feeling a bit warm. Understood. I have activated the air conditioning. Little star, it's rather dark. Understood. I have turned on the main lights. Xingfeng found herself both amused and exasperated. Here she was, aboard the formidable tsunami-class cruiser of the Titan Empire. Yet the experience felt akin to that of a novice driver exploring the features of a newly acquired smart car. Chapter 83. In broad daylight, after Tengpai and Changshe began various interfacing tasks, young Master Xuezhao approached Xingfeng. Excuse me, Commander, may I take a look around? The young master exuded politeness, his upbringing evident in his demeanor, which hinted at the qualities of a future leader. Ah, of course. I'll arrange for a guide for you, Xingfeng said while reviewing the various scanning reports from the robots on her data panel. Thank you, young master Xuetzao smiled gently, soon being escorted by the clever guide. If I may be so bold, Commander, the clever guide is not the most suitable choice, Yusanki commented. Having been monitoring various data and events on the station, when it comes to scenic tours, he may not be appropriate. Xingfeng kept her gaze fixed on the screen. As a technical guide and hostage escort, he is quite fitting. Understood, Commander. You wish to showcase the technological reserves of the station. Precisely, Xingfeng replied with a sardonic smile. Hostage. It is not so simple. We shall turn the tables. The class Quasar had taken an entire 10-day cycle to undergo inspection, a feat made possible only by Little Star's exceptional cooperation. Xingfeng transmitted the organized data to the bridge of the class Quasar for Tengpai's review. There are numerous issues. Tengpai frowned while examining the various charts presented. The green indicates those that have been adjusted or require no technical maintenance. Yellow signifies those needing technical attention, while red denotes those that cannot be resolved. Xingfeng explained over the video call. Understood, understood. Tengpai responded while reviewing the information. Is the armor truly irreparable? This section of armor wasn't breached by fire. It deteriorated on its own. Unfortunately, no, Xingfeng shook her head. The one-dimensional degenerate silk armor requires a continuous power supply. Without energy input, the magnetic flux anchoring fails, which can lead to a geometric constraint failure. The electronic degenerate gas may shift, causing degeneration, and the armor will revert to conventional material standards. Replacement is the only recourse for repair. Oh dear. In truth, Tengpai barely comprehended Xingfeng's explanation, only grasping the implication that repair was indeed impossible. Certainly, Xingfeng was aware that he was not understood, but the little star certainly comprehended. He needed to convey that it was not his intention to neglect the repairs on the armor. Thus, it was decided. He would allow the little star to assess the content provided. If feasible, he would arrange for personnel to undertake the maintenance. The remuneration would be coordinated with Changshe. They only accepted currency deficits, so one would need to procure goods in exchange for payment. The astute master was indeed shrewd. Tengpai chuckled, and subsequently, both parties concluded their communication. The maintenance work took longer than anticipated. This was a result of Ditsongming's subordinates experiencing significant advancements in their skills after nearly a year of training. Apart from the occasional mishaps, the progress was relatively smooth. In the command center, Suwato was addressing a query from Xingfeng. The matter regarding Dock 3? Are you referring to the Finjan-class cruiser? Suwato's eyes widened in astonishment. That was handled by the previous border district commander. It has been no less than 80 years. Master, do you mean he gazed out the porthole at the colossal entity shimmering with repair sparks? Is this the lost Finjan? The master had reviewed the data logs on the ship. If what you claim about the 80 years is indeed true, it is highly probable. Xingfeng sneered. Unless your group of wretches can produce more than one cruiser. That should not be the case, Suwato recalled. After all, cruisers are rather precious, aren't they? The incident at Dock 3 has echoed through the ages, and even today, people still speak of it, indicating its profound impact. He stared, astonished, out the porthole. Goodness. I never imagined I would witness the legendary vessel with my own eyes. Thus, it seems your union is truly rotten to the core, Xingfeng expressed with disdain. At the height of the empire, the tsunami-class cruisers in active service never exceeded 70. Yet, they fell into your hands and were promptly sold off to this ragtag group of barbarians. Indeed, the union is beyond redemption, Suwato replied, his expression obsequious. However, master, we are no longer part of the union. We are not the lacking virtue people, nor are we the Xingfeng people. We are the master's people. Now return to your duties. If you cannot speak wisely, then speak less, Xingfeng remarked helplessly as he watched Suwato exit the command center. It seems I must devise a name for my faction. A month and 2 weeks later, the maintenance of the class Quasar was finally completed. The weapon systems were operational, with 8 electromagnetic projectile main cannons functioning normally, and 4 sublight particle cannons achieving a maximum instantaneous power output of 100%, with sustained power at 65%. Due to energy supply constraints, further enhancement of power was no longer feasible. The little star was reporting the technical parameters upon the completion of maintenance to Tengpai. Why? Tengpai inquired, directing his gaze at Xingfeng. You should ask her, Xingfeng smiled. An explanation from the master is not to be trusted. Little star? Tengpai felt compelled to continue using the nickname. Received, Vice Officer Tengpai. Due to the severely inadequate thermal nuclear capacity stored on this vessel, and the foreseeable future lacking resupply, The simultaneous operation of the 4 antimatter reactors will produce heat that cannot be sufficiently absorbed by the available thermal nuclei, leading to perilous consequences. Mr. Xingfeng weighed the pros and cons and opted to dismantle one antimatter reactor, ensuring instantaneous output while significantly enhancing the safety threshold at the cost of reduced sustained power. What if we do not dismantle it? Ting Pai still harbored doubts. Once the thermal exchange in battle reaches its limit, the average internal temperature of the vessel will exceed 1,000 degrees within 10 hours. The gentle voice of the little star carried no hint of emotion. Well, that is indeed somewhat frightening, sighed Ting Tai with a wry smile. Why had such issues never arisen before? The reactor aboard had long struggled to surpass 20% of its operational capacity, with instantaneous output being exceedingly low. Thus, the existing thermal core was sufficient to absorb and exchange heat. Very well, Ting Tai reluctantly conceded. So, what is the current status? To what extent has combat capability been restored? It has reached 31.9% of the design value. So low? Ting Tai expressed surprise. What was it previously? 12.3%. Xingfeng could see the shock in Ting Tai's eyes. This old rogue, capable of understanding percentages, was evidently overwhelmed by such a terrifyingly low figure. It was hardly surprising. Even a 1% tsunami-level force should be able to traverse the inner circle with ease. Let me explain, my dear Ting Tai, Xingfeng chuckled, patting Ting Tai on the shoulder. While the tsunami-class vessels are indeed formidable, their true strength lies in their ability to provide information coordination support for the fleet and their rapid multidimensional hyperspace maneuverability. Once detached from the system, these abilities become moot, resulting in a significantly diminished combat capability assessment. What exactly is that? Ting Tai was again perplexed by Xingfeng's terminology. It refers to the Quasar class. Not only can it fight and endure, but it can also swiftly lead its subordinates, listening to their commands and orchestrating the actions of hundreds or even thousands simultaneously. That is the revolutionary aspect of the tsunami class. Oh, Ting Tai finally comprehended, shaking his head in self-deprecation. That is indeed of no use now. After a moment, he raised his head to gaze at Xingfeng. Just how terrifying is your empire? Xingfeng pondered for a moment, then stomped his foot firmly on the floor. Perhaps it is akin to a tsunami-class cruiser gradually decaying from lack of maintenance. The day after the Quasars jump away, the transport vessel returning the hostages, bearing the blood pit young master, departed from the space station. So, how did this venture fare? My lord, Zhuang inquired, seated before the intelligence terminal while working. If we are merely discussing profit, it was rather mediocre, Xingfeng replied, swiping through his datapad. The items he had brought for trade were rather unspeakable, a bewildering assortment of various things, including even a golden toilet produced by the United Federation. Pure gold. He felt that sitting upon it would ensure he could never rise again. Zhuang scoffed. Humans, much like crows, are drawn to glittering treasures. I have gathered a substantial amount of intelligence, my lord, and have managed to deduce the activities, communication methods, and characteristics of the blood pit dwellers. The 137th unit has indeed proven useful. Have you considered switching allegiances? Xingfeng jested. They truly did not provide me with a workspace. Zhuang chuckled lightly. By the way, my lord, while the earnings aren't particularly substantial, we have certainly gained much beyond mere profits. You cannot hide anything from a cunning intelligence operative like yourself. Xingfeng laughed heartily, continuing to swipe through his datapad. However, I must declare, the monitoring data indicates that there is a multi-layered protective storage area within the space station. Tightly enveloped by a powerful magnetic field, the vessel was filled to the brim with antimatter fuel that had been offloaded from the Quasar. 10 compartments were entirely stocked. This was done with full permission and transparency. Chapter 84. Dangerous Forces. The enhancements to the Reaper class type B torpedo boat progressed remarkably well. Initially, as a provisional unit, it had numerous shortcomings due to a lack of validation. However, it has now matured significantly. The costly absolute zero coating has been replaced with practical liquid helium tanks, and redundant systems have been successfully eliminated, enhancing maneuverability. Most importantly, the antimatter torpedo tubes are sufficiently equipped. Of course, there were areas of discontent, such as the proposal by the Starwind to revert to a standardized cockpit, which was unanimously rejected by the pilots. Their rationale was that the current setup was far more exhilarating, and even concerns regarding cosmic radiation effects failed to intimidate them. The pilots firmly insisted that the commander had stated there would be no significant issues within 6 hours, while the Reaper's sustained combat capability rarely exceeded 3 hours, often resulting in just a single sortie. The pilots had turned the tables on them. Starwind had no choice but to reluctantly acquiesce to their demands, acknowledging that, after all, morale might indeed hold more weight than performance for those manning this type of vessel. 10 craft from the Cool Sisters Squadron, 10 from the Sheik sisters. Totaling 2 reconnaissance squadrons, were assembled using a blend of new and old personnel. Changshi was reporting on the latest developments in the space station's defense forces. The little boy's squadron boasted 24, the handsome guy's squadron also had 24, and the pretty boy squadron had 24, making up 3 interceptor groups. The fatty squadron comprised 12. The muscleman squadron also had 12, and the buff squadron had 12, forming 3 strike aircraft groups. The divine squadron consisted of 8, representing a standard combat boat squadron, while the blind squadron also had 8, representing a missile boat squadron. The Reaper squad consisted of 12, as did the Reaper B squad, creating 2 torpedo boat squadrons. The long spear, javelin, long gun, and long blade were 4 directed energy cannon escort ships, serving as the primary assault fleet. The death sentence No. 2 mining fleet carried 1 heavy iron ship and 3 super heavy mining vessels. The flagship, death sentence, was capable of carrying 4 small vessels. Changshi exhaled deeply, concluding his report. While he could have simply submitted the data to Starwind, he opted to read through it to reinforce his memory. Although the absolute numbers were not particularly high, the overall quality, equipment proficiency, pilot skill, and Starwind's somewhat inadequate Imperial-era military training system had transformed the space station's defense forces into a formidable adversary that no one would dare to provoke lightly. In the past, he might have stopped here and immersed himself in research within the laboratory. Starwind surveyed the troop roster displayed on the data board. Alas, the Star Bandits had imparted too much knowledge to him. He could not remain idle. Indeed, the leader of the 5th nation within the ring, the 5th king of the Star Bandits, Changshi responded, fully compliant. What should we do next? Continue recruiting, Starwind replied without hesitation. Engage in trade with the scavenger nation. Utilizing our production lines to manufacture goods in exchange for their collected resources, infiltrating them with currency, and finding ways to attract their people. With the dirt dwellers, we can trade mining vessels for their loyalty, promising them a stable life on the lacking virtue star. As for the tiger-tooth people, we should venture into areas akin to the Wild Wind stronghold, demonstrating our might and equipment to encourage them to come forth voluntarily. Are you not concerned about offending all 3 kings simultaneously? As Changshi recorded, he shook his head. The elder had conducted an investigation long ago. He turned to gaze at the web. Indeed, Your Majesty, came the indifferent voice of the web from the bridge. After gathering intelligence and utilizing a model of 137A for predictions, alongside the rough calculations of the sovereign, we discovered through a comparative analysis that the population within the ring vastly exceeded our initial estimates. With over 600 billion inhabitants residing within this desolate expanse of 50,000 light-years. At first, Changshi found it hard to comprehend such a number, but gradually, his eyes widened in astonishment. How many? 600 billion, Xingfeng reiterated. That's somewhat exaggerated. Changshi quickly regained his composure. I imagine it would be merely a few hundred million at most. And therein lies the crux of the matter, Xingfeng chuckled. These hundreds of billions are entirely dispersed across this immense territory, rendering them insignificant. The vast majority are not interconnected, merely acknowledging the nominal authority of the sovereign. Thus, even you, Your Majesty, can only directly govern a minuscule fraction, with the rest being merely nominal governance. They might not even be aware of how many they are managing. Except for the Blood Pit sovereign. This realm feels distinctly different, the web interjected. Thus, it would be trivial for you to extract a few individuals. By the time they realize the efficacy of your population theory, it will be too late, Xingfeng asserted confidently. However, one day, Changshi pondered a more distant possibility. Can the people within the ring unite as one? Xingfeng looked at Changshi, smiling appreciatively. Though it is quite unlikely to ever occur, he replied. It would indeed forge a force that neither the Empire nor the Federation could overlook. With a leader, perhaps, De Kongming chimed in unexpectedly. I concur, Changshi agreed. I share their sentiments, Commander 137A added. For a moment, Xingfeng was at a loss for words, while only the web supported her face with her upper limbs. If that were to transpire, it would be utterly catastrophic. Her voice remained chillingly calm. The savages within the ring spilling forth, traversing the cosmos in scrap fleets? Nations would surely descend into madness. Ah, indeed, Xingfeng suddenly had a spark of inspiration. Henceforth, let us be known as the Scrap Iron Gang of the Scrap Iron Nation. The Scrap Iron Dynasty. Yes, the Scrap Iron Fleet. Splendid, splendid. It is settled. He rose to his feet. 137A, notify the entire station. We are now the Scrap Iron Fleet. We are the Scrap Iron people. Commander, I find it difficult to grasp the significance of this name. Based on simulations of your character, I believe you would prefer a more audacious and commanding title, such as the Cosmic Overturners, the Fear of Galaxies, or the Genius Revenge Squad. That was in the past. Xingfeng smiled. Now, I wish to adopt a grassroots approach. I aim to inform the entire universe that even a genius's scrap iron fleet can instill dread. Understood. That statement aligns perfectly with the aesthetic of your simulated personality. It would be even more flawless with an evil cackle. Huh, it is not yet the time for that. Xingfeng shook his head and returned to his captain's chair. Boss, the cradle ant has a communication. She wishes for you to review the video of the blood slot young master visiting the nursery center. Has something happened? Xingfeng furrowed his brow. It appears not, Changsha replied. Shaking his head. She hopes for your judgment. Bring it forth. Under the guidance of the astute Ming. Young blood slot was captivated by the playful antics of several children gathered at the entrance of the newly established child care center. Once Ming confirmed that the surroundings were secure, he returned to the entrance, permitting young blood slot to enter the facility. Is this the nurturing center? Young blood slot inquired politely of the cradle ant. Indeed, young blood slot, the cradle ant replied with a benevolent smile. This is the Obedience Experiment Cultivation Center established at the behest of the commander. Obedience Experiment? Young blood slot pondered, contemplating the implications of a more stringent training regimen. It appears they hold high expectations for them. The cradle ant responded with a smile. Nodding in understanding, young blood slot glanced around casually before turning back towards the entrance. Just as he was about to leave with Ming, two boisterous children blocked his path. I'm here to take you down, you pig-brained fool, one child exclaimed, brandishing a makeshift weapon. Humph, you think you can defeat me? Impossible. The other child mimicked a villainous laugh. Look what I've got, he exclaimed, pulling back his outer garment to reveal an assortment of bizarre origami gadgets. I've mastered all of Starwind Father's advanced technology. Soon, you'll be the pig brain. One by one, the child hurled the props at his opponent. This is an antimatter bomb. This is a penetrative needle projectile. And this is a sublight particle cannon. Your degenerate armor 1T withstand this. The two children continued their playful skirmish as they moved away. Young blood slot remained rooted to the spot, observing the scene unfold. Clearly, this is not merely an obedience experiment. He narrowed his eyes, recognizing it as a sophisticated talent cultivation program. He lowered his voice, though it was precisely captured by the advanced recording equipment of Unit 137. This faction will pose a greater threat than any other in the future. With that, he strode forward, departing alongside the oblivious Ming. Chapter 85. The display of order as the luminescence of the dimensional bubble faded. The outline of the accident station emerged against the litter-strewn expanse of the ghostly star region. Jump completed. All station systems are operational. Gravitational disturbances detected, reported Unit 137. Muscle Squad mobilize. Clear the surrounding debris. Commanded Changsha into the communicator. Running away with their tails between their legs? Blackheart Cotton sneered from the sofa. It's your fault. Starwind shot back angrily. Young blood slot could have observed things, but you told me the captive was dead before the transfer? There was nothing I could do. Blackheart Cotton shrugged. That's how it was when I went to retrieve them. And you lecture me about medical ethics? Starwind noticed something amiss. How did you get back into the command center? Who allowed you entry? Didn't you say to stay in a safe place during the jump? Blackheart Cotton retorted. It's too hot here. I didn't want to stay anyway. With that, he exited the command center. This guy is becoming increasingly rebellious. Starwind sighed. Changsha, have the arrangements on the planet been made? Yes. The personnel being absorbed will not be sent to the planet for the time being to avoid exposure. Changsha replied. However, my dear boss, we cannot simply continue to hide indefinitely. Naturally not. Xingfeng shook his head. I have a plan, but it requires time, so for now, we must first avoid the limelight. Are we truly going to confront a cruiser head-on? Changsha appeared somewhat uncertain. What other choice do we have? Xingfeng replied with a wry smile. I am well aware of the terror that a tsunami-class vessel can instill. Yet I have resolutely decided to take the initiative and kick down the door. But that is a cruiser. Changsha began to shake his head as well. I fear not a supernova's explosion, but rather the bombardment of a cruiser. Humph. Xingfeng scoffed as he rose to his feet. Remember my words. Those seemingly unfathomable technologies are not to be revered nor feared. He swirled his cloak and approached the edge of the viewport, gazing into the depths of space where countless fragments floated. To me, technology is merely a tool to be utilized, nothing more. The production lines of the space station and the executioner's ship roared to life, churning out various war instruments and support supplies. The recruited warriors and a number of volunteers also joined military training. This was an exceptionally novel yet arduous experience for the Star Pirates, who had always relied on instinct and experience. However, the allure of additional rations and wine overcame their primal inertia, motivating many to train diligently. Establish a competition mechanism. Xingfeng instructed, holding a data tablet. A grand contest will be held every 10 days, with the victorious team receiving double the rations of liquor. These individuals may possess ample combat experience, yet their discipline is utterly chaotic. We must enforce strict training, ensuring that blankets are folded into neat squares and shoes polished until they reflect one's image. He endeavored to recall the training he underwent during his university military drills at the Cosmic Army camp. Boss, we barely have enough people with dress shoes. How can we polish them? Then let's polish the floors and windows. Every corner of the barracks must be capable of reflecting an image. That sounds too difficult, boss, Changsha remarked, shaking his head while taking notes. Our people have truly never endured such torment. Indeed, Xingfeng fell into contemplation. It is unrealistic to expect this group to leap to perfection all at once. How about this? Arrange the internal affairs according to actual conditions, at least to improve their obedience to orders a tad, and occasionally allow them some relaxation time, perhaps a break. We need something practical, boss, Changsha pondered. Perhaps those who perform exceptionally could be prioritized for new equipment? I can see that this lot is quite eager for it. A splendid idea, Xingfeng exclaimed, striking his palm. We can indeed consider creating some superficial gear to deceive these simpletons into believing it will be distributed based on merit, encouraging them to strive. Boss, you remain as mischievous as ever. Changsha looked at Xingfeng with exasperation. If it were possible to strengthen them, we surely would. Xingfeng chuckled coldly. How could I truly rank them by status? Combat capability cannot be compromised. What is our next step? Changsha picked up the data tablet again. Shall we engage in direct combat? It is not yet time, Xingfeng replied with a soft laugh. We must first venture into the territory of the Blood Pit people, assess the situation, and gauge their temperament. By the way, contact all our old acquaintances, inform them that I am planning a performance soon, and advise them not to wander about. Once all arrangements were made, the executioner departed from the collision station, leaping towards the coordinates of one of the Blood Pit camps. The harbor of the Edgeblade camp. This was a space station even smaller than the Gale camp, and it was indeed less grand than the current collision station. Are we really going to waltz in there? As Changsha observed Xingfeng, who was leisurely preparing to disembark, he pondered, what else could be expected? Can this bunch of socially inept killers not distinguish outsiders? Xingfeng retorted. Changsha glanced at the 4 security robots trailing behind him and chose not to pursue the matter further. The group descended from the vessel and entered the dock. The aesthetic of the Blood Pit's territory bore a striking resemblance to that of the scavengers and the Earth dwellers. At first glance, they appeared to be ordinary individuals, unlike the lawless atmosphere that permeated the territory of the Two Fangs. Quite remarkable, my lord, remarked the figure cloaked in a web-like garment, discreetly surveying the surroundings. The orderliness here starkly contrasted with the chaotic realm of the Star Pirates. Indeed, Xingfeng affirmed her observation. While the Earth dwellers and scavengers had their fair share of loafers, it seemed that everyone here had a purpose. In the midst of their conversation, a group of individuals adorned with distinctive armbands approached. Outsiders, the leader inquired, fixing his gaze upon Xingfeng. Precisely. We are here to conduct some business, Xingfeng replied, gesturing toward the robot laden with burlap sacks, which bore no resemblance to a security unit. The leader scrutinized Xingfeng and then the others. I am the peace officer here. You must undergo a preliminary inspection. Follow me. The group was escorted to a metal shack. Registration? Xingfeng expressed surprise. Quite meticulous, isn't it? It is our protocol. The officer's expression remained impassive. Very well, Xingfeng conceded, picking up a pen. Can you all read? We can all read, they affirmed. Ah, indeed, it is different here. Xingfeng mused internally. With a flourish, he inscribed his name. Captain Wasp and the Deadly Stinger? The officer examined the data panel. How long do you intend to stay? I shall not linger for long, Xingfeng replied. I merely wish to explore before returning, but my associate will remain here to continue trading and may stay a while longer. The figure cloaked in the web nodded in acknowledgement to the officer. The officer casually inspected the cargo on the robot. Very well, he turned to Xingfeng. The goods are commendable, all essentials. I will arrange a place for her to conduct business here. That sounds agreeable, Xingfeng nodded at the figure. I will take my leave to explore for a bit, and then I shall depart. You manage well here. Understood, boss. The voice of the figure echoed through the neural interface's amplifier. Remember the conditions you promised me. Rest assured, Xingfeng smiled. I shall not go back on my word. Exiting the peacekeeping station, Xingfeng continued to stroll with the astute companion and Changsha. It even feels somewhat like a civilized society, he remarked. The orderliness is rather unsettling. I concur, Changsha nodded. It feels as if everyone has a purpose, or perhaps, everyone is striving towards a common goal. Thus, while the Blood Pit dwellers may be fewer in number, they are certainly not inferior to the Two Fangs. Xingfeng recalled his earlier encounters with the Star Pirates' knowledge. They are formidable indeed, Changsha sighed. Ah, Xingfeng chuckled instead. Perhaps that is a good thing. What do you mean? Changsha inquired, somewhat taken aback. Before he could finish his thought, The astute companion interrupted. A new aircraft, one I have never seen before. Following the direction indicated by the astute companion, Xingfeng too was taken aback. In the square ahead, 3 elegantly designed and menacing space interceptors were stationed. Those are the active frontline aircraft of the Titan Empire. The Storm class. Hey, what good fortune! Xingfeng exclaimed with delight.